ESPN from 9 AM British summertime every morning of the championships. It's sad to think we'll be doing it for the last time this year, tomorrow morning. But do keep in touch with us. It's great to hear where you are, what you're doing, what your thoughts are. Not exactly short of topics at the moment, are we? You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL using the hashtag Wimbledon at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. And don't forget to follow Wimbledon's official Twitter feed at Wimbledon and check the championships on Facebook, Snapchat, Google+, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, Periscope, Giphy, WeChat, Line, and Weibo. Judy, don't lie, you're up to speed with all of those.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You are up to...
Not a clue.
Still don't know what Giphy is.
Not a clue.
If you don't know what a Giphy is now, you're never going to know what a Giphy is.
Gee whiz, you've got to remember it's a long time.
I know, it's not easy. And just
That's how long it's taken Marcus, 6 hours plus to remember all those.
6 hours, 36 minutes to learn about Giphy, but we got there. And just to reiterate the order of play, because obviously things have had to be tweaked just a little bit. So at 1 o'clock British summertime this afternoon, Novak Djokovic and Raphael Nadal will come back out to finish off their semi-final, with Djokovic leading by 2-1. Not before 2 o'clock, we'll have the final of the ladies' singles. A reminder that Serena Williams has a 6-2 head-to-head record over Angelique Kerber. It's a repeat of the final of 2 years ago, which Serena won. But don't forget, earlier that year, Kerber beat Williams in the Australian Open final. So she has shown that she can beat Serena in a huge event. After that, the final of the gentlemen's doubles. Ravin Klassen and Michael Venus are up against Mike Bryan and Jack Sock. The ladies' doubles final is a not before. Obviously, they want to get that match on centre court if they possibly can. It's Barbara Krejcikova of the Czech Republic and Katerina Siniakova, the number 3 seeds, up against Nicole Melikar and Kaveta Peshka, who's still going strong at 43 years of age. But clearly, they've just got to wait and see how long the matches before go. There is, of course, Barry, the possibility. I mean, it's a distant possibility, but 6 hours, 36 minutes for Anderson against Isner. I mean, Novak and Rafa are capable of going even longer than that, aren't they?
Yeah, it had to be on at 1 o'clock. I mean, it's obviously difficult and it's tough, and when to put it on, but it would be unfair for both players to have to play after the ladies' final. It's not ideal because the ladies' final obviously takes centre stage on the Saturday. So.
And Barry, you're a member of the club, and I know you've been a little frustrated at some of the comments that have been aimed at the championships after what happened yesterday, just in terms of the scheduling. It is so complex, but can you just put things in perspective from the club's point of view this morning?
Well, I think, as I said, ideally you want the ladies' final to start at 2. Yeah. But you have to have the men's semi-final continue on centre court. You can't put it on court because they started last night on centre court. You also have to play it under the roof. So therefore, there's 2 scenarios. Do you play it beforehand or do you play it after? Well, if you play it after, what happens if Serena and Kerber go 3 hours, which is possible? They finish at 5. Rafa and Djokovic walk on at 5, 2 hours, 7. By the time they do their press, warm down, that's 10 o'clock. That's unfair. If you then play them before, you can't play them before 1 o'clock because they only finished at 11 o'clock last night. So it's the best case scenario. It's unfortunate for Serena and Kerber, but they will get their chance, whether it be 4 o'clock, and they will put up a great match. I'm sure that it's going to be a classic.
Yeah. What happens with the tickets for the people that had tickets?
They're just very lucky today.
No, they can come back.
No.
I
think they had enough tennis yesterday,
I would have thought.
to be honest.
I would have thought.
It was such amazing tennis.
That's the amazing thing. You still. I want more.
And do you know what was interesting? When I came out of the Last 8 Club at about, must have been about 4:45. There were people going home. They were putting tickets in the ticket resale thing. And I thought, what are they doing? Like, there's only halfway through that match. And they've got the next match to go, and they were all going home. It was unbelievable. So for the people who queued up to buy the ticket resale thing, they must have loved it.
They want to get back to watch Love Island.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, don't even start.
Oh, sorry.
Judy. Yeah,
Sorry.
You're better off doing Giphy and WeChat than watching Love Island, to be honest with you.
Murray's been talking about Love Island.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know what it is
either,
No.
Judy,
No,
so don't worry.
I'm gonna edit this out straight
Okay.
away. No more Love Island
Shush,
chat.
Barry,
Let's
shush.
go and join Rob Nothman in the queue. I'm very confident he will not start discussing Love Island with. He certainly won't. He's got some young people with him. Rob, no.
We have standards, Marcus. We're certainly not going there. I think I have found the youngest member of the queue this morning. What's your name, sir?
Ethan,
Ethan. And how old are you?
5,
And what are you wearing at the moment?
Wimbledon clothes.
Yeah, you're wearing your Wimbledon T-shirt. Can you just... I've just seen you. You're a bit of a mover. Can you do a little bit of a floss for me? Go on. Well, that's making great radio, but let me tell you, this guy is a serious flosser. And for those people around the world, flossing, if you don't know, is a new dance craze that is sweeping across this country. Ethan, I'm going to come back to you in a minute. You're a bit of a star. Your sister Alicia is here. How old are you?
7.
So, tell me, what were you doing last night?
I was watching Rafa and people play
Right, so you were watching Raphael Nadal against Novak Djokovic, and where were you sitting?
on the big hill.
So you were on the Wimbledon Hill. And what time did you leave?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. And what's the time now? It's just gone 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're back in the Wimbledon queue. Why?
To come and watch the end of the match and see who wins.
Well, that is terrific. And to see the ladies' singles final.
Yeah.
You are a tennis nut, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right, let's have a word with Dad. Dad, did you need to indoctrinate your kids to get them here?
No, not at all. The fire alarm in the hotel woke us up at 4 a.m.
Oh, no!
So that was an early wake-up call, so I had plenty of time to get here.
Right, so you better explain to people all around the world, where are you from? Because you've got a very distinctive English accent, which comes from...
I'm from Sunderland in the northeast.
Yeah, in the northeast. So, whose idea was this? You're here with your wife. When did you decide you were going to come to Wimbledon?
We've had it planned all year. We were here last year, but just me and the wife. Then this year we've brought the kids along.
So, you brought them along. You're sitting on the hill watching epic Djokovic against Nadal. At 11 o'clock, you leave, and then what happens?
We get back to the hotel by 12. Obviously, we're to Southfield Station, train to the hotel. We've had 4 hours sleep, like I say, with the fire alarm waking us up. Then by 5 we were setting off to be back in the queue.
Well, that is, first of all, amazing stamina and endurance, but also a love of tennis. What was it like on the hill last night?
It was amazing. Obviously, we thought that the Anderson match was never going to end. Congratulations to Kevin, by the way. He played amazing, just like the semi-final. But obviously, we're Nadal fans, if you can tell. But we're just hoping that he can pull it this morning, you know. The standard was unreal, you know, probably the highest standard of tennis we've seen.
And what about the ladies' final today, Serena against Kerber? Where's your money there?
Well, my head's saying Serena, but my heart's saying Kerber, you know. I would like to see Kerber win this time, just for a change, but obviously it would be amazing for Serena to win as well, but I would like to see Kerber, I think. I'm going Kerber, yeah.
Well, you should be very proud of your kids. To get them out of bed and to show this sort of endurance to come back here to Wimbledon is superb. We do have a camera here, so Ethan, can you just give us another little floss to say goodbye? That would be terrific. Go on, off you go. Oh, that's terrific. He doesn't half move his hips really well in his green Wimbledon T-shirt. Ethan, Alicia, Dad, Mum, from Sunderland, well done. Devotion to duty.
That's very impressive to move like that at this time of the morning. We're off to a flying start. Cowan-esque. Mind you, normally about 3 o'clock in the morning you might see him doing moves like that.
Well, I haven't seen him do that. Can you do it for us,
It's a horror
after?
show, Judy.
Oh, is it?
It's
Oh.
an absolute horror show, yeah.
Oh.
If they had a world ranking for dancing,
No.
wouldn't even got ranked.
Oh, right.
Can you floss?
Oh, I don't know what flossing is. I've never seen. Oh, no, I did, beg your pardon, I did see it. I saw it when Mahou and won the French.
Herbert?
won the French doubles, and and his son came out and did it.
That was an unbelievable moment, wasn't it?
My niece and nephew are doing it every day.
That's what it is. But I didn't know that's what it was called.
What young Ethan just gave us there is a bit of flossing.
Yes, well,
Not
I
what you
just
think you
thought
would do just
flossing
before
was your
going to
teeth.
bed. Exactly. Oh no, we've moved on from there. Very good news, actually. Imogen's watching us on Facebook Live this morning, and she has confirmed that Love Island is not on tonight.
Oh, isn't it?
No,
Oh,
I
good.
guess it's not on at weekends, or maybe, I don't know.
Well,
It's back on Sunday, I'm hearing. So
oh dear.
mixed news there.
Okay.
I don't know how we've moved on to flossing and Love Island already today, but Media Friendly has tweeted us as well. She says, while that isn't, or he or she, while that Isner Anderson match was on, I had root canal dental treatment, got a new iPhone at the Apple Store, and had dinner with my daughters.
Wow, that
Dear
is
God.
That's a
God. Goodness.
Still
me.
plenty
I
of
was
time
just looking,
left
actually,
over.
you could run the record, 100 kilometres running.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is
could
that
do
right?
under 6
Wow.
hours, 36.
God.
Well, let us know what you did during the 6 hours and 36 minutes that Kevin Anderson and John Isner were on court. We'd also love to know your great examples of sportsmanship, because immediately after he came off court, I thought Kevin Anderson spoke so well. He was clearly exhausted. He apologised. He said, I'm sorry, I'm not sounding more excited having got through to a Wimbledon final, but it had taken so much out of him, and he felt so much for John Isner. John McEnroe in commentary, I caught a little bit of what he had to say, and I think it shared everybody's sentiments. He wished there hadn't been a loser yesterday, because after such a long time, it just didn't seem right. In terms of great shows of sportsmanship, Judy, I'm sure you actually produced a few yourself, but is there one moment that stands out for you?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, it's a personal thing in that I was saying about the trophy for the ladies singles. I think that Billy said to me, would you like to hold it as well? And I think that there's the photograph of the two of us holding the dish. It's quite something, and it was a really nice gesture on her part to say, look, I want you to be part of it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
And
so.
having actually held it, Judy, it's important that you get the name of it right, and there was a slight faux pas
yes,
from you
I was.
earlier today. Could you just confirm what it's called, please?
I think isn't it called the Venus Rose Water? Is that right?
It is.
Yes, I called it the dishwasher, didn't I?
Dishwasher dish.
That was very early this morning. and I think you said sponsored by Persil or something.
I did. Another feeble attempt at humour from me.
Very wide.
Barry, in terms of great acts of sportsmanship.
A couple actually that stick out. I'm a big cricket fan, so I remember the 2005 Ashes against Australia, England versus Australia, which was one of the greatest series ever, and Australia needed 2 runs to win what would have been a miraculous recovery. I think they needed about 100 to win with 2 wickets left, and eventually Brett Lee, the Australian bowler, was out batting, and Flintoff, all he was concerned with was consoling Brett Lee. Thought that was incredible. And one of our cameramen said just before we came on air, so credit to him, the Brownlee brothers in the triathlon.
Oh, yes.
One of the brothers, I think, was about 20 yards to go to the finishing line. He collapsed, and his brother stopped and dragged him over the line.
That's the one I was thinking of exactly. Like, that was just absolutely incredible. But there have been moments also. I mean, now I can't remember which matches it was, but where players have had. There was one match where a player had a match point, and the ball was called out, and that player switched and said no, it was clearly on the line. It was their match point, and gave the point to their opponent. Which
Johnny Murray in the doubles here. Do you remember?
That's right.
When he
Murray,
when his racket touched the top of the net.
Yeah.
And he said,
Well, we could
called
go
it,
back to
Yeah.
Landy. I mean, the running years and years ago. John Landy.
Remind us of that one.
Oh, they were running the mile, and who was it? Somebody fell, and Landy went back and picked him up. Yes, and then still won the race.
Yeah.
I'm going back a long way, probably 60 years.
Well, how
I
about
think.
just last week then, Gareth Southgate, the man who, as they say on social media, if he only had 1% left on his phone charger, he would still lend it to somebody else. He's that sort of a guy, and he went after the penalty shootout against the Colombians, and he was picking up the guys, and the Colombians hadn't exactly covered themselves in glory during the match, but he was still the first man on the pitch afterwards just to put an arm around their shoulders. And that's what sport's all about, isn't it? You want the intensity, but when it's all over, the fact that you've shared in something special is almost, I'd say, Judy, more important than the actual outcome of it. But of course, we all want to be winners, and
You sure do.
ultimately there could only be one. And let's hope John Isner can bounce back. I mean, the other extraordinary thing, and this was mentioned actually on the podcast overnight, but when you see the way he played yesterday. It's kind of strange that he hasn't made it to a Grand Slam semi-final before. And I hope there's still time for him to do it again, Jill.
I think he will. Yeah, I mean, I think he played amazing, and I think he even says hard court service is his favorite. So I mean, the hard courts are coming up after Wimbledon, and I think he's going to take a lot of experience, a lot of confidence from being in the semifinals here, and I think he's playing better too. I think he's coming in a little bit more. I actually think he's improved on his backhand. I think his movement's improved. So I think, you know, he even mentioned that he's taken a lot from what Kevin has achieved in the last couple of years too. And he's really admired how he's progressed, and he's just focusing on his goals. And I think John admitted that he has learned a lot from him, and they're such good friends. So I think we're going to see John. I mean, this one will hurt a little bit, but he'll be able to let it go, and I think we're going to see him do very well.
I couldn't believe how well he volleyed in the absolute crisis. I mean, some of those, couldn't understand why he wouldn't have come in a bit more.
We used to have an allergy at the net.
Yes.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Never came forward.
No.
I mean, it was ridiculous.
Well, I don't think he trusted his movement as much, and now I think he's trusting his movement a little bit better.
Yes, I mean, I thought, God, a couple of those volleys that he did.
And do you know what it's a triumph for? Is he's played some bit more doubles.
Yes, maybe.
And he's won some doubles titles, and that's almost maybe given him the confidence to actually believe, I can win points at the net.
Rachel Davis has been in touch. She's watching on Facebook Live. Good morning to you, Rachel. Watching the marathon from New Zealand. So they were watching from 1 a.m. until after sunrise. So that's a terrific effort. A lot of you on Facebook are asking for confirmation of the start times today. So just to reiterate, it's a 1 o'clock British summertime resumption for Novak Djokovic against Raphael Nadal. Not before 2 o'clock BST, the final of the ladies' singles will get underway. Kerber against Williams. That will then be followed by the final of the gentlemen's doubles. And the one match that we're not sure about yet is the final of the ladies' doubles. It's to be arranged not before 5 p.m. British summertime. As I said earlier, they hope to get that on centre court, but it will be dependent on, in particular, how Djokovic and Nadal fare when they get back out. So after 6 hours and 36 minutes, a winner was eventually crowned yesterday afternoon in that epic between Kevin Anderson and John Isner.
Into a service motion he goes. He goes out wide. The forehand is over. Backhand down the line from Anderson. He's got another bat wide. Anderson punches his ticket to the Wimbledon final. What an epic match with John Isner. He takes his hat off. No emotion from either player. Isner walks around the net to shake his hand. They embrace in what is the longest match ever on centre court. Kevin Anderson is a winner in 5 sets. 7-6, 6-7, 6-7, 6-4, 26-24.
I don't really know what to say right now. I mean, just playing like that in those sort of conditions, I mean, it's really tough on both of us. I mean, at the end, you feel like this is a draw between the two of us, but, somebody has to win. And, John's such a great guy, and, I really feel for him because, if I'd been on the opposite side, I don't know, how you can take that playing for so long and coming out short. So, yeah, so I apologize if I'm not more excited right now. Just so many mixed emotions. Getting through something like that is, is quite different. John's such a great guy, and, to be honest with you, he's really pushed me throughout my career as well. He's had such a great career, and, a lot of times I've, constantly pushed myself harder because, some of the successes he's had, and, as I said, all I can say is just, congrats to John on such a great tournament. I mean, semi-finals here, is a remarkable achievement, and, hopefully he can come back stronger, very soon.
Yeah, he came out of that interview so well, didn't he? And just some of the stats surrounding him and the match, bearing in mind it was 6 hours and 36 minutes. Anderson was guilty of only 24 unforced errors. Yes. There were 102 aces altogether. Fastest serve in the match was by Isner. That was 142 miles an hour. 470 rallies, which lasted no longer than 4 shots, but 22 rallies with 9 shots or more. And there were a couple of people I was speaking to beforehand who didn't think there'd be one rally that went in excess of 9 shots. And they played a total of 569 points. I mean, this
incredible.
ridiculous.
Incredible.
And Isner obviously has now been on the receiving end yesterday. He won against Mahou back in 2010. Tim Henman afterwards, Barry, very influential now on the committee, hinted strongly that this won't happen again. So do you think we have seen the last of those epic final set tie breaks?
Personally, for me, yes. We talked actually about it, didn't we, last week? I felt, for me, after the 70-68, I thought it was fantastic. I actually didn't want them to change it then. But I remember clearly it was another John Isner match against Tsonga, and I'm pretty sure it was court 3, and I think that was 1917. And I was wanting that to end. And I don't think as a fan, because we're all tennis fans. We're so privileged to work in this industry, but we're tennis fans. I never kind of want the match to end, and that was when the moment I felt, yeah, we've got to bring a tie-break in. I don't want it at 6-all. I think that's unfair. My suggestion is 12-all, but be open to 10-all. I probably wouldn't be open to 8-all. I think 10-all or 12-all would be the right thing. So I think there's a good chance maybe that next year would be the first time.
It makes sense, Judy, doesn't it?
It does make sense. It does. Yes. I mean, even for Jack Draper, same thing.
Yeah. 1917. At least he's got a day to recover, and he's a young man. But inevitably, it's going to take an awful lot out of you, as we said, not just physically but mentally too.
Oh, no. Well, I think that's the key. I mean, I think everyone enjoyed the tennis. I think the quality was amazing. I don't think you want that. You don't want to stop watching that quality. But I think just for the sake of the players to have enough energy to go into the next round, I think that's what's the problem. Is that, I mean, John after that 70-68, he had no chance of winning his next round. I mean, no chance, and you're just exhausted. So I think for that sake, I think it's probably a good option.
Of course, the one plus potentially for Anderson is that Nadal and Djokovic, fit as they are, could be going hammer and tong for quite a long time. So maybe the playing field's going to be levelled out a fair degree by tomorrow, Baz.
I think so.
The only thing is that Nadal and Djokovic are used to it.
Yes.
I mean, Kevin 2 matches in a row. I mean, I don't think we should underestimate how hard it is to chase in the 5th set, and he did it against Federer, and he did it against Isner, and he's won both. Yep. Remarkable strength.
Had to work hard against Monfils the round before too.
That's right. That's right.
But as Rafa said, I remember when Rafa lost the 4th set against Federer, and he went for a comfort break. He said, "My whole life I've been dreaming to be 1 set away from winning Wimbledon." And Kevin would have dreamt to be 1 match away from winning Wimbledon. So the adrenaline will kick in, I'm sure.
And the one point that it's going to be remembered above all others was that extraordinary moment when he played the left-handed forehand, and then afterwards revealed that actually, as a kid, his dad had said to him, you better work on your left hand. It's like a footballer. I always think the best footballers are those who work on whatever their weaker foot is, normally your left foot, because you never know when you're going to pop up with the goal on what's meant to be your standing foot. That was we heard it a couple of times from Robbie Koenig in commentary.
Well, how he had the presence of mind to do that. That was the amazing thing.
He probably didn't even think about it, though. It was probably just reaction right away.
And then, of course, Isner didn't do anything with the next shot. I mean, all he had to do, listen, it's very easy standing there. All he had to do was just drop shot it over the net, but that's very easy to say.
We've never missed a shot.
No, I play very well.
Linda's been in touch, by the way. Says, morning all, fabulous to see Judy. She was one of my family's favourite players back in the day, a lovely lady, and we would all echo those sentiments, Lyndon. And
Thank you.
Every now and then we're just going to take you back exactly 50 years. So now it's just after 9:30. What were you doing 50 years ago at 9:31, Judy?
I think I'd just finished breakfast. And
Big breakfast?
Probably cooked breakfast back in those days.
Yes, you're probably right, Barry. Yeah, I probably did, but I can't honestly remember.
How nervous were you when you woke up in the morning?
Well, I was actually quite tired because I'd played the match the night before. I'd done very well the night before. But that wasn't unusual for me because I used to do that. So it didn't always work out, mind you, the right way. And then I got to Queen's Club because we had to practice at Queen's Club in those days. And then I got the car to come to Wimbledon.
Okay, actually, we've just got to take you back 50 years in one day, and apologies to those who may have heard this story a couple of times, but it's worth hearing again. Your journey here for the semi-final didn't quite go according to plan, did it?
No, it didn't really, no. I practiced at Queen's Club, ordered a car for 11 o'clock. That car didn't turn up. I ordered another car. By this time, I think it was for me in about 20-12, and match started remembered precisely at 2 p.m. And that didn't turn up either. So I got another car, and it eventually came. We got to Southfield Station and it had a flat tyre. So I said to my brother who was with me, and I said, you just have to get yourself to Wimbledon. I've just got to get myself. There was a man who had a Rover car right in front of our car, and it had a roof. It was very, very modern in those days. And I picked my bag up and my rackets, and I didn't even ask him. I said, are you going to Wimbledon? He said, yes. I got in, and I said, could you just keep going? He came to car park on this left-hand side, which I think is car park, I don't remember what number it is, 5 or 6 or something. And he said, I'll turn. And I said, no, you can't do that. I said, you've got to go to the front gate. You've got to drive to the front gate. And he said, I'm not a lady. And I said, you'll be allowed in, don't worry. And I've got all these policemen everywhere looking for me. And we literally drove in, and I got out. We're royalty, get out now for the royal box. And everybody came running down. And by this time, it's like 1:45. I haven't eaten, haven't done anything. And so I said, thank you very much. Didn't even know his name. To this day, I don't know his name. I've put out a thing saying, please, if he's still alive or his relatives are alive, please contact me. And then I rushed up the stairs to the dressing room, and everybody's there as calm as anything. And the lady was really good. She said, do you want something to eat? I said, yes, I think I better eat something.
Yeah.
So I think I had a sandwich. And then I got changed eventually, and by at like 1:15, Nancy Ritchie's sitting there all ready to play. And here am I running around like a chicken with my head chopped off, trying to think, what am I going to wear? You know, and Teddy Tingley had made me a special dress for the semi-final. So anyway, eventually I got there, and at 5 to 2, the lady on the thing knocked and said, are you ready? And I said, oh, I think so. I don't really know. And then took us down into the little room, you know, where they used to, it's all changed so much now. There was a little room with a window right up the top, which you could never hear. You could hear the noise, but you couldn't see anything. And then they come and say, are you ready? And then they walk you through those doors and onto the court. And I said, well, I suspect I am, you know. And on I went. Well, I probably played the most perfect match because I didn't have time to think about it.
That's what I was going to say. In many ways, it probably did help you. So much was going on. And I've heard this story several times, but the gentleman who gave you the lift didn't know who you were. I don't think he knew. Well, he did afterwards, and he was lovely. He sent me a telegram saying, all the best for the final, the man in the Rover car.
A telegram.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and I never found out what his name was, which is really ridiculous.
Well, let's send out that message again. If you happen to be the gentleman in question, or you know him, you are related to him in any way, please get in touch, because Judy obviously would like to catch up after all this time. You were playing Billie Jean King, so it's going to be a tough match. But actually, up to that stage that year, you had a pretty good record.
Yeah, we were 2 all. We were 2 matches all.
So you fancied your chances?
Yeah.
And tell us how it panned out.
Oh, I lost 9-7, 7-5. They didn't have tie breaks in those days.
But there were a couple of
yes, I had
calls.
Well, it was interesting because I had 1 point for 5-3 in the first set. And in those days, the linesman on which side the ball bounced had the total call. The linesman at the other end couldn't interfere, and neither could the central umpire. He didn't have an overriding call. And so the linesman down the end where the ball bounced called it out. It was in. The linesman at the other end wanted to call it in. The central umpire wanted to call it in, but he couldn't because that was the rule in those days. That doesn't mean to say I would have won.
Well,
yes, I'm not. You know what I'm like. I wasn't very good.
Not bitter 50 years later.
No, I hadn't even thought about that. But I wasn't very happy with the linesman, and it so happened that in the second set, exactly the same thing happened, and the linesmen in those days, they didn't change like they do now.
So it was him again?
The same one.
Well,
so he wasn't my friend, I can tell you. I don't know who he was.
Well,
I have no
Judy,
idea.
we haven't been able to track down the man in the Rover, but 50 years on from that moment, the line judge in question, 107-year-old Maurice Pinkleton, is not here. Which is just as well.
It's just as well. Yeah. I mean, that
anyway.
doesn't mean to say, look, that doesn't mean to say that I still would have won. But, you know, if you're 5-3, it's a bit different to 4-all. And you know, you think you have a chance, don't you? So.
And when it when it's still a great match, 9-7, 7-5, terrific encounter, but a little bit like John Isner yesterday, somebody had to lose. Can you just sum up your emotions at that moment when you're looking at Billie Jean and she's got her hands on the trophy? What is going through your mind in those immediate seconds and minutes after you've lost a final like that?
I thought that I could have won. I won't say I should have won, but I thought I could have won, and how wonderful it would have been to say, the Wimbledon champion, because it's all very well to be a finalist, but people recognise you, but not the same as a Wimbledon champion, and it's just one of those things.
Did you think you'd get another crack?
Well, I did the next year. I got to the semis and I lost to Margaret because I broke my toe I broke my toe on the side. In the old days, they had boards which covered the covering, on the court. And I ran for a wide forehand, and I got my toe caught in between the two things. And I didn't know I'd broken it, but I thought something wasn't quite right. And in those days, we didn't have any injury things, and we never rested. Did
you have physios?
Oh, don't be silly.
No physios.
No, but they would never have come on the court. You couldn't have asked for that because there was no break, because it was continuous play. So I lost the third set. I think it was about 6-3, and so I could have well been in the final in '69 again, if But it's not to be, is it?
It isn't. You did pick up a number of doubles titles here. We shouldn't forget you're a multiple Wimbledon champion, and but yeah. So even now, 50 years on, there's that tinge of regret and frustration, inevitably.
Yes, of course. But look, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. There's more important things than that. It would have been lovely to have been able to say, you're a Wimbledon singles champion, but
please move on, Marcus.
Okay. I get the hint.
Yeah.
Right, we'll be back here in just a moment. It's a beautiful day, by the way, if you are just joining us wherever you are. It's a customary view through the trees. Gorgeous blue skies. Temperature's going to peak at around about 30 degrees, I think, today. And it's going to be even hotter come the men's final tomorrow at around about 32. Let's pay our first visit of the morning to Anna Whiteley, who where are you exactly? I think you're by the practice courts, Anna.
That is exactly right, Marcus. I'm here down in Irangi, and as you say, it is such a glorious morning. Not a cloud in the sky. I've already got my factor 50 on, but right now it is just me, myself, and some very empty practice courts. But give it an hour or so, and this place will be buzzing. First up, down here at around 11 o'clock will be one half of our ladies finalists, Angelique Kerber. She'll be down here on her favourite court. You'll never find her practicing anywhere else other than down here in Irangi on court number 14. So she's got her pizzazz back, her passion is back. We can't wait to see what she does this afternoon on centre court. But could we say that today is the Serena Williams show? She will be out on championship court number 5. So for any of our listeners listening to this now, if you head down to court number 5 at 11 o'clock, you'll see the legend Serena Williams preparing for what she has called the biggest match of her life. So we can't wait to see her. And then following that on championship court number 7 at 11 is, of course, Novak Djokovic, because he's got a slightly important match to finish off first up on centre court. So there's loads of action going outside on the championship courts for the fans who don't have centre court tickets, but it's an amazing opportunity to see these legends up close and personal.
Thank you, Anna. Just a little bit of news actually coming through from the club. There is going to be precisely a 30-minute delay from the moment the Djokovic-Nadal match finishes, from when they shake hands at the net until Serena and Angelique Kerber come out for the ladies' final, which also makes sense because we simply don't know how long Djokovic and Nadal are going to lock horns for, and if it's a sizable amount of time, of course, people will want to pop out, get themselves refreshed before the main event starts.
And the roof's closed, isn't it? That should not be something else.
Yeah, well, the roof, of course, it only takes about, I think, 16 to 20 minutes to open that roof, and then they don't have to acclimatise when they're opening it, so that won't be a problem. They'll start to open that the moment Rafa and Novak shake hands, and all will be set for that ladies' singles final.
I think also why it's such a good decision, as you said, Marcus, because people will invest a lot of emotional energy, the crowd, And when Serena and Kerber walk out, you want that stadium.
You want it full.
Packed.
Yeah.
Yes. So a great decision that is.
Yeah.
And one other point that's worth mentioning, there is precedent to this, to the fact that they're having to finish off a men's semi-final before the ladies' singles final gets underway. It actually happened, if you remember, at the French Open in 2015 when Andy Murray and Novak Djokovic had to come back out and finish off their semi-final before they got the ladies' singles final underway there. So anyone who's making a big fuss about what is happening today is actually not aware of what happened only almost exactly 3 years ago.
Yep.
Okay, we're happy. I know. Because Barry was, Barry's a proud member of this club, and rightly so. And I think you felt there was a little bit of unfair criticism ringing around the place last night.
We all have views, we all have opinions, but I think if you're going to have an opinion, I think you have to put both ways, both sides.
Yeah.
And to me,
as a member too, I agree. I mean, I support Barry. Yeah. And for Andy, it must have been Jarrett. It would have been a nightmare for him. What would they have done? I mean, he wouldn't have been the sole decision, but it would be extremely thing. And whichever they did, they were damned if they didn't, and damned if they did.
And it's not the club's decision to finish at 11 o'clock.
No.
The club have nothing to do with it. It's
that's the residents. That's right.
Lots of you getting involved with our two topics for discussion today. We want to know your example of great sportsmanship. A lot of references to that great test match that you spoke about, the 2005 Ashes series as well. A few people are asked, and again, Abra, you're the person to answer this question, want to know exactly why the roof is staying closed this morning. Could you just explain that?
It had to be that both players agreed to play with the roof open. Now, I think Nadal would want it open, but there's no way Djokovic would want it open, because he's one of the greatest indoor players ever, and he's got the momentum. So it was kind of inevitable. It's a shame, but again, that's the way it is.
But I think also when you start, I mean, they started the match closed with the roof closed, so I think you have to finish the match with the roof closed. Where I thought, Barry and I were talking about this yesterday, because I usually thought that when it's an outdoor tournament, they try and keep it outdoor regardless if they started with the roof closed or not. But I think the fact that they started that way, they try and keep the conditions the same as much as possible for the players.
Okay, do keep getting in touch with us. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL, at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. Any examples of sportsmanship that you've seen down the years? And also, what did you do? What did you accomplish in the 6 hours and 36 minutes that it took Kevin Anderson and John Isner to decide their extraordinary semi-final yesterday? We would love to hear from you. There was a danger, of course, after that great as they are, Djokovic and Nadal might be a little bit of a sideshow, but some of the tennis in that match, Judy, was almost out of this world.
Look at me.
Oh, you were in bed, sorry. Well, I'll tell you.
I'm really sorry.
It was out
very
of this
embarrassing, but there was no way.
I totally understand why you had to go and have a date with your pillow. Okay, Barry, you were there, and you must have been getting a bit tired as well, like everybody else, but some of that tennis was
no, because you would get
unbelievable.
adrenaline going, wouldn't you? Yes.
Absolutely spellbinding. And what we've been so privileged, was 51 meetings, isn't it? Wasn't that number 52?
Yes, 52. Yep.
That those two are quite astonishing. That when one raises the level, the other one responds, and then the other one responds, and so it keeps elevating higher and higher and higher. And that's exactly what we had. We had the emotional ups and downs from Djokovic in the second set, where Rafa is just.
That's right.
I mean, he doesn't flinch, does he? So that's why, yes, Djokovic has the momentum, but never right off Rafa. It wouldn't surprise me if Rafa won the fourth, and then,
but I think the only thing is, as you said, that Djokovic loves the indoor. That's, to me, if there was going to be a smidgen of advantage, that would be it.
And I think also because of the roof closed, it was so humid.
Yes.
I mean, you could see Rafa's shirt just like sticking to him. And I think the humidity, the more heavy conditions suit Djokovic a little bit better, because the ball is going to go slower through the air.
So you're all leaning towards Novak taking advantage of this 2-1 lead.
I dare not change my mind.
No.
So I have to stick with Rafa.
Why not? You've been doing it every day of the championship.
Because I was criticised heavily yesterday, Judy. Yeah, by this man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
when are you not
he was
criticised
right. Ultimately, it was a good decision, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because I changed to Anderson.
Well, listen, I've only picked 2 winners the whole fortnight, and normally I'm reasonably good.
2 winners is better than most.
Anderson and Serena.
No, 2 winners in the
Two
whole.
winners in
whole draw.
in 500 matches.
In the whole draw.
No.
You meant at the start of the fortnight.
God,
That's pretty impressive.
No. Oh no! If I'd done that, I'd been very proud. I would probably win the money
Is there
with
anyone
them.
out there who honestly picked Anderson to make the final at the beginning of the tournament?
Well, if you have a look at my sweepstakes sheet
Don't tell me you did.
later on today and ignore the lines that have crossed through. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's
Which is
been
surprising because he was in the finals of the US Open and he loves grass.
Yes.
I mean, loves grass.
And going to be the new world number 5.
Yes, fantastic, isn't it? That's fantastic for him because he's such a nice guy and he's worked so hard. I think that's really wonderful.
Good guys can prosper.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I hadn't
yes.
had a chance to catch up with Wayne. I know he was on the podcast last night. He was in a box sitting next to Kevin's cousin throughout the course.
He must be over the
that
moon.
match. And
Must be over the moon.
I mean, what I loved, there was a bit of a contrast, it has to be said, in the players' box yesterday. Some weren't afraid to show their emotions. Wayne, I think, got it absolutely spot on, has the dark glasses on. We know he's a pretty laid-back character. He was there to give his applause and his support when required, and he was suitably non-committal at other moments. And Jill, we won't go into individual namings here, but there were those in the box who almost seemed to go, I think, a little bit over the top yesterday.
Who was the blue-suited gentleman?
Well, I wasn't going to name names.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Justin Gimelstob, and let's be fair to Justin. He has been part of John Isner's camp for a very long time. They're very good friends, so he's got a lot of emotion personally invested.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall the next ATP meeting.
Yes,
but you have to say
player representative Justin is.
But Justin and you have to say Justin and Wayne are completely different personalities.
I guess just to try.
No, but I'm saying that's why you saw their personalities come out in the box. I mean, the way they handle the situation. I mean, I think that's a big part of it too. I mean, Justin likes being very animated, and Wayne is such a laid-back character. Yes. So I mean, we saw those two different personalities.
I couldn't work out. I kept looking and thinking, I know this fella, but I couldn't work out who he was.
Yeah, and listen,
I'd never seen him in a suit before. Let's face it.
I honestly, Judy and Barry and Jill, I don't want to criticise Justin Gimelstob because I know, as a father of a junior tennis player, just how wrapped up in the sport you can get, and it's very, very hard to maintain your equilibrium. And it may well be that John Isner really needs to feed off that sort of emotion.
True.
In which case, Justin was doing exactly the right thing. I'm just wondering, having never been in a player's box myself, if there is any sort of etiquette, if you're told be careful. And there was a moment during the match yesterday when the umpire had a word with John Isner and there was an indication that either some unofficial coaching was going on or something was occurring in that box that was proving to be a bit of a distraction.
I mean, I didn't know what the details were. I never found out what the exact details were of what happened, but you did notice that Justin did kind of get a little bit more subdued after that whole...
He was tired.
That's true.
Well,
he ran out of steam.
Yeah, well, you know, when Jimmy Connors used to play, his mother was in the box. She sat right in the corner where Patrick sits for when Serena plays. And she literally used to scream. Like, you know, I'm going back a long time when none of you were probably born or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, I remember seeing Jimmy Connors' mother in
But seriously, the mother used to absolutely scream out, and nobody really said anything to her.
So technically, you're not told when you go in there, do this, do that.
As long as you're not saying, as long as you don't say anything between the points.
But Marcus, you made a good point because some players really like seeing a lot of energy from the box, and some players don't want their coaches or team to do anything, to do one word, because then all of a sudden, if you're not animated, then that gets in the player's head too. So I think that was a good point because some players love it and some players don't. And John might love it.
Sits there and doesn't
say a word. No, doesn't flinch.
Judy, who did you have in your box the day you played the final 50 years ago?
Roverman.
I didn't have the Roverman. Actually, today my girlfriend is coming from America, and she sat in the box with me, and so she's coming back to watch the ladies' final today.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and my daughter-in-law is coming, and she's never been. And my girlfriend, who I used to stay with, and her daughter. So it's really quite nice. But my brother was there, who is very laid back. He wouldn't have known what to do. He wouldn't have been doing. I had Sylvia, my brother, and I can't remember. Because in those days you were only allowed 4 people. It was nothing like today. I mean, 4 people and that was it.
And did you like your team to give plenty of animated support?
Yes,
so you did feed off that sort of thing. And would you look at them a lot?
Yes. No, not particularly, but not like Arantxa Sanchez did, but I would. But I coached Kathy Jordan, who was the exact opposite. I couldn't, like all I did was this, because she was not that sort of person. So it's interesting, the personalities, isn't it?
What about you, Jill? Did you like someone to be giving lots of vociferous American support?
Not overly animated, but I liked the occasional like fist pump and the eye contact. And I looked up in my box quite a bit because I liked just seeing the support over there and getting a little bit of support. But I didn't like the whole, like, a ton of animation. But I did like a little bit of encouragement.
But you know what was interesting? Kathy was so superstitious that if you didn't watch her at the change of ends and you weren't watching her, she used to get furious.
Really?
Yes. So it did. So she would always look, and if you weren't watching her, she was.
There are a few players like that.
She was really. It's very interesting.
Well,
isn't it?
we did a big thing on the superstitions of all the different players yesterday. I don't know if were you asked yesterday?
Yes.
I missed that. What particular superstition?
Oh,
did
mine!
you
I
have?
packed my bag the night before, so I had everything in there, so in case I forgot something.
Well, so that when the car broke down and all the rest of it, you still had time to get there.
Rackets?
No. Oh, I'll tell you about rackets. One year I came to Wimbledon when there were still wooden rackets, and I was playing with Slashingers, and I was due to. They were all going to be restrung, and I think it was a Friday. Yes, it was a Friday, and I think I was leaving on the Saturday. And they said, come back at 4 o'clock to pick up all your rackets and all your fun. I was doing something. I got back at 4:15. It was closed. This is not a lie, I came to Wimbledon, I didn't have a racket. I had to ring John Crump. Do you remember John Crump? He's a member of the club. He worked for Snatches. I had to ring him up. We had to go into the factory on the Sunday because I couldn't practice because I had nothing to practice with. And so I had to go in and get some rackets, and then I was able to play. And then I went off to a tournament. I don't know where I played, Beckenham or somewhere, but I literally came to England to play in Wimbledon. I had no rackets.
Incident-filled career.
That's only minor bits, Marcus.
Well, we'll keep reflecting on what happened 50 years ago. As far as the queue is concerned, just having a little look, well, it's plentiful, but it's very relaxed at the moment. If we just pan around, a lot of unofficial picnics taking place at the moment. A lot of people taking full advantage of the Lavazza coffee, which is... well, a big help to me, certainly, on mornings like this morning after everything we went through yesterday. It's such a beautiful day that nobody minds. This is part of the fun of the day, of course. And Judy mentioned the resale queue yesterday. And goodness me, what a bonanza. So many people were forced to go home for various reasons last night. Lots of, fancy dates, Friday night dates in London. So, of course, they couldn't stay. And as you said, those who queued up for quite a few hours during the middle part of the afternoon, Baz, were rewarded with some terrific late night tennis, weren't they?
Could have gone back to Scotland, come back again.
I could have. It's true too.
We should remember, of course, that all the money from the resale queue goes to charity too. So it's a win-win situation in that occasion. Talking of win-win, we are close. We're fractionally earlier than normal because we're going to have a couple of guests joining us just after 10 o'clock. So it's the 5 to 10 o'clock trivia teaser.
Oh, no.
Now, as I'm sure you all know by now, 2018, I can sense your anticipation.
We're dreading it.
I know.
We need Judy.
2018 is the 150th anniversary of the All England clubs beginning, so two big anniversaries this year, the 150th anniversary of the club, and of course 50 years of open tennis marked by that final that Judy played in against Billie Jean King exactly 50 years ago. I've got 3 clues for you. You've got to guess which Wimbledon year I am talking about. Clue 1, it was all yellow. Clue 1, it was all yellow. Clue 2, checkmate for Boris and Martina. Checkmate for Boris and Martina. And clue 3, oh so close for Castle. Oh so close for Castle. So tweet us please at Wimbledon CHNL, at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com to which Wimbledon year am I referring with those 3 clues. Number 1, it was all yellow. Number 2, checkmate for Boris and Martina. And clue 3, oh so close for Castle. And I've got some extra clues for you because I think this is, oh look at that.
Oh, look.
There's an enormous glass of Pimm's. I don't think we're going to get a look at it in time, but Goodness me, that looked quite refreshing. Hair
How
of the
many
dog.
pins have you had during the 2 weeks, by the way?
None.
None, really. I had one, I think maybe after day 2 or day 3.
I've had one.
Yeah.
That's it.
What is PIMS again?
Well, it's
Gin base, isn't it? There's PIMS number 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, it's
yes.
It's a very good question. What's
It's
actually
gin
in
base.
it? Gin base
Gin
with lots
base,
of fruit,
Okay.
Lemonade.
And
little bits of fruit, lemonade, and I think there's another ingredient which I'm forgetting.
Alcohol.
Well, the key thing is that it's alcoholic and it's refreshing. Well, have you never had one, Jill?
I don't think I've ever had one, no.
Right, later on today.
Is it kind of like a sangria?
Jill, after we finish work today.
Yes.
After we finish work
We'll
today,
have
we'll
one.
go.
You're going to have
I'm
one.
so
We're going to buy
But
Jill
do I
a
have
Pimm's.
1, 2, or 3?
Oh, no, just the
We'll see
one.
what she's like
Just
after
PIMS
3.
one.
Depends how many sets are played in the women's final.
We've got to
Definitely
quickly,
not one, so it'll be 2 or 3.
Mr. Cowan, can I have
sorry,
some order,
sorry,
please,
sorry,
here in
sorry.
the Levax 10? We have to go back to Rob Nothman, who's waiting urgently to talk to us.
Hello, Marcus. I'm sitting by the side of centre court with a very excited 11-year-old. Her name is Tia Carter, and she is going to be tossing the coin before the start of the ladies' singles final. Well, Tia, what do you make of that? How excited are you?
I'm really excited.
So when did you hear?
About 2 months ago when I was at Youth Club, which is a little like play area for RAF families, and they just do little things to get you away from your family if you're upset or just kind of having a hard time. It's just like a place to go to have fun, just forget about what's happened and go and have fun with your friends.
So we ought to mention, just because we've got lots of listeners and viewers from all around the world, that the RAF is the Royal Air Force, and you lost your mum 8 months ago. So you were eventually told that you were going to be coming and tossing the coin before the ladies' singles final. So have you told all your friends?
Yeah.
What do they think of it?
They're really excited. Half of them didn't know what it was, and they were like, oh, it's not that important. And then my teacher came along and was like showing them videos and was like yeah, she's going to meet loads of famous people. And then they eventually found out what it was, and they were really happy for me.
So you're going to be tossing a coin. Have they given you the coin yet?
They haven't gave me the coin yet, but they said to us it's shaped and weighted like £2 coins. That's what I've been practicing with.
Right, so how often have you been practicing? For how long?
Well, from when I found out, I was practicing about twice a day.
Terrific. So are you going for the big high toss, lots of revolutions on the coin?
I don't really mind how high it goes. I'm just going for like kind of spinning a bit more.
So there you are. You're going to be standing in between Serena Williams and Angelique Kerber. How exciting is that going to be?
Really?
Yeah. Who's your favourite player then to watch?
I like watching Andy Murray, but here today is probably Serena Williams.
So when you sit here on centre court, I know you were telling me earlier you've watched tennis plenty of times at home. Is this what you were expecting? Is it larger, smaller? What's it like?
It's bigger than I expected and a lot more chairs.
Right. Are you a little bit nervous or not?
Yeah.
Right. Well, let me tell you, there's nothing to be nervous about. You'll perform, I'm sure, beautifully. And you'll have some memories to last you a lifetime when you stand out there on the centre court in front of all these people tossing the coin. And if you had a message for your friends now, what would it be? This is fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is good fun. Well, Tia, we wish you the very best of luck. Enjoy your experience. You'll have some photos which I'm sure are going to go up all over your house at home. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Tia Carter, 11 years of age, and our heart goes out to her after losing her mum just 8 months ago. How desperately sad that is, but let's hope that she thoroughly enjoys that experience. We shall see her. Just a reminder that play will get underway today at 1 o'clock, the resumption of that second men's singles semi-final between Novak Djokovic and Raphael Nadal. And from the moment they shake hands at the net at the conclusion of that match, there will be 30 minutes to wait before Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams and Tia come out for the start of that ladies' singles final. You are watching The Breakfast Show. We're on Facebook Live, so you're watching us if you're on Facebook Live. If not, you're just listening to us. I'm Marcus Buckland. We're in our Lavazza tent making full use of the sponsors' offerings this morning. Judy Dalton, who 50 years ago today was getting ready for the ladies' singles final, and she's been telling us all about her build-up, the extraordinary journey she had before her semi-final the day before. Barry Cowan is still here. He's on to his 5th cappuccino, so he's starting to sound like his old self once again. And alongside Barry is Simon Briggs, the tennis correspondent for the Daily Telegraph and one of the wise voices on the sport in this country. Good morning to you, Simon.
Well, it might be a bit of a deep voice. I think I've just woken up. I mean, it was quite an evening, wasn't it?
It was quite an afternoon, it was quite an evening, it was quite a night, and I think it's going to be quite a day again today. We must make sure you have one of our...
I could do with one of those, actually, Marcus.
OK, we'll sort out a cappuccino for you. I mean, can you remember a more extraordinary day than yesterday?
It was a bit of a head spin, and on a technical basis, it was quite complicated. If you imagine that we had a whole spread reserved for the big semi-final in terms of the names. Clearly, one was the serving semi-final, and one was the all-star semi-final. So we have a whole spread reserved for that. And at a certain point, you're thinking this isn't going to make, which is, if I can go a bit jargon-esque, you say make when it means it's going to come inside the deadline for going to the printers. So then you have to work out what are we going to do instead. And we did all kinds of things. I mean, you'd have read 400 words about Justin Gimelstob in this morning's paper. Obviously, I went to see some of the pundits and asked them what they thought about the tie-break issue, which seems to be a subject on which everyone is remarkably unanimous this morning. I've never heard this sport, which, as we know, Barry, people don't tend not to agree on a lot of things. I've never heard everyone so united as they are this morning in one view on anything.
So you think it's only a matter of time now before the club makes a change in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like you can't ignore all the stakeholders at once.
What did they say?
I think everyone is saying 12-12. It just seems to have just gone round like a virus.
Yeah.
That'll be the Barry Cowan effect then, because it's you to give you credit who first suggested that when we discussed this about a week ago, Baz. You're an influential man after all.
Very, isn't it? Look at it.
And in terms of the 400 words you wrote about Justin Gimelstob, how many of those were complimentary?
Well, we had a bit of a debate about that on the desk. They said, "Oh, you've been much too nice to him," because they were saying, "Oh, we don't like his attitude." And I was saying, "Well, he's a sport supporting his man."
Yeah, we've just been talking about that, and actually Judy was making the point, and Jill as well, that some players need to feed off that type of support. So Gimelstob may just have been playing the part that was assigned to him.
Well, I mean, both camps were expected to do their bit. We've heard that Kevin Anderson has a very particular recipe that he wants. He asks his team to say commit, not come on, and they're pretty demonstrative. It's just that Justin gives it a bit of extra oomph, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He seems to have choreographed.
He nearly fell out over the box, actually,
that's
stage.
True.
He's clearly choreographed that Bruce Forsyth. if those people who are watching may remember the Generation game from a few years ago, he seems to have nailed that one down to a T. But, I mean, just in terms of the way that match played out, and as you say, you suddenly, okay, that deadline's gone, that deadline's gone. How much of a nightmare is that for a journalist like yourself?
Well, it does add to the workload, because you've got to back up what you've done for the first edition with some report on the second match. And I was actually talking to the tennis podcast before I went to bed, and we were talking about, which have you led with, because it was two extraordinary matches. But I said the concept of an unfinished match just doesn't really agree with newspapers. It can be as great as you like in terms of drama, quality, and I was absolutely mesmerized by what they were doing on the court, but it just doesn't sing on the page if you don't know how it ends. I mean, online we have our own outlets, and that's fine because you can update as things move on. But on the old principle of dead trees once a day, reading it on your breakfast table, something that hasn't finished. And you see this a lot with cricket, particularly when they're playing in Australia, so that you're reading it 24 hours and then a whole day's gone. It's an unsatisfactory arrangement.
Yeah. Actually, talking of that does remind me of my favourite every story with regards to Henry Blofeld, who's actually more famous as a commentator. And Judy, you've probably met him, but he also wrote a lot, didn't he, for various different publications. And he did once tell the story that he was covering a county championship match between Essex and Surrey, and he had a dinner date that evening, and play was going pretty slowly, and Essex were building a very sizable total, and somebody had made a century. So Henry thought, OK, well, not much is going to happen here. He wrote about 300 words on this fella who'd made a century for Essex, and the gist of his story was that they were going to build a big total, and then Surrey would chase the next day. He left with about an hour and a half to go. And in the time that then followed, Surrey were bowled out for 14. And his newspaper report was ever so slightly off the mark when it came to the main talking point. And Simon, you'd never be guilty of anything as unprofessional as that.
Well, it was Matthew Engel who became the greatest cricket writer who was on the desk. So Henry sent it in with, and at the close, Surrey were X for Y, and he just filled in 14 for 10.
Yeah, it's something you get away with 99 times out of 100, but not the 100th time. Just in terms of the quality of the tennis last night, Simon, as you say, it was mesmerising to watch the serve semi-final, and incredible to watch the sportsmanship that we saw from Kevin Anderson in particular at the end. And there was obviously a real danger that, although it was Nadal and Djokovic, it was going to be something of an anticlimax going on that late at night. But actually, they took it to another level, didn't they?
Well, what I felt was that we hadn't... I sat on court and I thought, this seems very unfamiliar. I thought, I know why this seems unfamiliar. We haven't seen the Big Four play a slam match for 18 months. And you just realise it's like you've given up chocolate for Lent and suddenly you have your first Kit Kat. And it just feels that much better because, A, the level was absurd. B, you've missed them. C, they have that layer of history so that if you start to kind of excavate all the different phases in their rivalry. There have been times when Rafa was on top early, Novak came back and overcame him, Rafa hit back more lately. But this time, because of that long gap, nobody knows who's on top coming into the match. And that means, I think, it's almost even more significant because you've got another slam to come this year. You've got a lot of tennis coming up. The winner of this match, you feel they're going to have an edge, and they don't really have any kind of form guide coming in. No. So in previous meetings, it's always been one guy has got a bit of an advantage. Can the other guy overcome him? Whereas it's just a blank sheet of paper for this one, and yet the level was awesome.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point from Simon. This match almost feels like it's going to define the year, and it shouldn't be like that because it is just one match. But I think if Rafa wins it, the confidence he's going to take him for Djokovic. If he wins it wouldn't surprise me if he maybe only loses one or two matches for the rest of the year, because he's capable of going on those incredible runs.
Yeah, well, but you've edged towards Novak. He's got the advantage.
No, Rafa.
Oh, you haven't changed your mind again?
No.
I thought you said now that Djokovic was up by 2 sets to 1 and that the roof was closed.
No, I'm sticking with Rafa.
You are?
Wow.
Yeah.
Big call.
Big call.
He's got to win 2 out of 2.
I'm just stubborn.
The big call is that for the first time he hasn't changed his mind at a key moment. Well, I know you didn't seem much...
I didn't, but I just... for some reason, I just think that tiebreaker was so important. Mentally as well as physically. I think I have to go with Djokovic.
And Jill went with Djokovic. Where's your
I think
hunch?
Djokovic, didn't you think that Rafa was on top in the third set a little bit, all the way through, and he just seemed to sort of be pushing his opponent into the corner, ready to land the haymaker, and suddenly he just got jolted back at the last second, and psychologically that felt big to me. But
what we don't know, as well as Djokovic has played and as well as he played last night, he has not been able to close out some matches. And that's what I'm really looking forward to. Queens got tight.
That's true.
Cecchinato, the French Open. Now I know Djokovic has elevated his tennis to a whole new level. However, he's been able to sleep on it. So sometimes it's actually easier when you're in the moment and you're in the bubble to close out the match than actually
having to come back again.
Remember a couple of weeks ago, Zverev against Nadal?
Yes.
In Rome, the way the rain changed that match.
Well, also here at these championships, obviously we've seen Cilic supposedly in control, then having to come back the next day and losing, and by the other side of the sword we saw Fritz, who looked like he was going to do the business, had to come back and was a shadow of himself the next day. So it can play tricks on you. And of course there is a possibility, it's a bit far-fetched maybe, that 6 hours 36 is a record for a Wimbledon semi-final. That might just be broken today. At some stage we're going to get the ladies' final, and that as well, Simon, is fascinating, isn't it? Because obviously Serena's got all the experience here at Wimbledon. She beat Kerber in the final a couple of years ago, but earlier that year Kerber beat her in the Australian Open final, so she's not afraid to stand up and be counted when it really matters on the big stage. So what's your hunch as to how that one's going to play out?
Well, it's just that serve, the Serena serve. It's been building up. Her top speed, I think, is 124 miles an hour, which I think is 2 miles an hour faster than Novak Djokovic's top speed during this tournament.
Wow.
She's not just hitting it with venom. She's got the swinger going beautifully, and if you look at the disparity in the way they start the points, it's just enormous. I mean, Kerber is a wonderful player. I also think she's a charming lady. Mind you, Serena's been absolutely terrific with us all fortnight. Ever since she came back, she's been a new person as far as I can tell. So they've both been a joy to deal with, but it's a massive difference. You've got one lady whose serve is technically pretty unsound, let's be honest. I mean, she comes all the way around. She's almost chest on when she hits it and sort of flips it down.
Because she's right-handed, Simon, you know that, and she can't do anything left-handed, but she plays tennis left-handed. That's why her serve is so awkward.
It's a bit like Rafa, isn't it? Up to a point.
Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah.
But isn't that the true? I mean, this is getting a bit off topic. I was told Jack Draper's right-handed as well.
Yeah.
Is that?
Well, Rose was left-handed. You see, can't do anything.
So it's quite a strange thing to imagine that you could be able to play as well as these guys do with their wrong hand.
Like Maureen Connolly, exactly the same. Going back a long way. Yeah.
It's quite a list of them, isn't there?
Yeah.
But you're edging towards Serena.
It's just that disparity of the way the point begins. I mean, she's going to be good on the ground, but how good does she have to be to catch up that margin that she's lagging by the time the first shot's been hit?
And when you come to write your summary of Wimbledon 2018, it seems to me that actually on the men's side it was all going relatively smoothly up until the moment that Roger Federer got beaten from 2 sets up. All the talk was about the shocks in the ladies' singles and the fact that the top 10 had gone out by early in the second week. But ultimately now, is it all going to be remembered for that frantic, fabulous Friday?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the number one takeaway. I mean, it was a slow burner, wasn't it, the first week? You had all the women's upsets, and then you had a manic Monday that didn't quite maybe come to life because there weren't normal sense of heavyweight encounters. But then on the Wednesday, unfortunately, it had a little competition from some other sporting events around the world. But in general, that was an amazing day. Friday was amazing. I think the final of the women should be good. What I'm slightly concerned about is what's going to happen in the final of the men.
Just because for Anderson it's going to be almost impossible to get his A game together again?
It's better that Anderson went through than Isner from the point of view of recovery, because Anderson looked like he wasn't as badly wounded. He's a very fit guy. He plays quite a short point style. So he'll be hoping that he can become competitive again by Sunday. And of course a lot depends on how much today's action will take out of the other two. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a competitive match, but there is a potential shadow that's going to be cast by yesterday's 6.5 hour.
Yeah, well, that's inevitable, and hopefully you won't have as many problems with your deadlines for the remainder of the championships. It must be quite stressful. I can only imagine saying, yeah, that's gone, I better rewrite that, new angle required on that.
So how does it work? Do your office say, Simon, I need 300 words or 400 words, or do you write to 600 words and then they just edit it?
No, they will. You don't tend to write stuff without knowing that it's kind of allocated. Otherwise, that's just creating even more work for yourself. I mean, they asked for the 400 worder on Gimmelstorp, and I think they wanted a
and how long do you have to write that then? Do they give you sort of half an hour or?
Well, I mean, it can vary. I mean, sometimes you end up doing it in 10 minutes because you've got no alternative, and you just have to type like a stenographer. But, I mean, you've been doing it for 25 years, so it sort of becomes as natural as breathing, really. I mean, you would never ever see anyone in that press room miss a deadline. Even they can be almost impossibly tight, but somehow you just find a way. It's just the concept of the blank page in the paper is anathema to you.
But Simon, that's interesting. How often will you hand something in and be dissatisfied with what you've written or the way you've written it?
Well, you've been reading me throughout the fortnight, you know, every day. I mean, there are times, when you just have to suck it up and say it's not going to be Proust level of prose creation, and it's just more important to get the job done. I think that's actually an important stage that journalists go through, particularly with those who have kind of dreamy aspirations of being sort of a great...
a Hemingway or something.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think of a good comparison.
No,
those who come in with a kind of the dreamy idea, there's an important moment when you have to understand that the important thing, and it's a team game as well. You know, if you're being selfish and saying, I need the extra 10 minutes because I've got to draft this perfect drop intro, which is where you wibble about some sort of unrelated subjects and then say, and this is a little bit like Anderson and Isner yesterday.
Yes.
That's a classic drop intro. So if you're going to wibble about doing that, you're probably leaving the guys in the office with 10 minutes less to do that. They end up with 10 minutes less to design the next page, and it all has a knock-on effect.
Yeah. So sometimes you've got to be a little bit selfless. Well, thank you for giving us some of your time today. Always fun to read. I can't actually wait to go and get the paper today and read those 400 words about Justin Gimelstob. That will be interesting. Simon Briggs, the tennis correspondent for the Daily Telegraph, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll be back here in our tent in just a moment, but Rob Nothman is waiting for us across the road inside the club again.
We are just by the entrance of Centre Court, Marcus. I have found 4 ladies who have come down from the wonderful English county of Cheshire in the northwest of England. And to say they're excited is to say that Beethoven's Ninth is a catchy tune. Right, so let's go round here and find out your names. Away we go.
Elaine. Chris.
Lindsay.
Leslie.
Right, so whose idea was this?
Mine.
Right, so when did you start coming up with a plan to come down on ladies' final day?
Well, I saw it advertised on, if I'm allowed to say, Travel Zoo.
Right.
Phoned these 2 up and said, were they keen? And they were, so we just booked it. Probably about March, yeah.
Right. Did you need much persuading?
No, because I'd already gone into the ballot 4 years on the run and never got anywhere.
Oh,
Wimbledon.
Dear. Oh, how disappointing. But you're here now on a glorious summer's day. And what's not to like about Wimbledon?
Exactly. Nothing.
So when you look around, for those people listening to us all around the world, just paint a little picture. Why is this so special?
Well, I'm really surprised. It's the beautiful flowers, it's the beautiful surroundings, and the atmosphere is terrific, and the welcome's terrific as well. We got off the coaches and everybody's there saying, hello, have a lovely day.
Have you got petunias like this in your back garden?
No, they're all dried up in Cheshire, you know. It's the hot spot of England. Yeah.
Right, so down you came and you stayed last night where?
In Hounslow.
Yeah. Right, okay, so again, in a hotel and then here early today. Yeah. And you were telling me you've been here before, haven't you, in the dim and distant past?
In the dim and distant past, in the Henman days, in Tim Henman days, when you always got to the semi-finals, and we just dropped my daughter off at Heathrow, and my husband said, let's go down to Wimbledon. You know, it was in the evening, and we were looking for somewhere to park, and we drove by, and you could see the results on Centre Court, and I can't remember who he was playing, but it was even scores, and by the time we parked, everybody was coming out. He'd lost again, but we came in and soaked up the atmosphere, and it was fantastic.
And did you say then, one day I'm going to come back?
Yes, absolutely. It's taken this long.
And you got 3 of your friends with you. Are you going to let the tennis get in the way of the talking? That's what I'd like to know.
It will be definitely you know, when the tennis is on, I think.
But it is a great social event, isn't it?
It's fantastic. It really is. It's a lovely atmosphere. It seems to be very relaxed and quite informal, you know, but it's just beautiful as well. I think it must be. I have sat on an empty court in Melbourne on the Laver Stadium.
Have you?
Yes.
How hot was that?
It was hot, but it's more intimate, and I have sat on Centre Court when it was empty as well, and was so surprised how intimate that was. It's much smaller than it looks on TV, actually.
Yeah, very true, very true. And what about you? How far back do you go in terms of your Wimbledon experience?
I'm pretty ancient. I've never
been
to Wimbledon, but I've watched it on the TV for years and years, and I sort of got into it really in the 60s, I suppose, you know, so a long, long time.
And your favourite moment would be when?
Oh, Virginia Wade winning Wimbledon. It had to be. I mean, that was just so fantastic, yeah.
And that's 41 years ago?
Well, that ages me, doesn't it? Yes.
No, well, and it was Silver Jubilee year, wasn't it?
Yeah, she had tea with the Queen, and it was just wonderful. Perfect.
Well, ladies, have a lovely day. It's lovely to see so many great smiles so early in the morning, and have a wonderful. Oh, I want to quickly ask you, where's your money in the ladies' final? Who do you think is going to win?
Serena.
Serena. Okay. Are we all unanimous? Right. Okay. So 4 Serena supporters here who think she's going to win an 8th Wimbledon title, Marcus.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I think there are plenty of others who would go along with that prediction, but the great thing about today is that you cannot be sure. Angelique Kerber has shown in the past that she can do the business when it really matters. She's played terrifically well during these championships. Has Serena been completely tested yet? That was the issue perhaps surrounding Roger Federer when he went 2 sets up. Barry, he was swimming away. He equaled his record for consecutive sets won at the championships, and then suddenly Kevin Anderson upped the ante, and as well as some of Serena's opponents have played at times during these championships, and obviously Camilla Giorgi got a set offer, and there were moments against Julia Gerges a couple of days ago.
Stanovic as well.
Yes. But on a sustained basis, perhaps she hasn't been fully pushed, and Jill and others have spoken about the movement, which obviously isn't quite back to the Serena of old. So there are definitely areas for Kerber to attack today, aren't there?
2 levels higher today, Angelique Kerber, than any of her opponents. Before the semi-finals, she hadn't played a player ranked in the top 50, where Kerber's played 3 players ranked in the top 20. So this will be the ultimate test, and the pressure's on Serena, because Serena's playing now because she wants to achieve greatness. She wants to become the greatest tennis player of all time and equal Margaret Court. She rightly so. She feels the Wimbledon title is hers. So I think the pressure is really on, and for the first time in the tournament, Serena knows, not necessarily, if she plays her best tennis, she's not guaranteed to win. No. Where the other 6 matches, Serena will go on court saying, if I play 7 out of 10, I win.
But my one worry is, sorry to interrupt, is the serve. I mean, Serena will serve, her serve will always be like that. Kerber has to make sure that she gets a very high percentage of her first serve in, because if she does that second serve, Serena's going to kill it. That's my only worry. And you know, when she beat her in the Australian, that was what kept her in the match, and that's what beat her. And I just, that's my one worry, that you know, it doesn't matter in what situation Serena is, she's always able to produce that.
You're absolutely right, Judy. However, what was key against Ostapenko in the semi-finals was how consistent she served. I think the first set, stand to be corrected, but I think she might have only missed 3 first serves.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's the whole thing. Hits the ball harder than Serena.
Well, I don't know about harder, but maybe on the same level. But I think Kerber's serve has been better this tournament, I think. I mean, I think her first serve percentage is higher, and I think occasionally she's going after the second serve a little bit more, which she knew she had to do. But that grass helps the second serve a little bit too. If you can put a little bit more spin on it, it can skid through the court a little bit more. But I think she's serving better this tournament.
Thanks for all your correct and incorrect answers, by the way, with regards to our 10 o'clock trivia teaser. I'm going to give the answer out in just a few moments' time. Very quickly, the clues again, if you want to get involved. Which Wimbledon year are we talking about? Clue 1, it was all yellow. Clue 2, checkmate for Boris and Martina. And clue 3, oh so close for Castle. And because it's quite a tricky one, again, I've got some extra clues for you. The Oprah Winfrey Show was aired for the first time.
That's not helping.
In this particular year. No, that's not helping. Okay. A certain hand became very famous or infamous. Oh, that didn't help me at all.
Come on.
Hand?
Hand of God.
Yes. Oh, given away now then. Top Gun was the highest grossing film as well. Would that have helped you?
Probably.
You're a fan of Top Gun, Judy?
Yes, I am. Yes, definitely.
Wouldn't have had a clue the year of that.
They're doing a remake of Top Gun.
Are they? Oh, it won't be the same.
For us, it won't be the same.
Nothing's like the old days.
I've just heard that they've cancelled the shoot now. If Judy's not happy, they're not going to do the remake. We'll have the answers in just a moment, but we heard what the panel was saying about this final today, and Serena says she's been impressed by Kerber's performances at this year's championships.
She's been playing really well, and you know, a lot of people haven't been, I don't think in the beginning of the tournament looking at her, but I feel like I think grass is her best surface. She plays so well here, and she knows how to play on this court, and she does it well. And this is her second final in 3 years. Is that right? So That's wildly impressive. And believe me, I know she wants to go out there and win. So, and so do I. And I think it'll be just like the last final. It was a really good final. I think it'll be another good final, and hopefully it'll be a good result.
Serena speaking so eloquently again there. If you finish, Judy, and we're live on the radio.
I do beg
here.
your pardon. I am.
We're just discussing tactics.
Yes.
We'll
yes,
do that once we've gone off air.
Okay,
if
sorry.
possible.
Sorry, headmaster.
Sorry.
There was Serena talking very eloquently again ahead of the final. And actually, a point that Simon Briggs made a few moments ago. I'll come to you, Jill, because you're the only one listening to me at the moment. But I think a lot of people have noticed this. She's transformed as a person this year. She's been so charming. She's been so forward, so interesting in everything she's had to say. Different woman altogether, isn't she?
I think so. I mean, I think there are a few people that thought that they had already seen that change a couple years ago, or like 2 or 3 years ago, but I found it a lot different this year. I think she's just a lot more relaxed. She's interacting a ton with the fans when she's coming off the court, like taking selfies with them, and she was always gracious and professional with signing autographs, but she just seems more interactive to me, and I think she's giving a lot more to the press too. I mean, I've enjoyed it. It's nice to see, because you're just starting to get a little bit more of insight from her and a little bit more personality, which is, for me, fun to watch.
That said, when things get tough out there today, we'll see the old Serena for sure, won't we?
We certainly will. She's going. I think that there's going to be a point there where she's going to roar like she did that other day, and it was like a lioness with a little, and that's intimidating at the other end. But mind you, Serena's intimidating anyway. I mean, she imposes her personality and her
aura,
yes.
Yeah.
Before they've even walked on the court. And so I think that it's good, because I think Kerber will not be intimidated by that. But I think Serena wins so many matches because of that.
And which side of the net is she going to cross after the first game?
Yes, that's true.
She keeps changing it.
She keeps changing.
Weird, isn't
it?
Yes, she does.
Has she done it match by match? Have you noticed?
I think the first match and the last match, she went the umpire side. I think.
Her last two matches, she went the umpire side.
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye out on that. Kerber herself has been asked for her thoughts on her opponent today.
I see a champion, that's for sure. I mean, Serena is one of the best players in the world, and I mean, we had so many great matches in the last years, and to seeing her back, it's great. And I know that she is always pushing you to the limits to play your best tennis. This is the only chance to beat her.
Well, for a period of time on Thursday, we were wondering if we were going to get the first all-German final since 1931. Remind me who played in that final, Barry?
The women.
Can you remember the last all-German final? And
No.
We all had that stat 2 days ago.
I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
And I shouldn't have thrown it out, because I had those names.
Oh, so you actually had it?
I had the names written down.
Did you? Oh.
We had Doris from German radio, who was fantastic to talk to, and we talked. I mean, it's before your time, Judy. I don't know if
it is before my time.
Yeah,
because it was after long, because she
the name.
was
One of the
like
names was Cranky Will or something like that. I'm going to get Steve to look that up when he's finished his bacon sandwich. But that was the last all-German final. Obviously, it hasn't come to pass this time around.
No.
But we've made the point that she has stood up to the plate at that Australian Open. She's not going to be I think the good thing is that we really aren't sure again, as has been the case throughout the championships. We're not quite sure what's going to happen.
Great for the public, great for everybody.
But at the end of it all, I need a prediction from you.
I think I have to go with Serena.
2 rounds ago, pick Kerber. I haven't seen anything to change my mind.
Kerber. 2 for Kerber.
Well, since the final,
I think Serena, did you?
Sorry, Serena.
She said Serena.
1-1.
Yeah.
I'm not listening now to
you.
Coffee. Give me another coffee, please. 1-1 deciding vote. Sorry, Jill.
Gosh, I mean, since I knew who got to the final, I've been changed my mind the last 20 times. It's so difficult, but I'm just edging slightly, very, very slightly towards Kerber.
Wow.
Oh,
okay,
God.
so the breakfast panel goes for Angelique Kerber.
You can tie it up, Marcus.
2-1.
You can tie it up again.
Well,
just like X Factor, you have the decisive vote.
Yes.
You are the Simon Cowell of the panel.
Such power. By the way, Tebby's trying to say in my ear the name of that. You have to write those down. You'll have to write those down, I'm afraid. Well, I'm going to go Serena, which actually means that we're level at
so
two apiece.
You have the big vote, so yeah.
Well, we'll ask Steve while he's writing down those German ladies' names. Williams or Kerber?
Williams. Oh, he's very
Serena
decisive.
Williams. We've gone 3-2 for
Oh,
Serena Williams on the breakfast panel. I suspect when we go up to Mary in a while, her panel may well go the other way, but that's the beauty, as we've been saying, we just don't know. We are guessing to a large degree. And I suspect also that the panel have been guessing when it comes to our 10 o'clock trivia teaser. So, the 150th anniversary of the All England Club's beginnings. Each day we've been giving you 3 clues to identify a Wimbledon year. And the clues today: 1, it was all yellow. 2, checkmate for Boris and Martina. And 3, oh so close for Castle. The extra clues, well, the Oprah Winfrey Show was aired for the first time in this year. A certain hand became very famous or infamous, and I think that did give it away. And Top Gun was the highest grossing film. I did mention that they're making another version of that. Judy said it won't be any good. Tom Cruise has tweeted and says, Judy, give us a chance, and would you like to star opposite me?
Oh, well, there you go. There it is.
So it might not be so bad after all.
No.
And if it's a blockbuster, you can get $50 million.
Oh, there you go. And I'll shout you off to a party. How about that?
And here's $50 million if you've got this right. What year are we referring to, Judy?
1986.
You've gone for 86, Barry?
It's definitely 86.
86?
Because as you know, we get all these stats, and most of the time we forget them the next day. But the one thing that I've always remembered is
when the yellow balls. The
yellow
introduction
balls.
of the yellow balls.
Right. OK, well, that was the giveaway. Certainly when we got the extra clue with Diego Maradona and the Hand of God in 1986. And we've got the answer to that 1931 final in just a moment. But yes, it was all yellow. Yellow balls were used for the first time during the tournament. Checkmate for Boris and Martina. Both the beaten finalists in the men's and ladies singles were from the Czech Republic, or then Czechoslovakia. Boris Becker beat Ivan Lendl. Martina Navratilova beat Hanna Mandlikova. And oh so close for Castle, the world number, you won't like me to say this, 287, Andrew Castle. Let's just reiterate that stat, shall we? Poor old Andrew. To be fair to Andrew, he was much, much better than that ranking might suggest. And these days, I didn't realise you'd know this, but amongst others, he coaches David Cameron, the former Prime Minister. He's David Cameron's personal coach. He pushed the world number 2 and winner of 6 Grand Slam titles, Mats Wilander, all the way before eventually losing in 5 sets in the second round.
Because David Cameron plays John Burko a lot in tennis.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Who's the Speaker of the House of Commons,
Speaker of the House of Commons, who's a massive tennis fan, and so maybe I should give John some lessons.
You should, definitely.
They should battle
Barry,
it out.
That's it.
Well, John Burko is an absolute devotee of Roger Federer, isn't he?
He's gutted. Federer lost.
Yeah. I saw him at the O2, John Burko, when I think it was the match again when Federer lost from a set-up against David Goffin in the semi-finals. And we were talking about Justin Gimelstob getting excited yesterday. Burko was out of his seat. Someone should have been saying order, order to him during the course of that match. But he's also, and one thing he shares actually with my son, because Luca won the Middlesex 12 and under county championship title last summer, and we got the trophy, and I was looking down the list of winners.
And it was your name
1973. John Burko.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He was a very, very talented young junior player. And then he decided to go into politics,
silly
unfortunately.
Man. There we go.
Now, I did dangerously throw up the 1931 final, the last all-German final, and then totally forgot the names. Silly Ausum and Hilda Krawinkel.
That's all right.
Do you remember either of those?
No, this lady I did meet.
Silla Ausum?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
OK.
Yes.
Well,
there you
Barry,
go.
I'm going to give you that, and I promise, before the end of these championships, test you on that again.
Right.
OK. We're still in Isle of That's a tent. If you haven't yet, you can watch us on Facebook Live for around about 10 more minutes. It's sad. This is the penultimate breakfast show of the championships. We will be back here one more time tomorrow morning.
By popular demand, though, Marcus, they're going to get you back for the next 2 weeks. we would have all gone elsewhere, but you are coming back.
I'll just come and sit here. Oh, there's somebody walking across the road. And, I'll just broadcast.
All the flowers will have gone.
I'll broadcast it on my phone.
You see him rummaging in the bushes trying to find some golf balls.
Now you know what I'm normally up to at that time of the day. Well done, everyone who got the right answers, by the way. Unlucky to those who were incorrect. I should say well done to Mark, who, yes, I gave a hard time to Mark yesterday. He's watched every single morning, and he's been spot on every morning, except yesterday when he was out by about 14 years. And he did say, well, at least it proves that I don't cheat. I think, you know, he's seen Claire Curran down here enough times to know that there's some skullduggery on occasions amongst the panel. But Mark, you were absolutely right today. Just a further reminder, it is ladies' final day, of course, but we have got that resumption of the gentlemen's singles semi-final between Novak Djokovic and Raphael Nadal, and a lot of you on Facebook Live continue to write in asking for confirmation of what time everything is starting. So just to remind you, a 1 o'clock start British summer time for the resumption of that Djokovic-Nadal match, with Novak leading by 2-1. And then when they shake hands at the net, there'll be exactly half an hour before the ladies come out for their singles final, with Serena taking a 6-2 advantage into her match against Angelique Kerber. And then we'll have the final of the gentlemen's doubles on centre, Evan Klassen and Michael Venus against Mike Bryan and Jack Sock. And they're very much hoping to get the final of the ladies' doubles onto centre as well. Not before 5 o'clock. Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova of the Czech Republic, the number 3 seeds, up against Nicole Melekar of the United States and Kveta Peška of the Czech Republic. They're the 12 seeds. And Kveta's still going strong, Jill, at the... I say ripe old age. I mean, she's still very young, really, but she's 43.
I know. I played with her and against her. I know. I don't know what I was thinking. I played with Kveta and against her, and I mean, she's such a good competitor. But she is. A couple years ago, I remember talking to her in Australia, and she was already thinking about, you know, this is my last year, this is my last year. And I mean, you see at that age a lot of players starting. I mean, it's in their mind every single year, but it's such a hard thing to give up. And if you're playing, obviously she's playing incredibly well, and she's doing well, so she still loves it. But she was one that I was always laughing, smiling all the time, and she just loves being out there.
Apart from when Marcus mispronounced her name.
Yes, I did by mistake call her Pesky yesterday, for which I apologise profusely. We'll talk more about the doubles finals in just a moment, but back indoors, Rob is having an up-close personal look at Rafa, who's getting ready for his resumption.
Yes, Marcus, we're by the side of court number 9. The ball that you're about to hear is struck by Raphael Nadal, who is no more than 5 or 6 yards away from me, just at the moment practicing his return of serve. And this is one of the joys of Wimbledon, being able to come here just after the gates open at 10:30, and already the court is circled 4 or 5 deep with fans who've come to see the great man practicing. Baseball cap pointing southwards rather than northwards, as you would expect. He's wearing a white singlet at the top, which reveals that amazing physique, and he's hitting returns. We arrived to see him hitting a few overheads, but now it's return of serve that he's practicing. And you've got your phone out, madam. How exciting is this?
This is very exciting, yes. I didn't quite expect to see Rafa out here so early in the morning and to be so close, yes. Yeah.
And when you think he was playing at 11 o'clock last night.
Yes, and we're on court 1 today, and we were really hoping that perhaps they would move the match onto court 1, but he's looking good, yes.
And was I right in what I said? This is one of the real bonuses of Wimbledon, getting here early, and then when you are right courtside, close up, 5 or 6 yards away from Raphael Nadal, you suddenly get a sense of just how hard he hits the ball.
That's right, and how close it is to the net, how fast, yes, and the power, yeah.
So has it inspired you? Are you going to be rushing home, getting out your racket?
I do play tennis competitively.
Oh, yes.
I love the game, so yeah, unfortunately not on grass, on a hard court, but still play competitively in Somerset and enjoy it very much, yeah.
And is your forehand just like that?
I have a better forehand than backhand, yes, but it's not like Rafa's. I wish.
Right, and what else? Oh, yeah, go on. Is this your son?
Yeah,
yes,
she's got 3 sons. We've never beaten her at tennis.
What, never?
I'm 28.
Oh, you should
still
be
trying.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's a testament to mother, isn't it?
Well.
Too much respect.
Right, okay. Well, you need to be getting some lessons. Just have a look at the way he hits that forehand. Go home and beat your mum for the first time.
I can't do it. I just keep serving into the net whenever I get close.
Oh, dear. What's this like for you as an experience, seeing him up close like this?
Yeah, amazing. And we took on our mum here for her 60th birthday present, so it's lovely to see her enjoying the day.
Okay, so 60 today?
Back in February.
Oh, right.
Yes, yeah.
All right. But this was planned for some time.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, you're an inspiration. If you can still beat your sons at the age of 60, that's marvellous. So there we are, Marcus. Nadal just moving to the other side of the court. He's a little bit further away now, 10 yards away. But here in the sunshine, it is one of the great Wimbledon scenes. And seeing this man who, I have to admit, looks fresh as a daisy. I don't quite know how, bearing in mind he was still thwacking balls at 11 o'clock last night, but he looks in pretty good form for when he resumes against Novak Djokovic at 1 o'clock.
Great stuff. Thank you, Rob. No, and I think actually all youngsters should try and watch Rafa on the practice court when they can, because we've spoken before about the intensity he shows during matches, but it is exactly the same every time he gets ready for a match. It's a real lesson for all of you young guys and girls out there who need to know really that what you do on the practice court will be replicated more often than not when you're actually competing. We heard there from a couple who've got tickets on number 1 court. I should just give you the order of play for number 1 and for number 3 as well, because obviously the main events are on centre, but there are some terrific tussles to look forward to. On number 1, it starts with the final of the girls' singles. We've mentioned Jack Draper, who's going to be in the boys' singles final tomorrow. Today, it's a Polish-Swiss encounter. Iga Swiatek of Poland up against Leonie Kung of Switzerland. And then Patrick McEnroe and Jeff Tarango will be in doubles action against Henri Leconte and Cedric Pierlin. And on number 3 court, the final of the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles gets underway in a little over a quarter of an hour from now. Joachim Gerard of Belgium and Stefan Olsen, his fellow countryman, against Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the number 2 seeds from Great Britain. Do you remember the fantastic atmosphere that was created during some of those wheelchair matches last year? They're onto a bigger court this time around, rightly so. Should be a fabulous atmosphere on number 3 as Alfie and Gordon go in search of more glory. And that's followed by the final of the ladies' wheelchair singles. Didi de Groot, the number 1 seed from the Netherlands, up against Aniek van Koot, also of the Netherlands. So they obviously know each other extremely well. That'll be worth watching. And there are matches on court 12 and court 18. Wayne Ferreira's back in action today. I'm assuming that Thomas Enquist is as well. I'm casting my eye down over the various matches. And he's a TBA. My goodness, just conceivably, Thomas could get out.
Court 1?
On court 1.
Yeah,
potentially.
Probably not centre. Yeah. We're almost done here at the Lavazza 10. It's such an exciting day to look forward to. OK, so 50 years ago, 10:45. What were you doing at this point, Judy?
I was still practicing at Queen's Club. And then I would have probably finished at 11 and then showered and then got in the car to come here, hoping, of course, that the car would get me on time. It's a bit like get me to the church on time.
And how long did you practice for, Judy, before matches?
Well, in those days, we were only allocated like half an hour anyway, so we weren't allowed to practice. And here, when they went to Orangi, when we played the invitation, we were only allowed half an hour, 4 of us on a court. So we really had to concentrate and make sure that we practiced everything in that half an hour.
Times have changed. Times have changed. And our time has run out, I'm afraid. Judy Dalton, thank you very much. Barry Cowan, thank you. Jill Krabers, for the moment, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us for another breakfast. We'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Welcome to Ladies Finals Day at Wimbledon. A big hello to everybody on the hill. Will you see history made on centre court today? Serena Williams is aiming to tie Margaret Court's record of 24 Grand Slam titles. She's also trying to become only the fourth woman in history to have a baby and return to win a major. But standing in her way is arguably the player with the greatest defence in women's tennis right now, Angelique Kerber, who's like a German wall at the baseline, refusing to be broken. Well, what a final we have in store for you, and the added bonus of a Nadal-Djokovic semi-final to be completed beforehand. And I'm joined by the 7 times Grand Slam champion, Mats Wilander. And what a special atmosphere it is here on centre court on finals weekend. So special, in fact, that a couple is just proposed behind us. She's in floods of tears. I'm not sure where they've run off to, but it's a very unique atmosphere.
Is that fair? Is that fair to the bride? I mean, how is she going to say no? She's not going to say no. So this is unbelievable. If you look at the women's draw from the beginning and you're thinking, OK, is Serena Williams ready to win already? Well, let's have her tested. Who can test her the most in the draw? Angelique Kerber, because she's beaten her in the finals of the Australian Open in 2016. She pushed her to 2 close sets here in 2016 in the finals, and then she went on to win the US Open. So this is the perfect final on the women's side to me.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at today's order of play for you on centre court, because there is the small matter of that men's semi-final to be completed before things get underway. Then the blockbuster Angelique Kerber against Serena Williams. And then the gentlemen's doubles, Mike Bryan and Jack Sock trying to win that one against Robin Klassen and Michael Venus. So, Mats, you've played in 11 Grand Slam finals. What's it like on the morning of a final? You know, how do you sleep the night before? Can you eat much? I mean, what are the nerves like for Kerber and Serena right now?
I mean, obviously, they are so experienced, both of them, but I feel that your nerves differ from each time because you come in and you might have played better in one tournament and you've won 6 matches comfortably, or you've survived a scare and you shouldn't even be here. But so it's some kind of bonus when you're in the final. So it depends on the opponent you're playing. It depends on if you've won the slam before. Depends on this is the one you haven't won. Depends on the matchup, obviously. Weather, is it going to rain? Is it going to be dry? And obviously today the players can go, okay, we're going to play outdoors. It's going to be a proper grass court match. Wind and sun is going to make a difference. What do I do? Can I beat her? Blah, 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 on and on. So I think it gets easier and easier with each time. That's 100% for sure.
Right. And do you feel Serena has really been tested yet at these championships, Mats?
I don't. No, I think that's the whole point. I think for her, obviously, I think that for Serena, if she would have played somebody with a huge game who can come out and hit winners, let's say somebody Garbiñe Muguruza, that's a scary proposition for Serena because she could actually be outplayed. But on the other hand, Muguruza or somebody who hits it big can also come out and play a bad match. Angelique Kerber is not going to play a bad match. So if Serena is 100%, I would back Serena most probably to squeeze it out in the end. But if she's not 100%, which I have a hard feeling, I mean, she can't be 100%. You've had kids. You can't. Can you be 100%? Are you ever 100% after having kids?
No.
Exactly. So Kerber is the perfect test to see where Serena is in her tennis to me.
And what does Kerber really have to do and get right to disrupt Serena?
She cannot be too defensive. She has to somehow move Serena around. She has to test the footwork of Serena. She has to test the nerve of Serena a little bit. And then she's got to win the big points. She has to, if she gets a break point in Serena's serve, she's got to guess right. I mean, there's a lot of variables that has to happen for Kerber to win, but she has beaten her in a Grand Slam final. That will never leave you. And I have had that too, where you beat one guy, then you've lost to him, Ivan Lendl, and then you beat him again, and it's like, okay, you know what? I don't care how many times you've beaten me. It's an open match.
Well, let's hear from the two protagonists. Here's what Serena and Angelique Kerber had to say.
Championships 2015. She's been playing really well, and you know, a lot of people haven't been, I don't think in the beginning of the tournament looking at her, but I feel like I think grass is her best surface. She plays so well here. And she knows how to play on this court, and she does it well. And this is her second final in 3 years. Is that right? So that's wildly impressive. And believe me, I know she wants to go out there and win. So, and so do I. And I think it'll be just like the last final. It was a really good final. I think it'll be another good final, and hopefully it'll be a good result.
I see a champion, that's for sure. I mean, Serena is one of the best players in the world, and I mean, we had so many great matches in the last years, and to seeing her back, it's great. And I know that she is always pushing you to the limits to play your best tennis. This is the only chance to beat her.
It's Serena Williams again, 14 years after that first victory here.
His lifetime's ambition. Goran can't contain his emotions.
A second Wimbledon title.
And bidding to become the first black man to claim the Wimbledon singles title.
Could be more appropriate the Queen here to present the trophy in her Silver Jubilee year.
My God, and just all these moments racing through your head.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious! That ball was on the line. Shaw flew up.
For Mrs. Corley, the first man to win the championship for 60 years.
Venus's joy is unbounded.
I'm quite sure that this has never happened on Wimbledon Centre Court before.
Graf hungrily seizes another Wimbledon title in the final set. Was the last time this superlative champion took the title at SW19. Indeed, the victory was the last of her 18 Grand Slam singles titles.
What a champion here at Wimbledon. The first man to win 8 championships.
100 years of ladies' tennis has possibly been so cruel.
Eventually, Novotny returns to the middle of the court to keep a long-awaited appointment.
I thought it
it was really fitting that an RAF child was nominated to take part in the coin toss ceremony, given that it's the RAF centenary year. And we're really excited for Tia. I think she really deserves a treat, given the past year and how devastating it must be to lose a parent at such a young age.
I've been practicing my coin toss 2 times a day to make sure I can do it.
The Airplay programme is funded through the Benevolent Fund. Airplay runs over 23 stations. It's a youth support programme that looks after RAF dependent children, where they can come into an environment that offers them support.
I'm really happy to be going to Airplay because it's just got loads of things off my chest that I haven't been able to tell my dad or my brother.
It's allowed her to be a child again, just away from what's happened, obviously. But I can see her enjoying herself, being involved in all activities, but also helping her to talk about what's happened with the actual youth workers that work down there. It's brilliant for her.
She is amazing. She's inspirational, she's quirky, she's funny. She's got so much pressure coming from everywhere where she feels that she has to be the strong one, and in Airplay she doesn't have to. She can just be who she is.
We have had to talk about why she's been chosen to this, and she's totally understand it, but she's just thriving on the experience that she was going to receive. It's going to be brilliant for her.
I'm most looking forward to meeting the players and walking out with them.
When I see her coming out on the final, it's going to make me quite emotional. It's going to make me probably cry, and I'm going to be just very proud, and I know everyone at Airplay is too.
I'm joined by Tia Carter on centre court, who'll be performing the coin toss a little bit later on ahead of the women's singles final. Tia, what an opportunity you have today.
Yeah.
How are you feeling sitting here this close to that centre court grass right now?
Really nervous. And I'm really happy and nervous.
And what have you done so far? Because I've been following you. You haven't just started your day right here today, have you? Tell us about what's happened.
We got picked up at the hotel, and then when I got here, we did 2 more interviews. We did the radio of Wimbledon, and we did BBC Breakfast.
I hear you're a pro. You've basically turned into a mini celebrity. What else have you got on the cards for your day today?
I think we're going to go have a look at the clubhouse and the Royal Box, and then later on I'm going to see Meghan Markle and Kate.
So you're kind of playing it down. They've asked to meet you, haven't they? Meghan and Kate have asked to meet you. How cool is that?
Really cool.
Are you a little bit nervous?
Yeah.
What are you going to say to them when you get to meet them a bit later?
I don't really know, because I'm not used to talking to duchesses.
Me neither, absolutely not. But you do have to obviously do the coin toss out there on centre court. Have you been practising? Do you know exactly what you're going to do?
Yeah, I've been practising twice a day, and I've been getting my dad to watch me to see if they're okay or not.
How are you? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Good, I hope so. And just when you go out on centre court, who will you be rooting for? Who's your favourite out there?
Serena Williams.
Serena, and how cool will it be to basically be in touching distance of such a legendary player?
Awesome.
And I've just seen you've been speaking to Grant as well. He's the head groundsman. Tell us what Grant will be allowing you to do a little bit later as well.
He's gonna let me put out the towels.
You have so many cool jobs out here on centre court today. And just tell us a little bit about when your friends heard exactly what you were doing. How did they react?
Some of my friends didn't know what I was doing. They were like, "Oh, it's nothing. I can go on TV easily." And then my teacher came over and got up some photos of what I'm going to be doing, who I'm going to be meeting, and everyone. And then they realised, and they were like, "Oh my God, I wish I was doing that."
Absolutely, I think lots of children wish they were doing that. And when you heard the news as well, what was your reaction?
Really shocked.
Absolutely, and Tia, you just also told me where you'll be sitting. You've got some pretty good seats out here, haven't you? Just to tell the camera where you're going to be sitting to watch this final.
We're going to be sitting front row, just where they walk on.
The best seats in the house. And who will be joining you? Who have you brought to watch the match today?
My dad and my brother.
And how proud are they of what you'll be doing out there?
Extremely proud.
And I bet they're just looking forward to watching you and the tennis. Tia, have the best day, and good luck beating the Royals and the coin toss.
Thank you.
Well, what a special little girl, and we wish all the best to Tia, and looking forward to that coin toss for the ladies' final today. Let's take you back 2 years now, because Angelique Kerber beat Serena in the Australian Open final in 2016, but she lost the Wimbledon final. Serena triumphed. And Mats, when you cast your mind back to this match, it was tight, but what were the differences?
The differences, I think, was that Serena was better. She was more ready. She was fitter in Wimbledon than she was at the beginning of the year at the Australian Open. Kerber played an excellent match at the Australian Open, of course. And then this is Wimbledon. This is much harder to beat Serena here than any other tournament, I believe. It's harder to win there for the first time. And it was really close. It was closer than maybe we thought before, even though Kerber beat her. But in the end, it was just Serena just a little bit too good.
Yeah, well, this was the last game of the match, and we see her serve. Why is Serena's serve so effective? I mean, speeds at these championships as fast as Novak Djokovic's.
Yeah, it's basically effective because she's so good. Her slice serve is so good, it's so consistent, and a slice serve, obviously, to a left-handed is even more effective because Angelique Kerber has her backhand out there and limited reach. So she's going to use that serve again a lot, Serena, usually. But, yeah, I think that there's a lot of respect between these two. Obviously, after that final, Serena very happy after having lost the Australian Open, and I think that woke her up a little bit, you know. Somebody that could bring it to Serena on the intensity level in terms of strength in the corners, and Kerber is that player.
Well, she's going to have to bring it to her today. You mentioned Serena's fitness in this match was so much better, but, you know, how much of a question is Serena's fitness at the moment if Kerber can get her moving from side to side?
It's hard to know. It's really hard to know. You would think that it's not perfect because she hasn't played enough, and I don't think you can get a replacement for playing matches because your muscles are a little bit tense and you're nervous, and the strength you gain from playing close matches. And this is only the 8th time that she has gone to a Grand Slam final without playing a player in the top 10. Angelique Kerber is ranked 10 going in there. She's seeded 11 for some reason, but she's ranked 10. So this is another level for Serena. It'll be interesting to see how she deals with it.
It'll be interesting how she handles the occasion, because she's got the opportunity to tie Margaret Court's record at 24 Grand Slams. And we've seen sometimes in the past with Serena, she can get a bit tight when history's at stake.
She can, but at the same time, she's won a major with a baby daughter in her stomach, and now she has a chance to win one when she's actually watching. I mean, these are things that I believe is important to Serena.
Yeah, I mean, she's aiming to become the 4th woman to have a baby and return and win a slam, but she's 10 years older than Kim Clijsters was when she won the 2009 US Open, and her daughter's a lot younger than Clijsters was. I mean, when we're old and grey and full of sleep, Mats, well, you know, how much of an achievement will it be if Serena can win another Grand Slam?
I think it's huge for her. I think it's big for the sport, because I think it's going to give women that, well, hold on a second, just like what happened to Roger Federer in 2016, taking 6 months off and playing the best tennis ever. If Serena wins with having a baby, I think that I'm going to start a family and then start playing tennis again. I think she'll set a great example and it'd be really good for the sport.
Yeah, perhaps for people like Angelique Kerber, who may want to take a year or two off and not have to wait till the end of her career to have a baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here she's walking down to the practice courts. At this point in the morning, you said to me just earlier that you wouldn't be feeling that nervous before a Grand Slam around now, Mats.
No, extremely excited. Extremely excited. Like, I mean, the best day of your life, literally. I find a difference between the semis and the finals is that semis, the job at hand is so much easier to focus on because there's another match. And I really want to play in front of this 15,000 people at the Wimbledon Center Court. I want to play again. The finals, it's over. And I found that finals was like, oh, well, it's going to be over tomorrow, and one of us is going to have a sore head, but for the same reason.
Yeah.
One of us won, one lost. It's going to be a celebration on Sunday night, and then you're going to leave on Monday, and some players go and play another tournament, and you got to get up and practice on Tuesday. As semis, there's still a job to be done, and that's why at finals sometimes it's difficult to stay in the present.
Oh, well, it'll be interesting to see if those players can manage that today. A big hello to everybody who's out and around the grounds and on the hill. And so too is Rob Walker. So let's catch up with him.
Well, quite rightly, almost all of the focus today is on this amazing women's final, the rematch of the showdown from 2016. But before that, there is the small matter of finding out who will be the man joining the amazing South African Kevin Anderson in the men's final tomorrow. Raphael Nadal is knocking up here, preparing to resume his battle against Novak Djokovic. A fantastic tiebreak that finished around about 11 o'clock last night under the lights, as a result of Anderson and Isner famously going to 50 games in the deciding set. So Nadal recovered brilliantly, having lost the first set 6-4. He took the second 6-3. An amazing third set, 11-9 in that tiebreak. So Nadal has a little bit of work to do. A real extra bonus here on Women's Finals Day for the crowd who don't happen to have tickets for centre court or one, to see the world #1 preparing to try and take this match against Novak Djokovic all the way. It is the most prolific rivalry in the Open era. Djokovic leads 26-25, and although Djokovic has won 11 of their last 14 meetings, it is Nadal who's won the most recent 2, arguably because he's coming back to his very best form, reigning French Open champion. But he has some work to do because Djokovic is coming back to the kind of form that has taken him to 12 Grand Slam titles. Djokovic is aiming to get through to his first Grand Slam final since the US Open back in 2016. So a huge prize awaits the Serbian. And Nadal at times last night was absolutely drenched in sweat. Still every bit as committed to this great sport as he was when he first picked up a racket. And interestingly, their rivalry dates back to the French Open in 2006. So they've been facing each other for 12 years. They know each other's idiosyncrasies, weaknesses, strengths, inside out. So maybe we will see another absolute classic between the two men. Nadal's semi-final record, by the way, is quite extraordinary. He has played 27 Grand Slam semi-finals and he's only lost 3. So it would be a brave man to say that Novak Djokovic is going to deny him in 4. And certainly from a neutral's point of view, there would be great intrigue if it was to go all the way to a decider. Before the semi-finals began, people were saying that the favourite for the final would come from this semi-final between Rafa and Novak. And perhaps that's even more the case now, bearing in mind how fatigued Kevin Anderson will be tomorrow after coming through that monumental match, historic match against John Isner. But before either man, still yet to finish their semi-final, can start thinking about tomorrow, they have to focus on one game at a time, one set at a time. Most notably Nadal, who needs to come out all guns blazing, and he will surely attempt to do that. He's already played one pretty big match, 448 against Del Potro. That was one of the all-time great quarterfinals. And he would dearly love to make it through to another Wimbledon final. But a great treat for the crowd here. They, in fact, had to close the gangways along the side of Court 9 because there were so many people crowding round to get a glimpse of Nadal. Rafa Nadal still yet to finish his semi-final against Novak Djokovic. And then thoughts will turn to this great women's final between Kerber and Williams.
The list is something that begins during the championships. A list of all the things we can do better. It goes right to the heart of not accepting second best. We don't really mind where we get the feedback from. If it's something that can't be dealt with immediately, then it goes on the list. Every single line has to have a comment by next year's championships. The moment you are satisfied and think that you can't improve on it, that's the moment you've got a problem. We just want it to be better every day and every year.
Now, let's take a moment to reflect, because it was 20 years ago that Jana Novotná won the ladies' title here at Wimbledon, and she passed away last November. Mats, if you could just take a moment to just talk about how Novotná just captured the people's imagination, didn't she?
She really did. She had two tough losses against in the finals against Steffi Graf and Martina Hingis, and of course those were world-class players. And in one of them, we can never forget the tears and how she broke down when she was receiving the runner-up trophy. And then for her to come back and to win it, it was one of those fairy tale wins to me, and. Such a well-deserved because of the way she plays. She was graceful. She came to the net. After Martina Navratilova, they kind of stopped coming to the net, the ladies, as much. And Jana Novotná brought back that old-fashioned serve and volley, slice backhand. And she played with so much heart. And she was always around. And yes, very, very sad. Sorely missed.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a moment now to reflect on Jana Novotná's triumph here back in 1998.
That's it. 2 sets to 1, 7-6.
What wonderful memories. Now it's time to say goodbye to everybody on the hill. What a treat you have in store for you. The women's final, the ladies' final here, and of course, Nadal Djokovic as a starter for you all, a little aperitif. Have a wonderful day on the hill. Goodbye. Now, let's take a moment to go up onto the roof of the broadcast centre and join Nick McCarville.
Thank you very much, Selena. We are in for a fantastic day of tennis. Ladies' finals day here at the All England Club with a little bonus in Raphael Nadal and Novak Djokovic taking to center court with the roof closed on center court, at least for the guys, because they started that match under the roof, under the lights last night after 8 p.m. The curfew came into effect at 11 p.m. and these two are back 2-1. Novak Djokovic leading this match. It was a pivotal third set tiebreak 11-9. Djokovic won that, saving set points against Rafa. They were really back and forth throughout, but you can see here already over 80 winners hit in this match. Such great form from both of these guys last night. I want to dip into page 2. You look at the serve, how pivotal was that for Djokovic yesterday? 13 aces for him versus just 2 for Rafa. And then it's about the opportunities here on breaks. There haven't been very many, but today are we going to be in for another 5-set classic? I don't think they're quite going to go for the 6 hours and 35 minutes that Kevin Anderson and John Isner did yesterday, but we could be in for a great couple more sets of tennis before the ladies take the stage for the women's final. It's Djokovic and Nadal continuing episode number 52. It's been a rivalry that has many Hollywood plots, twists, and turns, and today this match could take a couple of its own. That is first on center court from 1 p.m. That's to be followed not before 2 p.m., but I don't think those boys will play for less than an hour. Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams. This takes center stage on center court this afternoon. Kerber, the number 11 seed, Serena, the number 25 seed. Serena Williams ranked number 181. She's the lowest ranked player ever to be in a Wimbledon final. You can see these two head to head if we dip in. Look at this, the last time they actually played, Serena and Angelique, it was right here at Wimbledon 2 years ago in the final. That scoreline's a little deceiving, 7-5, 6-3. We're gonna talk through some of the poignant points in that match because it was an absolute thriller. So was this match, the one that Kerber won. So Kerber's got a little bit of belief today going up against Serena Williams. That is going to be an incredible women's final. 4th career Grand Slam final for Kerber, a 30th career final for Serena in the majors. She's 23-6 as Serena tries to go for number 24 and match the all-time record held by Margaret Court. That's to be followed by our men's doubles final, Mike Bryan and Jack Sock taking on Raven Klaassen and Michael Venus. And then we also have the women's doubles final featuring Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova taking on Kaveta Peshki and Nicole Melikar. That match is to be announced. Could make center court, could be on number 1 court. We're going to see exactly how that shapes out. We've got 3 men here, 3 remaining. We're going to find out who's facing Kevin Anderson. I'm imagining Kevin Anderson, a lot of electrolytes today, a lot of time on the massage table, relaxing. I think he's going to put in minimal practice. He was absolutely exhausted after that win yesterday over John Isner. You can't blame him, can you? Serena Williams trying to better herself, as she always does. She always seems to. Serena Williams, 36 years old, 291 days. She's trying to up her record of being the oldest open-era women's Grand Slam champion. She did so last year at the Australian Open in January. She's trying to beat herself out. And then also look at this. I was pointing this out earlier. She is ranked 181. I know that she's seeded number 25 here, but she's ranked 181. She'll go inside the top 30, having made the final here. And what about Serena? Just look at this history here at Wimbledon. I mean, absolutely insane that she's won this title as many times as she has. She's going for number 8. It's her 10th final. She's only lost in the final here a couple of times. What about if we look at our featured matches today? There's really the 2 that jump out of us, of course, Djokovic and Nadal. But I want to break down these 2 women's progress into the final. And look at that. It's pretty even here, actually. You can see that in the second round, Angelique Kerber lost a set to Claire Liu. And then in the quarterfinals, Serena Williams lost a set to Camila Giorgi. So interesting there. Really, it feels like an even path to the final. They've both played some standout names. They haven't necessarily had to face the top players because the top players really didn't make it far at Wimbledon. None of the top 10 into the quarterfinals. But if we look at the statistical comparison between these 2, it actually surprised me a little bit. Look at how even they are. Craig O'Shaughnessy has been talking about the aggression from both women, the aggression from Angelique Kerber in particular. 131 winners, including she's almost got twice the winners off the forehand side from Serena Williams, but really where Serena makes up that ground is off of the serve. If we go to page 2, you're going to see that Serena Williams really has the dominant serve when you compare the 2 of these. Look at that, 44 aces. Thank you, guys. You can see that 44 aces to 15. And also Serena, 80% first serve points won. She's only been broken 7 times in this tournament. And you can see here, Kerber's broken her opponents 29 times. 21 times Serena's broken. So it's going to be about the Kerber return. It's going to be about the Serena serve. But I think we're going to have a lot of great baseline rallies. Let's go ahead into the social media world. What have we dug up today, Chris? We've got some great stats for you, including Serena's 9 Wimbledon finals. 2004, lost to a big-hitting Maria Sharapova. 2008, she lost to her sister Venus. And we do remember in 2016, she beat Angelique Kerber. Take a bow yesterday. Kevin Anderson, 6 hours, 35 minutes, second longest match in Wimbledon history, 26-24. That was a marathon man performance. A couple other stats that we have: 102 aces from Isner and Anderson yesterday. They also played in total 569 points in this match, including 470 points with no more than 4 shots. That's a Craig O'Shaughnessy stat. 470 of those 569 points, they were four shots or less, including one lefty forehand from Kevin Anderson. That one-handed lefty forehand really kept him in the match. What about John Isner tweeting out to his fans, "I'm headed home. I appreciate all the encouraging messages from everyone. Congrats to Kevin Anderson." And then John also said, "Sorry for screwing up the schedule," which I thought was pretty jovial from John, who said he was disappointed. But how about hats off to Maria Cicak, who was in the chair yesterday for 6.5 hours. I don't think she left the chair. Well done from Maria. That was the second longest match in Wimbledon history. Of course, Isner-Mahut is the longest. Novak Djokovic, he's going to be back on center court today. This was a thumbs up to the crowd last night inside center court, under the roof, under the lights. Today, he and Nole and Rafa, they're back. So many emotions for Kevin Anderson. You can see him there to come through. A thank you to all his fans as well. He's got to be resting up today. I think he's going to hope that these guys play for a while. It was interesting to see this tweet from Andy Roddick saying that in 2005, he played Thomas Johansson in the semifinals on Saturday. It's happened before. I've heard it's also happened a couple other times. But what about this tweet from our friend on Twitter, Jake Davies, saying, "The British boy, Jack Draper, he becomes the first Brit to make the boys' Wimbledon Junior final since Liam Brodie in 2011. Let's check out how Jack Draper did it. Here's Jack. First off, I want to call out this incredible point. It's against Nicolas Mejia, the number 5 seed from Colombia. Here goes Jack. He's in the near court. Watch this point. Second set. Mejia comes into net. We've got a diving volley here, and he loses the racket. Got the ball. No. Oh, you forgot your racket, Nicolas. Nice smile from the Colombian there. Oh, well done. Jack Draper winning that point. I mean, he was there, right? He was there for it. Just forgot the racket. You need your racket to play the tennis point. Some smiles here. How about match point? It was match point number 10 for Jack Draper. They played for 4 hours and 23 minutes. He's going to end it with an exclamation point, an overhead smash. He's trying to be the first British boys champion here in 56 years. The emotion here yesterday, the number 3 crowd obviously very much in favor of Jack Draper. Liam Brodie was the last one to reach the final in 2011, but look at that. That means a lot to Jack Draper, who we spoke to. And then what about Nicolas Mejia? Tears of sadness, really the difference of the loser and the winner yesterday, even in the finals, and then for the boys walking off court yesterday. This is a special moment. Look at Mejia, look at Jack Draper. You get chills watching this. Jack tried to come for him just a little bit, but losing always hurts, right? Nice moment yesterday in the boys. That was the junior boys singles semifinal. Let's dip back into social media to wrap things up here. And on Instagram, it's all things Serena and Angelique today. It's also all things Duchess today. We've got not only the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle will be here, but also the Duchess of Cambridge. Kate's going to come 2 days in a row. She's here today, and then she's also coming tomorrow. You can see so much on our Instagram account, including coverage, stats, great videos. Kevin Anderson, the first South African man to reach the Wimbledon singles final since 1921. Absolutely incredible, it was incredible last night under the lights. It was an electric scene. It's going to continue today. But these boys just absolutely paying through an amazing, amazing look. Very, very cool. Serena Williams. How about this? These are all 7 of her Wimbledon titles. First couple were rather muted. Had to beat Sister Venus, but Serena Williams going for number 24 overall. which would be absolutely incredible for Serena Williams today. But through the years, she's been such a great champion. It's her 30th Grand Slam final. And you'd have to think that today, Angelique Kerber will really give her, this was 2012, so much emotion for Serena, working with Patrick Mouratoglou. Serena winning again in 2015. What about 2016 when it was number 22 for Serena? There's the double two. There they are. Today she's going for the 2-4, 24. Serena Williams against Angelique Kerber. It is ladies singles finals day. We've also got a little bit of men's semifinal action. You guys, what a great day at Wimbledon today. Selena Hinchcliffe, it's back to you.
Thank you, Nick. Well, you and I, Mats, were watching that marathon match on a TV screen on the broadcast roof last night. I could have popped home and put my kids to bed and come back, and it still would have been going. I mean, it was just astonishing.
It was, yes. I actually watched most of it live. I got a good seat here in the center court, and yes, there was a lot of big serves and a lot of big hitting, but there was some great rallies in between. And in the end, I mean, you wonder why Kevin Anderson wins. I think the main reason he wins it, he actually won 85 points returning Isner's serve, whereas Isner only won 65 returning Anderson's. That's 20-point difference. That's 25% at those numbers. And Kevin Anderson eventually was winning more points in the fifth set and more points every game, and eventually he broke serve. So a little bit more consistency from Kevin Anderson. The great thing about John Isner, he served and volleyed 25% of the times that he served, and that's really high in today's tennis. So he is inventive, he's got good hands, and I've never seen him this emotional.
Yeah, absolutely. And what is the effect of playing with just no finish line? Because it's so hard, especially if you're behind, like Anderson was, trying to generate energy to break. I mean,
the effect that we saw it in the fifth set was that John Isner eventually had a chat to the chair umpire that Nick touched on, and saying, I don't mind playing a tiebreaker at this time because I've done this before, kind of thing. But yeah, really hard. Kevin Anderson, wow. What 3 days he's had in a row with beating Roger Federer in 5 and then this one on center court.
What was your longest ever match, Mats?
I played John McEnroe once in 6 hours and 32 minutes in Davis Cup. But we had a 15-minute break after a 3-hour-long third set. We didn't have to play the next day, so it's a big difference. For Kevin Anderson to come out and play the next day, whoa, I can't even imagine what is he going to do today. Emotionally, how does he recover? And he is so well-deserved, not only to be in the finals, but he deserves to have a great final experience as well.
Yeah, well, let's relive the last 2 games from that match late last night.
Well played. Wow, is the volley.
Is this guy still doing this?
That was a great strike from Isner as well.
Love 15.
Very well struck. How does he even bend? Lefty.
Left hand.
It's in.
Oh, it's in.
We've seen it all!
Oh!
Come on!
Guess what the score is on the Isner serve? Look at that, left-handed.
Love 30.
You should get a bonus for that. That should go to love 40. Just skip one.
Exactly. That's got to be the one that's going to put him over the hump. The lefty forehand.
That's what his game's been missing all these years. Well, there is a world of difference between love 30 and love 40. And Kevin Anderson has just entered that world.
Love 40.
Hang on.
Fifteen, 40.
Is that the moment when this most extraordinary of Wimbledon semi-finals was finally decided? Isner broken. Anderson will serve for the match.
Thank you, ladies and
But on
gentlemen.
every occasion in
Players
this
are ready.
extraordinary
Thank
match that Anderson has broken John Isner, Isner has broken him back. Every scenario is still possible. Surely not.
Love 15. Let's first serve.
Hysteria setting in centre court. People thought that was a double fault.
All.
Six hours and 35 minutes. 6 hours and 35 minutes. The hardest game to win is the last game. The hardest point to win, the last point. And so ends a match beyond all our expectations.
26-24.
Anderson against Isner, a Wimbledon classic, you'd better believe it. One giant slain by another. And for the first time in 97 years, there will be a South African in the Wimbledon men's singles final. Wow. Well, Isner can't have known what he was saying after his quarter-final, when in the press conference he said he just desperately wanted to be known as a man who did something else in his tennis career, apart from be one half of the longest match in history. Well, he's done that today, but not in the way that he would have wanted to.
Wow, the energy to sign those autographs after that match. But Kevin Anderson came out with a wonderful compliment to his father. He said, my dad used to say to me when I was younger, let's play left-handed. And he said, I didn't know that would help me break serve to reach the Wimbledon final. But this shot now, look, with his left hand.
It sums him up, though. It really does, because he tries so hard. He's so professional outside the court, on the court. Great attitude at all times, and he hasn't had the success that he deserves. And now he's starting to become an overachiever. And that's to me, that's the ultimate compliment. And it took that to break serve.
Extraordinary. And he was so humble and so full of integrity after the match and didn't really celebrate. His just heart went out to Isn't it? I thought he was going to start crying, actually, in that post-match interview. Just so much emotion.
Yeah, I have so much respect for these guys. I mean, just a great match, and most probably the best match in terms of level that we had in the championships. Of course, Del Potro Nadal was high level, but this one, yes, it was a different style of tennis to me, but it's not one-dimensional as in it's only serve. They bring so much more to the court, these two guys.
I know, because if it had been 6.5 hours of Rafa and Roger, people would be pitching documentaries and saying, let's make a feature film. But people are saying, oh, this is too long. Where do you stand on the fifth set tie-break?
Well, I mean, also, when you talk about being too long, if that match with Anderson and Isner was, let's say, 45 minutes shorter, that would have put them at sort of 18-16 in the fifth set. Djokovic goes out and wins in 4 sets the way the match, we wouldn't even be talking about anything, because we could have had the 2 finalists would have finished last night, and today it's the women's final. So now suddenly, yeah, because they have to play today, I think a tiebreaker, yes, it's most probably time for the tiebreaker, because it's quite disruptive to everyone now. But again, the drama of such a match is, you know, we want to see those matches, but we don't want it to hurt the schedule and Kevin Anderson's chances in the future.
Well, this man here, he wants it to go long today in the climax of that first men's semi-final. Where's his head at? Because, I mean, we all thought he was going to win that third set against Djokovic. He thought he was, but I don't know quite what happened.
I thought he was a little bit too tentative. And I get it, in the beginning he was, and Djokovic was playing great, and then obviously Nadal came back in that second set, and Djokovic nearly came back, but then after he wins the second set, I expected him to sort of let loose a little bit, and maybe it's Djokovic who's just completely 100% back, and he's putting so much pressure on Rafa that Nadal cannot get the depth that he needs to dictate some of these rallies, because Djokovic just seems to be back to being that human wall. But I mean, physically, I would think Rafa would have preferred to finish last night.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Rafa would have had the mental edge because it's been a while for Novak, but the opposite was true at that key moment. Djokovic saving those 3 set points and stealing it 11-9. But when these two play, they just raise, one raises his level, then the other raises his level. It just keeps elevating the level of tennis that we see.
I mean, again, I had a great seat. I was watching it live. It's like they not only do they elevate, they kind of help each other in one way, because they seem to anticipate where the other player is going. I know that if I hit it over here, so the pattern that is the best to me is when Rafa gets the forehand cross-court, he kind of has to go to Djokovic's backhand. He knows Novak knows it's coming there. Then Novak steps in, either drills it back cross-court or down the line. Rafa seems to understand when Novak moves the ball. It's just like they're having a sparring match between two friends, and there's 15,000 people, and the intensity level is so high. But the ball striking and the movement, there has to be a sixth sense for both of them. They must know what the other guy is thinking. Really, they must.
But you think there's more pressure, or it seemed like there was more pressure on Rafa's shoulders?
It did, for sure, because I don't think he wants this rivalry to turn. He's won the last 2 times. Djokovic has gotten on these rolls against Rafa where he's won 6-7 times in a row, and that's taken 2 years. And if that happens, then suddenly we're looking at Novak Djokovic not only most probably winning Wimbledon here, winning the US Open this year. Now he's got 14. Then he wins Australia, that he has already won 6 times. I mean, Novak, if Novak wins against Nadal today, you would think he's the favorite against Kevin Anderson. suddenly we're looking at somebody who's going to go from 12 majors to suddenly 15, 16 in the next year and a half. And now we have a serious race, which would be nice to see.
Yeah, so much at stake in this men's semi-final. And Kevin Anderson is praying that they get tuck into a fifth set and tuck into a long fifth set at that. But Rob Walker is out watching Novak.
Well, we've managed to squeeze in beside Championship Court 7 for a very good reason, because down the far end, if Jeff focuses in, we will see Novak Djokovic preparing to resume this fascinating battle with Raphael Nadal. I wonder how much he's buoyed after taking that monumental tiebreak in the third for a 2-1 lead. The 12-time Grand Slam champion, bidding for a 5th Wimbledon final, 3 times a winner, aiming to get back to the business end of a slam for the first time in almost 2 years. Made the final of the US 2 years ago, and since then things have been difficult, but it really looks as though Novak Djokovic is coming back to the type of form that has taken him to 12 Grand Slam titles. His record in Slam semi-finals not quite as good as Nadal's, which is ridiculous at 24-1 and 3 lost, but it's still a phenomenal record. Won 21 Grand Slam semis, lost 10. Made the quarterfinal of the French. He has gone one further, but Djokovic has got his eye on another Wimbledon title. And I think after the difficulties he's endured in the last couple of years on and off court, perhaps winning Wimbledon this year would mean even more to him than many, if not all, of his other Grand Slam titles. But he's got to finish the job against Raphael Nadal. He leads their head-to-heads 26-25, but Nadal has won their last 2 meetings. Nadal is world number 1 once again. Djokovic hoping to move back up towards the top 10. His current ranking at the moment is 21, but that will improve on Monday as a result of this run to the semis. He will feel this is a gilt-edged opportunity to finish Nadal and be the overwhelming favourite for a 13th Grand Slam title, especially bearing in mind how much tennis Kevin Anderson had to play against Isner to make it through to what will be his 2nd Grand Slam final. Djokovic in control at the moment, bidding for a 22nd Grand Slam final. It's a fascinating meeting. It's the most well-established rivalry in men's Open-era tennis. They know each other so well. Djokovic has the edge, but you can bet your bottom dollar, and he'll be well aware of this, that Nadal will come out all guns blazing in that 4th set. He will be smarting after the manner in which he lost the 3rd set, having done so well to take the 2nd. It was an epic tiebreak, fitting for the occasion. 2 of the all-time greats who have won, 29 Grand Slam titles between them. Djokovic in control, but will he withstand the inevitable Nadal comeback? They'll be first on centre. Djokovic looks pretty relaxed. Little ripple of applause there as he edges towards the net. Absolutely packed beside Championship Court 7. Djokovic against Nadal at 1 o'clock. What an additional treat for those who are on centre today, expecting to see the women's final, which could be amazing. But before that, potentially a really good instalment of drama, which should have finished last night, but didn't, as a result of Anderson and Isner's historic record-breaking semi-final. What a climax that's going to be between 2 of the all-time greats.
In order to predict the future, the winner of Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams, we look back to the past. And right now we're going to have a look at their 2 2016 matches. Both were in the final of a Grand Slam. One was right here at Wimbledon, the other at the Australian Open. And when we try and figure out, okay, who's going to win this one, what should we look for? What are the key indicators of winning and losing between these 2 stars of our game? The rally length is very, very important. So there's 3 different rally lengths in tennis. We have short rallies, which are 0 through 4. And you're like, well, what's a 0? A 0 is a double fault. The way we count rally length is the ball has to go in. So a rally length is 0, ball didn't go in, got it. If I serve to you, you return to me and I hit a winner, that's a rally length of 3. If I serve to you, you hit it back and I make an error, only 2 balls went in. All right, there's your little education on rally length. 0 to 4, 5 to 8, and all the long rallies go in 9+. So let's see how each lady performed in the critical 0-4 rally length, it's typically right around 70% of all points. So at the Australian Open, which Angelique won the 0-4 rally length, 60 points to 52. She was +8. +8 in the short rallies, -2 in everything else. When her fifth shot went in the court, she lost, well, it was 10, 20, 29, 31 to 29. So take care of the short points. Now, let's skip forward to Wimbledon. Serena won at 7-5, 6-3. How did she perform in the short points? Well, very, very well. Serena won 51 of the short rallies in 0-4. Angelique Kerber only won 33. So Serena ends up +18 in 0-4. She was -6 in everything else. So the common thread is, in the first 4 shots, you have the serve, you have the return, and the 2 shots right after. So we serve, and we call that the serve +1 ground stroke, forehand or backhand, and the return +1 ground stroke. If you do well there, if you don't make too many errors in there, you will find yourself the 2018 Ladies Wimbledon champion. We are going to go to the card, and we've got some points here to figure out what is going to happen. What are the patterns of play between these two? We're back in 2016. Angelique Kerber, the bottom of the screen, she's so directional. Whenever a ball comes to her, she's always looking to move her opponent, to change directions, to hit, to move. Serena coming to the net. There won't be a lot of net play today. I can almost guarantee you there'll be no serving and volleying between these ladies. They will sneak in when they get the chance. Great deep return from Serena. Serena's going to look to take power and depth to force a lot of errors from Angelique. Angelique runs down so many balls. When you see her out wide, she loses that point. Set point right there for Serena. She is pumped. Also look at Serena's court position on the return. Just very intimidating right up around the baseline. And this is classic Angelique Kerber. She goes cross-court with a forehand. She brings it back down the line. She's constantly moving her opponent around the court. Very nice floating return, running that ball down. One more ball in play. Serena says, you know what, I'll try a drop shot. It's not the best when you hit a forehand drop shot to the opponent's forehand side. Much better with a backhand drop shot. You'll get much more spin on it. Hitting behind, like the tactic. Defense goes cross court. Roll cross court. Lots of this today. Lots of changes. Look at this. We're doing a figure 8 out here. Back behind. I like that one. Now, Angelique is way off the court. For all of our young players at home, when you get this wide off the court, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, I want you to go cross court. Let's go to the cart and let's pick our target. I'm going to kind of draw a line over here, a line there. This is position A in our ABCD. We've got A, and we go, I don't care if you go high and lob it into this area, that's fine. I don't care if you go low and straight and short angle, it's fine. But typically, defense goes cross court. Now, every now and then, and especially if you look over here to the other side, you see, well, my opponent's already standing there. There we go. Serena's already there. I could be in trouble if I hit it over there. And Serena hasn't turned her hips. She hasn't committed back to the middle. Every now and then, when we get balanced, so let's have a look at Angelique. Is she balanced on that side of the court? Absolutely. It doesn't matter that she's open stance. The open stance backhand is a wonderful shot. Every now and then, oh, this would be nice, wouldn't it? Round the net post, down into this little triangle over here. If you get balanced and you're feeling it, let's look at our score up in the corner. Is the scoreboard pressuring her? She's up 15-love serving in this game, so we're ahead. Let's take this down the line, shall we? Let's have a nice rip. Gorgeous shot. Serena applauds. Angelique loves it. The crowd lose their mind. Serena very aggressive with her court position there, stepping in. Expect that today. That is not going to change. I would really encourage Angelique to hit, she can hit 10 drop shots today. And once again, look at this little amazing way. So like, did you touch the net? She's like, sorry, not this time. I think Angelique should hit 10 drop shots today, all off the backhand wing, all straight down the line to Serena's backhand. Get her on the run, get out of these bruising baseline exchanges. Serena's definitely the favourite today. This is her surface. It's a better matchup for her on grass than it is on hard court. Wonderful touch. Very nice ball. Very focused in between points. One of the best service motions you can copy right there. And this is the last game. Serena's serving. She's up a set. It's 5-3. First point unreturned. Second point, that one does not come back either. So, what are we going to do here? Out wide again. Serena Williams can hit her spots. We are now looking at championship point. 5-3, 40 love, out wide, short ball, come on in, backhand volley. Oh, you get that to win Wimbledon. A nice, easy forehand volley standing on top of the net. 7 matches for the coaching team. They are elated. Another Grand Slam. There's Sister Venus. Ladies, great embrace, great respect for each other. Smiles there from Angelique Kerber. She gave her all. As soon as that match finishes, you know, you are my competitor when we're playing points. I don't necessarily have to like you, but the moment that ends, we see players smiling and embracing each other. Rafa walking around the net to embrace Juan Martín del Potro the other day. It's great to see the camaraderie and the respect these players have for each other. Serena today is going to bring heat. The serve is going to be big. Expect Serena to step in and really get after the return. Try to end a point before it begins. Try to play as many points in 0-4 as she possibly can and just bring tons of offense. For Angelique, it's going to be about defense. It's going to be about getting out wide, putting one more ball in play. It's going to be about changing directions. Ball comes down the line, take it cross court. Ball comes down the line over here, heavy spin. Now, Angelique doesn't necessarily have the Rafa. Angelique likes to get down low on the ground and hit some volleys. I'm kind of feeling a low forehand volley myself, so I'm going to have a ball down over here, get my grip, continental grip, racket on, hand on top, racket face open, ball comes low, and you see Angelique Kerber quite often getting down this low, putting a knee on the grass. Let's do one more. I love a low volley. Ready? Here it goes. Oh! Feels so good. Keep the racket face open, put your backspin on the ball. The lower it gets, don't drive that volley deep. High volleys go deep, short volleys, low volleys, short angles. Ladies, let's have a fantastic match. Who's going to win this? Well, Serena's the favorite. I think Serena does win it. I'll say Serena in 3 sets, but I expect it to be very, very close. Angelique Kerber is playing well. Serena is getting back to the top of her game. Ladies, have an amazing day under some beautiful skies here at Wimbledon. Peace out.
A round of applause for Serena Williams, who has a wry, almost embarrassed smile on her face. A great reception, a lot of people crowding court 5 to get a glimpse of the 23-time Grand Slam champion as she goes through her final preparations for what will be her 10th Wimbledon final. She's only lost 2 of the 9 she's contested so far. Sharapova in 04 and then Sister Venus 4 years later. Serena Williams will be the favourite. An amazing story, and what a journey this has been back from maternity leave in what will only be the 2nd slam she will have contested. Made the 4th round of the French, but then pulled out of the subsequent match against Sharapova. And here at Wimbledon, she has just got better and better and better as the championship has gone on. She looks very relaxed here as she's having a chat with Patrick Mouratoglou, who's been here knocking up, waiting for Serena for 15 or 20 minutes or so. They've blocked the gangways here. So many people crowding round to get a glimpse of the 23-time Grand Slam champion, who'll be aiming to become only the 4th mother in the Open era to take a Grand Slam title. All smiles and relaxation. It's an incredible record that Serena Williams, of all her struggles with illness and injury over the years, surely tying Margaret Court on 24 Grand Slam titles this year so soon after having her daughter Alexis Olympia would rank as one of her finest achievements among the many. Such a huge global star, so many people here getting their iPads and phones out. At least 5 or 6 international television crews trying to get a few shots of a woman who has transcended the boundaries of her sport. She is an instantly recognizable global face and name. An opportunity for another slice of history here at Wimbledon, but Angelique Kerber will be a fine, fearsome opponent. Kerber had a fantastic year in 2016, winning the Australian Open, where she beat Serena Williams, and then losing to her in that final here 2 years ago before finishing that great year as world #1 and US Open champion. Kerber coming back to top form. She will have to hope that her returns are absolutely superb against Serena Williams. Williams' progress so far has been pretty steady. She's played just over 8 hours on court, the same as Kerber. Camilla Giorgi in the quarterfinal started brilliantly against Serena Williams. Williams lost that set 6-3, but recovered her composure and her momentum really well to come through that one. Yet another great day at Wimbledon with Serena Williams. And it's worth reminding ourselves, I was checking the stat books, this is an incredible fact. She first won a Grand Slam title at the US Open in 1999. So if she was able to win a Slam next year, she will have been winning major tournaments for 2 decades. It's an absolutely staggering record. Are we going to see another moment of Serena Williams' brilliance on the court? She's made her own 7 times, tied with Steffi on 7 Wimbledon titles, hoping to move into outright second place with 8, behind Martina on 9. She's done some amazing things in her career, but this would surely rank right at the very top of the list. Serena Williams against Angelique Kerber, a rerun of the Wimbledon final from 2 years ago, taking centre stage on centre court this afternoon at Wimbledon.
Serena Williams again, 14 years after that first victory here.
His lifetime's ambition. Goran can't contain his emotions.
Her second Wimbledon title.
And bidding to become the first black man to claim the Wimbledon singles title.
What could be more appropriate than Queen here to present the trophy in her Silver Jubilee year?
Just all these moments racing through your head.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious! That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up.
Champion of the century.
Wimbledon Gentlemen's Singles Champion for 2008, Raphael Nadal.
For Mrs. Corley, the first man to win the championship for 60 years.
Venus's joy is unbounded.
I'm quite sure that this has never happened on Wimbledon Centre Court before.
Graf hungrily seizes another Wimbledon title in the final set. Was the last time this superlative champion took the title at SW19. Indeed, the victory was the last of her 18 Grand Slam singles titles.
What a champion here at Wimbledon. The first man to win 8 championships.
100 years of ladies tennis has possibly been so cruel.
Eventually, Novotny returns to the middle of the court to keep a long-awaited appointment.
Well, it is day 12 of the championships, and what a day it is set to be. That semi-final of the men's singles between Djokovic and Nadal to finish, and then the ladies' singles final. And we have royalty at Wimbledon today. The Duchess of Sussex, Meghan there, just getting out of the car, and Duchess of Cambridge, both in attendance today. We expect the Duchess of Cambridge to be watching the men's singles final tomorrow as well. Just meeting Philip Brook, the chairman of the All England Club here at Wimbledon. Duchess of Cambridge, also a patron of the All England Club, so she does have an official capacity here at the championships and loves her tennis. She absolutely loves watching the tennis here at Wimbledon and has been on several occasions. So Duchess of Sussex and Duchess of Cambridge will be enjoying all of the action on centre court alongside Philip Brook and his wife a little bit later in the royal box.
40-30.
And as they make their way through just past the players' lawn there, not too far away from centre court, we can see bright sunshine overhead, plenty of blue skies. Henman Hill starting to fill up. They'll be watching all of the action on that big screen, an even bigger screen for this year's championships on the side of Court 1. That will continue to fill up. We're here at our usual position just by the Millennium Fountain towards the end of the resale queue above Court 18. Nick McCarville is alongside me. And Nick, this is a special day. Two finals day, ladies singles final, men's singles final tomorrow. Always a special occasion in the tennis calendar and also the sporting calendar as a whole.
Yeah, it's just a great weekend, Adam, and extra special in the sense that we get a continuation of that great men's semi-final from last night with Rafa and Novak having to come back. They're going to be under the roof, and then I would expect that roof to open for the women's final. It's glorious here with the sunshine beating down and Serena and Angelique taking to the court 2 years after they had a great Wimbledon final. Serena winning that match, obviously, in straight sets, but it was 3-set quality. And I actually think today that Kerber's just got a little bit of an edge, Adam. I feel like she's playing that kind of tennis that can give Serena Williams a lot of trouble out there.
Obviously, normally the ladies singles final, 2 o'clock start. Today it's not before 2, and it looks like it probably will be quite some time after that, depending on what happens between Djokovic and Nadal. How will that affect the players and their preparation for this big match?
Yeah, I don't think it will affect them too much. I think they're both used to playing in these situations where rain delay, if you're a night session match, you're 4th on the order of play early in the tournament. There's always waiting involved in tennis. I wonder if it plays up the nerves a little bit more for Serena, because she hasn't been back in this situation since giving birth to little Olympia last September. But, I think for her today, this is a great opportunity to get to that number 24 Grand Slam.
A great opportunity for that man in your picture there, Novak Djokovic, just leaving his practice court, making the walk down, flanked by security through the crowds all the way back to the locker room. What a brilliant what a brilliant day's entertainment we had. It seems like that first match went on forever between Anderson and Isner. And when Djokovic and Nadal did eventually come to court, it was such a special occasion. The roof was on, the thwack of the ball, the sound is just different. It's a real amphitheatre in there when the roof is on, isn't it?
I mean, it's absolutely awesome. It's really, really cool to see the roof close, the acoustics change, the lighting changes. I mean, it almost becomes a different court, right? I don't think it affected the play very much. Maybe it even helped the play because we had sensational tennis between Rafa and Novak last night. And these two guys, especially that third set to me, Adam, it was really, really important. Rafa had his opportunities in the third set tiebreak. He loses it 11-9. So it's Novak Djokovic today with the roof still closed. You finish the way you start in tennis. So you're going to finish with the roof closed. That's why the roof will be closed for the guys. And you obviously give the upper hand right now to Novak from 1 p.m. to walk out there. He needs one set to get back into the Wimbledon final for the first time in a few years.
And Djokovic, who we've seen there, he's a different man almost at this tournament compared to what we've seen this year so far. Perhaps, different. He was different at Queen's, trending in the right direction, got to the final there, probably could have won that final against Cilic, couldn't he? And then he's continued that form through the championships. A great win against Kyle Edmund on centre court. He was getting so pumped and into that match, and he's so just compared to, think back earlier on in the year, those Masters events at Indian Wells and Miami, where it almost looked like he didn't want to be there. The difference between then and now in a few short months is amazing.
No, the difference is massive, as you say, and I actually think, Adam, it played out biggest in the clay season. After he lost those back-to-back matches in Indian Wells, in Miami, first round, Taro Daniel and Benoit Paire, those are losses that Novak Djokovic isn't used to. Put in a lot of work with this camp. Rejoining the team is Marian Vaida, his longtime coach, and I think the slow build that he had to go through to get back to the top of the game, now we're seeing it, right? Because there's still a little bit of fits and starts. Even in the Queen's final against Marin Cilic, he had championship points, couldn't close it out, and now it feels like he is just high-flying Nole once again, and I've really enjoyed it. It feels like he's playing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and I think that's when he plays his best tennis.
Absolutely. So much to talk about ahead of the culmination of that match, Djokovic against Nadal. But let's start previewing that ladies' singles final. Rob Walker has caught up with someone who knows Angelique Kerber's game almost better than anyone.
Well, we're going to have to start putting Moritz on the payroll of the Wimbledon Channel because we've done so many interviews with him over the last 2 weeks. Moritz is such a passionate fan of German tennis, broadcaster for the Germans as well. Moritz, this is a fantastic day for Angelique Kerber because before we talk about whether she's going to win or lose, it's fantastic to see her back in a Grand Slam final.
It is, for sure. And Germany loves it. They want to see her. It's just great to see her back, like when she played in 2016. It was so good, and then she had this awful year, 2017. Everybody was crossing the fingers for her, and most people didn't think she will come back like that. And now we see her on the biggest stage possible in tennis. So this is just a great opportunity for her and for German tennis.
Well, it's the biggest stage against the biggest, most daunting rival, but although, of course, Serena Williams leads the head-to-heads against Angelique, she leads the head-to-heads against any player she ever takes on. But in slams, they're 1-1.
Yeah, and it's possible to win today too. She's on a mission here. That's what her management told me. It's a nice expression, this mission, and you can sense that she wants to win here. She's not playing only to be in the final here. She experienced that 2016, and now there's the next step to take, and she wants it so badly, and that's why she's so strong here.
I wonder whether, in actual fact, because Serena Williams is such a tour de force and she's such a huge personality who transcends tennis, she is the favourite to tie Margaret Court on 24 titles. I wonder, actually, that might help Angelique Kerber because, in real terms, no one's expecting her to win. So if she comes out determined to enjoy the occasion and reminds herself that she is a double Grand Slam champion and a former world #1, if she plays with that freedom mentally, it gives her an even better chance because she's under no pressure.
It's all about the mental side of the game. I mean, maybe Serena starts to think about what she can do here. She can win her first Grand Slam with a child. Her daughter is only 10 months. This would be an incredible story. And maybe she thinks about Olympia during the match, and Angie, like you said, Angelique Kerber, she's doing just her thing and relies on her strength. And then I see her a little bit better than Serena. And it's weird to compare matches with each other. For example, Serena played that good in the semis against Julia Görges. But today it's going to be a different match because Angelique Kerber is playing better angles and she can move her around. And this is going to be the best weapon Angelique Kerber will show us today.
I know we've spoken in the past about how passionate the Germans are about their tennis and how they're desperate to have another Becker, another Stich. And Zverev may well be that guy with his own personality. Wasn't meant to be for him this time because he was poorly during the championship. But how big a story is this in Germany? I mean, Angelique Kerber's aiming to become the first German woman to win Wimbledon since Steffi in '96. It would be a huge occasion. Is it generating excitement back home?
It is, because, yeah, you said it already, Wimbledon is something else for everybody in the whole tennis world, but for Germany it's even more, I guess, because of Boris Becker. This story is told to everybody, any child still in Germany, and then Steffi Graf, Michael Stich, and we are so hoping for a champion here. I mean, it's nice that she won the Australian Open and the US Open, but Wimbledon is something different.
I'm looking forward to seeing this guy have a couple of pints later if Angelique Kerber pulls it off, and he will deserve it. He's worked so hard. He's been doing lives every day. He's been speaking to Angelique. Moritz, thanks for your patience. So many conversations we've had on and off camera. Good luck to you. Let's hope it's a great occasion.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Cool. Well, they say titles are won on the practice court, and here is Serena Williams just getting ready for the ladies' singles final. She's on one of the match courts here at the championships, as is the tradition. She's so meticulous in her practice. Whenever she's got a big match, always goes through the same thing, moves those feet so well. And Nick, how do you think she's feeling ahead of this big match? She's been here so many times before, knows exactly what to do in these situations, but she must always still feel a little bit nervous ahead of these big finals.
I think she'd have to, Adam. And don't forget, this is the first time she's in a Grand Slam final since she became a mom, right? So just a whole new world. She tweeted last weekend that it felt like a different middle weekend for her with her little baby Olympia here and her husband also here with her. But yes, she knows these situations really well. But it's funny, as she's crafted her way through this tournament, losing just one set to Camila Giorgi in the quarterfinals, I think a lot of people, maybe myself included, felt like this was expected, right? That Serena could be back here in this place. But she herself said it's not inevitable. This wasn't a script that was pre-written. She had to work her way through this tournament. And we can see on the practice court with Patrick Mouratoglou by her side, she continues to work, and that's been her bread and butter. Serena Williams is one of the hardest workers in sport, and that's why she's been so great.
As the camera pulls out there, you see just how many people craning to get a view of Serena Williams there. As Rob mentioned, this is a very special final for her. If she does win it, she'll be able to tie the great Margaret Court of Australia on 24 Grand Slam titles. And it outlines really just what a career it's been for Serena Williams. She's still going strong. You know, she has had some injury problems, but nothing too significant. The longevity for her, we almost probably will never see it again.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's outstanding. You look at her first win, that first out of those 23 was 1999 at the US Open when she was still a teenager, and then to win Grand Slams across 3 decades. She's won 10, Adam, in the last 7 years. The fact that she's been able to have a rebirth in her game. She's trying to increase her own record of being the oldest female Grand Slam winner, too.
Out.
You're watching the Wimbledon Channel on day 12 of the championships. A big hello to everyone watching inside centre court there. First up, that culmination of the men's semi-final that carried over from yesterday. Novak Djokovic up against Raphael Nadal, and then not before 2 o'clock at local time, it will be the final of the ladies singles between Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams. That's the scene on centre court. Big hello as well to everyone watching inside court number 1. Blue skies and sunshine, the order of the day here on Saturday at the championships. Finally, the girls singles is the first match on there at 1 o'clock. Iga Swiatek of Poland against Leonie Kung of Switzerland. And we have some very special guests here at Wimbledon today. They've just arrived on the grounds. We've got Duchess of Sussex and Meghan just walking in there, getting out of the car with the Duchess of Cambridge, who of course is a patron of the All England Club, a huge tennis fan, loves watching the tennis here at Wimbledon. We've seen her here in the past with Prince William. We expect her to be in attendance tomorrow as well. They're guests of Philip Brook and his wife there, the chairman of the All England Club. Nick McCarville is alongside me, and a real sense of occasion today, Nick, isn't there?
Yeah, no, always. And I think the Duchess of Sussex, a good friend of Serena Williams. We were waiting, wanting, hoping that she would be here today. I think she'll have to make sure that she cheers on both players today, but they've had a long relationship, Serena and Meghan have, so we can see them greeting some of the folks that play a role at the Wimbledon championships.
So Tia there, she's doing the coin toss for the ladies final a little bit later, so a great day for her as well.
Yeah, very cool.
So I must ask about the royal wedding. It was kind of a big deal over here. How was it received in America?
Well, I actually was here in London doing some work, so I watched it live, I guess.
You're our royal correspondent.
I was. I had some morning tea. Huge in the U.S. You know, especially because of Meghan's roots of who she is, the Duchess of Sussex. But I think the Americans, sometimes we have more royal fervor than you guys over here do.
They absolutely love it over there, don't they? I remember, people tuning in for the whole day, really, all of the build-up. It was a special occasion.
Yeah, no, it certainly was. We don't have a royal family, so I think we like to sometimes try and adopt yours, and now an American is part of it, which is kind of a nice marriage between the two countries once again.
And as I was saying, Duchess of Cambridge, she loves coming to Wimbledon. We've seen her here in the past few years. She'll take her seat in the royal box alongside the Duchess of Sussex there, and Philip Brook and his wife. And what a day's tennis they've got to look forward to. I mean, they've got a bumper day, haven't they? Djokovic and Nadal finishing that one. I mean, that could go on some time. And then Angelique Kerber against Serena Williams. It's a really special day.
Yeah, certainly. And the Duchess of Cambridge has been here before. We've watched her in the royal box cheering on Roger Federer. She really does love her tennis a lot. And I think it's great for the sport, too, to have that royal vested interest in Wimbledon and the championships, and for her to have double duty this weekend, coming to not only the ladies singles final, but she's, as you said, added the men's semi as part of the program today, and then she'll be back tomorrow, I think, with the Duke of Cambridge as well.
Absolutely. And this part of the grounds here at the All England Club is somewhere not everyone gets to go, to say the least. This is the player lawn. So just give us a sense of where they are and how they will get through to centre court.
Yeah, sure. So they're just in the Millennium Building, or above it on the player lawn, which is just next door to centre court itself. There's a couple of bridges that connect both the player locker rooms to the dining areas, but this is a player-only area that you can see them now greeting these members of the Wimbledon village, I guess, and then they'll make their way across the little bridge into center court. I think there's a members area for afternoon tea, etc., to get ready for the tennis.
And that is a special walkway, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bridge over, and the spectators beneath can see up. And it's that little walk from one side, the players' lawn, into centre court. It's a special place.
Yeah, no, it's cool, and I love when people. There was a time, I think maybe it was last year, Adam, when fans were gathering. Every time Roger finished a match, they would gather hoping to see him, because the players have to cross the bridge at some point. But it's a nice viewpoint into center court for the fans.
And a real treat for some of the volunteers here. We saw Tia, who's going to be doing the coin toss for the ladies singles final a little later. And all of the service volunteers who make the championships tick, because putting on an event of this magnitude and this historical significance, it takes a lot of manpower and effort, doesn't it?
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, the village, the town, the little world that exists behind an event. You know, you look at the chair umpires and the lines people, but a lot goes into these events. You know, the ground staff, the court coverers, the ball kids that really make these events so great. And a cool moment for some of them to get to meet and be face-to-face with royalty.
Absolutely. So just a reminder of what will be taking centre stage on centre court later. First up, the finish of that match, Djokovic against Rafa Nadal. That's first up at 1 o'clock local time, and then not before 2, although we expect it to be a little bit after that, depending on what happens between Djokovic and Nadal in that 4th and potentially a 5th set, is the final of the ladies' singles. Angelique Kerber, the number 11 seed, against Serena Williams, looking to win her 24th Grand Slam title. The number 25 seed, of course, for this year's championships, for the final of the ladies' singles. And then we mustn't also forget that after that, there's another match. Yeah. We've got the final of the doubles as well. Ravin Klaasen and Michael Venus against Mike Bryan and Jack Sock. What are you most looking forward to seeing in that? We'll start with Djokovic and Nadal. It was a brilliant end to the evening the whole day yesterday was very special. Anderson versus Isner, that match that captured really the hearts of everyone here at the All England Club. What are you most looking forward to seeing in that match that's got to finish today?
Well, this 4th set is going to be obviously pivotal for Rafa to come and reassert himself, but it's a situation we haven't really seen before with these two guys. 2-1 the lead for Djokovic. It was so pivotal, that 3rd set win last night, late into the night, Adam, as they walked off the court. Thumbs up from Novak, not only to the fans, but I think to himself. Having won that 3rd set tiebreak, I think so important. Rafa is going to come out in full Raphael Nadal gladiator mode to try to steal that 4th set and extend things into a 5th. We saw great hitting last night, physical hitting, both the guys moving each other around the court. I think they both would have talked a lot with their teams to try to figure out, okay, what patterns are working well for me, but I really think you're going to see Rafa dig deep to try to get that 4th set and push it into a set 5.
Okay, let's start building up to that most special of occasions, a Grand Slam singles final. Serena Williams against Angelique Kerber. Let's start by looking at Serena. You see some great shots here. I always love watching the slow-mo and the close-up shots. The cameramen do an absolutely brilliant job here at the championships of capturing every emotion in all of the players. Serena, you know, the weight of expectation, I suppose, is on her in terms of the history and catching up with Margaret Court on 24 Grand Slam titles. I think even if she doesn't win here, you know, it's just a matter of time before she gets to 24. Does she look at the record books? Is she aware, in your experience, having spoken to her, interviewed her, is she aware of where she sits in the pantheon of greats?
It's funny because Serena will answer that in 2 different ways. She'll say, I don't look at the record books whatsoever, but then I think she's hyper aware of where she stands. She knows that she's going for number 24, and it was actually, she halted for a while at trying to get to 18 when she was trying to tie the record of Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert, and then she also halted a little bit when she was trying to get to 22 to tie Steffi Graf's open era record. So I think, yes, that she does pay attention to it. I would add in that extra pressure of coming back, being in this situation for the first time since being a mom. So I think that's what, to me, why there's more pressure today, or Serena will feel it more than, say, a Kerber, who can kind of just go out there, and not that she doesn't have her own pressure on herself, being in a Grand Slam final for the first time in 2 years, but more weight of expectation. As always, Serena knows that that is on her shoulders.
I remember a couple of days ago we were talking about role models in the sport of tennis, both on the men's and the ladies' side, and Serena is such a huge role model for young players who have taken up the game or are looking to be inspired to pick up a racket and start playing. She sits at that really top table of role models in sport, doesn't she?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the young American girls who are coming up. Sloane Stephens winning her first Grand Slam final against Madison Keys. We have so many young African American women who are playing tennis in the U.S., but Serena's gone global, right? I mean, she is an absolute icon in sports, and that makes the pressure, 10, 20, a million-fold on her when she steps onto the court. But she knows that's why it makes her so great. She was speaking earlier in the tournament about players like Kerber playing great against her, and Serena having to raise her level, bring things up another gear, and that's what's made her Serena. That's what's made her so absolutely dominant in the women's tennis game.
On the other side of things, Angelique Kerber, she had a brilliant championships, almost the perfect tournament for her in that she has moved her way through it and improved, hasn't she, as every match has gone on. She had a test earlier on, I think it was that second or third round match where she played Claire Liu, who won the junior girls singles last year. She struggled in that one, came through it in 3 sets, and she's just, every single time she stepped onto court, she's improved that little bit.
Yeah, I think that was actually a good test for her early. 6-4 in the third set against Claire Liu, second round. But Kerber's built as she's gone, Adam. She's had a great year in 2018, had match points against Simona Halep in the semifinals at the Australian Open, lost that, played really well against Simona Halep in the quarterfinals of Roland Garros. But this is the Kerber in 2016 that made the final here, that won 2 Grand Slams, that got to world #1, and the pressure, it totally got to her last year. And now she's come full circle, working with a new coach in Wim Fissette, who used to be with Johanna Konta. And I think he's really helped bring out her best tennis, that belief. And I've spoken to Angie a few times, been lucky enough on the press balcony, post-match interviews. She's just super relaxed, Adam. I mean, it feels like she believes that she's in this situation, and she should be. And I also think that she believes, as few girls on tour do, that she should go out there and beat Serena Williams.
Absolutely. Well, how are the players feeling ahead of this huge match, a Grand Slam singles final here at Wimbledon? Angelique Kerber up against Serena Williams. Let's hear from them speaking in their press conferences.
She's been playing really well, and a lot of people haven't been, I don't think in the beginning of the tournament looking at her, but I feel like I think grass is her best surface. She plays so well here, and she knows how to play on this court, and she does it well. And this is her second final in 3 years. Is that right? So that's wildly impressive. And believe me, I know she wants to go out there and win. So, and so do I. And I think it'll be just like the last final. It was a really good final. I think it'll be another good final, and hopefully it'll be a good result.
I see a champion, that's for sure. I mean, Serena is one of the best players in the world, and I mean, we had so many great matches in the last years, and to seeing her back, it's great. And I know that she is always pushing you to the limits to play your best tennis. This is the only chance to beat her.
I thought it was really fitting that an RAF child was nominated to take part in the coin toss ceremony, given that it's the RAF centenary year. And we're really excited for Tia. I think she really deserves a treat, given the past year and how devastating it must be to lose a parent at such a young age.
I've been practicing my coin toss 2 times a day to make sure I can do it.
The A-Play programme is funded through the Benevolent Fund. A-Play runs over 23 stations. It's a youth support programme that looks after RAF dependent children, where they can come into an environment that offers them support.
I'm really happy to be going to Airplay because it's just got loads of things off my chest that I haven't been able to tell my dad or my brother.
It's allowed her to be a child again, just away from what's happened, obviously. But I can see her enjoying herself, being involved in all activities, but also helping her to talk about what's happened with the actual youth workers that work down there. It's brilliant for her.
She is amazing. She's inspirational, she's quirky, she's funny. She's got so much pressure coming from everywhere where she feels that she has to be the strong one, and in A-Play she doesn't have to. She can just be who she is.
We have had to talk about why she's been chosen to this, and she's totally understand it, but she's just thriving on the experience that she's going to receive. It's going to be brilliant for her.
I'm most looking forward to meeting the players and walking out with them.
When I see her coming out on the final, it's going to make me quite emotional. It's going to make me probably cry, and I'm going to be just very proud, and I know everyone at A-Play is too.
I'm joined by Tia Carter on centre court, who'll be performing the coin toss a little bit later on ahead of the women's singles final. Tia, what an opportunity you have today
Yeah.
How are you feeling sitting here this close to that centre court grass right now?
Really nervous. And I'm really happy and nervous.
And what have you done so far? Because I've been following you. You haven't just started your day right here today, have you? Tell us about what's happened.
We got picked up at the hotel, and then when I got here, we did 2 more interviews. We did the radio of Wimbledon, and we did BBC Breakfast.
I hear you're a pro. You've basically turned into a mini celebrity. What else have you got on the cards for your day today?
I think we're going to go have a look at the clubhouse and the Royal Box, and then later on I'm going to see Meghan Markle and Kate.
So you're kind of playing it down. They've asked to meet you, haven't they? Meghan and Kate have asked to meet you. How cool is that?
Really cool.
Are you a little bit nervous?
Yeah.
What are you going to say to them when you get to meet them a bit later?
I don't really know because I'm not used to talking to duchesses.
Me neither, absolutely not. But you do have to obviously do the coin toss out there on centre court. Have you been practising? Do you know exactly what you're going to do?
Yeah, I've been practising twice a day, and I've been getting my dad to watch me to see if they're okay or not.
How are you? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Good, I hope so. And just when you go out on centre court, who will you be rooting for? Who's your favourite out there?
Serena Williams.
Serena, and how cool will it be to basically be in touching distance of such a legendary player?
Awesome.
And I've just seen you've been speaking to Grant as well. He's the head groundsman. Tell us what Grant will be allowing you to do a little bit later as well.
He's gonna let me put out the towels.
You have so many cool jobs out here on centre court today. And just tell us a little bit about when your friends heard exactly what you were doing. How did they react?
Some of my friends didn't know what I was doing. They were like, "Oh, it's nothing. I can go on TV easily." And then my teacher came over and got up some photos of what I'm going to be doing, who I'm going to be meeting, and everyone. And then they realised, and they were like, "Oh my God, I wish I was doing that."
Absolutely, I think lots of children wish they were doing that. And when you heard the news as well, what was your reaction?
Really shocked.
Absolutely. And Tia, you just also told me where you'll be sitting. You've got some pretty good seats out here, haven't you? Just to tell the camera where you're going to be sitting to watch this final.
We're going to be sitting front row, just where they walk on.
The best seats in the house. And who will be joining you? Who have you brought to watch the match today?
My dad and my brother.
And how proud are they of what you'll be doing out there?
Extremely proud.
And I bet they're just looking forward to watching you and the tennis. Tia, have the best day, and good luck meeting the Royals and the coin toss.
Thank you.
All right, time for the Daily Debate. Big hello to everyone watching on Facebook Live. Special guest has joined me here on our very special bench here on Ladies' Finals Day here at Wimbledon, Renee Stubbs. Renee, welcome along. Thanks for joining us. A tricky one today. If Serena wins, will this be her greatest ever triumph?
Absolutely. No question about it. You know, obviously, I think one of her best Grand Slam results was the year that she was, I believe, unseeded at the Australian Open and came in and ended up winning that tournament. But this is a whole different story. I mean, this is her coming back after really not playing a lot of tennis.
It is incredible how few events she's played and managed to get to this level so quickly.
Yeah, and I would say that she's probably about 70% physically of what she can and was, just because of what she went through with the childbirth and the complications with it and physically what it did to her. So I think this is not only testament to how remarkable a tennis player she is, but also I think above anything is her resiliency to want to win. And so, yeah, this will be her biggest test. There's no question about that. This will be the toughest person she's played against in the tournament. Angelique Kerber's always pushed her. We know what happened at the Australian Open a couple of years ago when Serena was at her best and Angie was at her best. So there's no doubt that Angie knows she can win this match. But having said that, Serena's serve will probably again be the difference maker, because that was the difference maker in the finals in 2016.
You touched on it there, but we've always known, tennis fans have always known just how mentally strong, mentally resilient Serena Williams is. But has this achievement shown the world just how mentally strong she is, that she is able to get through to a Grand Slam final, have a great chance of winning that Grand Slam final when, as you said, physically, I don't know where she is mentally coming into the tournament, but let's say 70%, 80%, that she's able to just pull herself through matches. She's so mentally strong.
Yeah, you know, there's so many things about tennis players that I always say you have to tick all the boxes. You know, physically you have to have the ability to be able to run around and be athletic. You have to have the game. You have to have the serve, the forehand, the backhand, decent volleys from time to time. She's improved on those. But the biggest difference maker is all of those things being put together with someone's mental state and how they can put that all together. And Serena's just always had this incredible ability that the most important thing is winning, and she hates losing more than winning. You have to hate losing more than winning, because everybody likes to win, right? But it's about how do you feel when you lose? Does it eat away at you for years or months or weeks or days? And I think for Serena, for example, when she lost to Sharapova here back in 2004, I believe it was, she never forgot that, you know, so it just burns inside of you. And I think, you know, coming here, I actually think that winning this tournament, being a mum now, has changed her. She's definitely different. She's definitely a different person. I've known her a long time, since she was 10, 11 years of age. When I first saw her hit balls, I actually hit with her. And she, no question, is joyful in a different way now. She sees things a lot differently now because she's a mum. So those things, I was a little bit worried that maybe not the determination, because we know that's there, but how much having a child was going to change her emotionally on the court. Like, would she have that burning desire to hate to lose more than loving to win? But I think it's innately and naturally inside of you, and we've seen that. I just think now she's reacting differently. I mean, you guys know her in the press as well. She's very different in her press conferences, how she is and how she talks about women's tennis, the players that she plays against. So the joy inside of her of also being a mother to a daughter has changed her. There's no question about that.
Absolutely. Just to pick one other triumph here at Wimbledon that really struck me, you know, to sort of play the counter-argument, was that win in 2012. It was her first Wimbledon title, coming back from that terrible illness, the blood clots. Yep. I mean, by some accounts, she was on her deathbed, yep. You know, really, really in a bad way in 2010. Took her a long time to come back to full fitness, and she then won the title in 2012. You know, it's easy for all of the wins to get lost because she has won so many Grand Slam titles, but that was a special one too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, like, it's just coming back from the adversity and things that happen in your life. I mean, a lot of players obviously have had to, obviously had to go through a lot of injuries sometimes and come back from devastating injuries. That one was an injury that is scary, right? I mean, some people have torn ligaments and, you know, broken legs and twisted ankles and had injuries to shoulders and things like that, but that's a really scary one because that's, you know, it's life and death. As it was when she had her baby. You know, she, you know, has been very open and honest with that in the documentary about the blood clot issues that she had while having a child. So it's always a concern for her, things like that. So you always have to be on top of that. So yeah, definitely coming back from adversity. Look, she's had a sister that was killed in gun violence. I mean, Serena's been through a lot in her life. She's been through the adversity of, you know, having a kind of love-hate relationship with the public as well. And then we saw what happened in Indian Wells. What was that, 20 years ago? You know, getting booed playing against Kim Clijsters. I mean, she's been defaulted in final. I mean, it's crazy the ups and downs emotionally that she's had to go through. So I think, you know, talking to Kim Clijsters the other day, the tennis court was her psychologist. She'd walk on the tennis court and everything went away because the joy of playing and the competing part was there. And I really feel it's the same thing for Serena and for Venus. But for Serena, walking onto the tennis court now is kind of like just a place that she feels like she's the most comfortable, she's the best. And even though it's seriously competitive and it's super stressful, I mean, playing is so stressful, the ups and the downs, but it's almost like, I say it's legal addiction. or what I call being a professional athlete legal addiction, because it's like you get that high that you only get when you play, and when you win, you get that euphoric feeling when you win a match. So that's really hard to replicate in any other life, any other business. So I think for her, that's what it feels like. I think now having a child, I think the euphoria of having a child and being with her is one of those things that's amazing as well. So
Absolutely brilliant insight, Renee. And let us know what you think. If she does go on to win the ladies singles title here today, is it Serena Williams' greatest ever achievement? You can find us on social media at Wimbledon, #DailyDebate.
In order to predict the future, the winner of Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams, we look back to the past. And right now we're going to have a look at their two 2016 matches. Both were in the final of a Grand Slam. One was right here at Wimbledon, the other at the Australian Open. And when we try and figure out, okay, who's going to win this one, what should we look for? What are the key indicators of winning and losing between these two stars of our game? The rally length is very, very important. So there's 3 different rally lengths in tennis. We have short rallies, which are 0 through 4. And you're like, well, what's a 0? A 0 is a double fault. The way we count rally length is the ball has to go in. So a rally length of 0, ball didn't go in, got it. If I serve to you, you return to me and I hit a winner, that's a rally length of 3. If I serve to you, you hit it back and I make an error, only 2 balls went in. All right, there's your little education on rally length. 0 to 4, 5 to 8, and all the long rallies go in 9+. So let's see how each lady performed in the critical 0 through 4 rally length. It's typically right around 70% of all points. So at the Australian Open, which Angelique won the 0 through 4 rally length, 60 points to 52. She was +8. +8 in the short rallies, -2 in everything else. When her 5th shot went in the court, she lost, well, it was 10, 20, 29, 31 to 29. So take care of the short points. Now, let's skip forward to Wimbledon. Serena won at 7-5, 6-3. How did she perform in the short points? Well, very, very well. Serena won 51 of the short rallies in 0 through 4. Angelique Kerber only won 33. So Serena ends up +18 in 0 through 4. She was -6 in everything else. So the common thread is, in the first 4 shots, you have the serve, you have the return, and the 2 shots right after. So we serve, and we call that the serve +1 ground stroke, forehand or backhand, and the return +1 ground stroke. If you do well there, if you don't make too many errors in there, you will find yourself the 2018 Ladies Wimbledon champion. We are going to go to the card, and we've got some points here to figure out what is going to happen. What are the patterns of play between these two? We're back in 2016. Angelique Kerber, the bottom of the screen, she's so directional. Whenever a ball comes to her, she's always looking to move her opponent, to change directions, to hit, to move. Serena coming to the net. There won't be a lot of net play today. I can almost guarantee you there'll be no serving and volleying between these ladies. They will sneak in when they get the chance. Great deep return from Serena. Serena's going to look to take power and depth to force a lot of errors from Angelique. Angelique runs down so many balls. When you see her out wide, she loses that point. Set point right there for Serena. She is pumped. Also look at Serena's court position on the return. Just very intimidating right up around the baseline. And this is classic Angelique Kerber. She goes cross-court with a forehand. She brings it back down the line. She's constantly moving her opponent around the court. Very nice floating return, running that ball down. One more ball in play. Serena says, you know what, I'll try a drop shot. It's not the best when you hit a forehand drop shot to the opponent's forehand side. Much better with a backhand drop shot. You'll get much more spin on it. Hitting behind, like the tactic. Defense goes cross-court. Roll cross-court. Lots of this today. Lots of changes. Look at this. We're doing a figure 8 out here. Back behind. I like that one. Now, Angelique is way off the court. For all of our young players at home, when you get this wide off the court, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, I want you to go cross court. Let's go to the cart and let's pick our target. I'm going to kind of draw a line over here, a line there. This is position A in our ABCD. We've got A, and we go, I don't care if you go high and lob it into this area, that's fine. I don't care if you go low and straight and short angle, it's fine. But typically, defense goes cross court. Now, every now and then, and especially if you look over here to the other side, you see, well, my opponent's already standing there. There we go. Serena's already there. I could be in trouble if I hit it over there. And Serena hasn't turned her hips. She hasn't committed back to the middle. Every now and then, when we get balanced, so let's have a look at Angelique. Is she balanced on that side of the court? Absolutely. It doesn't matter that she's open stance. The open stance backhand is a wonderful shot. Every now and then, oh, this would be nice, wouldn't it? Round the net post, down into this little triangle over here. If you get balanced and you're feeling it, let's look at our score up in the corner. Is the scoreboard pressuring her? She's up 15-love serving in this game, so we're ahead. Let's take this down the line, shall we? Let's have a nice rip. Gorgeous shot. Serena applauds. Angelique loves it. The crowd lose their mind. Serena very aggressive with her court position there, stepping in. Expect that today. That is not going to change. I would really encourage Angelique to hit, she can hit 10 drop shots today. And once again, look at this little amazing way. She's like, did you touch the net? She's like, sorry, not this time. I think Angelique should hit 10 drop shots today, all off the backhand wing, all straight down the line to Serena's backhand. Get her on the run, get out of these bruising baseline exchanges. Serena's definitely the favourite today. This is her surface. It's a better matchup for her on grass than it is on hard court. Wonderful touch. Very nice ball. Very focused in between points. One of the best service motions you can copy right there. And this is the last game. Serena's serving. She's up a set. It's 5-3. First point unreturned. Second point, that one does not come back either. So, what are we going to do here? Out wide again. Serena Williams can hit her spots. We are now looking at championship point. 5-3, 40 love, out wide, short ball, come on in, backhand volley. Oh, you get that to win Wimbledon. A nice, easy forehand volley standing on top of the net. 7 matches for the coaching team. They are elated. Another Grand Slam. There's Sister Venus. Ladies, great embrace, great respect for each other. Smiles there from Angelique Kerber. She gave her all. As soon as that match finishes, you know, you are my competitor when we're playing points. I don't necessarily have to like you, but the moment that ends, we see players smiling and embracing each other. Rafa walking around the net to embrace Juan Martín del Potro the other day. It's great to see the camaraderie and the respect these players have for each other. Serena today is going to bring heat. The serve is going to be big. Expect Serena to step in and really get after the return. Try to end the point before it begins. Try to play as many points in 0-3-4 as she possibly can and just bring tons of offense. For Angelique, it's going to be about defense. It's going to be about getting out wide, putting one more ball in play. It's going to be about changing directions. Ball comes down the line, take it cross court. Ball comes down the line over here, heavy spin. Now, Angelique doesn't necessarily have the Rafa. Angelique likes to get down low on the ground and hit some volleys. I'm kind of feeling a low forehand volley myself, so I'm going to have a ball down over here, get my grip, continental grip, racket on, hand on top, racket face open, ball comes low, and you see Angelique Kerber quite often getting down this low, putting a knee on the grass. Let's do one more. I love a low volley. Ready? Here it goes. Oh! Feels so good. Keep the racket face open. Put your backspin on the ball. The lower it gets, don't drive that volley deep. High volleys go deep. Short volleys, low volleys, short angles. Ladies, let's have a fantastic match. Who's going to win this? Well, Serena's the favorite. I think Serena does win it. I'll say Serena in 3 sets, but I expect it to be very, very close. Angelique Kerber is playing well. Serena is getting back to the top of her game. Ladies, have an amazing day under some beautiful skies here at Wimbledon. Peace out.
Thanks, Craig. Great stuff. Well, as the time ticks towards 1 o'clock local time here in the UK. About 9 minutes to go until the players will be ready to start the fourth set of that semi-final. First up on centre, Djokovic against Nadal. So time for us to say goodbye to everyone watching on the big screen inside there. And also goodbye to everyone watching on court one as well, underneath those blue skies. First up there is the final of the girls' singles, Iga Swiatek against Leonie Kung.
2-1, Miss Miami, Miss Foul.
Right, let's see some action down on court 3. It's been a really interesting one, this one, the final of the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles, and it's Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the number 2 seeds for this year's championships, but they're going for a hat-trick of titles. They won this event in 2016 and 2017, looking to make it 3 in a row, and it's gone well so far for them against Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsen. Took the first set 6-1, Hewitt and Reid, and they are 5-4 up, but it's still on serve for this second set, and we can join the commentators there.
3-2, Miss Miami, Miss Foul.
Fifty love.
It was a good try by Gerard there. He saw Gordon coming into the court, tried to lob him, but hit it just a bit too long.
Return from Hewitt. Right on the line.
Yeah, but Gerard is making some big mistakes. I was waiting for Alfie Hewitt there to boom one of his forehands as he was in. Really put the pressure onto the Gerard and Olsen serve.
Hewitt, perhaps surprising Olsen.
Yeah, boosted it straight out the guy of the net. It's good tactic.
30-14.
And the British duo, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, have championship point.
He's in.
And they've done it again. For the 3rd year running. 2016, 17 and 18. The Wimbledon doubles champions are British, and they are Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. And feelings do not get better than this. Well, for a while in that second set, Gerard and Olsen really looked as if they were going to turn it around. But the quality in the end and the determination of Hewitt and Reid that this would again be their day.
They did.
Took them over the finish line.
Hewitt and Reid really, really great pairing. They know exactly how each other plays. They're lapping up the applause, and so they should. So they should. They've played a good tournament here, good match. 3 times champions. How about that?
They did a really good job of steadying themselves mid-set, Pete, when I suspect we weren't the only ones thinking that it might be the Swedes and the Belgians who would go on to win it.
Yeah, they did, and they nullified the power of Olsen, and Olsen loves the grass, and also Gerard. Gerard made quite a few mistakes, and the British pair capitalised on it and made him make more mistakes.
Well, this was the moment of the Joachim Gerard serve.
Top's been returned by Reed right onto the line. Saw the puff of chalk.
And Gordon Reed, who first fell in love with this place, what is it, 17 years ago now, when he was inspired by the exploits of Goran Ivanisevic when the Croat won the title. He actually bought the same shirt that Goran wore that year and insisted on wearing it to every single junior tournament he played in for the rest of 2001, and from that point he was hooked on tennis, hooked on Wimbledon, and well, for the 4th time for him, 3rd time now in the doubles, he's a Wimbledon champion.
Yeah, isn't that a fantastic feeling? 3 times doubles, and he won the inaugural singles title here. Brilliant. What a great player. Well, both of them.
And a word for Alfie Hewitt as well. He's only 20.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it, really? How young they are. And the career they've got in front of them. Perhaps they're going to try and break records like McEnroe, Borg.
Well, he's already been world #1 at the start of this year, the youngest ever player to reach the top of the singles charts, and who knows what the future might hold for him over the next decade, and in tandem with Reed right now.
Got Paralympics to come as well, again, Tokyo. They've got a long career in front of them, keep the injuries away, keep the at bay, etc. They're both so professional, and you know, they speak so well considering how young they are.
Yeah, they certainly do. They are a wonderful advert for this sport in Britain at the moment, and they are very shortly going to be celebrating being champions in the doubles again for the 3rd year running. They've won this final in straight sets, 6-1, 6-4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winner and the runners-up of the gentlemen wheelchair doubles for 2018. For this presentation, please welcome onto court Ashley Tatum, who's a member of the Committee of Management of the Championships, and Jerry Armstrong, the tournament wheelchair referee. And firstly, your applause, please, for this year's runners-up. From Belgium, Joachim Gerard, and from Sweden, Stefan Olsson. Let's just grab a word with Stefan and with Joachim, both of whom, incidentally, have played doubles with Gordon Reed. I'll just face you this way so everyone can see you. Stefan, first of all, congratulations. Terrific tournament for you again. And you've got the singles final still to come.
Yeah, I do. I'm quite happy with that. Now I'm playing always great over here, and I love to be at Wimbledon always and playing. And then a big congratulations for the British guys. They played terrific today. So they did a really great job. Good job, guys.
But you can't have a great final without a great rivalry and also with great commitment. You were doing something fairly special there in terms of falling out the chair, getting back in it, still winning the point.
Yeah, lucky, I guess.
You're very modest. Joachim, I wanted to ask you how you think Wimbledon have improved the way they stage the wheelchair doubles and singles, and how much you enjoy playing here.
I think you have to see how much crowd there is here. That will answer to your question. No, it's always a pleasure to come here. Like you said, it's improved every year. To come here and play on the final here on this court number 3, it's awesome, even against Great Britain. No, congrats anyway to them. They played awesome, like say Stefan, and it's always a pleasure to come back.
It was a great match. Wonderful to watch you play. Thank you so much. The 2018 Wimbledon champions from Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Your friends, your family, your supporters, everyone here on Court 3 wants to hear from you both, Alfie. Let's start with you. How do you sum up that match and indeed holding this trophy for the 3rd year in a row?
It was an incredible match. I honestly think that was probably one of the best doubles matches we've played. So yeah, thank you everyone for the support. It really helped us get over the line. There's definitely a few tired shoulders out here today, so I'm definitely going to be stopping by at the hospital to pick up some new ones on the way back.
It was very tense in that second set. When you were at those crucial stages, were you starting to think about the setting, the occasion, the title, or just staying in the moment?
Just trying to stay in the present moment. First set went so much in our favour. I don't really think we missed a ball, and we kind of expected our level to drop a little bit in that second. It's a long day yesterday, and to come out here and the sun shining, it was always going to be tough to maintain that level. But we just needed to do the basics and keep pushing up the court. And I think we've done that in the end.
You were sensational, both of you, and it's also such a privilege to watch you as a team, to watch the way you help and support each other. And Gordon, for you, this is now your 8th Grand Slam title, your 4th with Alfie, and a 3rd time winning here. You are Mr. Doubles.
Thank you. No, it's doubles in wheelchair tennis is the most attractive part of our sport, and we can't thank everybody here enough for coming along, watching and supporting wheelchair tennis today. For all the players, it makes it so much more enjoyable to play in front of a crowd and see how much you guys are enjoying it. So thank you so much for coming today.
And how much, finally, Gordon, does it matter to you that the wider audience, the broader audience for wheelchair tennis is increasing all the time, and you guys are at the centre of making that happen?
Yeah, it's one of the most important things. It's a really exciting time for the sport and a really exciting time to be a part of that, involved in that. And when we can get the opportunity to showcase it to a wider audience, it means that we're hopefully going to inspire more younger kids that might have a disability or aren't active to pick up a sport, even if it's not tennis. So that's why it means so much to us.
Well, it is terrific to see you both out here again, champions again. Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt, congratulations.
just outside court number 3, where Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid have just taken the title for the 3rd consecutive year. I'm joined now by Joe Gill, Gordon Reid's coach, and just sum up what that 3rd title means to you, the team and the boys.
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, the guys have played together for about the last 4 years, worked really hard, so it's not just today and this week, but it's actually been a 4-year process for everyone that's been involved, whether that's the coaches, the physios, like everyone. It's been just awesome. So
how are you feeling right now? Describe how you personally are feeling after watching that epic battle in there.
Yesterday a lot more nervous, today a lot more relaxed, because the guys, especially in the first set, I mean, they played unbelievable, used the whole court, you know, were so aggressive, didn't look tired, like which was everyone expected them to be, because it was a long day yesterday. So yeah, actually pretty relaxed, to be honest.
Surprising, especially in that 2nd set. Just talk us through that. I think everybody, including myself, and I'm sure the team, were a bit tense then.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like in tennis you can't sustain that level, and also the guys they were playing against had to raise their level, and they did so. So they managed to get that 2nd win at the right time. Like I said, rally round together. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going, so.
Absolutely, and their route to the final wasn't the easiest either. They had to defeat the top seeds in the semi-final. You know, did that kind of, I guess, hinder them a little bit coming in today?
Well, I think all of the matches, no matter what it is, singles, doubles at this level, the top 8 are the top 8, so it's going to be a close match no matter what. Yesterday was a lot harder physically and mentally. It took a lot out of them. So they responded great to come out and actually came out firing from the first ball today.
Absolutely, and I didn't know how talkative, I guess, Gordon is on the court. He really kind of, I guess, tells Alfie where he should be going and whose serve it is to take or who's going to take that shot.
Yeah, I mean, they both obviously communicate well with each other, so if one's down, the other picks the other one up and vice versa, or if one's hit a great shot. Gordon's a little bit older, so kind of historically he's been a bit more of the leader on the court, but you know, Alfie's gunning the ball everywhere and he's kind of fearless, so actually they complement each other so well.
Absolutely, and if you weren't watching it, the atmosphere in there was incredible. I think both boys' friends were out in force. They were making chanting, they were making so much noise, and how much does that help the boys?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, to play at Wimbledon for a start is unbelievable, but to play in front of, you know, 3,000 people that are here, plus also, you know, everyone that's watching on Henman Hill, plus everyone at home. I mean, you know, it's hopefully one day in the future it can be actually like to a wider audience, not just for this week, but for other tournaments that are upcoming. So.
Absolutely, I think you could tell how much the boys loved it. They're coming out now. They're now celebs as well. Everyone wants their autograph because they're obviously taking their 3rd consecutive Wimbledon title. Joe, maybe they'll pop over and see you. If not, I'll let you pop over and see them because they are the champions. Once again, thank you so much for talking to us. Go and celebrate. You deserve it.
Yeah, I need to celebrate, yeah.
Go on, we'll follow Joe in there and see if he can spot Gordon.
Yeah, what an achievement from Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt, the number 2 seeds for this year's championships, completing their hat-trick of titles, that 6-1, 6-4 victory in the final of the wheelchair doubles to go with the titles they won in 2016 and 2017 as well. Let's get inside centre court, the most famous of arenas in tennis, and here they come. Novak Djokovic leading the way. Raphael Nadal just behind him, checking his laces there as they get ready to head out onto centre court. And those customary jump up and down that Raphael Nadal does reminds me of that video. Was it at the Australian Open where he bumped his head?
No, it was here.
Was it here?
It was on court 1. He wasn't used to being on court 1, so he wasn't aware of the. I remember watching that live.
It went
and he
viral,
did it, and we all went, "Oh my goodness!" Could have given himself a concussion.
So here they come. They will resume 6-4, 3-6, 7-6. The first 3 sets, 2 sets to 1 in favour of Djokovic. So at the start of this 4th set, what do you expect to see at the start of this 4th set? What's the key for Nadal if he is to get back into this match?
Well, as always, massive intensity. You know, the one thing that I just blows my mind is the intensity that he brings to the court, Nadal, every single time. I mean, just like this sort of stuff that he does before the match even starts, and he's jumping around like a jumping jack. I mean, that in itself is... I did notice yesterday, one of the things that was so obvious was that when Rafa sits down, the leg's still twitching, you know, and he's got the water bottles and he's just so OCD with that sort of stuff, and he's constantly, I mean, it's really the bull, right, that we talk about. And then you look on the other side and Novak's almost self-meditating when he sits down. It's so interesting to me how different they both are in general when they sit down to change ends, because it tells you a lot about somebody and how they handle the stress. And for Nadal, he has to be up all the time. He has to be going, because if he's not, his game will fall flat. So for me, it'll be interesting. And obviously on the opposite side, Djokovic has to be very calm and not peeved at himself, because he can get very annoyed. So he has to keep himself very calm all the time. So for me, I'll be looking for the calmness and the tranquility in Novak's game and how comfortable he is early on. And for Rafa, he has to be ready to go immediately.
I'm sure several times in your career you've experienced this, where you were playing late the day before, you got carried over to the following day. What was that evening like, or when you got back home or to the hotel, wherever you were staying? How did it feel? How do you prepare for the next day? Yeah,
it's stressful because it's not normal. I would much prefer to be Novak Djokovic right now. There's no question about that. I mean, having said that, going in, the night before with a lead, it's almost like, okay, now I should be winning. Whereas for someone like Rafa, I'm sure he was ruminating over that lost opportunity when he served for the set in the tiebreak. He had a point on serve to win the set. I'm sure he's ruminating over that point over and over and over. But he's such a great champion that he also can compartmentalise so beautifully. So I'm sure he sort of said, all right, let it go. Now it's best of 2 sets. I can win both sets. So for Rafa, to come out and just really get after the first set and then to close it out. Whereas for Novak, guess what? He's got a bit of pressure to close it out here, because he knows if he lets Nadal back in, that's going to be an epic.
We've had to wait a while for it, but can we officially say now Novak is back?
Oh, there's no question. I think a lot of the guys, I work at ESPN through the tournament, and Darren Cahill actually picked Djokovic to win the tournament, so he's looking like a bit of a genius right now. And I think it was because he played really well at Queen's, and he really should have won that match over Cilic, and he didn't. But I think a lot of people said, okay, he's back, he's playing well on grass, he's very comfortable on his surface, he moves beautifully, and he's won it 3 times. And not only has he won it 3 times, but he's beaten the best to do that. He's beaten Roger in the final here, which is incredible, and he's beaten Nadal in the final here in the 2 times. I can't remember off the top of my head who the third time.
I think it was Murray was the other one.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
I mean, really, he's beaten the 3 best players on this surface over the last 15 years in his finals. So when he gets to the semis and finals of Wimbledon, he's very comfortable, and my God, does he move well.
Absolutely. And the thing that's really struck me is it wasn't that long ago before we were watching him in Indian Wells and Miami, and he almost looked like he didn't want to be there, did he?
Yeah.
Just completely mentally absent from the match. Uncharacteristic of Djokovic a few years ago when he almost couldn't lose. The difference between that and where he is now mentally, fist pumping. He had a great match against Kyle Edmund where he's getting engaged with the crowd, and since that moving all the way through to the semi-finals. Mentally, he's so engaged now, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think not only
that's the Djokovic of old.
No question, but also that has transferred to how he's playing. When he was dominating, he would not miss. He literally did not miss. He was the perfect human backboard on a tennis court. And I worked with Marty Fish last week, and Marty Fish said that the best Novak Djokovic was the best player he ever played. And he played against Roger, he played against Rafa. But he felt that there was a weakness in one of their games. He felt that he could attack Roger's backhand, for example. He felt like he could attack Nadal's backhand sometimes. So there was a place to go for him. He didn't win very much against them, but he felt there was a spot that he could go to. He said when he played against Novak at his best, there was absolutely 0 weakness on his baseline game. So when you hear it from a guy that's played against the 3 of them at their best, he doesn't think that there was anybody better than Djokovic. So I think he's not quite there yet, but there's no question that he's getting to that point, because watching last night was the best I've seen him play since he was dominating, because honestly, there was no weakness in his game.
Tactically very strong.
Yep.
One of the big talking points, of course, coming into Wimbledon this year was that he'd gone back to Marion Vida, his old coach,
Yeah.
the coach who's worked with him since he was a teenager. What did you make of that decision, and is that part of the reason why we're seeing him coming back to his best?
Yeah, I think there's just there's a comfort level with somebody in your life. I don't think he's ever been far away from the Djokovic camp. He's always sort of been around there, but there's no question that it makes him calmer and it makes him feel good about himself, that he can trust Marianne. And for me, I just think Novak's gone through so much. And when you've won as much as he has, you know how to do it. So it's just a matter of getting the confidence back. And I mean, when I look at these guys head to head, it's just in an unbelievable, it's unbelievable, 26-25. I mean, for me, that's just an incredible stat. That they've played each other the most in, I believe, the history of the ATP.
Well, it's testament to the quality of both players, the longevity of both players.
Well, because they're also playing, they have to play each other in the semis or finals. They probably rarely played in the first or second round. So that in itself is incredible as well, that they're always playing each other in the biggest of moments.
Kevin Anderson awaits in the final. What's he up to now? And I suppose he's hoping that this one goes long, long, long.
Oh, there's no question. I would say that Kevin is praying that that Nadal wins this fourth set, and then they go at it in the fifth set like he had to do yesterday, and maybe even go a lengthy fifth set. The predictability of them holding serve as much as Kevin and John did yesterday is certainly not quite as high, because neither of them have massive serves, and they're both such incredible returners. But yeah, there's no question that Kevin's maybe still in the bath. He might be still in the ice bath. It wouldn't surprise me.
If that doesn't happen, do you give any chance to Kevin? If it isn't a long one, if they aren't fatigued, if Djokovic wins this set 6-3, how much of a favourite is he for the final?
Well, just as we're looking at the Duchesses.
Duchess of Sussex and Duchess of Cambridge taking their seats.
I saw them walking in the players' area. Of course, we know both of them are tennis fans. Obviously, Megan is a great friend of Serena Williams, so that's the reason she's here. She just got a bonus of getting to watch this amazing match as well. And of course, Kate loves her tennis. So what a great day for the two. I love that they came together. That to me is so cool, because it really technically is the Women's Day, but they've got this extra bonus of watching these two incredible men play. I always think how cool it is for them, because they've kind of come from normal families. I can say that because I'm Australian, and of course I love the Royals as much as anybody. But how cool it must be for them together. They must have classic conversations together. But so great to have Kate, who so loves her tennis. And Billie Jean's been pushed to the second row today. How dare they?
Settling into the Royal Box for what should be a brilliant day's tennis. First up, Djokovic against Nadal. Don't forget, you can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. But let's look back at that epic match yesterday, the first men's semi-final between Kevin Anderson and John Isner. Anderson winning eventually in 5 sets, and Craig O'Shaughnessy can analyse that one for us.
What were you doing yesterday for 6 hours and 36 minutes? Well, I can tell you what John and Kevin were doing during that time. They were having a lovely game of grass court tennis in an English garden right over there at a wonderful place called Centre Court at Wimbledon. An amazing match. I joined my esteemed colleague, Rob Walker, one of the legends of tennis commentary. And we were there, we arrived around 1. We were there at 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6, 7. We went off air. Everyone left. Rob and I stayed. We watched to the very last point. One of the greatest matches of all time. We had an absolute blast. Kevin Anderson is through to the Wimbledon final. I want to go and just touch on, where does this giant of the game serve? So Kevin Anderson right here, first serves in 71%. That is an outrageous number. Typically at tournaments like this, and you get all the players, the tournament average, it's not 71%, it's around 62% first serves in. So I bet you're wondering where Kevin Anderson likes to hit his serves. I'm glad you asked that question, because I've got the answer for you. Let's start with first serves in the ad court. Let's go to the card and let's write it down. So we're in the ad court out wide in this match, and indeed all matches combined. Every match, all 6 coming in, Kevin has served 101 out wide in the ad court, just 5 at the body, and 193. Some of my best artwork right there. Kevin loves the tee. Tall guys love to bomb it down there. Andy Roddick, when he was reigning supreme here at SW19, loves the tee. So it's essentially 2 out of every 3 go down the tee. 1 goes out wide. The primary pattern's down the tee. A ball down the tee stretches the opponent. It's mainly to the forehand, but there's a lot of times John was slicing that. It comes back down the middle of the court. It's a great pattern of play for Kevin Anderson. Now, let's zoom out and zoom in on our deuce court and look at our numbers there. Wide for the tournament so far, Kevin has dropped heat 140 times out there, just 5 at the body, and 195 down the tee. 195 down the tee in the deuce court, 193 down the tee in the ad court. It is his favorite pattern of play. Should you copy that? Well, generally, most players that aren't as tall, 6'5" or above, will serve a little bit more out wide. But down the tee is the quickest way home, and it's where you're going to find a lot of the aces here at the championships. Let's revisit this amazing match. Now, the first thing we're going to do is also look at our time. We're in the first set tiebreaker. We're 56 minutes in. Kevin's returning. John's got a backhand. You know, it's a tough, we call that the butterfly return, when the ball comes and you're just kind of leaning out and you just get a racket on it and you float that return up, kind of like a butterfly. Not an easy ball. John had a high backhand volley. It comes into Kevin right now to the forehand. You know this. You've been listening for the last couple of weeks. Should you approach to somebody's forehand? Hardly ever. Where's the pass going to go? Time and time again, approaches to the forehand. The passing shot goes cross court. Lovely arrows. My arrows are back. They went away a little bit at the end of the first week, but that's a very good one right there. So let's have a look right now where Kevin hits this passing shot. Cross court. It's exactly where they almost always go. We now go to 1 hour and 51 minutes. Just, you know, we just pop forward an hour in time. And look at John Isner down the other end. This is something he does very well. It's a second serve return. He is off the ground. He is jumping into this. He's getting all his energy. This is when John really, you know, his legs were still fine. John needs to take little steps when he's returning the first serve. His first serve return is not as good as his second serve return simply because he's got better feet towards the second serve return. He stepped in. He actually really troubled Kevin with this serve, with this return. John comes in, knocks it off, attack to the backhand. We're at 1 hour and 51 there. And now we go to 2 hours 49. Just forward another hour. Great serve, nice low pickup. John, wonderful hands. Both big guys at the nets. He says, give me some more. Now we go to 3 hours and 36. Pass. Now, where do we hit passing shots? We can lob it. We can go down the line. We can go cross court. Your number one pass, let's go to the card. Your number one pass for a backhand is short angle cross court. We've also got down the line open, which it definitely is here. And should we lob John Isner? The answer is negative. There is one other option though. We can kind of go right at him and right through him. And it's a really good option. Let's see what Kevin does here. Slow motion. Wonderful slowing down of the video right there from Sam in the truck. She's done an amazing job for a couple of weeks, making all of us look good at the touch screen. We're at 6 hours and 29 minutes right now. Kevin's got a run around forehand. We are at 24. Let's just zoom in right here so we know we're 2 sets all. Yeah, it's only about 3 hours after the last point we showed you. 6:29, 24:24, and Kevin's got a run around forehand. Now, where should we hit this shot? Let's have a look. What are our options? Down the line's an option. This is wide open down here. Most of this area says, you know what? Come to me. The answer is no. We attack to the backhand. It doesn't matter that Kevin's on the other side of the court over here. He's standing over here in the ad court. It's fine. The big thing is he's hitting a forehand. Hit the big forehand, attack the backhand. Perfect approach. Can't take that down the line, John. You just leave yourself exposed there. The only thing is he probably had no gas left. Great serve. Look at this. There should, and remember, Kevin served 5 at the body in the deuce court, 5 at the body in the ad court. I'm a huge fan of serving right at the body because sometimes you can knock someone right over onto their back which is exactly what happens here. Kevin's down, but Kevin is not out. He gets the left hand up on the throat. He uses his left hand as his dad taught him so many years ago. He stays in the point. Defense goes cross court, and now he's in the middle. Gets after that one, trying to rush John, and he misses it. And holy cow, that could be the point of the tournament right there. Down, straight up. Where's my left hand? What's happening? There it is, back in it. We now go to love 30 at 24 all. Great deep middle return. John just can't get there. The legs are gone. The blisters are massive. 15-40, break point. Really nice return. Kevin Anderson's got an amazing backhand, and he's just like, I've finally broken serve. We now go to match point. Anderson serving at 40-15. And it's exactly the same reaction as when he beat Roger Federer. There's no wide smile. There is just relief and feeling the moment. What have I just done? I've beaten my very, very good friend, John Isner, in one of the greatest matches of all time here at the championships. You know, look at the love for each other right there. You know, it's these guys battle so hard and they go at each other, you know, just tooth and nail when the point is going on. But as soon as that match is over, come here, mate. Come here, mate. Give me a cuddle. Let's talk about it. Let's relax. Let's revisit it. So, fantastic match. Kevin Anderson through to the final. First Grand Slam final here at Wimbledon. He's made one other Grand Slam final at US Open. Quick question for you. Which US college did Kevin Anderson play tennis at? 1, 2, 3, University of Illinois. What other doubles player here played at the University of Illinois? Rajiv Ram. Very nicely done. Little trivia for you. We're having a great time at Wimbledon. The sun is out. It's going to be an amazing weekend. It's nice and hot. And that is all from Craig.
Seven-time Wimbledon champion Serena Williams playing her first match here at SW19 since lifting the title in 2016. She's back and she's winning. Serena Williams picks up win number 87 at Wimbledon.
It was a spirited second set.
Advantage, Mrs. Williams.
It's the perfect finish for the 7 times former champion. That might put the frighteners on many, this performance.
point for Williams. Plain sailing, and whether it's Miss or Mrs. Williams, it's still the same Serena. Once again, Serena reigns supreme on the centre court. Taken it match by match, but she can enjoy this one as she returns to a 10th Wimbledon singles final.
Very well to avoid that one.
Well, you have to say that's well judged because it appeared to be dipping dramatically.
It's like a boxer there.
15.
Where's your racket? Forgot his racket. Oh, lovely. I actually think he forgot it there for a second. He could have got that if he had his racket. He was there, but oh. That's a great one, that. I love that shot.
A 30th Grand Slam final today for Serena Williams. Will she get to that coveted number 24, the all-time record held by Margaret Court? Serena's after Angelique Kerber is in the way, and by my side, Sandra Harwood from USA Today. Sandra, is this the big moment? Does she have what it takes, Serena, today to get to number 24?
I believe she will do it. I think Angelique Kerber is not somebody that's going to roll over. She's not going to be intimidated by Serena because, let's face it, she beat her to win her first Grand Slam title at the Australian Open in 2016. But I think Serena is on a woman on a mission, and she's going to do it today.
She's been a mom on a mission. How's she been in the press room? I mean, you're there every press conference. She seems more relaxed this tournament. Do you feel like that's helped her out on the tennis court?
I think it's helped her out every place. I think she's become the darling of the media. She's always been good, but there's been moments. But she is just, every question is answered with a lot of thought and funny, and that she's just really loose. And I think that I think it's helped her because, as Chris Evert told me yesterday, it's not all about me anymore. She has other things, and she feels that that's helped relax Serena as well.
Okay, you've known Serena, Sandy, for a long time, since she was 11 years old. Is this the most pressure she's faced in a situation? She's faced pressure in a lot of different ways, but going for number 24, first time as a mom in a Grand Slam final, there's a lot of expectations heaped on her shoulders.
I think there is, but I think she's used to it by now. But I think where the real pressure was when she wanted to get to that 18 and be up there with Chris Evert and Martina Navratilova. Now she's accomplished, the 23 is the most in the Open era. Now she's going to tie, possibly today, but if not, at another time, Margaret Court's record. And I think she's already thinking about number 25 so she can stand alone.
She's continued, as I know as well, being an American, we're both Americans, but she's continued to grow her icon status in the U.S. I mean, the coverage for you guys, for ESPN, the coverage of Serena, all eyes feel like in the Grand Slams, they're on Serena Williams.
Absolutely. I don't think that I could write too much about Serena. I mean, every day it's like, oh, do we have an article about Serena? I think people are really interested. It's certainly everybody's interested in clicks and providing information that people want to read and everything. And Serena is definitely it. And today, of course, we have even a more interesting part of the story because our good friend, Meghan Markle, Her Royal Highness, Duchess of Sussex, is going to be here watching her.
Okay, you mentioned that Angelique Kerber has beaten Serena in a Grand Slam final, 2016 Australian Open. Serena then paid her back 2016 right here at Wimbledon. What would Kerber have to do to beat Serena today? Because it certainly feels like she's got something in her repertoire that bothers Serena out there on the court.
Oh, absolutely. And that match here, 2016, the last time that Serena played here was not a rollover by any means. You know, Angie was in there. I think she just has to forget that it's Serena on the other side. Like I said, she's not going to be intimidated, but all eyes are going to be on Serena, and Angie's going to know that. She just has to put that out of her mind and play her game, and she does have a great game for grass court. And she had some iffy moments since she won her 2 Grand Slam titles in 2016 and reached the final here, but she seems to be back to being the Kerber that was in 2016. I think she has possibilities. I in the end, believe that Serena will do it, but I would not be absolutely surprised if Angie Kerber walks away with the title today.
Is it a disappointment today if Serena doesn't win this title?
I don't think so, and I'm not sure that she'd even say that it's a disappointment because I don't think that she thought she'd be here after having a child in September and multiple complications, including blood clots that I understand were near-death experience. She had 4 operations and everything. So the fact that she's out here in July playing winning tennis and in a final of Wimbledon is crazy. Crazy. That's the perfect word for it.
Okay, lastly, let's end on a zinger. What makes Serena so great? It's hard to pin down what makes her the great Serena Williams, but she continues to awe us even at 36, even as a mom.
I think there's a few things. In her game, nobody has a serve as good as Serena, and she has really upped her return now, and we didn't see it really until the semifinals, but that return is really back. She has to get back into a little bit more fitness. Let's face it, she's not as fit as she's been in the past and everything, but I think it's her mindset. She is somebody who's likes to go for goals. She likes to be on a mission, and she's a perfectionist. She doesn't understand the meaning I can't do.
Yeah, she feels like she can do anything. Does she win today?
I say yes.
Okay, Sandy, thanks.
Putting me on the line.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Anytime. Thank you. You're welcome. Was that
And I'm delighted to say I'm joined now by Anne Kjothervong, who's lucky enough to be on centre court yesterday for, wow, just such an exhibition of tennis, from the slugfest to, well, the sublime and the beautiful from Rafa and Novak, and they're out battling in those early exchanges there. What have you made of the first few games?
Well, clearly Nadal has come out with a different game plan. He's started a lot more aggressively. He's coming forwards more, and I guess he wants to try and put certain things right. Last night, the quality of the tennis was quite incredible between the two guys, particularly towards the end of that third set. The tie break was just a real nail biter. Nadal with the set point opportunities, but it's such a great matchup, and I think these two guys managed to bring the best out of each other.
And what was the atmosphere like last night with the roof on?
Well, I think whenever the roof is closed, the atmosphere is even better because everything echoes that bit more. It sounds a lot louder. You can hear the ball come off the racket even clearer. And it was a fantastic atmosphere. Despite how late it was, I mean, it was pretty much almost full centre court, and everyone was getting into it. I don't know, maybe a few people may have had a few drinks throughout the day, but it was a great atmosphere, and it was just lovely to be sat there watching.
I couldn't quite believe that Nadal lost that third set tiebreak. You're a member at the club and you saw him sort of leave like a man on a mission late last night.
Yeah.
But he's come back here and he's fired up.
He is. I mean, last night, immediately after the match, there were a number of people waiting for cars to take them home. But Nadal pretty much must have walked off court and gone straight through the players' area, straight into the car. And he looked visibly frustrated and clearly just wanted to get out of here and do his post-match recovery at home, wherever he's staying.
And there seems to be, Mats Wilander was saying that there seems to be more pressure on Rafa's shoulders at this stage, because in a way the expectation is on him. Novak's sort of not been reaching those heights. What's your view?
Well, Nadal's been the informed player. I mean, he's just won the last Grand Slam. He's won lots of matches. And now that Federer's out, you'd think, well, Nadal's the favourite to win. And I do believe whoever wins between Djokovic and Nadal today will go on to lift the trophy tomorrow. And I feel like this match is pretty much the men's final right here.
Yeah, the pressure's ramping up. Well, let's cross over to Rob, who's in the commentary box on centre court.
Welcome back to Centre Court, where, of course, the main focus of the afternoon is this brilliant women's final. But before that, we've got the small matter of wrapping up an immense semi-final in the men's championship. And what a fascinating first few games we've had this afternoon, Craig O'Shannessy. A huge hold of serve for Raphael Nadal in the very first game of the resumption this afternoon. 6 times they went to deuce. He survived 2 break points. It was around 15.5 to 16 minutes long, that game, and you got the feeling it could have been an absolutely pivotal moment in the match. Nadal then breaks Djokovic, follows it up with a love hold, so all of a sudden he goes to 3-0 up, and you think the set's gone for Djokovic, but Djokovic has broken back, and now he's serving 2-3, back on serve, 40-15. It's game point for 3 apiece. I honestly thought Nadal, once he survived that first game of the resumption, would storm this set. But Djokovic, from nowhere, 3-0 down, he's managed to get right back in this set and still has a chance to avoid being taken all the way.
Serving now at 40-15. Yesterday, in those 3 sets, Rafa did such an amazing job of putting returns back in the court off his backhand wing, particularly in the ad court. And it's funny, he's a much better, and he just misses a backhand return there as I'm building him up and congratulating him. He just missed a second serve backhand return. We're now at 3-all, back to dead even. Rafa in general is a better returner in the ad court. He misses less. In the deuce court, he stands further back. The righty can pull him off the court and stretch him. They can surprise to the forehand. He makes a lot more returns in that ad court, and Novak's got to be very, very happy to kind of reset halfway through this 4th set at 3 games each.
Nadal serving now, and boy, he could do with a comfortable hold here. It's been such an intriguing set of tennis. It really has. They resumed on 2 hours 55. That shows you how competitive the first 3 sets of the match were. And we're now almost already at 3.5 hours of tennis. So if it does go to 5, Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams could be waiting a little while. We've heard confirmation there will officially be half an hour between the end of this match and the start of the women's final, because I think the thinking behind that is Sue Thurls just tipped me the wink, working round the corner on the world feed, doing a brilliant job. The club don't want the women's final to start with people still in the process of coming back from a comfort break, which makes total sense. So the longer this goes, the more of a delay there is for Kerber and Serena Williams. But anybody lucky enough to be on centre today will view this as a fantastic bonus scenario to potentially get 2 sets from 2 men who've won, 29 Grand Slam titles between them. And the neutrals, I know you've been working very hard on the stats for Djokovic. The neutrals want to see this go to 5 because, you know, these, without any shadow of a doubt, it's really easy to get complacent when you're paid to watch sporting events. None of us who are sitting here should ever take the privileged position for granted. You're talking about each of them individually would be an athlete of their generation, wouldn't they? And this is such a special time for men's tennis. And yes, of course, it's drawing to a close because none of them can beat Father Time. But to be watching 2 guys of the quality of Nadal and Djokovic, who've been at the top, with injury problems and issues going on and off the court for Djokovic the last couple of years, they're right back to their very best. And to be watching them go toe-to-toe and have to earn each point, the manner in which they are doing, it's absolutely amazing. We shouldn't take these 2 guys on court together in a Slam semi-final for granted, should we? Because there'll come a time where there is no Djokovic, Nadal and Federer, and we'll wish to have these days back. So these are occasions and monumental matches to be savoured.
Completely agree. Rafa surging to 40-15. One of the things that he's adjusted a lot lately as he's made his run back to #1 in the world, and all this year he's gone back and forth with Roger. You know, somebody's won for a few weeks and they flip back and forth. In the ad court and also in the deuce court, Rafa is serving much more to the right-hander's forehand return. So the natural slice down the middle, still good. The natural slice out wide in the ad court is great, but that's what he relied upon so much. I mean, I remember in Rafa's book, he's saying, hit it to Roger's backhand. If you need to hit it there 20 times, you hit it there 20 times, not 19. But he's added another layer, especially with the wide serve and the deuce court. Rafa just sends one long then. Good
40-30.
Good depth from Novak. And so at this point, it's 130 points all. It's obviously, you know, Novak, I think, very fortunate to get through and get that 3rd set last night. But, you know, the advantage right now for Rafa is, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, Novak would say, well, I know he's serving wide. I know it's a big point. It's 40-30. I know it's going wide, and I'll sit there on that. But right now, let's see what happens. Goes body. A lot of body backhands. Novak's backhand down the line. Novak really going to work on Rafa's backhand. And one of the ways Rafa gets out of that backhand cage is he's hitting so well is he slice backhand. That backhand goes right through the line. Paint goes everywhere. Novak sends a backhand long. Very good defense once again from Rafa. He hardly misses his backhand. The way for you to think about the relationship between forehands and backhands at home, your forehand's your sword, your backhand's your shield. The forehand is what you attack with. The forehand is what you force errors and hit more winners with, basically 2-1. Your shield, the #1 role of the forehand is to make the opponent miss. The #1 role of the backhand, don't miss. And that's a great example right there of Rafa hitting 8 or 10 backhands in that row. He's like, I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put it in. I'm not going to go for anything too much. Slice, cross. He now leads 4-3. Novak will come back on serve, looking at the sky. He's like, come on. Because this guy going to miss one backhand. How good's your backhand, by the way?
Let's not even start that conversation. I'm much better up here watching, and I'm grateful to be in this position. Yeah. That was a really important hold for Nadal, because the momentum of the set very quickly shifted back towards Novak Djokovic. Here's a stat. We can go too over the top with stats, but here's one that I think is absolutely, 2 stats, which is absolutely extraordinary. Nadal has not lost, this is nuts, Nadal has not lost a Grand Slam semi-final since Del Potro beat him en route to winning his maiden slam in the US in 2009. In 27 slam semi-finals, Nadal has only lost 3. That is an absolutely extraordinary stat. So Djokovic will know. We're aware that it's this incredible rivalry. It's the 52nd time they've met, and it's 26-25 to Djokovic, who's won 11 of the last 14, although Nadal has won the last 2. So he knows Nadal inside out. And one thing you and everyone else in the team will have told him is, listen, you're 2-1 up, but this isn't over, because you've got an absolute beast down the other end of the court who would chase every single ball, even if it was bouncing into the crowd, as he did, against Del Potro, almost squashing a lady in the second row who seemed to find it quite amusing. He's a ferocious competitor, yes. Nadal, and he will be desperate to take this into a 5th set. So that was a big hold just to settle Nadal's nerves, and Djokovic knows this is far from over.
Double fault to start the game, and in the first 3 sets, when Rafa and Novak won the opening point of their service game to surge ahead 15-love, they never lost their serve. So now love 15, the doors open a little bit. Novak goes big to Rafa's forehand return. Rafa, it's interesting right there. So Rafa makes the forehand return error. His coaching team is right down here in front of us. He looks up at them, as guys and ladies and men always do down here. Looks up and just kind of gives a little thumbs up, and you know, who knows what's going back and forth. But there's always a connection to a coaching team, and even Rafa could be talking to himself and just going, yeah, I know what I need to do here. Novak going to work now on Rafa's backhand. Novak's forehand to Rafa's backhand through the deuce court. Novak changes it. Novak looks more of the aggressor right now, but you know what? Rafa's one of the players that he's kind of okay with that. I'll run around, and there we go. He turns.
Oh, amazing
Perfect point
from Nadal.
Rafa.
Because it was Djokovic bossing that point all the way through. Nadal then turns aggressor and puts Djokovic on the back foot. 15-30, little bit of light coming through the door here for Nadal. Is. One more point, and suddenly, you know, there's question marks on Djokovic's serve once again. 3 hours and 36 minutes played. Unbelievable drama here. We're at a key moment in this 4th set. And as I've said a couple of times, I know you would prefer this to be over in 4. He's going to fall down and have to go for a sleep. He's living every point here, having worked so hard with the Djokovic team. You're doing a really good job of staying neutral, by the way. But these are massive moments here. If Nadal wants to take this to a 5th and deciding set and stay on the right line of this incredible record he's got in the Slam semi-finals. And by the way, he's never lost a Wimbledon semi-final. These are the moments he's got to capitalise on. Brilliant backhand there from Raphael Nadal, and he does indeed have 2 break points now. This would take him to 5-3, and he'd be serving for the set and to take us into a decider.
Something a little crazy happened then. So it was the first serve that went long. Rafa hit it, and then Novak was looking at him, and they had a little conversation. I didn't know what it was all about. The vibrosorb in Rafa's racket came out and went over near the net post. He played that point without it. He had a very good backhand return, then went over and the ball kid handed it to him. Novak in trouble at 15-40, hits a very nice serve down the tee, precision. Marion Vida up, standing up, offering support. But you know what? Novak's going to need another first serve. At 30-40, you would imagine it will go again to the Rafa forehand. The Rafa backhand return just brings wave after wave of returns back in the court. The forehand return, a little bit looser because of the size of the backswing.
Djokovic bouncing the ball something like 10 times. Massive serve needed, massive serve produced. Big forehand, backhand swinging across the court from Nadal. Nadal floats the ball towards the Djokovic baseline. Really big rally this. Remember, this would give Nadal an opportunity to serve, to take it into a decider. Massive backhand. Nadal now at the net, but he's left himself wide open. Djokovic into the net, and Nadal breaks 5-3. He is 1 service game away from taking this to a decider, and it's what all the neutrals at centre court wanted. Wow. Superb strength and aggression there from Nadal. Sorry, big fella.
No, it
looks like this drama's going to be dragged out into a 5th set, but that was class from Nadal.
You know what, he had such, and normally we've talked about it so much, you don't approach to the opponent's forehand, and Rafa got a really short ball, and
Sorry for interrupting. The reason I'm looking at the monitor 4 times, just seeing a replay, I didn't notice it because I was looking at Nadal, not Djokovic, at the end of that game for obvious reasons. Djokovic slamming his racket onto his shoe 4 times. Rafa serving for the set to take us all the way into a decider. The momentum has swung back towards the Spaniard once again.
Oh, that just dropped in. You know, the double fault at the first point of the last service game opened the door. Novak had some offense. Rafa turned it around. Right then, Rafa goes serve +1 forehand. Now, serve +1 is the first shot after the serve. So you go serve and a forehand, which is typically what Rafa does about 8 times out of 10. A better way to look at our sport is the serve looks different than a forehand. My thumb looks different than my... Please, Rob.
Sorry.
This is perfect.
Love 30.
I'll come back.
Love 30. Carry on. I'm going to keep half an eye on this whilst you explain this.
My thumb looks different than my finger. So what you want to do is say, okay, instead of thinking of like a serve and forehand, serve and a forehand and wrap them together and think of them as one unit. If I do this, I get that. And Rafa is one of the best in the world at a serve +1 forehand.
Big point this for Nadal, and he's going to have to produce something good on a second serve. Buries the first into the net. Love 30. This is him serving for the set. But can Djokovic break back, as he's already done once? And there's a double fault.
Well long, too.
Wow.
Well long.
Huge double fault, and all of a sudden, this is crazy, this match. It's unbelievable. Serving for the set, you'd put half your mortgage on the fact that we're going to a decider. Anxious images of Nadal's girlfriend. 3 break points for an immediate break back for Djokovic. And that last one was gift-wrapped for him with a double fault on Nadal's serve.
Saw it a lot in the first 3 sets, is that when Rafa has played from behind, we see the Spanish ball, we see him charging, we see him attacking. But when he gets ahead, he is not always as aggressive. Sometimes he just gets a little passive, puts a ball in the court. Now, very nicely done here. But again, love 40, nice overhead. That goes long. Rob, do you remember the last time you saw Rafa miss an overhead? Was it 1973? I mean, the guy never... Novak missed one earlier this season from about 2 feet away from the net. Nishikori missed another one from 1 foot away from the net. I don't remember the last time I saw Rafa miss an overhead. It's so strong. Now, 15-40.
1 break point survived. 2 more here. This was a gilt-edged opportunity for Nadal. He could already be thinking about that 5th set, but there's another 2 break points to save. Nadal's backhand, it's aggressive. Djokovic into the net. 2 break points saved, but there still remains 1. Key moments now in this match. Fantastic drama. What are we now? 3 hours 42. 2 o'clock, and remember, if you're just joining us, there will be a gap of half an hour between the end of this absorbing semi-final and the start of the rerun of the final from 2016 between Kerber and Serena Williams. A 3rd break point here for Novak Djokovic. Nadal has saved 2 of them. This is massive. And he's going to have to do it on a second serve once again. He is clearly feeling the pressure. Remember, love 30 became love 40 on a double fault. The Nadal serve under all sorts of pressure in this game. Huge moments these. Massive backhand from Nadal, but Djokovic is equal to it. They're using the full length of the pit, full length of the court. And that was an unforced error there from Novak Djokovic. 3 break points have gone begging, and Nadal is now just 2 points on his own serve away from forcing this to a 5th.
Not a good, there's good errors. And there's not so good errors. There's 5 errors you can make. You can hit the ball too long, too short, too far to the left, too far to the right, and you can just miss it altogether. So we'll take miss it altogether, off the table with these 2 guys. You don't want to hit it in the net. You've got to clear that net. And Novak had a fairly easy ad court backhand, rally backhand, dumped it in the net. Pressure will do it. Changing patterns will do it. The spin of Nadal's Ball will do it. Nadal goes with another drop shot. He had such success. Novak should have gone down the line with that. Rafa guessed very well. He was on that. Now it is set point for Nadal. He has fought back from love 40, playing well, attacking well, will serve for the fourth set right now.
And all of a sudden, the momentum is back with Nadal. Djokovic slamming his racket into his shoe 4 times. Then he gets 3 break points, and all of a sudden he's in the ascendancy again. But Nadal has weathered the storm. Game point in a service game where 3 times he was facing the immediate break back from Djokovic. We will hear let. We will hear a massive roar from Raphael Nadal, and probably at least half of centre court, if not 3/4, because some of them, even if they're a Djokovic fan, there's a little bit of you that wants to see this go all the way. 2 men who've won 29 Grand Slam titles between them. They've played 51 times. This is the 52nd, and there's only one result between them, 26-25 to Djokovic. Nadal is challenging the call. It looked like a pretty good second serve. It was called out. Nadal is challenging. So we're just waiting for Hawkeye, and we've got the official hand clap.
It's in.
And it's in.
That's an ace, and that is the set.
We are going all the way. That is the headline here on centre court. Forgive me for just turning to look on this. There are 1 or 2 people stretching their legs. There are many giving a little mini standing ovation here. Wow, Nadal on that ace takes us all the way in a game that Djokovic had 3 chances to break back. Unreal, unbelievable. 6-4, 3-6, 7-6, but then 3-6. Amazing drama. The women's final is going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Superb scenes here. These 2 titans are going to have to go at it for 1 more set. We're going to join Nick McCarville on the roof for a bit of touch screen and social. But Nick, don't stay up there too long. You can't take your eyes off this match for a second.
No, I absolutely cannot, Rob Walker. Thanks so much to you and Craig O'Shaughnessy there. A 5th set. This is what we needed. This is what we wanted, right? Raphael Nadal went up 2-0 in this 4th set before Novak Djokovic was able to get it back on serve. But then a break of serve, and Rafa coming back from love 40 in that last game, the 9th game of the 4th set, winning the 5 final points of set 4. We're going 5 sets. Did we need anything else from this men's semifinal lineup? The match really deserves it. We deserve it. And we're going to have a great finish here in a 5th set between Djokovic and Nadal. They've met 51 times, 52 here, going 5 for a chance to meet Kevin Anderson in the men's final. That means we just got to wait a little bit longer. We can run up a little bit more to the women's final, the ladies singles final this afternoon. Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams. Serena with a 6-2 head-to-head lead on Kerber. They have not met, as you can see, since that 2016 Wimbledon final. Serena winning. That was a great match. Serena won that match, including, there you go, 1-0 on grass, 7-5, 6-3, but it was a close, well-fought match. That's to come after the men's semi-final. And then, of course, later today, we've also got the men's doubles final and the ladies doubles final. Can they squeeze it all in on center court? They're going to try to do that. Perhaps the ladies doubles might end up on the #1 court. Let's go ahead and look into social media. We just grabbed this hot off the press. This is the moment of frustration for Novak Djokovic when he was broken in that 8th game of set 4. Absolutely slamming his shoe there, very frustrated. You can see inside center court, the fans very much excited that we're going to set 5. Frustration for Novak Djokovic, especially having been down an early break in that 4th set. Then he came back, got even. But no, we're going 5. That was sort of to be expected, right? Well, it is, after all, ladies' singles final day, and the stage is set. The roof will be open for the women's final. It's closed right now for the guys because they started their semifinal under the roof last night because we needed the lights. But this was the stage earlier today on center court, and the women will play with an open roof. I don't think there's any rain forecast today. Now, this has got to be one of my favorite things from Wimbledon this year. The digital team at Wimbledon.com put together, if this court could talk, what tale would it tell next? Hashtag take on history. That's the hashtag we've been using all Wimbledon long. But how many Wimbledon moments can you recognize here? There's so many to recognize. Andy Murray, There he is. What about Arthur Ashe? There's Maria Sharapova on her phone in 2004. Here's a leaping Venus Williams. Serena Williams with 22. Novak Djokovic eating some grass. Martina Hingis jumping in the air. How about Roger Federer with his trophy last year? This one was a special add-on. John Isner with that 70-68. There's Goran Ivanisevic. There's Rafa climbing in to the royal box. Chrissy Everett throwing up her racket. So many cool moments. What moment will we be adding? 2 moments, actually, both the ladies' final today and the men's final tomorrow. But go to our Instagram or our Twitter account to check out more. There's more iterations of these graphics, and they were so well done by the Wimbledon social team and the digital team. What are the fans saying out there? Who do you have? Dan saying he picked Kerber to win from the start. Andrew's agreeing with him. Joanna out there saying, let's go Serena. Earlier today on the number 3 court, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid captured their 3rd straight Wimbledon title in the wheelchair event. 3 in a row, unbelievable feeling, says Gordon Reid, getting shout outs from not only Jamie Murray, but also from British Davis Cup captain Leon Smith, and from fans out there too. Candace saying the wheelchair Wimbledon men's final is entrancing. The sheer athleticism of these athletes and the way they move around the court, that's absolutely beautiful. A congrats goes out to Alfie Hewitt and to Gordon Reid. Here they are. Here's the boys. This is championship point on number 3 court. The Brits in the near court. That ball on the line from Gordon Reid. And that is a 3rd straight championship for the 2. Taking out Joachim Girard and Stefan Olsen. You can see the emotion streaming through the crowd. A huge crowd gathered inside number 3 court for the support. These boys actually respectively have lost to these 2 opponents in the singles, but coming through today, winning their 3rd consecutive Wimbledon title. You can see how much it means to them. Alfie Hewitt taking in the moment under a towel, and then finally getting their hands back on that cup that they won last year. You can see the emotion actually overwhelming Alfie Hewitt on your left. Just a really, really cool moment for these 2 guys to have it, not only for them to win a Grand Slam, but to do so in front of such a supportive crowd here at home. Very cool. What about visit from royalty today? The Duchess of Cambridge and the Duchess of Sussex are here. Meghan and Kate. We know Meghan's a good friend of Serena Williams. I would assume she's supporting Serena today. I won't say that too loudly, but we see footage of them being greeted by Philip Brooke, the chairman of the All England Club, earlier today. The Duchess of Cambridge there, you can see she's a patron, the patron of the All England Club. Really cool to see the 2 of them. The Duchess of Cambridge will be back here today with the Duke of Cambridge for the men's singles final, and then meeting some of the people that help make Wimbledon go round. The young girl who will be tossing the coin for the women's final. Are we ready for it, you guys? Serena Williams, Angelique Kerber, trying to be relaxed. Serena looking after, trying to chase down number 8. Angelique Kerber trying to chase down number 1 here at Wimbledon, her 3rd Grand Slam. Kerber just has that kind of game that can give Serena all sorts of trouble. But Serena Williams has loomed large over this tournament. Really the queen of Wimbledon. This year, could she be the queen mother of Wimbledon? Serena Williams playing in her 1st Grand Slam final as a mom. What about Emma Watson? A lot of celebrities. Come on, Emma, hang out with us. There she is. Emma Watson here today. A lot of celebrities coming through. We know royalty is here today. Nice moment for Alfie Reid and for Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt. Here's Rafa leading a charge. This was practice earlier today. We know he's on court now. Gosh, it's amazing to see these guys out around the grounds, all the fans that follow them through. A nice fan moment of Rafa and Novak walking onto center court. Those guys playing right now on social media, lots going on today. And this was a nice anecdote from Colette Lewis, who does a lot of reporting on junior tennis. Whitney Osigwe and Katie McNally, they're two Americans. They actually got to meet the Duchess of Sussex, and there's the Duchess of Cambridge. Whitney's on the left, and that's Katie McNally on the right. So a cool moment for the two of them. Lots going on today with the girls singles final in play. And this is a nice moment. I want to we'll end close to here, because this is Ben Rothenberg from the New York Times talking about Barbara Krejcikova, who's in the women's doubles final later today with Katerina Siniakova taking on Kaveta Peshki and Nicole Melikar. Krejcikova actually walked up to Jana Novotna's door, the Wimbledon champion from 1998, and asked her for advice, asked her to work with her. So Barbara Krejcikova, again, who's in the women's doubles final, she worked with for a while Jana Novotna and really, in a way, was mentored by Jana. But it's been 20 years since her win, and this was 1993 when Jana Novotna so famously cried on the shoulder of the Duchess of Kent. She had points to go up 5-1 in the final that year in 1993 against Steffi Graf, but she got her due. 1998, Natalie Tosiat, there's the final. The Duchess of Kent was there to see it happen. Incredible scenes. And we remember Jana Novotna in tennis today, 20 years after she won the title here. She passed away in November, battling a very private battle with cancer in November. And there's the moment everyone so savored, especially Jana Novotna at age 29 to win this title she so coveted. The Duchess of Kent going from crying on her shoulder to presenting her with the trophy. Absolutely wonderful to celebrate Jana Novotna that way, and very cool to see that there. What about inside center court? 1-1, early going, fifth set. We talked about Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. I think Rachel Stringer has Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Let's go ahead, hand it over to Rachel.
Well, you can see who we have here, smiling away, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. They've just won their third consecutive title here at Wimbledon. Boys, now you've gone really serious, but how are you feeling?
Drained, to be honest. Yesterday was such a long match, especially in that semi-final, and to come out here today, going to regroup and play that kind of tennis was kind of a joke, really. But I'm obviously over the moon and can't wait to celebrate.
And that kind of tennis, 6-1, 6-4, was incredible out there. The first set was just awesome. I hadn't seen anything like that in a long time. Gordon, just sum up that match yourself.
Yeah, I think it was a really high-quality match. I think, at 3-1 up in the second set, the other guys started to raise their level, and maybe we dropped off a little bit. I know Alfie was really tired after his long day effort yesterday, so it was a big effort from him to pull through in the second set.
Yeah, just talk us through that second set, because I think everybody in there, including myself, got a bit tense there when it went 3-3 in the second set. Yeah, do you get a bit nervous then?
No, I didn't feel nervous at all. I was quite calm out there. I think we both were quite calm. We just lacked that little bit of intensity, and which was pretty understandable. I think that first set was at such a high level, like Gordon said. To come out there and do it do it in the second set was always going to be a tough ask, and we're fully aware of what the other guys can do, and they did raise their level. We had to kind of have a plan B in some sort of respect, get the basics done, and just kind of keep the crowd going and keep ourselves firing.
Absolutely. We know you've obviously had a long road to get here, but your forehand out there, Alfie, was exceptional. You just had so much in it today.
I don't know where it's been for about 3 months.
We found it again.
Yeah.
And just talk to us about the atmosphere in there. About 2,000 people, capacity out there on court 3. Everybody was chanting your guys' names. Everybody knew exactly what to chant. How does that help you out there? Gordon, I'll come over to you.
Yeah, it's a big help for us. It's something that we thrive under, and we love the enjoyment of playing in front of a crowd. So we're so happy that we could fill up the stadium today, and that obviously we had most of the backing as well.
And what's next for you guys? Can we do number 4 next year?
Yeah, why not, eh? Why not?
Can we enjoy this one first?
Absolutely. Well done, guys. You were absolutely awesome. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Wow, so many spectators arriving at Wimbledon today. There's talk they may move some of them from the hill onto court 2 and put the tennis up on a big screen. Absolutely packed Henman Hill, who've got quite a bonus today by seeing the conclusion of this men's semi-finals before the ladies' finals. Sizzling temperatures on the hill and very hot on centre court too, but we're going to turn our attention to the ladies' final because we're just one set away from that. Serena Williams against Angelique Kerber, and Serena Williams trying to make history and tie Margaret Court's record of 24 Grand Slam titles. And how do you see this matchup?
I think this match is going to be a tough one to call because both obviously going in with some form. Serena Williams, I still don't think she's at her very best. I think she's still got a few more gears in her, but she's improved with every match she's played here this fortnight. She's got that step quicker, that bit more confidence, and you know, she's an imposing figure. She's going to be an intimidating opponent for Angelique Kerber, but Kerber herself has played some great tennis. She's played herself into form. She's a player who will make Serena play a lot of balls out there today. And she's beaten Serena before, and she's beaten Serena in a Grand Slam final. So she has the belief. She knows what it's going to take. And I don't know who. I can't give one player the edge over the other. It's yeah, a very close one.
It's a tough one to call. Has Serena really been tested at these championships yet, or is Angelique Kerber a sort of level above the opponents that Serena's faced so far?
She will be, but up until the semi-finals, Serena Williams hadn't faced a player ranked inside the world's top 50, and I mean, you can only beat the player that's put in front of you, but the draw did open up a lot. We saw so many seeds go out in that first week. So, you know, every match has been a test for Serena. She has got better, but Kerber will be a step up from any of the other opponents she's played so far in this competition.
And what does Kerber have to do to really disrupt Serena and get her out of her comfort zone?
I think it's going to be important for Kerber to serve well, particularly first serve. She needs to have a high first serve percentage in play. Her second serve isn't the best part of her game, and Serena Williams, we know what a great returner she is. She'll be looking to crank those second serve returns. But what we've seen Kerber do really well throughout the fortnight is return well. Albeit she hasn't played someone with a serve as big as Serena's. Maybe, well, Naomi Osaka in the third round has a serve that's just as fast as Serena Williams, but isn't as accurate. You know, with Serena serving really well, Kerber returning really well, again, it evens things out.
And is Serena's fitness going to be an issue in terms of if she gets her on the run, if it goes to 3 grueling sets?
Well, Serena's had a 3-set match already in this championships. That was in the quarterfinals against Camila Giorgi. Yeah, Giorgi, completely different type of player to Kerber. Kerber's definitely going to put more balls into play than Camila Giorgi. You know, given that she's had a day to rest and recover in between her singles matches, and she hasn't been playing in the doubles here at this year's championships, I do think Serena will still be fresh enough for the final.
OK, do you know the last time that Serena was beaten here at Wimbledon? Do you know that?
There's a number of years. Was that 2014?
Yes.
Elise Cornet?
Check that out. Wow. Elise Cornet, my goodness, yeah. Well, let's take a look at some footage from that match. This was, yes, 4 years ago. A third-round match here at Wimbledon. I mean, Serena often, well, she doesn't ever play grass court events leading up to Wimbledon. She goes back to the States and just hits on the hard courts. But do you recall this match? Were you here?
I do. I mean, Serena was far from her best, but I remember this year being quite significant for Elise Cornet because she ended up having 3 wins over Serena Williams that year. You know, sometimes there's just a player who can get under your skin, and Elise Cornet is that player for a lot of people. And for whatever reason, Serena just wasn't able to raise her level on this particular day. And Cornet is a player you have to beat because she's a feisty competitor. She moves incredibly well. And yeah, she certainly knows how to get under your skin.
Well, she does. If you're writing a mini manual on how to beat Serena, if you've got 10 minutes in the locker room with Angelique Kerber right before this match. What do you say? What do you target?
Well, you've got to make sure you've got your running shoes on. You've got to put a lot of balls back into play, but you've got to take your chances when they come. Serena Williams won't give you too many opportunities because she's so mentally tough. So when that opportunity arises, you've got to pounce.
Well, let's hear from both of the finalists. They did a lot of press before this final, so let's hear from them. Serena first.
She's been playing really well, and, you know, a lot of people haven't been, I don't think in the beginning of the tournament looking at her, but I feel like I think grass is her best surface. She plays so well here, and she knows how to play on this court, and she does it well. And this is her second final in 3 years. Is that right? So that's wildly impressive, and believe me, I know she wants to go out there and win. So, and so do I. And I think it'll be just like the last final. It was a really good final. I think it'll be another good final, and hopefully it'll be a good result.
I see a champion, that's for sure. I mean, Serena is one of the best players in the world, and I mean, we had so many great matches in the last years, and to seeing her back, it's great. And yeah, I know that she is always pushing you to the limits to play your best tennis. This is the only chance to beat her.
Well, back in 2016, Angelique Kerber beat Serena to lift the Australian Open title, but then at Wimbledon that same year, she lost in straight sets to Serena. What do you recall of this match?
I remember Serena was up for it. I mean, right from the first point, she wanted revenge. And yeah, I'm sure losing to Kerber in that Australian Open final hurt Serena, and she wasn't going to make the same mistakes again on this particular day. But Serena on a grass court is just something else. And there wasn't really much she did wrong.
Where is Kerber vulnerable? Like, what will Serena be looking to exploit?
The second serve, for sure. I mean, even on the first serve, Kerber doesn't have the biggest serve, and we know Serena's a great returner. But I think what's going to be important for Serena is playing her game and making sure she imposes herself, making sure she takes everything on. And I think it'll be important for Serena to try and keep the points short where she can.
And we mustn't forget that, you know, 10 months ago, Serena had a baby. She was then bedridden for 6 weeks after her C-section. She had to have major abdominal surgery. She had a pulmonary embolism, and you know, it wasn't just a normal sort of delivery of a child. And she's come back from that, trying to become the fourth woman to win a slam as a mother. Just what an achievement would that be, Anne, if she were to win today?
If she were to win today, I think the victory, this slam win, will probably be her best, her most memorable, and probably the most gratifying one for her, given what she's been through.
Yeah, she said last October she couldn't even walk to the mailbox to collect her own post. And here we are now in July, where she could be lifting that trophy in a few hours' time. The ferocity is back with Serena, but so is the calm, Anne.
Yeah, well, she does, I mean, in general, off the court, seem a lot more relaxed. And I guess having a child, a baby who relies on you, puts a lot of things into perspective, and tennis isn't the be-all or end-all anymore. I think for Serena, the desire to win is still there. She definitely wants to win, but it's not the end of the world if she doesn't.
No, that's right. She's got perspective now, but we could all be witnessing a slice of history later on this afternoon as she tries to tie Margaret Court's record. She was also a mum on tour towards the end of her career. She's trying to tie Margaret Court's 24 Grand Slam titles. Can she lift another one? Well, there's the small matter of Rafa and Novak, who are on court dueling in that fifth set. So let's catch up with Rob and Craig and see how those two are getting on.
Thanks, Selena. Welcome back to the concluding chapter of drama in this amazing semi-final between two of the all-time greats. Nadal is on game point. It could be a love service game, and indeed it is, actually. Finishes off with an ace, which is how he started this game. So we're now 3-all in the fifth. Still hard to pick a winner from this one. 4 hours and 10 minutes of tennis. But I would say, Craig,
yes.
By the way, the penultimate game where Djokovic served for 3-2 was massive, and he played really well. Mentally, Nadal is in the ascendancy here. Djokovic looks as though, even though it's evenly poised at 3 apiece, he will feel as though the momentum has shifted because he arrived this afternoon leading 2-1. Nadal looks more positive. He looks more aggressive. He's edging this mentally, it would seem to me, at the moment. Would you agree?
Yeah, I completely agree. Novak has an advantage with his serve, particularly at the Nadal forehand. He's having no problems there. But when you look around the court with the forehand and backhand exchanges from the back of the court, typically it's Rafa that is defending better. Typically it's Rafa that is turning defense into offense. Novak is holding serve because of his accuracy and making first serves. And, you know, both guys are really going. There's another one right there. Another serve to the forehand. Novak's going after Rafa's forehand return. Rafa's going after Novak's forehand return. Everything else kind of doesn't matter in that regard. They're both looking for forehands from the back of the court. And we're on the side of the court right here, so it's much easier to see court position. And generally, Rafa is closer to the baseline than Novak. Another serve to the forehand, and Novak follows that one in. Rafa misses it. I think Novak's got to do a lot more of that. He's not doing so well from the back of the court. There's a little fatigue that it looks like there. Rafa does look fresher, and there's also some drop shots. That Rafa's had an unbelievable tournament for drop shots. I've never seen him hit as many and win almost every single one. So finishing at the net, you know, it just takes that out of play. Novak now serving at 40 love. Another serve to the forehand just long, so it'll be a second serve.
Well, he could be following up Nadal's preceding service game, which was a love hold. Very, very impressive for 3-all. And he does have the advantage, Djokovic, of serving first in this deciding set. That one just goes wide, so it's 40-15. But up until this point, it's looked like a good service game. But he does have that advantage that every time Nadal draws level, he's facing the prospect of holding without any room for error. But Djokovic looks good here, and of course he's still very much in the match. He's one of the greatest players of all time. But Nadal just looks as though he's getting his tail up a bit here, and he really fancies this. And he has got that unbelievable Slam semi-final record of played 27, won 24, only lost 3, and he hasn't lost a Slam semi-final for 9 years since he lost to Del Potro in the semis of the US in 09 when Juan Martin won that one. And that is indeed the game for Novak Djokovic. So he moves ahead 4-3, and maybe he can use that as a little bit of momentum and belief to try and quell this Nadal comeback. But at times this afternoon, 4:13 on the board now, it's 2:30, so we're probably not going to be expecting to see Kerber and Williams out for, what, maybe another hour, or at least 3/4 of an hour, because they have to open the roof.
Yes.
They have a half an hour break between the end of this and then the players coming out, because the All England Club want the centre court to be packed and not have people
Fair enough.
coming back in
Absolutely.
dribs and drabs from a comfort break and having some lunch. Maybe Djokovic can use this little rest and this little sit-down to re-establish some belief in the match, because he is 4-3 up and still has a great chance of going through to what would be his first Slam final since the US Open in 16.
Yeah. We've all got, as a coach, I've been a tennis coach my entire life. That's what I've done. And one of the things that, as I've watched so many matches, whether it's under 10s or whether it's here on centre court at Wimbledon, I have this little radar for when somebody gets into single digits to win the match. So right now, Novak has entered that. He is now 8 points away. And the thing that you look for, as soon as you get to single digits and you get so close to the finish line, the one thing that you look for is that player reaching out for the finish line, which you don't want. You don't want to think about winning. You want to think 1 point at a time. You want to make sure the strategy is clear in your head. You're not out there going, which so many players do. And I remember as a junior back in Albury, Australia, doing the exact same thing. I hope I win. I only need 8 points. I only need 7 points. Let the coach count that down. What you need to fill your mind with, if you're Novak right now, is where is he going to serve? He's probably going to my forehand. I need to get it to his forehand. Stay around the baseline. Jump on a short ball. Fill your mind with the patterns of play, not the end result.
Nadal serving.
To the forehand, fault.
3-4. We are on serve, but always coming from behind because he has served second in this deciding set. Brilliant play from Nadal to force it to a fifth. Can he now complete the comeback from 2 sets to 1 down? Long way to go, you suspect, and 1 or 2 twists and turns of drama guaranteed still to unfold. This is a long rally between the two of them. Djokovic was winding up for a big forehand there, but Nadal went just long.
Finally, Novak's done a little bossing of his own from the back of the court. It was a backhand crossed at Nadal. But, you know, the weak area of Nadal's baseline play is wide to the forehand out in the ad court. Novak went there, then went down the line with the backhand. 2 very strong backhands. Love 15. Slight opening for the Serbian.
There is, because a break here would obviously leave him serving for the
Great
match.
return. Deep. He's looking for forehands. Ball going oh my goodness.
What a shot from Nadal. That was insane. That was so good.
That was about 180,000 mile an hour backhand cross court, up country, knuckle breaking. Look at this thing. It broke a speed record. I don't know if I've ever seen Nadal hit a backhand that hard.
Unbelievable backhand.
Goodness.
One of the best we've seen in this championship for 15 all. Key moments here for Nadal. A break here would leave Djokovic serving for the match. It's going to have to be done by a second serve, this 3rd point of this game. Nadal twitching, touching the ear, touching the nose, bouncing the ball 5, 6, 7 times. Massive service game.
Double
fault.
Pressure.
We've seen a few, not many. And now this really is an opening for Novak Djokovic because he's not on break point yet. But the next 2 points are vital for Nadal. He's coming under real pressure now. Are we close to the first break point in this 5th deciding set?
Normally, Rafa will serve down the tee, and it goes to Novak's backhand. He doesn't want that this match. He tried to hit the second serve out wide. Not where he normally goes, but he double faults. Now,
great serve, 30 all.
Yeah, a good serve, but he's gone there the entire time. Novak knows that serve's going to the forehand. You know, you can't cover everything, and Rafa hasn't been serving out wide. Novak's got to say, I'll give that up. Too good if you get me there, but I will not miss the serve to the forehand. It's exactly what happened.
30 all. Still the possibility of a break point here. Lovely serve, almost brings up a puff of chalk. Lovely forehand from Nadal, who finishes the point beautifully, leaving Djokovic on the wrong side of the court. Djokovic, arms open, looking up towards his box. What do I do about that? Nothing he could have done about that point. Nadal at his very best. Game point.
But once again, the serve went to the forehand, where it has for 5 sets, and Novak just hasn't found an answer and isn't sitting on that. Now at 40-30, Rafa has more options. He'd be getting inside Novak's head, and again the serve to the forehand. I've never seen between these two guys. I've watched so many of their matches over there. So many serves to the forehand from both of them. A long rally, very neutral right now.
Djokovic reluctant to come in, Craig, still way behind the baseline. Now he moves in to be the aggressor. A whipped forehand across the court, but Nadal looks up to the heavens. He's been taken to juice in this service game.
It was a good approach. Rafa went short and low, and when you get that low forehand, you got to either go short angle here or you go down the line, but against Nadal, you open up that cross-court pass. Rafa just missed it wide, and Rafa's going, come on, I've made that day after day, year after year.
2 points away from a position where Novak Djokovic could be serving for the match to inflict Raphael Nadal's first ever Wimbledon semi-final defeat. Or will we be going for a piece?
He goes to the backhand, really good return. Novak bossing from the middle of the court. You know, taken that turn from you, Rob. I like that one a lot. That should have gone down the line from
Djokovic, the aggressor. Nadal is long. Break point for the first time in this set.
Well, this is what Novak's got to do. It's really all or nothing. If he stands back and plays a neutral kind of game style, eventually Rafa is working him to a corner and working and extracting an error. There's just no other option right now than to play deep down the middle with a forehand return, get up to the baseline, look for a forehand, play to the corners and attack. Rafa now serving add out. Novak 5 points away from a Wimbledon final.
Djokovic has converted 3 of 16 break points in this match. Needs a fourth here. Great serve from Raphael Nadal, and you can hear the roar from the crowd.
Serve to the forehand as we expect, but it was very, very good. I mean, Novak, you know it's going there. Every single serve in this service game has gone there in the ad court, but Novak puts it in the net. That one had a little mustard on it from the Spaniard.
Back to deuce. Would you say that the second serve is one of Raphael Nadal's most improved elements in recent years?
I've got a rare stat for you here.
Love a rare stat.
Novak, excuse me, we're talking about Rafa. Raphael Nadal, there's a drop shot.
This time, Novak gets there.
Great.
Oh, an amazing point, but Nadal finishes off and gives it the big fist bump and turns to his corner. Game point. Wow, both men stretching themselves mentally and physically, but it was Nadal whipping it back into the corner. Djokovic moving right over to the left-hand side, flicks it back over his head, but Nadal whips the ball round the high part of the net. And the roar that the television cameras are showing now speaks volumes about the man and what winning Wimbledon still means to him after 17 Grand Slam titles. Hasn't won this, remember, since 2010. Game point for Nadal. Break point survived.
Another serve to the forehand, every single one. That's where he's hit the forehand winners. Nadal ties it up at 4-all. To answer your question from earlier, Nadal is the career leader in second serve points won. No one in the history of our sport has won more behind second serve. So he is, he's consistently done very well, and that was an amazing game. Rafa is full of beans right now.
Cameras are showing the Raphael Nadal corner. Carlos Moya almost neck veins bulging to attention.
I don't think that was Carlos. It's another, yeah, exactly. Roig, Francisco Roig, I believe it is.
Some serious emotions being experienced in both boxes. 4 apiece. Djokovic serving. Wow. Come back and join us very, very soon. The centre court crowd are seriously enjoying this one. 4 hours and 23 minutes, coming up to 20 to 3 local time. If this is the hors d'oeuvre, it's a very, very good one. We're gathering here. It's the famous women's final day, but this men's semi-final is turning into an absolute epic. Hopefully, for the sake of Craig O'Shaughnessy's nerves, it won't go quite as long as 6.5 hours, which is what happened last night between Anderson and Isner. But these two men are laying on an absolute treat on centre court this afternoon. 4-all, Djokovic serving, 15 love up, but Nadal survived a break point, and we are still tied at 4 games apiece in the decider.
Well, let's take you to court number 3, because it's the final of the ladies' wheelchair singles. And 2 Dutch players going head-to-head, and Aniek van Koout is serving to stay in the match at 5-2 down against the number 1 seed Didi de Groot.
Nibbles. Vote. Vote. Love 50.
Well, the moment of truth. There we are. Maybe she is a little bit sore there, just massaging that shoulder.
solid return.
Love 30.
Brute looking confident. She looks like she means business now, doesn't she?
She does.
Love 40.
And suddenly, that brings up, in the blink of an eye, after an hour and 1 minute, 3 championship points for Dida de Groot.
Game. Set match. Mr. Group.
Dida de Groot defends her Wimbledon title
6-3, 6-2.
in 2018, the best women's singles wheelchair player at Wimbledon for the 2nd consecutive time.
Firstly, this year's runner-up from the Netherlands, Didi van Kroot. And the Wimbledon champion for 2018, Angelique van Koot from the Netherlands.
And over on court 1, it's the final of the girls' singles, and Leonie Kung of Switzerland is serving to stay in the match against the number 2 seed from Poland, Iga Swiatek.
Is that point? Good height with the forehand, just cracked about 2 or 3 of those backhands, and then quick to get up to the short ball to hit it for a winner. That's a world-class point. And that was a junior point.
Pretty close.
15,
no challenge.
30.
Disappointment with that error. Sets up championship point.
13-14. Next second serve. Game, second match.
Iga Swiatek is the junior girls singles champion at Wimbledon. A wonderful tournament. conceding just one set. It's been a fabulous tournament as well. For the qualifier, let's remember, Leonie Kuhn from Switzerland. But this young lady, it'll be emotional. Swiatek follows in the footsteps of Alexandra Olza in 1995. And the Radvanskas, of course. Agnieszka in 2005, the champion here, and Ursula 2 years later. Their parents were thrilled and delighted for them, as they will be for this 17-year-old.
And now the 2018 Wimbledon champion, Iga Swiatek.
How good does that sound? See the smile on her face?
Forever. She'll remember this day forever. She played on court one like she played out here a million times before. She was composed. We saw great variety in her game. Tremendous weapons.
Craig O'Shaughnessy is just about hanging on here. Remember, he's in the Djokovic corner. It's 30-all. Nadal serving 4-5. It is on serve, but of course Nadal serving second in this deciding set. So a break point is a match point, and he's had to survive a couple of nervy moments. 3 very, very good points there for Rafa Nadal, who now has game point. The drama was so intense for this guy. He was down on the deck doing 20 press-ups when Djokovic was break point down, which would have left Nadal serving for the match. 2 break points Novak Djokovic managed to save. An absolutely sensational piece of composure from the Serbian.
Wow.
Good serve there from Rafa Nadal. What a time to produce an ace. We are 5 apiece, but really, Craig, having said that in the early stages of this 5th set, with Nadal coming back into the match to level at 2 sets all, we were talking about the ascendancy of Nadal mentally. I think it's right back in the balance, because while you were having a nervous breakdown, Djokovic saved break points and really showed some mettle towards the middle stages of this 5th set. I think this is too close to call once again.
So
5-all.
Rafa's down love 30. The match, Wimbledon, the tournament, it's fading away. He makes a first serve out wide that's unreturned in the deuce court, 15-30. He goes wide in the ad court to the backhand as a surprise. He's hardly gone out there. Novak misses it, 30-all. Rafa hits the line out wide for 40-30, and he hits an ace down the tee. 2 lines. That was an absolutely amazing service performance with 4 straight first serves, 2 of them just bringing up chalk. This is fantastic play from Rafa. In the previous game, Novak was down and came back. I mean, we're at 5-all. The level has raised. Rafa's raised his level. Novak has raised his. Novak's attacking more now. Very, very even. You know, just great tennis from both guys. They're both going to be feeling good about what they're doing. And we have a return that was uncalled. So Novak's serve, return came back, and Novak called it out and stopped play. So we're going to go to Hawkeye and see what happens here. Novak's already up 15 love, and the ball was indeed out. So Novak now 30 love. Always nervous when you stop play and go, well, I think it was out.
Talk about the courage of your convictions.
Yes.
But he's right back in this match now.
He is.
Although
he is.
one thing that I've noticed, and there must be good reasons for this, he is still so reluctant to come in. He's standing on some of these points. He's standing so far behind the baseline. You think there might be half an opportunity for him to rush into the net, but he still seems a little reluctant to do so.
And the confirmation of your idea there is how many times Rafa has hit forehand drop shots for winners. I mean, he's in this match and against Del Potro as well. Both Del Potro and Novak, they've just camped out a little further back, and on grass the drop shot dies. Rafa's hiding it really well. Very good backhand return from Rafa in that last point. Novak missed the forehand. Novak now serving 30-15 first serve. He goes wide to the forehand. And the call is challenged.
Nadal felt
Yes.
Nadal felt that that serve was long, so once again we've gone to
It is long
and
too.
it was long.
Yep.
So we will replay the point. 30-15.
If that was a follow, it'd be a second serve now, I believe. 30-15 second serve.
Nadal bouncing the ball so many times.
Through the line, short return, broken point, backhand volley. Novak got a little lucky there. Little lucky. 40-15 now for Novak. Closes his eyes, breathing. Good replay. Yeah, that one was right through the line. Rafa did good to just block it back, approach to the backhand. Interesting to see Rafa trying to go for the pass down the line. Normally he's got such a good roll cross court. Maybe these guys are just so amped up there. It's like, okay, let me just bring some power to this one. Novak serving 40-15, goes to the forehand again. Rafa wraps that around the frame. Novak holds 6-5. So many serves to the forehand. And the reason is both guys are very compact on their backhand returns. They put so many backhand returns into play. So they're both saying, you know what, you may, if it sits easy, you may crush one or two of these, but I bet you make a ton of errors. So 6-5, the Royals?
Yes, the television cameras are singling out the Duchess of Cambridge and the Duchess of Sussex. Now married to Harry, of course. There was so much attention.
Yes.
I took my son to the river.
Did you?
Let my wife watch the wedding, the build-up. There was more interest in that than there was in England playing in the World Cup semi-final. It was
Amazing.
extraordinary. But yeah, a great day for the nation.
Yes.
But I let my wife do the business on that score. My son and I went to the river. Anyway, just looking over our shoulder, a few people just standing up, just giving themselves an opportunity to stretch their legs. It is genuinely impossible to call a winner here. I think Djokovic mentally has worked so well to get back into this match and get over the disappointment of the fact that he's been dragged into a fifth set here. For the centre court crowd who bought their tickets or got tickets in the ballot thinking they were going to see the women's final, and that could be an absolutely amazing match. They're 1-1 in Grand Slams. Kerber beat Serena to win her maiden Grand Slam title in 16 at the Aussie, and then Serena beat her here before she finished 2016 with the second slam at the US Open. That's going to be an absolutely amazing match. But what a warm-up. 4 hours and 37 minutes of drama. They resume this afternoon, having played 2 hours and 55. It's Nadal serving 5-6. Just underline for people who are tuning in for the first time, how much extra pressure you're under when you're serving second in a deciding set.
Oh my goodness, a lot. So right then we have a really good serve, a predictable first serve from Rafa. Nice little chip from Novak. Rafa comes in with a drop shot. Novak's got a sitter and puts it in the net. And sometimes those easy ones, you have too many options, you have too much time, and golden opportunity right then. Rafa ahead. You expect him now at 15-love to be a little bit more aggressive. But yes, to your point, serving down is it's not easy. It's not easy. But, you know, Kevin Anderson did it yesterday. You know,
time and time again.
I think we view it from the outside and you know, put it a little bit more. I think if you're a player, it's like, well, somebody's got to do it. You know, somebody. It's good. This is just part. If you're ahead, okay. I'd rather be ahead. If you're behind, it's okay. I got to deal with it. I'm not going to complain about it. It's not going to get me down. Rafa's having a great, aggressive game here. He's up 30-love. Oh, Novak Djokovic.
What a forehand.
Fantastic defense. Rafa hit a great ball into the corner. Novak goes very high into the juice court corner and then rips. Rafa comes around, hits a forehand cross court. Novak's there well behind the baseline, even behind the worn patch on the court, and rifles a forehand winner down the line. Rafa now serving 30-15. You expect it to go to the forehand down the tee again.
5-6 on serve, hoping to tie this up at 6 games apiece. Nadal bossing that point, playing beautifully. Game point here, 40-15. Now, this is a fairly timely moment without getting too carried away into a huge debate. What's your view on what John McEnroe was saying yesterday, that if not at 6-all in the decider in a slam semi-final, then you go 10-all At what stage do they have to start thinking, governing bodies and all four of the slams, about introducing a tiebreaker at some point during a fifth and deciding set?
Well, the US Open currently does it. It works just fine there. The other three slams don't. Raphael Nadal just hit a frozen rope forehand down the line. Really, really nice forehand. We now go to 6-all. I think yesterday's match really gave, you know, a lot of strength to the arguments. Like, and there's only one thing that we're talking about is just give the guy an opportunity to play the next day and still have some legs. So I would say there's a very good chance in 2019 that all slams could quite possibly adopt it. I think the timing right now, you know, to lose a Wimbledon final, possibly because, and Kevin Anderson looked amazing. He looked so fit, so healthy, but yeah, it's the time is close.
6-all in the decider. 4 hours and 40 minutes of tennis played, and we still don't know whether it will be Novak Djokovic or Raphael Nadal joining Kevin Anderson in the men's final tomorrow. Let's rejoin Nick, but come back here soon. We just can't get enough of this match. It's thoroughly absorbing, and it's a privilege to watch it unfold here on Centre.
Didi de Groot has repeated as wheelchair champion here at Wimbledon. Won it last year, won it again this year. Is that extra satisfying to come back and defend your title successfully?
For sure, I think so, yeah. It was my first time actually coming at a major event like this and having to defend my title. So there was definitely a different kind of pressure on me this week. So yeah, it makes it extra special to just do it again.
Yeah, so when you come into Wimbledon this year, obviously having known that you had success here last year, what was your mentality? How were you trying to approach each match so you could try to win the title once again?
I tried to stay relaxed mostly. I didn't really succeed in that. I played some tough matches. I think my opponents, all of them, played quite well. So I really had to fight for it, and I think that did make me ready to actually play the final and to to have that mentality from, oh, it's not going to come, or well, it's not just going to come to me. Easily. I need to get it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that did help me to fight for it.
The challenge of playing on grass, especially in a wheelchair, I was speaking with Alfie Hewitt about how difficult the push-off is, and then it's been really warm in London this week. What were the physical challenges for you to come and repeat as champion?
Yeah, it's definitely, grass is one of the hardest surface there is. For us, I think normally when you play in a wheelchair, you can forget that you're in a wheelchair because it's such an automatic movement. But then when you're on grass, every push you're realizing, oh, I'm in a wheelchair. I need to push for every ball. For me personally, I love it. I think it's great to put so much work into the pushing and into getting to the ball. To me, it gives such a great feeling to get that ball. So I love it, but it is very, very tough. Yeah.
What was the support like on the number 3 court? Because really cool, you get to play in one of the small stadiums here. Good support crowd. I know that the Wimbledon fans really like their wheelchair tennis, but you guys had a nice little crowd cheering you on today.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. I think it was really nice to have the boys playing the doubles final. Then a lot of Brits came out to watch them, and some stayed. So that's really nice. And for them to see the wheelchair tennis that we play here, I think is really good. And I think most of all, it's quite nice that we played such a good finals to have the people give them a nice match.
Okay, lastly, how do you celebrate a Wimbledon title? You did it last year, you've done it now again a second time in a row. There's got to be some sort of team celebration, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll have a little celebration. I've got my mom here, my auntie, lots of my friends here. It will be so nice to just see them and have a little celebration.
Cool. Well, congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Joined by Emmett Smith. He's the hand engraver here at the All England Club. It's a very high profile and high pressurised job, but tell us how it came about in the first place.
Well, I took over for a chap called Roman who was doing it for, about 25 years. He'd drive over from Poland in his vintage car, but towards the end he needed some help, so I came along to give him a hand, and then a couple of years later he retired.
And the first time you did this job, How nervous were you?
Very nervous, yes. But it's very calm in here, air-conditioned, so it's a great environment. But, yeah, there's pressure on, there's cameras pointing at you, and you reread the name over and over, and you keep questioning, and then it starts losing sense. Yeah, I just try and keep focused and not let all the hubbub around me bother me too much.
Once you've engraved the name into the trophy, do you ever actually get to meet the athletes themselves?
Yeah, quite often. They'd like to come in and see the process also. And there's quite often they're taking the trophies home with them, so they like to see how it's done, yeah.
Are they always very surprised how quickly it's completed?
Yeah, and also more surprised how it's done. I think they assumed it was just some kind of machine and it buzzes it in. But, yeah, when they see us doing it, they stick around for a while and watch.
Do they ever get some pictures of you doing it as well? Have you got any selfies with a couple of the players?
Yeah, the phones come out and, yeah, a lot of selfies go on, yeah.
And tell us about the process of the finals weekend. Do you have a stencil? How do you go about engraving the names onto the trophies?
It's still a very traditional process, so to get the names drawn on, we just use plasticine, which leaves a greasy film on the surface. And then using a pencil, I'll draw through that plasticine so I can see, make sure everything's okay. Then it's pointed on, then we use little handheld chisels to pare away the metal and carve in the names.
And how long does that process take you?
It should be taking me about half an hour per trophy, but you know, I have to cut that down to about 15, 20 minutes.
So when you obviously see who the winner is, how quickly after they collect the trophy does it come back in here for you to engrave?
Probably about 5-10 minutes once the winner's been announced. Then it comes to me, and then it's just a flurry of chisels and chips of metal flying about, and then it's done.
Yeah, that's good. Absolutely.
Imagine it just kept going.
40-30, 6-7. Wipes his face. Ready, Raphael Nadal, to try and tie this up at 7 games apiece, and indeed he does so. So just for a fleeting moment there in that game, we thought that Novak Djokovic had the door ajar, which indeed he did, and we were fairly certain that we were going to be having a very, very dramatic moment. As it was, Raphael Nadal, it's now 7 apiece. There was no break point there, but he was love 15 and 15-30 down. But all of a sudden, we're all square at 7 apiece. And there was an interesting moment in that game when an opportunity went begging. Djokovic turned to the box and was screaming something at them. But you were clarifying, Craig, we, the outsiders, can sometimes misconstrue that. It's not getting angry with the person with whom they've got eye contact. It's just sharing the frustration with someone who cares.
Well, it's exactly right. There was, Novak had a window of opportunity there. He had 15-30. He's now love 15. He misses that forehand. And Rafa has served him forehand jam the entire match, and Rafa's won a lot of points with that. And at 15-30, he goes there. Novak misses it, and it's just frustrating. He's basically yelling, I know where the serve's going. I know he's going to bring it in here. I've got to be on that. There's just no way I can miss it. Serve goes to the forehand again, and it's missed again, and then, again down to the forehand. So Rafa's just sticking to these patterns. This is danger time right now for Novak.
Second serve.
Second serve, love 15. Rafa will put a backhand return back in play. If it sits too easy to the forehand, Rafa will crush that. This is a very good jam serve. Surprised Novak didn't go down the line with that backhand. And he's on defense and goes down the line. That one just landed in. Very impressed with, look at Rafa's just crushing backhand after backhand cross-court.
Great aggression here from Raphael Nadal and Novak Djokovic. Brilliant point. Really good rally. This another backhand from Raphael Nadal. Now the forehand, and Djokovic has to stretch for this one. Oh, and he's gone long there, Raphael Nadal. He was storing it up. You could tell he was getting ready to release a bomb with his forehand, the left-hander, but he went long, 21 shots, 15 all, as opposed to love 30. That could have been a big moment in the match, and that was an unforced error from Nadal. It could have seen him 2 points away from a break.
I would, when you run the tape, it will get labelled as an unforced error for sure. But when you run the tape, as he's winding up, Novak went that way. Novak knows that wide through the deuce court is when Nadal hits almost all of his forehand winners. And when Nadal has time in a big situation, he's going to stick to that pattern. And Novak went there, and Rafa felt it. Rafa saw it.
Unforced error there, 15-30. This is danger time now for Novak Djokovic. Little puff of the cheeks. Looks tired for the first time. He's gasping for air a little bit here. We know what a well-honed athlete he is. His wife standing up, giving him encouragement. 15-30. Nadal potentially 2 points away from a break that would leave him serving for the match.
Novak really needs a first serve here. It should go wide to the forehand side, but, you know, in his mind, he's weighing up, is this the right time to surprise? Do I go to the backhand? He does and misses the first serve, and Rafa's just sitting there going, give me something to hit. Let me get after it. Let me force a serve +1 error down the other end.
4 hours. 51 minutes of
Double
tennis
fault.
and a double fault from Novak Djokovic. 2 break points for Raphael Nadal. Djokovic is really, really feeling this. Now, he saved 2 break points earlier on in this set from 15-40. He has to do so again, but this time we're at 7 apiece, and the fatigue will be beginning to play a part here. We're edging towards the 5-hour stage of this match, which is now, by the way, the second longest men's semi-final in Wimbledon history, behind the match from last night. Much better first serve there from Novak Djokovic. He's into the net. He is the aggressor. Nadal goes wide. There's one of those break points saved. Still one more to come.
That should have been Novak's MO for the entire set here. He's been very reluctant to come forward, a little tentative, you know, all over the court. And it's, you see it with these guys when they get behind and they're pushed into a corner and they have to go for it, and they execute it just fine. It's having the courage to do it when the score is neutral or when they're ahead. Easy to do it from behind. Anyone can play aggressive from behind.
Oh, what a time to serve an ace.
The hammer right down the tee. All match, Novak has been serving more to the forehand. Rafa's probably sitting on that. That hit the spot, back to juice. Lots of courage there. But again, you know, one of these guys has got to step up with the score neutral and play this kind of tennis to get over the finish line, not just to get back to even.
Well, what a hammer blow this would be for Nadal if Djokovic manages to come past for the second time in this set. 15-40. Good first serve there from Novak Djokovic, who whips a forehand. Now a backhand from Raphael Nadal. Massive point here. Forehand from Nadal. Backhand from Djokovic. Both men reluctant to come in. Massive shot there from Djokovic. They're really working the angles. Nadal goes down the line. It's a challenge from Nadal.
I thought I saw chalk, but it could have been dust. I have no idea whether this was in or out.
If it was a winning shot, it was a sensational shot. It's going to be tight. Oh, it's going to be so tight. It's in by a whisker. By a whisker on the back of the line. Djokovic looks up at the Hawkeye review. Wow. Just when you thought it couldn't possibly get any more dramatic, a third break point for Raphael Nadal here. Such are the margins between success and failure at this high level. And it really is world class from both men here on centre court. Djokovic staring down the barrel for the third time in this game.
Goes forehand jam. Looking for forehands. Attacking Nadal's forehand out wide. Backhand down the line. Novak's got control right now.
Surely he's got to come in, but he stays behind the baseline. Now it's
Nadal
Nadal
comes
coming
in.
forward. Oh, what a shot from Novak Djokovic.
We've said it 1,000 times during the championships. Don't come in against somebody's forehand. And if you do, you must cover the cross-court pass. Rafa comes in, and, you know, it's just the adrenaline. The ball's short, and he just crushed it, but he went straight to Novak's forehand, and Novak had actually a fairly simple pass back cross-court. That approach would have been tougher for Rafa to hit down the line, but it would have then ended up as a tougher pass for Novak back to deuce.
Superb winner there from Novak Djokovic. 3 break points saved at 7-all. Back to deuce. Crowd holding their breath. Another first serve in for Djokovic, who this time comes into the net and tries to boss the point. Nadal is chasing it, but it's too late. And the aggression pays off for Novak Djokovic there.
And it would have all matched. He just hasn't done that enough. 3 serves at the forehand jam. It's going to come back, but there's a good chance it comes back weak like it just did. Novak needs to get to the net a little bit more. Rafa's owning the baseline patterns. In general, 7-all, add in. Wow.
His first serves have been brilliant in this game. They've got him out of jail. He's on game point now for 8-7 for the pressure to go back to the Spaniard, who missed 3 break points so far in this game.
Second serve, Rafa's got to be thinking, okay, look for a forehand. Try and run around a forehand. Goes body. He absolutely gives a backhand return and approaches. And that's what's needed in these big moments at 7-all. Be aggressive. Go to the net. Make the opponent have to come up with something special. You know, the second serve from Novak wasn't good. It was short. Rafa saw the opportunity to hit a return and go in. Kids all over the world, work on your return and go to the net. Work on the return approach. 7-all. It just helped Rafa here at Wimbledon.
3 break points saved. We're back to deuce. Great first serve there from Novak Djokovic. He's bossing this point using every inch of the court, but Nadal stays in this rally. Can't live with that, though. Novak Djokovic giving it a double fist pump there. Once again, it's game point. Pictures of his wife, who looks close to tears. What are we now? 4 hours, 57 minutes.
But why didn't Novak come in after that? He had put Rafa on the complete defense with his serve +1 forehand. Rafa's slicing, and Novak's not at the net. He stepped up and crushed a backhand cross-court. One of the rare times here in this 5th and deciding set that backhand has gone for a winner.
Almost 9 minutes now, this particular game.
Misses another first serve. Rafa is going to be all over this. He's been very, very good as the Spaniard against second serves in the ad court. He's really stepping in and attacking backhand returns, running around and crushing forehand returns as well. It goes to the forehand. Rafa gives it a ride and approaches, and
superb shot from
through
Nadal.
The line.
Superb.
Paint everywhere. Nadal has
4th deuce.
Hit several. Titanium paint exploding. Line. Right through it.
Right on the line.
Back to deuce. Great game.
Not far off 10 minutes in this game. They've been playing for over 2 hours this afternoon. Remember, they resumed with 2:55 on the clock. We're coming up to 5 hours in total.
It just seems like everything that happened yesterday and today, we're seeing some of the greatest tennis our sport will ever produce, and we're seeing it day after day after day here at the championships.
The 2 longest semi-finals in the same championship.
Wow. Second serve. That one just missed down the tee.
Deuce. Nadal still just 2 points away from a break, but Djokovic has saved 3 break points in this game. Once again, Djokovic reluctant to step in when it looked like he had the chance. Long rally here. Djokovic whipping it across the court. Nadal with lots of spin.
Backhand down the line. Should have been in after that. Does it go in? It goes long. Novak's starting to get after his backhand more. That's a good sign for Novak. It's a bad sign for Rafa. All through this, since we've come back in this resumption, the slice backhand has been a very, very good shot for Rafa. But at the moment, Rafa really needs to go after, because Novak is finding another level with his offense, especially off the backhand side.
great moment just around 30 seconds ago. Novak with a little wry smile as if to say, how much more do I have to do to win this match?
Can't make a first serve in the ad. You know, right, in general, it's around 49%, 49-50% second serve points won for the entire tournament. Novak's a little higher, around 53%, but you feel right now it's probably a 60-40 for Rafa being so offensive on this side. And again, forehand return, big forehand, third forehand for Rafa.
There'll be a big roar here from Novak Djokovic if he manages to hold. He's on game point, but what a shot from Raphael Nadal. And once again, we are back to deuce, this time for the 5th time. And Nadal is still only 2 points away from a break. They've both hit 70 winners. That is how little there is to separate these two men. And the television director is showing the clock 5 hours on the nose, even longer than Djokovic against Del Potro, which was something like 4:44 5 years ago in 2013. Talk about value for money on centre court. We haven't even started the women's final yet. Deuce. First serve is good from Djokovic. That's way long from Nadal. So once again, for the umpteenth time, it's game point for Novak Djokovic in a game in which he has already saved 3 break points.
When Rafa makes a loose error, it's like, how is that possible? That this guy doesn't make those. That was a rare one. I think he's a little bit on defense. It went down the line where he loves to hit his forehand winners, but it was 10 feet long. So Novak needs a first serve desperately now in the ad court to keep Rafa back, to keep control of the point. He gets the first serve. He goes wide. It's missed. It goes to the forehand. It's a slice long. Novak dodges more bullets here. He's leading 7-8. Rafa's got to come out and hold to stay in it. This is a absolute barn burner here at SW19.
You've been desperate to say it's bigger than Ben-Hur, and it is, as it was yesterday. Unbelievable. This is incredible. Djokovic saves 3 break points. He is now 8-7 up. That was over 10 minutes, that game. They've been playing this afternoon for over 2 hours. It's over 5 hours in total, and we still have no idea who's joining the 6'8" South African Kevin Anderson in tomorrow's final. We're going to have a little breather. He's got to go for a lie down or 50 push-ups or whatever he's going to do to keep his adrenaline under control. Remember, he's been providing stats to Djokovic, so he's living every ball as if his life depends on it. We've got some world-class photographers who work here at Wimbledon. Rachel Stringer is with one of them now.
We're down here in centre court on men's semi-finals day. I'm joined by Clive Brunskill, a photographer for Getty Images, who has been shooting tennis now for over 35 years. We're in the little photography pit down here where you have to be based potentially during the tournament, during the matches. But Clive, a pressurised job, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this pit here is filled with photographers. Obviously, everybody's competing against everybody else. So it's kind of key that you get the best picture from a match, and obviously everybody's trying to get the best picture from a match. And if you do get it, then obviously you get more publications in papers. You may get the big moment. So it's kind of pressurised, yeah, especially when you get to the latter part of the tournament.
So the boys on the court will have their battle, and you guys will have your battle down here as well. But you mentioned off camera earlier, you don't just have to be based in here. There's other areas in centre court where you could be taking pictures from too. Yeah,
I mean, the club have been fantastic. I mean, obviously, over the years, we used to just be based here and on platform B, which is over there. But now we have a position up in the roof as well, looking down from a special box next to the commentary boxes. It just gives you a nice angle. And with Getty Images, we've got 5 photographers here. So we like to have maybe one guy up there, one down here, maybe one on platform B. And it gives us a lot of different variety from the match, not just one position. So very good for that.
And surely a match like semi-finals gets really busy in here, and there's a lot of seats down here. How do you pick which seat you guess and which one is the better?
The major agencies like Getty and some of the other big agencies, the club, all have certain seats they're given. And then obviously the rest, it comes by priority of do you have a player in the final from a country that you're representing as a photographer? So if you're a Swiss photographer and Roger's in the final or semi, then you would have a better seat than somebody who's not from Switzerland. And then obviously they sort of work it mainly it's down to priority of importance. Where we are standing now on the East Pit, this is the key side, because everybody wants to be down here, because the family box is just up there, and the players always turn to the family box when they celebrate, or generally turn to the family box. So this is why this is key now for the latter part of the tournament.
Absolutely. And you said there you've been doing it for about 35 years. I mean, you must have seen some epic matches. Have you got a favourite which you were lucky enough to photograph?
Well, it's funny because talking about epic matches, I mean, obviously the 08 final was epic when Rafa fell in the dark, and one of my pictures caught a flash as he lay down from the crowd, and it lit it beautifully, like as though I'd put a flash on it myself. And so that was kind of a key thing. But what's funny is that the other night we had Nadal on here against Del Potro, and that's probably one of the best matches I've ever seen in tennis. And it was incredible, and you know, it always seems to be Rafa that we have the big memorable matches from, and Roger, but that was a fantastic match as well. So,
do you ever put any of the pictures that you've taken on your wall which you're really proud of?
Occasionally, if I really like a nice picture, maybe it would be Nadal, say, falling on the floor here for the 208 game, I might get him to sign it, and then I put it on the wall. But generally, I don't put lots of pictures on the wall, because it kind of, I don't know, it's just, you know, you're a photographer. It's sort of like, it's nice to go home and not see pictures on the wall, because you're surrounded by it every day, and it's a bit of a, you know, the house is just somewhere you relax, you know what I mean? You don't have to have photography everywhere, you know, so, yeah.
Everyone thinks they can take pictures these days. Everyone's got their cameras on their phones, but not many have a camera like this, which is actually as tall as me, and I'm 5'3". This camera here on this tripod here looks pretty epic. Just talk us through why it needs a lens of this size.
Well, these lenses, this is a very long lens of 400, but these lenses are very big and wide because they're very fast lenses. They allow you to shoot in very low light, and also that enables us to, when we work with a very wide aperture, to blur the background. So when you see, say, Roger or Rafa volleying at the net, all the people are out of focus completely. That's what we're trying to do. We don't want like sharpness right through the whole image, not on that type of image. And so these lenses enable you to do that. But they're strong, they get pushed around every day of the week, so, you know, it's top gear. It's not like with an iPhone. Yes, you can take pictures with an iPhone, but you're not going to get the quality you get with one of these. You know, it's just completely different look altogether.
Can we just turn the lens around to the camera just to see how epic that lens is? You're looking at each other there, which is probably a bit odd, but I just want to see the size.
Also will take about 9 frames a second. So they're shooting like 9 frames every second, so you get each little moment of a shot that starts to happen. So the other night, Raphael Nadal dived. So when he dived, you fire the first frame, but you then have a selection sequence which you can pick and say maybe the 4th frame's the best frame. So the editing office will look at it and go, oh, this is the better frame. They have a choice, you know.
So how many pictures maybe on average do you take a match?
Oh, I mean, it could be maybe, on the Raphael Nadal one, it could have been 3,000 pictures maybe.
You don't have to filter through those, though.
No, we have our pictures go straight from the camera through these little boxes down here, which have got ISDN leads into the camera, which plugs in here, and then we can send directly from the camera. It takes about 1 second a picture to send, and those images we select ourselves at the back. They go to the editing suite, Get Images office, which is in the main press centre here at Wimbledon, and then they will select from those pictures we send in the best ones to send out.
What happened back in the day when they didn't have these cables? So I can't imagine these have been here all the time you've been here.
Well, it was filmed then, so then we would have to take the roll of film out. It would have to be processed quickly in wherever the darkroom was then in those days, and then they would be scanned and sent or printed and put on a drum. So it's completely different. This is instantaneous now. It's almost live transmission in a way.
Absolutely, got to get the pictures out there quickly. And why have you brought this camera down as well? Do you switch in the match?
This is a different focal length. So this is a completely different focal length for the match. Then we have an array of shorter lenses. So yeah, so it's that's a 300. This is a 400, and I would have a 70 to 200, which I haven't brought down because the match hasn't started yet, so I didn't want to carry it all.
Clive, I just touched that. Can you hold the microphone? Because I'm going to pick it up because it felt super, super heavy. How do you
we
hold
carry
that?
those? Well, we just do. It's just something you do as a photographer. Obviously, this one has the monopod on it because it's really heavy. But these, for a guy, they're not that heavy, really. I don't think.
I mean, I'd have to obviously focus this way.
Yeah,
Just
and if you turn it on, there you go. Now you fire it. So
watch this. I'm going to try and take a picture of the staff on centre court doing their thing. Clive, maybe take the microphone and talk me through what I'm doing.
Yeah, so
here.
you look through the eyepiece and you'll see a little dot in there. Can you see the little red dot? And then that focuses. So you have to touch that first, yeah. Touch it. Now when you put your red dot on whatever.
Yeah, got the
now,
man.
now,
got the man
now
in the
just
chair.
press. Now press. There you go. And you've taken about 4 frames of them.
Paparazzi down here.
It's cool. It's not the sort of camera you'd take to the beach, is it? On holiday.
I think I'll just leave that there. I got the umpire, or the person setting up the umpire's chair. I got the Wimbledon Channel who are sitting over there. Clive, I hope you get the best pictures in centre court later on, because you are on match 2.
Match 2.
Hopefully. So good luck for that. Thanks so much for chatting to us.
No worries. Thanks. Thanks very much.
When you think of Wimbledon, you think of all white attire and strawberries and cream. But there's another well-established tradition coming out of the championships. It's called the ticket resale scheme, allowing fans who are leaving the grounds to hand their ticket back at the gates so they can be resold for charity, proudly supported by HSBC. Since 1954, it has raised millions of pounds for the Wimbledon Foundation. That money has helped rehabilitate military personnel wounded in the line of duty. It supported emergency service workers recovering from injury and allowed local homeless people to get back on their feet. It even helped Gordon Reid realise his dream of becoming Wimbledon champion. And with your ongoing support, the ticket resale scheme can continue to help others for years to come.
Well, we've ticked past 5 hours for this semi-final match, and that is the scene right now on Henman Hill. Absolutely packed. We've been listening to the cheers and the groans from the crowd there. Claire Curran is alongside me here on the Wimbledon Channel, and they go on 8-all in that 5th set. Hard to see where we're going to find a winner. It looked like Djokovic might be in the ascendancy there, and then Rafa came back. We had a few games where Rafa looked like he was on top. Can you see where a winner might come from?
No, I don't know who's going to win that match. Look, nobody knows. The way that Rafa plays the big points, the way that he played that match point with that backhand drop shot, it was just sensational. But both men at this point are really trying to get the crowd on side. Both of them have raised their hands aloft and really encouraged the crowd to get into it, because now this match not just obviously goes past the physical barrier, although it's not as tough as it was for Isner and Kevin Anderson yesterday, but it's the mental fatigue that's really settling in now. And it's interesting, in that match yesterday with Anderson, you could see how he started getting into playing patterns of play. And will the guys out there today be doing the same thing, just to kind of try to keep that mental composure throughout, try to make sure they just keep to the basics and do those well.
A big thank you to Charlotte, by the way, for keeping us cool. It is very, very warm here at Wimbledon today. Thank you so much, Charlotte. Now let's look ahead to the match that will eventually get out onto court. We don't know when this match finishes. How do you think Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams are feeling right now? What are they up to? Are they watching this? How do you prepare for this kind of match, a final that in years gone past would have been at 2 o'clock local time, and now they don't know when they're going to be on court?
Well, I think the most important thing that they've got to think about is food, and what time they eat their kind of main meal, and then from that moment on, now they can see this match is going. We don't know how long it will go, but they keep on snacking, but they can't eat too much, and really it's just important for them just to stay relaxed and stay focused. The roof's going to come off. There's going to be time after this match finishes for them to do a little bit more of a warm-up, so they're going to have the time between that match finishing and going on, so they shouldn't really exert too much energy. And I guess the most important thing is just to stay relaxed and not to get too distracted with all the things that are going on.
Would they ever have considered, we saw them both warming up, having a practice session this morning, would they have ever considered having another one, or would it always just be one and then just wait?
Well, every player is different, and some players like to have that extra bit of practice. I can't see Serena doing it. Just don't see that in her personality at all. Kerber, on the other hand, well, she may want to, but the distance between the main competitors area and getting over to Orangi Park, it's quite a substantial distance for them to walk. And to be honest with you, I think they'll both feel that the preparation is done, and if they need to do maybe a couple more ball feeds from their coach, they can do that really within the competitors area. There's a couple of places underground that have rather large space that you could, hit a few balls.
Okay, let's remind ourselves of Angelique Kerber's route to the final here at Wimbledon.
That's terrific. Great anticipation by both players. It's third time lucky, and Kerber clinches it.
Oh, yes. Kerber enjoyed that one. She's got the service break to begin the second set. Oh, she's done it.
It's gone long, and Kerber's done it. And it is all over for Naomi Osaka, but on World Cup final next weekend, there might just be a German winner at Wimbledon. And there's a very warm ovation for both players as they walk out onto court. Like that. Get set, go.
And because Kerber's taking it just a little bit early, she's on the rise. Takes that time.
Oh, what a stretch from Kerber.
So few players not only get to this ball, but hit this type of shot in reply. There's no way to defend against that.
Almost in a fourth quarterfinal in the last 7 years. Not almost, she is.
So the players are welcomed out here onto centre court. It's an intriguing encounter that we have for you today.
Yeah, that court positioning is going to be difficult for Kasatkina. 8 feet behind the baseline, defending where Kerber is on the baseline. Wow.
I think this is the best I've ever seen her serve, too.
and Yelena Ostapenko, leading out Angelique Kerber. Once again, and Ostapenko blows herself out. It is Kerber who is the first to claim her ticket to centre court on Saturday. She will play in the Wimbledon final.
People who've seen the match, it was very clear that.
Well, Kerber against Williams, yet to unfold. This is Nadal serving to stay in the match. 9-8. And while she'd been away, he saved match point with a drop shot on his backhand for 8-all. Incredible.
We're going to visit with Al.
Now 15.
So the first point of this game to Novak Djokovic. This has been absolutely scintillating. Almost 5¼ hours of drama.
As I mentioned, I was going to visit with our good friends at IBM to see how many drop shots Rafa has hit in the championships. He's hit a tremendous amount. I've never seen him lose one so far. It's really, really working well for him. Love 15, second serve. Seen so many moments in time in this match where the returner gets a little window.
21 hours of tennis to get to the final. You've had your own unusual route. How do you think that final is going to be?
Well, hopefully we can first of all play, both of us.
Oh, that's brilliant from Djokovic. And all of a sudden, the door is once again ajar. 2 points away from a famous, famous victory. We've been watching an absolute classic here on centre court, and they know it.
Loud 13.
Going through Novak's mind now, where is the serve going? What is my strategy? Where do I attack? How do I want this point to end?
Crowd on the edge of their seats. Oh, Nadal has slipped. 3 match points. What an opportunity now for Novak Djokovic.
Well, he goes wide and just tries to get back too quickly. Angle gets wrong, over he goes. This nearly makes it over the net. Novak comes in, but yeah, that had to hurt. And now, love 40, 8-9. The drama has just found another level.
He's already saved 1 match point. Surely he can't save 3 in 1 game.
John Isner came back from love 30 many times in that epic 5th set yesterday. Typical serve pattern. He's been going at Novak's forehand a lot. Second serve.
And he's done it. Novak Djokovic is back in the Wimbledon final. And look what it means to him and all his coaching team. It's a standing ovation from everybody here on centre court. The match that should have finished last night, that has begun a day of drama on the women's final. It has produced a dramatic conclusion, the second longest men's semi-final in Wimbledon history. And you can argue it was even better than the marathon we watched last night between Isner and Anderson. Djokovic can hardly contain his glee. He is back in the big time.
You've got to be thinking right there, you know, as Novak wins that and he walks back out onto the court, he looks up at his coaching team. It's been a rough couple of years for him. He's been down and out with his game. He's had to deal with injury. He's had to deal with poor form. Indian Wells, Miami were really bad tournaments for him. And we're not that far away. Indian Wells, Miami were March, we're now in July. You know, to look at his form and his level back then, you would not think he would be back into a Wimbledon final, and yet here he is defeating one of his arch rivals, Raphael Nadal. A fantastic match. Both gentlemen had opportunities. Rafa had opportunities. There was break points all around. They're both walking off the court now. Rafa will be gutted. Novak elated. Another classic Wimbledon semi-final. This has been a championships for the ages, Rob.
Unbelievable. Well over 5 hours. Double digits for Djokovic. 10-8 in the decider. Nadal had already saved 1 match point. And by the way, if you're a fan of using YouTube, you've got to go and Google the 16th game of that deciding set when Nadal saved a match point with the drop shot on the backhand. It was absolutely extraordinary. Such good value from a neutral's point of view, if you're a Djokovic fan and if you're a Nadal fan. He was bidding to edge 1 step closer to a 3rd Wimbledon title. He will still be world #1 when the latest rankings emerge on Monday, and deservedly so. But he forced Djokovic to dig deep. He was using what was left in the very bottom of the barrel, and he'll now have an afternoon to have a massage, do some physio, a whole load of previews for all the main broadcasters who are rights holders, and then an early night, and he'll come back as favourite to beat Kevin Anderson. Djokovic leads their head-to-heads 5-1.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, I think we're forgetting a couple of years ago here, Kevin Anderson had Novak in all sorts of trouble. He was serving well, it went 5 sets. I remember right after Novak won that match point, I've never seen such a sigh of relief from a player's like, holy cow, I almost lost that one, and it was almost just taken out of my hands. You know, yes, Novak will be the favorite, but, you know, Kevin has just played so well. Such a great tournament. He can serve his way to a Wimbledon championship. Novak, you know, Novak's good, Novak's back, Novak beat Rafa, but let's not engrave Novak's name in it. Yeah, let's go through here. Total unforced errors, dead even for both players. Total winners, dead even for both players. Novak won 4 more points. 4 of 19 break points for Novak, 4 of 11 for Rafa. Amazing. 23 aces for Novak. 23, I mean, we did go 5 sets and deep into the 5th, but one of the things as Novak came back, his service motion was, you know, it was troubled. It was in here, and sometimes it drops in here, and the abbreviated motion, and lots of different things going on. And now the serve is back to where it needs to be. It's producing aces. It's standing up under pressure. He came back from 15-40 in that deciding 5th set late, but you know, we're privileged. You've said it several times yesterday and today, for us to be here as tennis fans and tennis commentators. It's an absolute privilege to watch these great players perform at their best, at their peak, delivering on the big stage. And we still have Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams to come.
Right, we were watching 2 of the all-time greats. They're both once-in-a-generation players, and we've been so lucky to watch them live out their careers. That was the latest instalment in a 12-year rivalry. It was one of the all-time great Wimbledon semi-finals. Amazing. Last little point on Djokovic before we move on to previewing Kerber against Williams. Bearing in mind the time he's had away from Grand Slam finals, when he comes back tomorrow, it'll be his first since the US Open final in 16, which he lost. Do you think winning Wimbledon tomorrow, if he was to beat Kevin Anderson, would mean more to him than the other slams, because he has now tasted life back down the rankings, and he's had a reminder of the tough days since the glorious run when he arrived here in 16 holding all 4 slams? Would tomorrow mean more than all the others, or is each Grand Slam, do you think, different?
No, you know, Novak's the only one that can answer that, but I would definitely feel that the answer is yes. This is when you know, the enemy of great is good. And, you know, Novak was kind of, you know, in his rarefied air, he went from good and went to bad. And, you know, the injury and the form and, you know, the changes with the coaching team and getting rid of Marian and then being with Andre and Radek, and it didn't quite work out, and back now. And, you know, I think for all of us, when you dip, you know, you're up in the great and you come down to good and then you dip down to bad. And now, you know, if he was to win tomorrow, Kevin Anderson's still, you know, very, very solid player, very good chance to win tomorrow as well. But yeah, you would think when you've been kind of, you know, life has punched you in the mouth a little bit and bloodied you up, and you come back and you kind of prove to the world that, hey, you know, you thought I was gone. You thought I was down the road a little bit, and I'm front and center right now. So I would imagine, but Novak's ultimately the only player and only person that could answer that.
Right then, Kerber against Williams. Yes. A rematch of the final from 2016. On paper, Serena Williams is the favourite for this one, but we shouldn't underestimate Angelique Kerber. Absolutely. Because just as we've been talking about Djokovic enduring tough times from 16 to this year, Kerber had a very lean year last year, but we know from speaking to Moritz Lang from German TV, she worked really hard on her fitness in the close season at the end of 17. She might not be quite back to world #1 form, because in 16 she made 3 of the 4 Slam finals, but she's a double Grand Slam champion. She's one of only a very small number of women who has beaten Serena Williams in a Grand Slam final, because that was her first Slam at the beginning of 16 in Australia when she beat Serena in 3 sets. If the German comes out and her legendary return of serve is working well, she's got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I did a little preview of this earlier, and in Australia, you just couldn't imagine that Angelique Kerber could dominate the 0-4 rally length against Serena Williams. It just seems too difficult, but that's exactly what happened. She won more points, and it's such, you know, when you look down at all the metrics, you know, we have our traditional metrics that we just saw there, winners and unforced errors and first serves in. I do a lot of research on our sport, and one of the things that has stood out to me the last several years is how important it is to win the 0-4 rally length. And it's just simple math. When you look at a pie and you say, okay, we're going to cut out 70% of the pie, this big area of this pie, if you can win this 70%, you'll win the match. Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, there's only 30% left. That, you know, you can lose that. And what we saw in Australia for Angelique Kerber, she won the... Cheers.
By the way, sorry, it's the hottest ticket in town getting into the comms box. That was one of the servicemen coming in here for a little break to use the aircon. But don't worry, he's gone away. He might come back when we're focusing on the action. Yeah. Amazing. Sorry, so that's why the door was opening, because this is the best place to be.
So in Australia, Angelique won the 0-4 rally length. She won the 70% pie. The other 30% she lost. For whenever there was a 5th ball hit in the court, which is really, you know, I hit my one in, you hit number 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've hit 3. You've only hit 2 balls in the court. It's, you know, we're not that far down the track in a rally. Angelique Kerber, whenever there was a 5th ball in the court in Australia, she had a losing record against Serena. When Serena won here in the middle of 2016 in July at Wimbledon, Serena won the 0-4 and lost everything else. And, you know, math isn't my strong suit. I have a journalism degree. I like to write. I almost failed math in high school. But I can kind of figure out, take care of the 70%. Don't worry too much about the 30%. And you're going to win the match. So for tomorrow, what's involved in the 70%? The serve, the return, the serve +1 and the return +1. And the strong suit for Serena is the serve. The strong suit for Angelique is the return of serve. But it's, you know, there's so much offense in there that you've got to say, Rob, I'm going to give you one tip. I haven't given you any tennis tips. Do you even play tennis?
I haven't for a long, long time.
I bet you're good. Okay, so in general, tennis is about 70% errors, 30% winners. It's about 70% in 0-4. So when you go and play your match, I don't care if you make an error on the 5th shot or the 8th shot or the 14th shot. It's okay. It's going to happen. It's the reality of tennis. But the first 2 times you touch the ball, don't miss. So on the serve side, let's cut out the double faults. And on the serve +1, let's play good defense and get that ball in. Return a serve, the number one shot in our sport that is missed is the return of serve. Let's put the return in play. Let's put the return +1 in play. If you can minimize the 0 through 4 errors, you're going to go a long way to winning the match. It's exactly what Angelique Kerber has got to do tomorrow against Serena.
Well, the centre court roof has come off. The lawn is bathed in sunshine. A few people have gone out for a comfort break. We are now 3:51. This is what the complex looks like. A real buzz around Wimbledon this afternoon after that epic conclusion to the semi-final between Novak Djokovic and Raphael Nadal. There's everybody on the hill settling in with their picnics, their Pims and their Prosecco. Very much looking forward to watching the drama that will unfold this afternoon. People waiting anxiously to see, perhaps from a neutral's point of view, whether Serena Williams can tie Margaret Court on 24 Grand Slam titles. And if she does, she'll only be the 4th mother to win a Grand Slam. It's been an incredible journey back to the top. She's still, by the way, unbeaten in Grand Slams since having her baby, because she made the 4th round of the French but pulled out of the match against Sharapova with an injury. And she's played herself into form. Go where? She's played herself into form brilliantly over the last 2 weeks. So, great drama. It's very close to unfolding. It's Angelique Kerber against Serena Williams. We cannot wait for this to start.
In order to predict the future, the winner of Angelique Kerber and Serena Williams, we look back to the past. And right now we're going to have a look at their 2016 matches. Both were in the final of a Grand Slam. One was right here at Wimbledon, the other at the Australian Open. And when we try and figure out, okay, who's going to win this one, what should we look for? What are the key indicators of winning and losing between these two stars of our game? The rally length is very, very important. So there's 3 different rally lengths in tennis. We have short rallies, which are 0 through 4. And you're like, well, what's a 0? A 0 is a double fault. The way we count rally length is the ball has to go in. So a rally length of 0, ball didn't go in, got it. If I serve to you, you return to me and I hit a winner, that's a rally length of 3. If I serve to you, you hit it back and I make an error, only 2 balls went in. All right, there's your little education on rally length. 0 to 4, 5 to 8, and all the long rallies go in 9+. So let's see how each lady performed in the critical 0 through 4 rally length. It's typically right around 70% of all points. So at the Australian Open, which Angelique won the 0 through 4 rally length, 60 points to 52. She was +8. +8 in the short rallies, -2 in everything else. When her 5th shot went in the court, she lost, well, it was 10, 20, 29, 31 to 29. So take care of the short points. Now, let's skip forward to Wimbledon. Serena won at 7-5, 6-3. How did she perform in the short points? Well, very, very well. Serena won 51 of the short rallies in 0 through 4. Angelique Kerber only won 33. So Serena ends up +18 in 0 through 4. She was -6 in everything else. So the common thread is, in the first 4 shots, you have the serve, you have the return, and the 2 shots right after. So we serve, and we call that the serve +1 ground stroke, forehand or backhand, and the return +1 ground stroke. If you do well there, if you don't make too many errors in there, you will find yourself the 2018 ladies Wimbledon champion. We are going to go to the card, and we've got some points here to figure out what is going to happen. What are the patterns of play between these two? We're back in 2016. Angelique Kerber, the bottom of the screen, she's so directional. Whenever a ball comes to her, she's always looking to move her opponent, to change directions, to hit, to move. Serena coming to the net. There won't be a lot of net play today. I can almost guarantee you there'll be no serving and volleying between these ladies. They will sneak in when they get the chance. Great deep return from Serena. Serena's going to look to take power and depth to force a lot of errors from Angelique. Angelique runs down so many balls. When you see her out wide, she loses that point. Set point right there for Serena. She is pumped. Also look at Serena's court position on the return. Just very intimidating right up around the baseline. And this is classic Angelique Kerber. She goes cross-court with the forehand. She brings it back down the line. She's constantly moving her opponent around the court. Very nice floating return, running that ball down. One more ball in play. Serena says, you know what, I'll try a drop shot. It's not the best when you hit a forehand drop shot to the opponent's forehand side. Much better with a backhand drop shot. You'll get much more spin on it. Hitting behind, like the tactic. Defense goes cross-court. Roll cross-court. Lots of this today. Lots of changes. Look at this. We're doing a figure 8 out here. Back behind. I like that one. Now, Angelique is way off the court. For all of our young players at home, when you get this wide off the court, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, I want you to go cross-court. Let's go to the cart and let's pick our target. I'm going to kind of draw a line over here, a line there. This is position A in our ABCD. We've got A, and we go, I don't care if you go high and lob it into this area, that's fine. I don't care if you go low and straight and short angle, it's fine. But typically, defense goes cross-court. Now, every now and then, and especially if you look over here to the other side, you see, well, my opponent's already standing there. There we go. Serena's already there. I could be in trouble if I hit it over there. And Serena hasn't turned her hip. She hasn't committed back to the middle. Every now and then, when we get balanced, so let's have a look at Angelique. Is she balanced on that side of the court? Absolutely. It doesn't matter that she's open stance. The open stance backhand is a wonderful shot. Every now and then, oh, this would be nice, wouldn't it? Round the net post, down into this little triangle over here. If you get balanced and you're feeling it, let's look at our score up in the corner. Is the scoreboard pressuring her? She's up 15-love serving in this game, so we're ahead. Let's take this down the line, shall we? Let's have a nice rip. Gorgeous shot. Serena applauds. Angelique loves it. The crowd lose their mind. Serena very aggressive with her court position there, stepping in. Expect that today. That is not going to change. I would really encourage Angelique to hit. She can hit 10 drop shots today. And once again, look at this little amazing way. So, did you touch the net? She's like, sorry. Not this time. I think Angelique should hit 10 drop shots today, all off the backhand wing, all straight down the line to Serena's backhand. Get her on the run, get out of these bruising baseline exchanges. Serena's definitely the favorite today. This is her surface. It's a better matchup for her on grass than it is on hard court. Wonderful touch. Very nice ball. Very focused in between points. One of the best service motions you can copy right there. And this is the last game. Serena's serving. She's up a set. It's 5-3. First point unreturned. Second point, that one does not come back either. So, what are we going to do here? Out wide again. Serena Williams can hit her spots. We are now looking at championship point. 5-3, 40-love, out wide, short ball, come on in, backhand volley. Oh, you get that to win Wimbledon. A nice, easy forehand volley standing on top of the net. 7 matches for the coaching team. They are elated. Another Grand Slam. There's Sister Venus. Ladies, great embrace, great respect for each other. Smiles there from Angelique Kerber. She gave her all. As soon as that match finishes, you know, you are my competitor when we're playing points. I don't necessarily have to like you, but the moment that ends. We see players smiling and embracing each other. Rafa walking around the net to embrace Juan Martín del Potro the other day. It's great to see the camaraderie and the respect these players have for each other. Serena today is going to bring heat. The serve is going to be big. Expect Serena to step in and really get after the return. Try to end the point before it begins. Try to play as many points in 0-3-4 as she possibly can and just bring tons of offense. For Angelique, it's going to be about defense. It's going to be about getting out wide, putting one more ball in play. It's going to be about changing directions. Ball comes down the line, take it cross court. Ball comes down the line over here, heavy spin. Now, Angelique doesn't necessarily have the Rafa. Angelique likes to get down low on the ground and hit some volleys. I'm kind of feeling a low forehand volley myself, so I'm going to have a ball down over here, get my grip, continental grip, racket on, hand on top, racket face open, ball comes low, and you see Angelique Kerber quite often getting down this low, putting a knee on the grass. Let's do one more. I love a low volley. Ready? Here it goes. Oh! Feels so good. Keep the racket face open, put your backspin on the ball. The lower it gets, don't drive that volley deep. High volleys go deep, short volleys, low volleys, short angles. Ladies, let's have a fantastic match. Who's going to win this? Well, Serena's the favourite. I think Serena does win it. I'll say Serena in 3 sets, but I expect it to be very, very close. Angelique Kerber is playing well. Serena is getting back to the top of her game. Ladies, have an amazing day under some beautiful skies here at Wimbledon. Peace out.
Well, the time is ticking towards the main event, the ladies' singles final here at Wimbledon. Everyone there on the hill just taking their seats, ready to watch that match on the big screen on the side of court 1. Claire Curran is still alongside me here on the Wimbledon Channel. Let's build up to this one. We're being told that the players will walk out onto court at 4:05 local time, so they've had a little while to wait to get ready for this one. The roof has opened. How do you think the start of this match will pan out? Because it's crucial for Angelique Kerber mentally, as she approaches this match psychologically, to start well, because she knows that Serena can be such a difficult opponent when she gets a lead. She's a great front runner. She has to get off to a good start in this match, doesn't she?
Yes, and from watching Serena play against Gerges in the semi-final, Serena played at the start of the match at a reduced tempo. So the first couple of games for Kerber, it's important that she makes Serena play a lot of balls. She plays deep, but also she takes an opportunity to be aggressive in that match. It's an interesting matchup. I think that Kerber has to approach this match a little bit like a heavyweight boxer, in the sense that she's got to be able to take the big punches, but to stay with them and to be put herself into a defensive situation. Can she do it? Can she do it long enough? Can Serena eventually kind of box herself out of the match? And then can she take advantage from there?
That final a couple of years ago, 7-5, 6-3 in the end to Serena Williams, how much will that affect today's match, and what will Kerber have tried to learn from that day?
Well, I think at that point there, that was a first experience for Kerber. She had never played in a Wimbledon final before. So everything that's happening today, this is a totally different feel for players going on to centre court to play a final. From the moment they walk out of the locker room in a few minutes' time to they take that long walk down the corridors towards the centre court and down the stairs and with the camera facing them. All of these things, just like they are doing right now, this is totally different. But Kerber has had that experience before. Serena's obviously done it now. This is her 10th time in the final. She's done it before. And as well as that, Kerber has had a lot of experience since then. Became world number 1, won a couple of Grand Slams. She's ready for it today.
Increasingly these days we see sports stars wearing headphones as they walk out onto the arena. What do you think Serena's listening to there? Do you know her music of choice?
We don't know if she's listening to anything. It may be a nice
podcast,
endorsement.
Perhaps.
It might be.
Maybe she's listening to a Wimbledon podcast.
She may be, but Serena takes those headphones off just as she's walking on to centre court, maybe towards a chair. She likes to absorb the atmosphere of the centre court crowd. And
do you think that Kerber will be feeling nerves here? I mean, clearly I think both players will be feeling very nervous, won't they? They always will do ahead of a match like this, but will she? I'm sure Kerber will see this as her opportunity to almost right the wrongs of 2 years ago, losing a final at Wimbledon. Obviously, I'm sure she's grown up, wanting to be a top tennis player and win Grand Slams. She's ticked that box now. But to win Wimbledon for a young player growing up is such a big thing, and she'll be feeling a sense that she can right what happened a couple of years ago.
Both players today is an incredible opportunity. If you look at what happened, obviously, in 2017, they weren't really at the... Well, for Kerber, she wasn't even at the races here at Wimbledon. She didn't enjoy being world number one. She's worked so hard to get herself back into the form that she is showing today throughout this tournament, and she's been showing it through the year with that quarter-final run in the French Open, with the semi-final run at the Australian Open, and even last week in Eastbourne when she lost in the semi-finals. Her performances are so good. This is her opportunity really to play, the best opportunity that she's going to get, to play Serena Williams on the grass here at Wimbledon and to get a win.
Absolutely. The Duchess of Sussex and Duchess of Cambridge watching on from the Royal Box for this great match. Serena, of course, was a guest at Duchess of Sussex wedding a little while ago. So they're getting ready there on centre court, these moments ahead of that big battle, just to calm the nerves and get ready for what will be a momentous occasion for both players, even for Serena, who's so experienced with being in a final here at Wimbledon. They're about to stride to the nets. It's Kerber up first for the coin toss. Caden Nooney is today's umpire, and Tia, young Tia, who we spoke to earlier here on the Wimbledon Channel, will perform the coin toss there on centre court, and we can listen in to it now as Serena steps up to the net as well.
Ladies, same conditions, couple of reminders, 5-minute warm-up shot please, 25 seconds between points, and after the toss, we have a picture session, okay, if you don't mind. Do you have any questions? Angelique, this is heads or tails? Heads, Tia, return. You got heads. You receive? Okay, side picture. No, facing here, yeah. Yeah.
So Kerber winning the toss, electing to receive. So it'll be Serena Williams who serves first. Caden Nooney there, he's affectionately known as the Barry White of tennis because of that deep baritone voice with which he says 15 all. I can't do the impression. Anyway, enough about Caden Nooney, let's focus on the players. The decision there from Angelique Kerber, winning the toss, deciding to receive, what do you make of that?
I'm not surprised at all by that. The way in which Kerber has been returning serve throughout the championships, this is one of her great strengths, and she's going to try to get that early break of serve against Serena. Also gives her just a couple of opportunity on the court just to get used to the conditions before she comes out for her own service game. But Serena has been serving at such an exceptional rate, and I mean she is just absolutely firing those serves down. I've been so impressed with her serve more than anything in her game, but also it's the tempo that she's been hitting her ground strokes. Serena, she's been hitting them so heavy, but she's been cutting her unforced errors down, and that's something which will be a bit of a concern today for Angelique Kerber. But I just feel in this match for Kerber, the longer that she can stay in the rallies, the more opportunities that she can take to get Serena off the court into those tram lines, because I don't think Serena's quite there yet with her movement. I think if she can do that, she will have opportunities in this match.
There have been two matches, I think it's fair to say, so far at the championships that will give Kerber, I suppose, cheer when she looks at them. And the matches for Serena, that was the match against Mladenovic, 5 and 6, very, very close. And the match against Camilla Giorgi, where Giorgi in the end managed to win a set, didn't she, as well? Will she have watched the tape, perhaps, from those, or bits of those two matches, to just see what worked for those players to really test Serena? Because she had to play very well to get through both of those matches. whereas the rest of the matches so far here at Wimbledon for Serena, I think she's been able to exert control over it fairly early on. But those two were the ones where she struggled. Will Kerber and her team have perhaps picked out something from those two matches to try today?
I think it's important that her coaching team does show her a couple of points of which they can take to her and show her how she's going to beat Serena Williams today. This is not still the same Serena Williams as we saw before she had her first baby. She's still on the comeback trail. She hasn't yet played and beaten in this tournament a player who's in the top 10, playing at top 10 level. And that's
we had Renee Stubbs on earlier on, who's good friends with Serena, and she said that she thinks she's at about 70%.
Yep.
Mentally, she's 100%.
Yep.
Physically, and the way she's moving is around 70%. So she's making do with what she has here.
She's doing it exceptionally well, and Serena accepts that more than anything. And that's why, when I was saying that when she played that Gerges match, she knew that she had to raise her tempo, because if she didn't overpower her opponent, then she was going to be moved around the court, and her weakness, which is really her movement at the moment, would be exploited. And that's what Kerber will be trying to get onto today.
Sporting royalty in Serena Williams' box today. Tiger Woods, he put out a tweet actually yesterday saying that he was in London, so a lot of people started to think that perhaps he would make his way to Wimbledon to watch this match. He's good friends with Serena Williams, and he'll be playing the Open at Carnoustie next week, so obviously had a bit of time on his hands.
He sent that tweet out. That was a little bit of a hint. Can I have a ticket, please, for centre court?
Is there a spare seat in your box?
Yes.
That's the thing with these great finals. Lewis Hamilton's there as well. Anna Winter is who's who in the box. Does that add pressure, having people like Lewis Hamilton, Tiger Woods in the box, or this is just normal for Serena, isn't it?
Not for Serena Williams. Not for Serena Williams at all. In fact, I think it makes her play even better. Look, she's such a role model to so many people around the world, and the fact that all of those great sports people, men as well as women, are coming to watch her, it's just an illustration of just how much she's done for the game and how much people think of her.
Yeah, she transcends tennis. Where will this match be won and lost? I suppose for both players. Let's start with Serena. Where's it going to be won and lost?
I think she's got to look to play quick points, keep her unforced errors down, and most important, she's going to have to serve exceptionally well today against one of the best returners in the game. And for Kerber, I just feel that she has to absorb the pace. She has to keep herself in the rallies as long as possible, and she has the physical capacity to do that. Kerber's game, in terms of her technique, the short swings, she stays low, she's got strong legs. Her game suits the grass, and if she could just absorb that pace of Serena's and get her on the move, well, then that's going to be her best opportunity. The one thing that concerns me for Kerber in this match is that second serve, and she's going to have to be smart in how she directs it, because some of the serves that she was serving against Ostapenko in the semi-finals were 71 miles per hour, and that's so slow. And Serena will really look to attack that.
Saw Wim Fissette there, Kerber's coach, formerly working with Johanna Konta, of course. Let's talk about the pacing of this match, because one thing that Serena Williams does supremely well is she plays a match, regardless of the importance of it, at her pace. She makes the opponent wait. She almost exerts an element of control over time during a match. And I'm sure that Kerber will have felt that the first time that she played Serena in a Wimbledon final, that you're almost playing on Serena's terms. What can Kerber do to bring it back on her terms? How do you negate someone who likes to play so slowly and so deliberately?
Well, the only thing that Kerber can control out there today is herself, and that's going to be what she has to focus on, and ignore what Serena Williams really brings to the court today. But she's played her enough times. She understands really the feel of the match, and she's just got to look after herself.
Well, the stage is set. The players are ready. Just the final preparations at the end of the warm-up for this ladies singles final at Wimbledon. Eagerly awaited. We cannot wait to see who will win this battle between the German there in the picture, Angelique Kerber, the number 11 seed for this year's championships, up against that great champion, Serena Williams, the number 25 seed for Wimbledon this year. The players are getting up and ready, and you can continue watching that final on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. And let's hear from Raphael Nadal.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a very busy room today, so I will try and get as many of you in as possible, but we will keep it to a strict one question at a time. We'll start with English questions.
Rafa, you've played so many brilliant games, brilliant matches against Novak. Where does that rank in terms of the matches you've played against Novak?
Being honest, I didn't have the chance to analyze where I rank. I don't remember all the matches. Have been a great match. I think a fantastic level of tennis for both of us. I think I was not a spectator, but I think it was a great show for the fans. And of course, not happy with the final result, and of course, happy about being part of this match. That have been a great one.
Rafa, when you play him, what is the biggest challenge and what is the level of respect that you have for him?
Biggest challenge is I am playing against one of the best players of the history, and probably for him is something similar. And the respect is very high because he's an opponent that we played a lot of times, and we played in the greatest stadiums, greatest moments for both of us, and we shared on court a lot of big moments for both of us. No? So he's a great rival, and today was another battle that stays there for the I don't know. Stays there.
Rafa, great match and great show. Someone had to lose, but you had 5 break points, 2 on 4 all and 3 on 7 all. In the first 4, in my opinion, you couldn't do much. The 5th was when you went to the net, maybe with a little impatience. Do you think is that maybe the key point? I mean, the one point that could have gone another way, or?
Of course, if I have the break, I win the next game. I'm here with the victory. That's 100% like this. But impatient. I came back from a defensive position. I hit a great backhand crossed, and I decided to go inside. Worked it very well a lot of times, hitting backhands and go to the net. For me, it was not like this. For me, it was I take the decision to go forward, to play aggressive. I tried to go to the net to put pressure off him. The negative, I couldn't play the backhand down the line because I was running through the ball, so it was a big risk hit down the line. I hit the ball going to the net. I couldn't wait. I decided to go like this. The only negative thing is the ball went a little bit to the middle. So, but not for me personally, nothing to complain with that. I don't feel that was impatient. I feel that I take the decision to go to the net to play aggressive. He played a great passing shot. If he missed it, we will be here talking how brave he was that he went to the net. He hit a good passing shot. Now he's impatient. So that's the sport, and that's the real thing. I'm not saying nothing wrong about your question, but that's the sport. And the final result changes everything, and that's part of the game, and I accept it. Nothing to complain. He played great. I can say he deserved it because he deserved it. In my opinion, he deserved it. I deserve it too. Both of us deserve it. As I said the other day against Del Potro, anyone could win. Today I say the same. The other day was for me. Today was for him. That's it.
Rafa, it's a difficult time to assess, but this was meeting number 52 with Djokovic. I mean, what do you think this rivalry has done for your own game and for the sport of tennis as a whole?
I cannot analyze that because I am part of it. And well, imagine if I come here and say that's fantastic for tennis, will be very arrogant for my part. So
For your own game?
that's you can create your own opinion and will be great. If you think it's terrible, if you think it's good, welcome. But for me, it's always the same. Having great players in front push you to improve always your level of work, your level of tennis, and your level of trying to improvement all the time. No? So that's it.
Rafi, you haven't had much time to process this, but do you think there was something you did that you would change, or that you maybe did wrong tactically or strategically in this match? There were many shifts of momentum, of course, but is there something in your mind now that maybe you would have done differently?
No. Normally I am very critical with myself. I hit great shots. I played aggressive. I missed balls, not too many, but I missed some ones. But when you play with that intensity, that level of risk and that level of passion, sometimes you go over, no? But nothing to complain. I think I played a great match. I have not much more inside me. I give it my best, and that's it. It's fair to say that it was a great match, and he beat me. Well done for him. That's all. That's the sport. These kind of matches between probably two great players playing so well, both of us, anything could happen. That's it. Today was for him. Well done.
Rafa, do you think it made much sense to have the roof closed today?
No, but I will not talk more about this, because if not, you're going to write about this, and I don't want you to write about this today, you know?
Rafa, what do you take away from this tournament as a whole? Are there positive feelings as well as obviously the disappointment of the loss? How do you feel it went for you in
Sorry,
general?
repeat that.
The tournament
I
as a
wasn't
whole, how do you feel about it? What will you take away from it?
From this tournament?
Yeah.
Play great. Semi-finals. After a while without being there, winning some great matches, especially in that quarterfinals against Del Potro. Today was another great match. I felt, of course, that I had lost an opportunity to try to win another very important title for my career. But that's it. No, nothing else. No. I go for holidays proud of the things that I'm doing, you know. I lost 2 matches. Well, I retired in Australia when happened when I was playing that quarterfinals match. What happened about the injury? Then after that, this is my second lose of the year, playing a lot of matches and playing so well almost all the time. So I think I did a great work, and it's difficult to come back after injuries for a long time and have this kind of results, so I'm proud of myself.
Rafa, yesterday was such a marathon match. You and Novak were in the locker rooms for a long time. Do you think there is an argument that in a 5th set it should just go to a tie-break rather than keeping players cooped up for so long?
I don't know. I don't have a clear opinion on that.
And can I just ask, what did you do while you were waiting?
Patting a little bit, warming up like 10 times, and just watching the match. That's all.
To come back on yesterday, I was nervous on the way to go on court, and then I guess you knew you couldn't maybe finish when you started that match yesterday. I mean, I wonder about the mental way of going through that match with so many circumstances outside of the game itself that we're playing to.
That's how it is, and it's true that the schedule was a little bit tight, knowing that the first match between two big servers, of course you can't predict that they play that long, but yeah, knowing that maybe it will be a better idea to play us first at 1 o'clock. That's all. The rest of the things, you can't complain, anything can happen.
Final English question at the back.
Rafa, Novak's had a difficult couple of years. I was just wondering what you've made of his level in this match.
He's playing great. No, he's playing, in my opinion, at his top level again. And I said before the match, and that's it. He's in the final of Wimbledon. The problem is we achieved that match the last couple of years that seems like you are in the final of Wimbledon, and is not that much. You can't be in the final of Wimbledon even if your name is Novak Djokovic without playing great level of tennis. So that's all.
Thank you. We'll change language now.
Thank you.
So Raphael Nadal fairly circumspect there in his press conference after losing to Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals. That's the scene on Henman Hill at the moment. Still very, very busy. Spectators watching the ladies' singles final on that big screen on the side of court 1. And just to update you with the score there on centre, the early break has gone the way of the German. Angelique Kerber leads 2-1 in that first set. So it's first blood to Kerber, Claire. We were talking actually about the decision to... She won the toss, Kerber, and then she decided to receive serve, so gave Serena, I suppose, the advantage in terms of serving first. But it didn't prove to be an advantage because Kerber was able to break Serena in that first game. It was a great decision in the end, wasn't it? Do you think she probably saw that coming?
Yeah, I think that was a tactical decision, definitely, by Kerber. And that first service game of Serena's, that's the best opportunity to break her because she hasn't yet got into a rhythm. And it is interesting, we saw that actually the other night with Nick Kyrgios whenever he played against Nishikori, and the first set took 16 minutes because Kyrgios got broken in that very first game. And when you take away somebody's big strength early on, then that kind of makes things tricky for them throughout for the rest of the set. But Serena obviously mentally is a much tougher opposition to play against, and just early signs that she's starting to raise the tempo in this match from those first couple of games there. But again, I think Kerber's going to do a good job today, and will have to do a good job of just defending and absorbing.
When you were playing and you got an early break in a match, just as Kerber has done, what's the key to keeping that going?
Well, the first thing is you've got to consolidate the break like Kerber did, and you don't need to go overboard. Kerber, you have to just focus on what you're doing and your game plan out there. And the first part of the game plan has worked for Kerber. She's got in, she's made all the returns of serve, she's made Serena play. Now she's got to focus on what she's going to do to hold her own service games. And I think for her, the most important thing is that she maintains that level of defensive ability, but then is able to stay aggressive. Because if she's not aggressive today against Serena Williams, and if she gives Serena too many opportunities to dictate play with that big heavy hitting ball, she will be in trouble.
And conversely, just as Serena has, she's gone down a break early, how does she get back into the match?
Well, she's just got to keep believing in herself, which she'll have no problem doing, and she'll recognise that she's going to have opportunities on the Kerber serve. Serena Williams is one of the best service returners of all time, and she's just got to back herself and take those opportunities to really attack Kerber then and wait for her opportunity.
OK, well, let's have a look back at the men's semi-final, I suppose, yesterday. The man of the moment winning that epic match against John Isner, Kevin Anderson, who's taken his place in the Wimbledon final, his first Wimbledon final, and he will be playing against Novak Djokovic tomorrow. And Kevin Anderson has been speaking to our very own Nick McCarville.
Kevin Anderson is into his first Wimbledon final after what was an historic and really heroic effort for you, Kevin, against John Isner. 21 hours on court for you total this tournament, 6.5 of those against John. First off, how's the body and how are you recovering to make sure you're ready for the Wimbledon final?
Yeah, of course, a little bit more tired now than I was coming into the tournament, but that's to be expected. I don't think anybody's feeling as fresh as they would starting a tournament as you are 6 matches into it. There's been a lot of great matches for me, but now's not the time to reflect too much about that. I have to really set my sights for my match tomorrow, obviously up against a very, very tough opponent in Novak Djokovic. I'm going to have to play, great tennis to get through. I've played him quite a few times. It has been a while since we've last played each other, but I'm really excited at the opportunity of competing for a Wimbledon championship.
Kevin, you played him on #1 court a few years ago and had a good advantage in that match. What learning curve did you take from that match against Novak? Will that apply to tomorrow? And do you feel like your best tennis against a guy who's won here 3 times can give you the championship?
Yeah, it was a tough match for me when I played him here a few years back, being two sets to love up. We came back after rain delay, and it was very close. I think it was like 8-6 in the 5th or 7-5, and I think I learned some good lessons. I think I played it well in the US Open later that year when I beat Andy Murray. Also after being 2 sets to love up to reach the quarterfinals there for the first time. Look, it's 3 years ago, so I don't know how much of that match is applicable, right now. I think, we've both, been through a lot since then, have continued to grow our games. So, it'll be really, exciting, for me to take the court with him in the finals here. It'll be a great opportunity. Somebody who's had so much success here in the past. It's a great challenge for me, and one that I'm definitely looking forward to.
We saw you put your heart out there with the Roger win, and then your whole soul out there in the Isner win. How much have you enjoyed this process? Because I know that this is also your job, and that you're putting your whole body on the line. Are you able to enjoy it, and how much will you try to soak in the atmosphere tomorrow in your first Wimbledon final?
Yeah, I mean, that's where tennis, I think, sometimes can be a little bit tough, because you have some of these great matches that you really want to sort of celebrate on, but you have a match coming up in, sometimes a day or 2 days' time, and the same can be said for now. Obviously, it was great feelings to beat Federer, beating Gael to put myself in the quarterfinals, obviously beating John yesterday to put myself in the finals, but my focus is really set on tomorrow, so I'm not letting myself, relax too much. I mean, I have a job to do tomorrow. I want to come out and, win the match and win the tournament. As I said, I'm going to have to play great tennis. I think it's a really exciting opportunity for me, and hopefully I'll just have to continue my recovery process and be recovered as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Well, rest up. You deserve it, and best of luck, Kevin.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much. Best of luck. All right.
I never actually realised how many roles there were at Wimbledon. I've tried my hand at a number of them, some better than others, but today I'm about to try my hand at line umpiring. Well, I'm going to get a little bit of a lesson first off of these guys over here, Georgie and Andy Lucy. It's a father and daughter line umpiring act we've got going on here. These guys are the utmost professionals. I'm not very good, but they're going to firstly talk me through some experiences and their roles here at the championships, and then they'll give me maybe a pit stop lesson, guys. So Georgie, firstly, obviously Dad's an umpire with you. Was it him who persuaded you to get into this role?
Yeah, so I started about 4 years ago. This is my second Wimbledon, and Dad did his first Wimbledon, and I thought, oh, that looks really interesting. And just before I went off to university, I did the first basic line umpiring course, and then I progressed from there, really.
It seems quite a fast-track programme. 4 years and you're already at a Grand Slam. Is that usual in your role?
I think it can be usual. I'm in a national development group for line and chair umpiring, and so they've given us the opportunity, some of the younger umpires, to get through and progress quicker. So that's probably why I was only here after 2 years. But yeah, no, it's exciting.
Absolutely. And this is your full-time job, or what else do you do when you're not here at Wimbledon?
No, I'm studying at the University of Bath. I've just finished my bachelor's degree and I'm about to start my master's. So this is really good for university summers. We'll see, it might become full-time in the future, but there's a long way to go before that.
Brilliant part-time job. And I'm going to come over here, Dad, Andy. I mean, obviously she's followed in your footsteps. Firstly, when she decided she wanted to join you, what were your thoughts?
It was a question of how long it was going to be before she overtook me, which happened about last year, I think.
Oh, so you're better than Dad right now?
Oh, well, I'd say
Grade-wise.
the line grades were quite similar, but my chair grade's now overtaken.
Okay, yeah, just talk us through, people at home who don't know, what are you talking about when you say the line grades, please?
There are basically 4 grades of linesmen, without getting too technical.
Yeah.
And they range across all the courts, but for example, the people you see on the centre court are the sort of top 50, maybe do centre court and #1 court. And then every other court has a range of all the different grades according to the line on the court. Some of the lines are very difficult to call, some are a little bit less difficult. All of them require 100% concentration. That's the common theme, but
Yeah, so we call long lines, which are the ones you see, so calling the shots that hit the tram lines, and then the service line and baseline as well. And so you get a separate grade for your service line ability.
Sure. So obviously Georgie here, she was inspired by you to take up this role. Did you have a background in tennis, or were you just kind of, again, watched it on TV one year and thought I'd have a go?
When I was a teenager, I played county level, I played university level, and then other things took over. But I still remember watching sort of Borg, McEnroe, those sort of days. That's more my era than anything else.
Sure. And what's the best, I guess, matches both of you to date have been privileged enough to umpire on?
God. Probably fairly recently, I did Queens for the first time, and I called the baseline for Djokovic, Dimitrov, and that was really exciting. Obviously, big centre court at Queens, about 9,000 people with Hawkeye, and I had James Gioffavong in the chair, who's a top British umpire. So very nerve-wracking, and a full crowd as well, which really gets the adrenaline going. So that was probably the most exciting one.
Yeah, Andy, same question.
Probably last year, Querrey Anderson on court 18, standing with a target on my forehead as they served down the middle. That was good fun. You have to stay on your toes for that.
I was going to say, when the serves are coming at you like 140 miles an hour, what goes through your head when you've just got to stand there pretty rigidly at the baseline?
Just dodge out the way or duck. That was actually on the highlights of today at Wimbledon last week, because he got hit by, whose serve was it? Sam Querrey's.
Querrey.
So you've just got to laugh it off, but it can be painful. But that's, I guess, part of the job is dodging out the way. And it's another skill entirely.
Absolutely. And what goes through your head when you maybe make a wrong call, goes to Hawkeye, when you're waiting for that decision? How does it feel there?
Strictly, you're supposed to keep your poker face and just look at the screen, don't show any emotion. But if something comes through very close in your favour, you sometimes get a little smile on your face.
But I mean, most of the time, you know the call you've made and you're going to stand by it. But it does, the second they challenge it, makes you question it. But you've made the call in the end of the day, so what Hawkeye decides is what Hawkeye decides. But yeah, most of the time it goes in the umpire's favour, so the stats are good.
Absolutely. And Georgie, you just said that you'll be going to do a Masters, and then if and when, I don't know how long it will take, would it always be the plan to go to be a chair judge as well, or is it just about being a line umpire for yourself?
Yeah, so as I said, I'm in the National Development Group, and that's mainly focused on our chair umpiring. Okay. So hopefully in a few years' time, I'll progress up to doing chairs, especially at Junior Wimbledon, and then in the future. Yeah, so a few more years to go, but we'll see. It's exciting. Yeah.
I had a go in the chair yesterday. It's a very powerful place to sit. I had a good view
of the court. Yeah, but God, and the chairs at Wimbledon are higher than the other chairs that we umpire on throughout the rest of the year. So. You get
a step higher, isn't it?
It's a step
higher. One step up.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, there's slam. They go higher and everything.
Physically as well as, mentally, it's a step up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, guys, can we walk to the back of the court and maybe you can just talk me through what happens back here when we just mentioned there that some of the players are serving at you about 100 to 140 miles an hour. You've got to keep your poker face. You said it's harder, I'm sure, than you make it look on screen. But is this obviously the area where you guys stand? It's a little bit worn. Andy, I'll bring you around a second so you don't look like that. So, Andy, if you can demonstrate where you would stand here. Georgie as well, please don't fall over, guys. Yeah, you
stand literally down the line.
Okay, I'm going to stand this way.
Straight down the line.
Yeah.
The idea is you're tracking the ball out the corner of your eye, but you're actually watching the line. So when there's no play going on, stand with your hands behind your back. As the ball's coming, you literally lean forward. I think the official Wimbledon rule is bent arms, bent legs. That's the ready position. And then you watch the line. Don't watch the ball. That's the key.
The second you see the play, so you'll obviously watch where the ball's going during the rally, but the second you see a ball coming towards your line, potentially, your eyes are straight on the line, and just focus in particularly on the outside edge where you're obviously going to make the decision between whether it's in or out. But yeah,
pray the chalks flying on that day. The chalk's a big help.
The chalk's great at Wimbledon.
Okay.
Some other grass court events there's not as much chalk, but everyone comes off course if you've got chalk. Yeah, made a great game. Make me look really good.
And apart obviously from the responsibility of making the right calls, what else are you responsible for on court?
As the service judge, you assist the chair umpire in terms of keeping account of the balls on court, checking the net's the right height. Also, bizarrely, taking the players to toilet breaks when they go off court. and then just checking everything is working on the court. I had an incident last week when it was very hot. One of the ball girls next to us became really dehydrated, so we made her sit down, gave her some water, checked she was all right, and that sort of stuff.
They work so hard, the ball kids. I have to give absolute credit to them. Sometimes you can just hear them standing next to you, breathing in and out, and it's particularly been hot the past couple of weeks. We got to 32 last week, and actually, the umpire, we're in the sun all day, and so they work really hard. So you've got to be on your toes.
Yeah, sure. And Georgie, can you maybe just talk us through the different signals as well? Because obviously that was the positions there. You're ready and you're kind of waiting. But obviously when you're calling out or in, can you just show everybody what you'd call, please?
Okay. So as Dad said, we go down to the ready position. If the ball comes close to your line, within a couple of feet to your line, the call signal for good and safe is putting your hands together, kind of not spread apart, but hands together, and you just look at the chair umpire and say, yep, it was good. Hands back on your knees, watching the game. If the ball goes out, you call out and you wait, and then lift your arm up to signal out. Sorry, I should have done this arm. So it's out, and then lift your arm up, and it's good. What else is there? If you're sitting on the service line or baseline, it's exactly the same, just signalling, but sanded down and arm out. The one you really don't want to call, potentially, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. If a player steps in front of you, there's an unsighted call. So that's if you don't see the ball, and it's pretty much, you look at the chair umpire and pray that they've seen it better than you, really, and it's signalling unsighted. But you'll rarely see that because it's very, very unoften, but yeah.
I mean, there's so much to take in there. I don't know how much I've taken in, but I'm going to pass the mic over to Andy, and I'm just going to try and run through, if we can all try and keep the mic, so I'll run through a few positions, yeah?
Okay.
So I'm going to hand you that.
So you're going to go, so get ready.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ball's good, or on the line, so safe signal, which is hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Now put them back on your knee. And a really fast ball comes and lands just outside the line, you're going to shout out.
Out.
And then as soon as the T of out comes out, so to speak, you signal. Check the umpire. That's it.
Out.
Then stand back up at the, there you go.
Exactly.
That's all there is to it. You can do next year.
Andy, Georgie, thank you so much for telling me what goes on back here. It's very, very, I guess, detailed. I didn't realise how much goes into it. Thank you for giving me a lesson. Thanks for giving the guys at home a lesson, and good luck for any of the matches that you are umpiring
I
on.
think the one thing with tennis, umpiring, you have to love tennis. We're outside watching the play all the time. Obviously, we don't get to watch the matches as much as spectators because we are working and concentrating very hard, but it's a really enjoyable job, and I recommend it to anyone interested in tennis, really.
There we go. So if you liked what you saw here and think you want to have a go at being a line umpire or a chair umpire, then you know what you've got to do because you heard from these two.
It was an absolutely epic battle for Kevin Anderson to come over John Isner, 26-24 in the fifth set. 6 hours, 36 minutes. Brad Stein, you sat through all of that. You've sat through a lot of your matches. How proud are you of him, especially following up that big Roger Federer win in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, proud is it's
understatement.
It's a definite understatement. I mean, for him to come through the match, and especially after having done what he did against Roger, I couldn't be happier with the way he handled the entire situation. Coming out of that match in the quarterfinals with Roger, and then being ready to play and stepping up right from the beginning against John, and really the quality of the tennis, not just the length of the tennis, but the quality of the tennis was really good throughout the match, and it's a credit to Kevin that he was really prepared and ready to compete the way he did.
Brad, what did you feel like was the difference down the line? I mean, everyone watching those boys throwing down bomb after bomb, obviously, but what did you feel like really brought Kevin across the finish line?
I mean, I think, Kev said last night in his press conference, I think at the end, I had the feeling definitely that John was fatiguing a little bit more than Kevin was. Obviously, it becomes a battle of attrition as you get to 12 all, 14 all, 16 all, 18 all, 20 all. I mean, it gets kind of crazy. And John definitely lost some velocity on his serve. He wasn't getting the serve to go through the court as much. Kevin was in a lot of his service games leading up to when he finally broke him. So I had a good feeling as it went on that Kev would get him sooner or later. I just thought Kev was fitter and seemed a little bit stronger, maintained his pace on his serve, and was holding relatively comfortably throughout the fifth.
Okay, a first Wimbledon final for Kevin against Novak Djokovic. He's beaten him before in the past. He's 1-5 head-to-head. But first off, how does he get the body ready? How do you guys make sure he's physically as best as he can be? And then how do you try to attack Novak Djokovic, a 3-time champion here, Brad?
Yeah, the recovery aspect, getting him, his body is as right as we possibly can, has been priority one since he came off the court last night. So his physio's been hard at work, getting him ready and doing as much as he possibly can. Had an ice bath last night, had an ice bath again today. We had a very light hit, trying to get as much food in him as we can and keep him hydrated and just get everything going in the right direction so that he feels as comfortable and normal as he possibly can for tomorrow. Novak is playing great tennis again, and it's great to see. He's great for the game, and it's good to see him back there and competing at the level that he's capable of. And it'll be a tough battle. I think if Kevin does the things Kevin's capable of and can impose his game on Novak and serves well and keeps him off balance from that standpoint, then he's got a shot. He's got a shot to do the things that he's capable of doing.
You told us about getting him eye to eye after that Roger win. Did you get him eye to eye after the Isner win too?
He was sitting down when I came back to the locker room last night. I don't think he wanted to be on his feet any longer, so I was a little bit taller than him last night. But he was pretty emotional after the match last night. He was just impressed and surprised with himself and what he was capable of doing in that match, and he was definitely a little bit emotional, and so we took some quiet time really to kind of just let him recover and kind of soak everything in, so it wasn't quite the same. It wasn't quite the same. I didn't need the step.
Would this be a sporting miracle? 13-11 over Roger in the quarterfinals in the fifth set, 26-24 over John. That's the second longest Wimbledon match of all time. And how do you, as his coach, how do you give him as much belief as possible that he can indeed win the Wimbledon title?
I think that we've been building to that. It's not a matter of just like this one match. It's that what he's done through the year. I think it started last year in the summer, and with him making the finals at the U.S. Open, and then he's had a phenomenal year this year. And he's been doing things that he hadn't done previously, as far as going deeper in tournaments, and he's doing a better job mentally, emotionally on the court. He's done a phenomenal job throughout this tournament with that. And so I think the belief is there. I think the belief is there already, and you get into a situation now, it's all down to one match, and if you get comfortable and he's capable of playing and being as devastating and dominating as he is, he's tough for anybody to play.
All right, well, best of luck tomorrow in the Wimbledon final. Awesome result.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That was Kevin Anderson's coach, and there's been photos on social media of Kevin in an ice bath at Wimbledon today as he tries to recover for that men's final tomorrow. But not a patch of grass on Henman Hill, absolutely packed out, enjoying watching this match on the big screen in warm, rising temperatures. And I'm delighted to be joined by Daniela Hanchikova. Daniela, how surprised are you by that first set?
Very much indeed, because my prediction was Serena in straight sets, so obviously that goes outside the window. But having said that, all the credit to Angelique, because she's making Serena play every single ball. Seems like Serena is missing off the backhand side more often than what we are used to. I think maybe she's starting to be a little bit tight, because she knows how much that means to her. But I still believe that she's going to get through it somehow. We know what a great champion she is, and her fighting spirit, I think, is going to kick in pretty soon. And I think at least we're going to see 3 sets.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to look forward to. But we've seen Serena sometimes get tight in the past when she has the chance to make history. So how she handles this occasion is crucial.
Yeah, it is, and it's so crucial how she's going to start this second set, especially the first few games, going to be very important. Let's hope she can loosen up a little bit, but Angelique's not going to give it to her. She's going to make her play every single ball. So it's going to be a very interesting second set.
You've played Angelique Kerber. I've got 5 times you played her. You won twice. What's it like facing her? I mean, she's a bit like the Berlin Wall, the other side of the net.
Yeah, she is, and mentally she's super strong. She's shown that throughout the tournament here this year, and to me she's the fittest player we've got on the tour right now, and she just gets to every single ball. She makes you play that extra ball that you don't want to play, especially under the pressure. I always felt like her serve could be a little bit better because that was the side that I've always felt like I could attack. But from the back of the court, it was just really difficult to find a gap where to hit a winner pass by her.
And Serena hitting some unforced errors. Does she just carry on trying to move her side to side? What will she be trying to do in the early stages of this second set?
Yeah, she's just going to make sure that she makes Serena play as many balls as possible, not trying to change too much, because obviously whatever she's doing, it's working, and see how Serena's going to react. She might pick her game up a little bit, and then also Angie has to start to go for more. But unless, that changes, she should just be doing what she's done in the first set.
Absolutely. We've talked about nerves, how they might come into play for Serena, but for Angelique Kerber as well. This is a Wimbledon final, opportunity to win this Grand Slam. So that's going to start jangling soon.
Yeah, it will. Around when you're 3-2, 4-2 up, that's when the adrenaline starts to get even more than you can expect, and it's really difficult to handle that situation. I can't even imagine how Angie will react if she gets to that match point and manages to get through. So let's just see how the second set goes. For now, it's still a long way because she's facing Serena, and we know how well she can fight and compete in the big matches.
Yes, enthralling set about to unfold. Well, earlier today, Novak Djokovic beat Raphael Nadal, and Craig O'Shaughnessy, I'm sure, has got plenty of analysis for us.
Novak Djokovic will play Kevin Anderson in the 2018 Wimbledon men's singles final. Every day seems like it's an epic day here at Wimbledon. Yesterday with John Isner and Kevin Anderson, amazing match. And then we got the first installment of Nadal and Djokovic. And today it did not disappoint. Rafa comes out, wins the 4 sets 6-3. Lots of opportunities for both guys in the 5th set. Novak gets over the line 10-8. We're going to run through a couple of metrics that you may not have seen on the normal screen. Here at IBM and the Wimbledon Channel, we like to dig a little bit deeper. So I'm going to give you a few extra metrics, and then we're going to watch some points and really figure out what was going on with the patterns of play. Break points, Novak, 4 of 19. Rafa was exceptional when the big points came along, hitting his spot, serving, attacking the Djokovic forehand return. Rafa went 4 of 11, Novak 4 of 19. Distance run. Now let's start with yesterday's match. Kevin Anderson averaged 7.8 meters per point. It's not much. It's kind of here, I'm over there, I'm a little bit there, I go forward, I come back. There's your 7.8 meters. John Isner was at 8.4. Raphael Nadal, 16.6 meters, double. Novak, 15.7 meters per point. So these guys are running twice as much as the Anderson-Isner match. The 0-4 rally length, we've mentioned it all championships. What we've talked about is the player that wins 0-4 wins the match, and there's quite often they're probably going to lose everything else. Well, 0-4, Novak won it 119 to 112, and everything past that, he ended up -3. So it's just another example. Take care of the big pool of points. The other stuff, just play even. What was very interesting, I thought, was Rafa at the net. He came in 50 times. He won 37. Novak came in 44 times and won 30. You wouldn't really think Rafa would be coming to the net more than Novak at the start of this match, but Rafa's really, adapted his game to the grass, and one of the things he's done an outstanding job of, and you'll see here in our video review, is the drop shots. He's hitting so many amazing drop shots. In fact, saved a match point with the drop shots. Baseline points won. 50% is amazing. Both these guys were above 50% coming in. Novak only won 46.6% of his baseline points. Rafa, 44.1. So both guys were just knocking each other down there. Total points, Novak 195, Rafa 191. The longest rally, 27 shots. This is a really nice little insight, kind of at the bottom of the page. Points won when the score was at 30 all or deuce. I like this one. Novak, for the entire match, 16 times he was there. He won 13. He won 81%. So 16 times Rafa visited those two scorelines, or Novak visited those two scorelines. Rafa, double that amount. He was 34 times. He was either at 30 all or at deuce. He won 23. He won 68%. Let's go to the video and go to some key moments in this match. From the fifth set today, we have Rafa serving down the far end. He trails 3-4. It's deuce. Looking for forehands. There's the drop shot. He's unbelievable. I've never seen him hit so many good drop shots. Very nice high backhand volley. Scrambles in. That's a good ball. That's a good ball. And with this one, jumping up, using the wrist, flicking across court. Holy cow. Rafa with the big forehand down the line. Both guys were targeting each other's forehand return. So you would think that, you wouldn't go out here as much, but both guys were targeting the forehand return. They were making a ton of backhand returns. That one's missed. That's at 3-4, 30-40. What a massive point. If Nadal gets that over the net, if he indeed wins that point, he is going to serve for the match. This was another one. Rafa, so many times he brought it in there. When we've gone through the stats, the entire championships, we've talked a lot about the wide serve, a lot about the tee serve. Very few body serves, but look at Novak here. When you bring it in with a little bit of slice, it's the toughest shot at all. Now, I'm a lefty as well. The toughest serve that I hate. I'm standing in the ad court to return, the serve's coming this way, and when it comes in and jams me in here, just exactly like that, I just dump it in the net every time. I highly encourage you to serve jam serves at your opponents at all levels of the game, but not just a flat bomb. Come around it, make it chase the returner as they try and get away from it. Keep bringing the ball right at them. Really good serve, not coming back. Nadal gets back, that's at 6-7, 15-30. Djokovic now 15-40, goes to the forehand, as we've talked a lot about. If Novak loses this point, 7-all and 15-40, he is in a world of hurt. Now Novak's typically going to be playing right-handed opponents. With this ball inside the baseline, Novak is going to go there. That's where the right-handed backhand is, but we're playing a lefty. This must go over here. This is why it's tough for righties on it, and being a lefty, there's so many points I play. I was like, why are you hitting it straight in here to my forehand? And a lot of times the righty goes, oh yeah, I forgot you're a lefty. Okay, let's see if Novak forgets or not if he's playing a lefty. Beautiful approach. Tough ball for Rafa. If that goes in, Novak's got a very difficult ball back there. Saves a break point. We're now at 30-40. Actually, now we're at out. Serve, forehand. Rafa's right in this. Very even. Novak's hitting run around forehands. Rafa's trying to get it to Novak's backhand. I was so impressed that Rafa, then this one here. This is for another break. Look at this scoreline up here. 7-all, add to Nadal. He's at the net. He's being aggressive. Where should Novak hit this ball? Well, it looks like there's a wide open space down the line. If Novak goes down the line with this pass, let's put a circle in over here. By the time that ball reaches the circle, Rafa will also reach the middle of that circle, and that will mean a forehand volley winner. So even though it looks open now, by the time the ball gets there, Rafa's going to be there. So you just cannot hit the passing shot there. This one has got to go back cross court. Rafa will be moving towards Novak. Novak rolls back over here, a much safer shot. You don't have to hit it as hard. To save break point at 7-all in the fifth set, he rolls across and he's pumping himself up. A lot of times when we come in with angle, we give angle to get passed back. 7-all deuce. Serving to the forehand again. Looking for a serve +1 forehand. Where is this going to go? Well, you've got options. And the first thing to do, when we see players run around, our focus goes to Novak. Just stop for a second and have a look at the guy on the other side. Right now, Rafa doesn't know where it's going. So if we zoom out and zoom back in on Novak, the reason he doesn't know where it's going is there is no tell with the feet. We see an open stance. So closed stance is straight down, standing sideways, straight at my target. An open stance is this outside foot is more in front, and I can go there, I can go there. You cannot tell where the shot's going until the ball comes off the strings. So we'll zoom out and complete the point. There we go. Where does Novak go with this one? To the backhand. Could have come in behind that one. And both guys really stepped up. There's a backhand winner very close to the line at deuce. Rafa hit one of the hardest backhands late in the fifth set that I've ever seen him hit. Both guys stepped forward and absolutely went after their backhands. Rafa now serving 7-8, 30-40. What are we going to do here? I mean, let's zoom in on this scoreline for a second. Let's understand the gravity of this point. This is match point down. Rafa, who has been hitting drop shot winners at will for 2 weeks here on the grass, says, you know what? Here's another one. The courage it takes to hit a drop shot winner down championship point at 7-8 in the fifth. Amazing. We now go to 8-9, love 15. Both guys stretching the court. Novak says, I'll have a drop shot. There's another one back. It wasn't the best drop shot from Nadal going back. He didn't get enough backspin or touch on that. It's probably the energy of his body. Now he's stuck. And a lot of times we think, okay, being close to the net is good. Rafa doesn't have any space. He's run out of space. So Novak can whip it by him, and there's just no reaction time. But stay in nice and tight and roll it. Yeah, Rafa couldn't move to that one. Just too difficult. Too close to the net. Now, love 30. Good serve down the tee. Rafa looks for a serve +1 forehand. And he's over. Now Novak gets this. Just watch where this goes. This is, zoom in on that one, right there. Look at that ball right in there. That is in the bottom of the tape. That is an inch or two away from a winner, because if it hits the top of the tape and rolls over, there's no way Novak's going to get that. So even though Rafa was on the far side of the court about 3 seconds ago on his back, he almost runs to the other side of the court, almost gets it over the net, almost hits a winner, but he now drops behind love 40 at 8-9. And you can just feel it. This is going to get tough. Serve +1 forehand. Novak goes cross. Defense goes cross. Rafa just a little bit slow to get to that one. And another epic match. Coach Murray and Vida, the whole team. And here, once again, we've seen it so many times, the respect between the gladiators. Congrats. Novak looks up and goes, I remember back to March. I remember back to Indian Wells and Miami, go into those tournaments, first round exits, my game's not there. Everybody says, things are going tough for you, Novak. Will you ever make it back? That was March. April, May, June, July, back to a Wimbledon final against an insanely worthy opponent in Kevin Anderson. They played here a couple of years ago. Kevin almost beat Novak. I think too many people are saying, well, whoever wins this match is automatically going to win the final. Kevin Anderson's fitness is outstanding. He's got a day of rest. Yes, he's played a bunch of sets and a bunch of matches, but Kevin is so positive. You're going to see him tomorrow out there just constantly. The first point of the match, he'll hit a serve, Novak may miss it, wherever it goes, and Kevin is going to be pumping himself up. There's just no downtime with Kevin Anderson right now. And I think playing Rafa in the US Open final and not getting it done there, that helps him. That's a stepping stone. So I think this final is going to be a lot closer than people expect. Kevin's going to be a very, very worthy opponent for Novak in the final. Another great match. Novak's back. Glorious day. We love big matches on the big stage here at Wimbledon. Peace out.
I'm joined by Andy Lapthorne and David Wagner, the champions here for the first ever quad wheelchair exhibition match. It was a bit of history in the making down there on court 3. It was absolutely epic. And Andy, you actually served for the match in that bit of history making down there. How was that?
Yeah, it was a bit crazy, really. I started the match serving and finished the match serving, which was strange, but yeah, amazing, and just really happy to have played and to have won.
Absolutely. And David, a word as well, just describe the feeling of actually getting to play here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, thank you. Just that opportunity to get to play here is surreal. I mean, it really is unbelievable. It was something that we had pushed for years and years and years. Well before the men's and women's division was even established here. Why not put wheelchair tennis in all the Grand Slams? And now we've got every Grand Slam represented. Wimbledon now has the quad division, so it was awesome. And it was just everything I expected it to be and 100 times more.
Absolutely. There's a question here to you, Andy. You said it was 10 years in the making. Did it live up to everything that you hoped it would be?
Oh yeah, it was very special to play at Grand Slam in front of your family and friends. Was just amazing. The atmosphere that everyone created was really special, and yeah, we're just really thankful to everyone who came out and thankful to the club for letting us come and play. And yeah, we look forward to being back next year and hopefully a live singles competition.
Absolutely, and a word on that atmosphere, because I was down there watching it. It was ridiculously loud. I mean, your friends and family did turn out in force, and just describe how special it was to have them here and making all that noise.
Oh, you know, I think what's really great about this sport is we have that friendship with our friends and family, right? They come and they want to support us, and that is great for us to have that opportunity to play in front of them and for them to watch us. And so, you know, having them be part of this experience with us was awesome. And so, you know, we thank them and appreciate everyone that came out, and we just hope that next year we can do the same thing on an even larger scale.
Absolutely. And Andy, just as a local boy as well, you know, was it really something that dreams were made of down there today?
Yeah, definitely. There were times where you sort of have to pinch yourself when you're on the court and you're playing. You realise you're playing at Wimbledon and it's finally happening, and just hitting some shots I've always wanted to hit here since I was a kid, and just getting the chance to serve it out as well was pretty special. And just the whole thing. This place is so special, and there's nowhere like it, as I said before. And now that I've got to play here, I know why. Players talk about it the way they do. So yeah, amazing day. Couldn't have asked for more, and we look forward to being back next year, hopefully on the singles court as well as the doubles court.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you back here again next year. Andy Lapthorne, David Wagner, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Billie Jean King, and I was the first ladies singles Wimbledon champion of the Open era.
Hi, I'm Rod Laver, the first men's Wimbledon champion of the Open era.
I'm so excited because, you know, a lot of us fought for open tennis and, you know, get a check instead of just a trophy or a gift voucher with all these people watching us. And I grew up in America. You know, if you're a pro, it means you're really good. And if you're an amateur, you're not as good. It's more like a hobby. So for me, it meant a lot personally, just from a cultural point of view, the way I was brought up. The committee at the All England made a big difference. Chairman Herman David was really important. You know, he had 8 men play a tournament in 1967, the previous year, and they were all pros, professionals. And of course, Wimbledon sold out like crazy, and he went, wow, we're just going to have to shift.
After we played the 8-man tournament, 2 weeks after Wimbledon in '67, he says, and if you sell out on the weekend, you're welcome to play in next year's amateur tournament. And so, you know, the ball was rolling.
It's really important that everyone who's the best in the world get an opportunity to play in the same place. And that's what happened in 1968 at Wimbledon.
Then Australia, the French, US, all then sat down and says, why don't we have open tennis? But yeah, Wimbledon started the ball rolling.
And the one thing that Wimbledon's done so great is they have kept the tradition of Wimbledon, but they also have been very innovative at the same time. They've done a great job at balancing those two, you know, tradition and innovation. They've done a wonderful job at balancing those.
So that was the first Open era Wimbledon 1968. Now 2018, Serena Williams has a chance to create her own narrative. But that weight of history perhaps weighing down a little firmly at the moment on her shoulders. She looks the one who's more rattled out there.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels like the nerves are getting to her, which honestly I thought they were going to get more into Angie's mind. But yeah, we're just seeing too many unforced errors from Serena, especially from the backhand side, which is very unusual. It's normally the shot that works the best for her after the serve, obviously. And you know, it's been so far I think 20 unforced errors to Serena to 4 for Angelique. So I think, you know, that's the stat right there, and she's got to really step it up in order to change this around.
But if anyone can reset, it's Serena, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why she's been such a great champion, because when it really counts, that's why you know, that's when she's able to turn it around and suddenly bring her game to another level.
And how mentally strong do you think Angelique Kerber is? In you know her well.
She's super strong. You know, she's got that German attitude on, and she doesn't give you one single ball. She's going to be there till the end, fighting for every single ball. It will be interesting, though, if she manages to break Serena again, how she's going to handle that, because suddenly, you know, she's very close to winning Wimbledon, and I can't even imagine what that must feel like. So it will be very interesting if she gets to that point of the match, how she's going to handle that.
And earlier we had the second longest semi-final, men's semi-final here at Wimbledon. I mean, it was incredible. What did you make of this one?
To me, ever since the guys got on court last night, the level of the match was just incredible. I think because the fact that they had to wait around all day long, they were so ready to go from the first shot, and that's what we've seen over the years. When Novak, Rafa, Roger, they play against each other, they're just able to bring another level of tennis from each other's games, and that was the case today. And honestly, matches like this, even the other semi-final between Anderson and Isner, Kevin said it himself in the interview after the match, that there should be a draw, because, you know, all 4 guys deserve to be in the finals, and all 4 of them deserve to have that title. So you know, I said it earlier today, it's been, to me as a former player, it's been a privilege to be able to play at the same time when these guys are making the history of our sport.
And Novak said, you know, he's obviously looking forward to the final. He joked with the BBC reporter, said, you know, if we can both play, meaning him and Kevin Anderson. He was saying he wished he could have a day off. I mean, where do you put their recovery? How do you equate Anderson and Novak, where they'll both be physically?
Yeah, they're not going to be physically at their best, that's for sure. So it's going to be about who can recover a little better than the other. Obviously, with Kevin's time on the court, it's like basically running 2 marathons back to back and having to run another one tomorrow, and then Novak having no rest at all. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting how they can handle it physically. But if anyone has got more experience in that department, that's Novak, because he's been in that situation, you know, playing Grand Slam finals much more often than Kevin. I think that's something that might be into his advantage.
Yeah, Novak, you know, you saw him rousing the crowd there. You know, he feels like perhaps he's not loved as much as Roger and Rafa, but this is a chance for him to win, you know, a 4th Wimbledon title.
You know, we've heard people say, asking whether he's coming back, Novak, and I said that from the beginning of the tournament he is back. He proved that already in Queens, playing incredible tennis and bringing Marian Vaida back to his team. He's doing all the right things to get another Grand Slam title, and to me he's back, and the level of his game is just raising with every single match.
Well, Angelique Kerber is broken again, so I know you've got commitments, Daniela, so we'll let you run. But lovely chatting to you.
Thank you.
Let's chat now with, hand over to Rob and Craig in the commentary booth.
Welcome back to Centre Court, where Angelique Kerber is playing the match of her life against Serena Williams. 4 times she has broken Serena Williams, and she has now moved to within 1 game of a maiden Wimbledon triumph. She has played sensational tennis, 5-2. This has been brilliant. She had 3 breaks of serve on the Serena Williams serve in the first set. 1 came back, but she took that first set 6-3, and she broke for 4-2 and just had a very impressive service hold. The key stat, I think, here, Craig O'Shannessy, who's just about calmed down after the Novak Djokovic, Raphael Nadal semi-final, coming in to this match, Serena Williams, percentage of first serve points won, 80. In the first set here, just 59. And unforced errors, 14 from Williams in the first set, just 3 from Kerber. Those two stats tell us Williams has, understandably, I guess, bearing in mind it's only her second slam back from having a baby, she's showing some rustiness, and Kerber has, without any shadow of a doubt, brought her A game. She has been superb. She's playing, it would seem, right back to the level that took her to 3 out of the 4 slam finals in 16. This isn't really so much a case of Williams losing this match. Kerber's been phenomenal.
Yeah, I think when you look at matches like this and you say, okay, Serena's level is dropped, certainly the analytics will say that. What you've got to look a little bit deeper at is sometimes your opponent makes you play bad. Sometimes your opponent puts you in parts of the court that you're uncomfortable. Sometimes your opponent puts so many balls back in court, or just the threat of the consistent nature of her game, and all of a sudden somebody's levels drop. Like in the last point of the last game, Serena stepped in, went for a return winner, and when you're down, it's very difficult to step in and play big. You've got to try and put some balls in the court. The reason you're losing is not because you're not hitting enough winners, it's because you are missing too much. So not quite sure about stepping into that last game and going for it and losing that game. Serena now serving up 30 love. More balls in the court is what is needed at this time for Serena.
Kerber has just been brilliant. This is a very, very good service game from Serena Williams, who's been trying to G herself up. Kerber is not the biggest server, but assuming Williams converts this game point, it will be a love hold. She'll go 5-3, but Kerber will be serving for the match. Remember, she is a US Open champion, 16, an Australian Open champion, where she beat Serena Williams in 3 sets. And she's a Wimbledon finalist, but she's yet to lift the Venus Rosewater dish. So
that return goes just a little long. Serena holds.
5-3. Kerber will be serving for the match. And you could argue this, you could potentially say this would mean more to her than the other 2 Grand Slam titles, because she's experienced the drop in form. She's experienced the wilderness that she went through in 2017. Everything she touched turned to gold in 2016. Last year was tough. 15 love. She's 3 points away. Cameras focusing in on the family in the box. She's experienced the dip, and now she's on her way back, and she's really had to work for this.
That serve pattern reminded me of Rafa. So lefties in the juice court love to serve down the tee. That was a very effective serve out wide that was unreturned. Rafa did that a lot in the last match. We're in an extended rally, trading blows up and down the middle of the court. Serena really goes after that backhand there. Big backhand cross, big backhand line in for a volley. She missed a volley. It was not easy, but went for a swinging volley. Stopped. Serena's about this far from the net and missed it long. But, you know, you would look at the proximity of the net and say, how can you miss that ball? But in the end, it was a reaching volley, and all she needed was a traditional volley where we're just kind of blocking, and ended up going for the swinging volley. Almost runs into the net cam. We can see her right in front of us here.
She sank to her knees when she missed that. She realised what an opportunity that was that went begging. 30 love. Kerber 2 points away from a maiden Wimbledon triumph. This would give her 3 out of the 4 slams, but she's never won Wimbledon.
Bad toss there. Very lucky with that let. Sometimes
very lucky.
The tossing arm, her right arm doesn't go up all the way. That got her in front of her. Very good second serve, though. Serve +1, forehand. Controlling through the ad court. Being solid. You know, these kind of rallies at this stage, there is no way that Angelique Kerber is going to cough up an easy error. Serena's going to have to force it. But that's exactly what Angelique Kerber. This is a great rally.
Huge rally, this. She's either going to have 3
Drop
championship
shots.
points. Drop shot. Oh, no.
Didn't quite make it.
30-15.
Very nice from Serena. Very nice.
She had to work very, very hard for that. Moratoglu is on his feet. It's a box of stars. Longest rally of the match, 20 shots. Lewis Hamilton is in Serena Williams' box. So too Tiger Woods. Anna Wintour, editor or former editor of Vogue. Cameras focusing in on the Duchess of Sussex. It's a star-studded centre court crowd for the greatest female player in history. But this might not be the title that takes Serena Williams level with Margaret Court on 24. 30-15, second serve here for Angelique Kerber, who has played the match of her life. Second serve is a let. She's at the nets, let her off a couple of times in this game. Just steadying herself here, 2 points away. She wouldn't be human if she didn't start thinking about what this would mean. Unbelievable return of serve from Serena Williams. 30 all.
And just a look back at the coach's box from Angelique. I mean, you've got to expect Serena, she's this far inside the baseline to return that. Really went after it, lands right in the corner. It's all about breathing deep. It's all about thinking of your patterns. Where do I want to serve? Where do I want the ball to come back? Very good serve wide. Great return. And picks it up as a half volley. Goes cross court.
Oh, what a shot. Is that in?
I think it is in.
She's smiling.
I don't know. Yeah, it is. It is in.
Match point, championship points, right on the line from Kerber. I mean, by centimetres.
And it was two in a row. The defensive one cross court was on the baseline, and that was an offensive one down the line on the baseline. Angelique Kerber, lefty slider, into the body, into the backhand jam.
She's done it. She's done it. Angelique Kerber is the Wimbledon champion. And this time, it was too much. It would have been a fairy tale. Serena Williams could have become just the fourth woman to win a Grand Slam title in the Open era as a mother. But let's take nothing away from Angelique Kerber. She played the match of her life. She's now a triple Grand Slam champion, and the one that got away in 2016 has come home for her against the same opponent. She's the first German woman to win Wimbledon since Steffi Graf in 1996. She and her mum are both in tears. An absolutely brilliant victory, 1 hour and 5 minutes. She thoroughly deserves this. It takes an amazing performance to beat Serena Williams, and that's what we saw today from Angelique Kerber from start to finish.
She's pulling a Pat Cash up into the stands, big hug. I was fortunate enough to be right next to Darren Cahill when Simona Halep climbed up into the stands at the French Open, and the embrace between the players and coaches and team and family. You know, this is a lifetime of sacrifice, a lifetime of traveling and hotels and early practice sessions and injuries and losses and more losses. The road to a Wimbledon final is a long and winding one. And when you are one of the select few that can taste success on centre court at Wimbledon, it will bring you to tears.
That's amazing. She's now the second woman to have beaten Serena Williams multiple times in Grand Slam finals. Up until today, it was only Venus Williams who had done so. Are you going to get some kind of count or not? Angelique Kerber awaiting the official presentation. BBC's presenter Sue Barker just beginning to step forward. Preparations are being made for one of the great ceremonies in global sport. And shortly Sue Barker will conduct the interviews with both finalists. The Venus Rosewater dish is being brought out. Everybody standing, waiting to get a photo of the German woman who has created a slice of history for herself and her nation. Not to be this time for Serena Williams, but an amazing run to the final in just her second slam back from having a baby. The official interviews and presentations just moments away here on centre court. She's just about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the trophy presentation for the ladies' singles. Please welcome onto centre court His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, President of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, along with Chairman Philip Brooke and David Rawlinson, Deputy President of the Lawn Tennis Association. First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, Kader Nooni. Now to the runner-up, Serena Williams. And the Wimbledon champion of 2018, Angelique Kerber. Serena, it's only your fourth tournament back, and you didn't know what to expect, but you've had such a great tournament. You've played so well.
Yeah, it was such an amazing tournament for me. I was really happy to get this far. It's obviously disappointing, but I can't be disappointed. You know, I have so much to look forward to. You know, I'm literally just getting started, so I look forward to it.
You've hardly played any matches, absolutely, and I tell you, there are mums everywhere that are saying, how has she done this? You are superhuman super mum.
No, I'm just me, and that's all I can be. But to all the moms out there, you know, I was playing free today, and I tried, but you know, Angelique played really well. She played out of her mind, so it was really good, and I look forward to, you know, just continuing to be back out here and do what I do best.
And that embrace at the end was just lovely, so sporting. What did you say to her?
Well, she's an incredible person, Angelique is, and she's a really good friend, so I'm really happy for her. And this is her first title, and I know she's going to really enjoy it and enjoy the moment. So congrats again. It's amazing, and, you know, yeah.
Little Olympia is waiting for you as well, isn't she? And we hope you post so many more pictures of her enjoying life on the tennis.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I love you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Serena Williams. Angelique, you missed out 2 years ago. You've got your hands on this famous trophy. How does that feel?
It's just a dream come true again. I mean, first I have to say, Serena, you're a great, great person and the champion. I mean, you are coming back, and you're such an inspiration for everybody, for all of us, for every people there watching you. I mean, really.
That's amazing, and I'm sure you will have your next Grand Slam title soon. I'm really, really sure. So congrats again to coming back.
And you came out here playing a great champion, a great competitor. You knew you had to play well. You were so focused, so bold. It was almost the perfect match.
Yeah, I knew that I have to play my best tennis against a champion like Serena, and it's always an honor for me to share a court with her. And I was trying to play my best. I know it is my second chance to be here playing in front of you guys. I mean, you are just amazing. I really enjoy every second the last 2 weeks here. So thank you so much for all the support.
And it's also a huge story back in Germany. Are you aware of that reaction?
Yeah, I think I'm the next one after Steffi who won.
1996, that was.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. And also thank you to my box and to my family, my friends, my team. They are watching at home. They are supporting me in front of the TVs. And thank you, guys. I mean, without you, I wouldn't be here, so thank you.
And what about a message? A message for your mum? Does she get nervous?
I think she's always nervous, and I was trying to look into her, just trying to focusing on the match, and I think everybody was today really nervous.
Well, you didn't look it. Congratulations. Enjoy your celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wimbledon champion, Angelique Kerber.
Wow, I thought we would get even more tears than that from Angelique Kerber. She is the Wimbledon champion. And for only the 7th time in her career, Serena Williams finishes a slam final as the runner-up. But no disrespect in the early stages of her journey back to the top of tennis, now that she is a mum. Craig, let's focus on Kerber.
Yes.
And rightly so. She'll now go back up to world number 4. But forgetting all the stats just for a moment, she was absolutely magnificent there because she grabbed the match and the opportunity by the scruff of the neck. So many women, and it's happened this week, have said that they're overawed when they step on court with Serena Williams because they're playing her reputation and her CV as well as her, the person, and the great player that she is. Kerber was anything but intimidated today, and she's proven to the rest of the women on tour that if you're aggressive and if you believe, she can be beaten.
Yeah, aggressive and believe, but also put the ball back in the court. Ask a question again and again. Angelique has great defense, especially out wide. Serena's going to attack those corners. They're going to come back much more against Angelique than other players. And because of that defense, because you asked that question, can you indeed put me away? There was just a lot of errors from Serena today. And, you know, I'm a firm believer in watching matches like this. It's not that Serena's level drops where we see those unforced errors. It's much more that Angelique is not allowing Serena to play her A game. Serena was forced into a B game today, and we've got to give Angelique all the credit for that. Wasn't a bad day at the office. It was a tough opponent on the other side of the net.
And the very first game of the match saw Serena's serve broken. So that laid the platform. And I think I just heard in my ear 24 unforced errors from Serena Williams. That's unusual from her.
Yeah, it is. It is unusual. And, here at Wimbledon, the unforced error count is historically just a little bit lower because of the grass courts are going to, the ball's going to play through a bit more and be tougher. So, it's not easy. The surface isn't easy. The surface lends itself very well to Serena's game style. But Angelique has played an amazing tournament. She is, and has the history on the big stage of winning Grand Slam titles, knowing what it takes, being on that stage and saying, I can also do it on this court, the biggest stage of all.
Well, only 5 unforced errors from Kerber, which tells you part of the story. And now, of course...
I had 5 unforced errors walking up the stairs.
I bet, especially after the Djokovic shenanigans. She's also now won every slam apart from the French. So she's done 3 out of the 4.
Nicely done.
And another interesting statistic now. We've got to make some allowances here for the fact that Serena Williams is still in the process of coming back from having a baby. She has a winning Slam final record against Serena. This is their 3rd Grand Slam final. Their first was the Aussie Open, which she won in 3 in the January of 16. Serena beat her here 2 years ago in this rematch, and now she's won this one. So that's an amazing statistic that she's played Serena Williams, the greatest female player in history, 3 times in Grand Slam finals and beaten her twice.
Yeah, nice. There's not many players can even think about conquering Serena twice in the final match of a tournament of this magnitude. So, you know, just walking in, hey man, look at my trophy. Look what I've got.
Oh, it's amazing. And she alluded to that in the interview with Sue Barker. Such a warm reception from the crowd and a great sporting response from Serena Williams in defeat. She alluded to there how big a moment this is going to be for German tennis. I know they're desperate for another Becker and they're waiting for Zverev to properly fill those boots and Michael Stich. But that's the first time a German woman has lifted the Venus Rosewater for 22 years since Steffi in '96. This is a massive moment for German sport,
Very much so.
especially coming a day before the Football World Cup final, where the Germans have had a fantastic record in the Football World Cup. So in a summer where they would have been expecting success in a different sport, their most high-profile sport, along comes tennis, and all of a sudden, another 20, 50, or 300 German girls will now say to their mums, can I have a tennis racket?
Exactly.
Because I've just watched Angelique Kerber inspire me, beat the greatest female player in history, and I want to be doing what Kerber's doing in another 22 years' time. Here are the what are the standout stats for you here? I guess it's the unforced errors tells you a massive story, 24-5.
Yeah, 24-5. Wow. I mean, Angelique put so many balls in the court. You know, normally when you see the errors, those unforced errors being high for Serena at 24, that's nearly always counted by 45, 46 winners. But when we look here, total winners 23, total unforced errors 24. So they're about even, whereas Angelique was 11-5. It was lower numbers, but much more efficient in that ratio. So, yeah, that's what leaps off always. And when you're looking at these, at the numbers. What a moment just to hold that up, just to hold that dish. And that's a lifetime of work right there. And we see a great match today. We say, you know what, in the last, hour and a half or hour and whatever it was, it's already, isn't that the best thing about Wimbledon?
So cool.
It's the best thing.
That is so cool.
Within moments, your name is up on the board. Your name is on the trophy. You live here forever, moments after victory.
She is etched in the annals of Wimbledon history.
Very nicely said.
Forever and a day.
Gorgeous trophy. Ornate.
And she's done it playing sensational tennis. I mean, she was just phenomenal in that first set. Yes, she was broken once by Serena, but she broke Serena 3 times in that first set. At one stage, towards the back end of the first set and the start of the second, she won 5 games in a row.
Wow. That is salty.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance from Kerber. Wow. And I wonder whether the following psychology may have played a part, because there is such an aura around Serena Williams, and there is a bit of an assumption, because more often than not she does win the big matches, and it's a great winning record. Her Grand Slam final record still reads pretty nice. It's 23-1, 7 defeats. I wonder whether Kerber, in one sense, came into the final not really under any pressure, because she had a lean year in 17. And yes, there were a couple of good performances at the Aussie and the French, but people weren't necessarily expecting her to win. So maybe she looked at it as a no-lose situation.
Taking the pressure off is, pressure exists in your own mind. That's where it starts, that's where it ends. If everybody says there's pressure, if you believe them, well, you've got it. If you don't believe them, it's not a problem. So, yeah, if you are not under the spotlight, if an opponent is getting more of that attention, more of the discussion about who is going to win, and you can kind of slip in the back door and reach a final like this against an opponent that is favored. I definitely thought Serena was the favored player coming in. I think there's, there is one element that Angelique made Serena play lower, but when you look back at this, is there also another level that says, with Serena not playing a ton of matches leading in after the birth of her daughter, was she just a little green in that area? Did she need some more matches in order to get over the line here? So, we can talk about that all day long. It doesn't matter. Angelique Kerber says, Venus Rosewater dish, you are mine.
Certainly is. And the crowd are gathering beneath centre court for what is one of the iconic sights in tennis around the world. The champion comes out to raise the famous dish in front of the gathered ensemble. One of my favourite moments, by the way, is when Andy Murray came out on the balcony in 2013. Standing room only. Just sensational. And the honour will shortly be Angelique Kerber's. So being shown her name, that is so class that it's done by the time she walks off with the dish. A whole host of Williams, Serena and Venus, Angelique Kerber, etching her name in history. Muguruza, by the way, who won last year, was the previous woman to have beaten Serena in a slam final when she won the French in 16. The first of many, many conversations. Today's in English. I'm sure when she goes home, there will be a very special reception for her when she returns with that dish, taking it back to Germany for the first time in 22 years after Steffi's victory in '96. Kerber will be the toast of a nation tonight and tomorrow.
Absolutely. She's not letting go of that dish. That's going with her for as long as Wimbledon will let her have it. I wonder how much it weighs. I haven't had the privilege of picking that one up.
I'm sure there'll be a statistician somewhere who could tell us the exact makeup and weight of the dish.
I have been up close to it, and you look at it, the gold and the silver and the intricate details. You know what I really like? Look at after she won, laid down on the court. It happened to be at the baseline, a little bit of dirt. We've got her clothes are not clean on the back. There's a little bit of dust and dirt there. It's like, I went and battled, and here I am.
I reckon that needs to be framed on the wall without being washed.
Don't wash that, absolutely.
Duchess of Cambridge, Duchess of Sussex. The first of many great conversations, and she deserves all the handshakes and applause that will come her way. She grabbed that match from the scruff of the neck right from the very start. And the crowd outside, there's Thomas Bach, the president of the IOC, fellow German. He must have been absolutely delighted. And very soon we will see that great moment when Kerber steps forward and raises the dish to the general public, some of whom would have watched the match from Henman Hill. And it'll be their chance to see the ladies' champion for 2018 up close and personal. And when she does step out there, we will hear a great roar from the crowd. Here we go. Let's listen to how this great moment is received. One of a whole host of wonderful Wimbledon traditions. Those not lucky enough to be on centre court get a chance to show their appreciation for an amazing champion who has beaten the greatest of all time to lift that famous dish above her head for the first time.
What a glorious moment. What fun it is for Angelique Kerber. Smiles, everyone's down there.
So good. I can remember being down there for Murray in 2013.
Really?
Yeah, I could hardly believe my eyes. It was incredible. Lovely turn and wave there. Blows a kiss to the crowd. Oh, she won't want to part with that. I love this. Just, you know, just the guard of honor.
Yeah.
Every spot along the corridor. Somebody there. Amazing. I think that you can tell by looking in her face now that now it's actually beginning to sink in.
Yes.
I always think it takes a moment for an Olympic champion or a major event winner. I think it takes a few moments for the magnitude of what they've done to start sinking in, especially, perhaps not for someone like Serena, who may have done it 23 times before, but for men and women who are achieving something or experiencing something for just the second or third time. In the case of Angelique Kerber, maybe it's the embraces with the family and friends that suddenly it dawns on them what they've done.
Yeah, you can be going along and everything's fine and everything's happy, and then all of a sudden it hits you and you are just a puddle of mud. The tears, the waterworks, it's overwhelming. Overwhelming. That's going to happen at some stage. You know, maybe a little bit right now, but maybe it's when you see your mum. Maybe it's, who knows? Who knows for Angelique? But she's all smiles right now.
Amazing. She'd gone back up. She was seeded here at 11, back up to 7 in the world by virtue of making the final, and I think she'll be back up to around 4th now that she has added a 3rd Grand Slam title to her collection. Wow, we're just about pausing for breath. This is the view from way up high. It has been an absolutely incredible day. First, one of the brilliant semi-finals of all time, with Djokovic defeating his arch-rival Raphael Nadal to march into the Wimbledon final. And Serena Williams beaten by Angelique Kerber, who lifted the dish for the very first time. We've absolutely loved watching both from the commentary box, and I know Nick McCarville has also enjoyed being on the SW19 complex on a very, very special, historic day.
100%, Rob Walker, 100%. I've enjoyed it, and what a win today for Angelique Kerber, coming through 6-3, 6-3, taking out Serena Williams today for her first Wimbledon title. That's got to feel good for Angelique to come through in straight sets against Serena Williams. Those boys were talking a little bit about the numbers, but really the big number that jumps out, those 24 unforced errors for Serena Williams today. Just 5 for Angelique Kerber. Really a clean match from Kerber throughout. She hit 11 winners. Serena did have 23, but you can see that she's in the negative. There is Serena Williams, and that's never really going to help you in a championship title match. If we go to page 2 of the stats board, there it is. Look at that. This is the big number that jumps out to me as well. Look at this. Look at how low this dips. When you're playing one of the best returners in the game, even with a serve like Serena Williams, she just wasn't able to get it done on the service today. 31% of second serve points won. 1 for 1, Serena went on breakpoint chances, but 4 for 7. Kerber against the Serena serve really made an impact today. And in 2016, when these two players played, Angelique Kerber only had 1 opportunity to break Serena Williams. It didn't happen. Today, Serena only had one chance. She converted, but that really to me is the big story. Too many unforced errors from Serena Williams today. Just didn't necessarily feel at her best. We weren't sure how she was going to look in her first major final in 18 months, and she goes down to Angelique Kerber. Absolutely incredible. The first German champion here since 1996 when Steffi Graf won. Now we know our men's finalist, but what about our women's champion? Kerber, she adds to her growing legend on tour now. She's the number 11 seed here. She's ranked number 10. She's going to go inside the top 5 in the world. But she adds to her 2016 Australian Open, also her 2016 US Open. We know she made the final here in 2016, but she really bounced back. The lovely story of Kerber having had a disappointing year, a sophomore slump year last year, having been world number 1 in 2016. She's now absolutely back. Semifinals in Australia, quarterfinals at Roland Garros, and now she's champion at Wimbledon. How did she get there? We kind of need to fill in this last match too, right? The 6-3, 6-3 win over Serena Williams. But there's her path overall. Beating Zvonareva, then Claire Liu. A good win over youngsters, Osaka, Bencic, Kasatkina, Ostapenko. Those are all players that we've talked about as future Grand Slam champions. Actually, when you look at this run overall for Angelique Kerber, former Grand Slam finalist, Indian Wells champion, former top 10 player, Indian Wells runner-up, Grand Slam champ, and then you add in SW, who is going for number 24. That is an impeccable run. Now, I know not necessarily they had the rankings. I know a lot of our top seeds fell out of this tournament, but that is an incredible run that Angelique Kerber and her coach, Wim Fissette, who's really worked hard on bringing that confidence back to her game, they should be really proud of that effort. Really great from Angelique Kerber to come through and lose just that one set. She had to work her way through that second round match against Claire Liu. Maybe that was the match that woke her up, but overall incredible. Just spent about 11 hours on court. Can you imagine? Kevin Anderson spent 21 hours on court in 6 matches, but Kerber through. She is a Grand Slam champion once again. What's the world saying right about here in social media about Angelique Kerber? Following in the great footsteps, Kerber beats Serena Williams 6-3, 6-3. She's the first champion here from Germany since Steffi Graf in 1996, 22 years ago. You heard Angelique talking to Sue Barker on center court about being influenced by Steffi Graf. How many young German girls is she influencing with that win? There was the moment. Go to our Twitter account. You can watch all of the special clips there, sealed with a kiss to her trophy now that is in her hands, the Venus Rosewater dish. Angelique and Serena together on court. You could see the disappointment in Serena Williams' eyes, and you can't really blame her. She was going for the all-time record to tie Margaret Court at 24 at Grand Slam. She already has the Open era record at 23. Just didn't show up with her best tennis today. And we were speaking about this on the Wimbledon Channel throughout the day. Did Angelique Kerber have a chance today? Absolutely. She was 2-6 head-to-head against Serena. She had beaten her in a Grand Slam final, and she beats her once again because Angelique has that game that matches up so well with Serena, especially if Serena's a little bit off. And I would say today Serena was a bit off because it just wasn't happening again. Reem Abelail telling us that Kerber is the first German to win here since '96. That stat will make its way around the internet. Also, Kerber just the second woman to defeat Serena Williams in 2 Grand Slam finals. She joins Venus Williams in that list, Sister Venus. And, you know, it's interesting. You look at Kerber having won this match, doing so the way she did at the Australian Open. No one expected her to win in 2016, and I think few people expected her to win today. But that's sort of the way it goes when you're taking on Serena Williams, right? The greatest of all time. What about slam titles among active players? Serena, of course, still is on top. Thank you, EM Demi, for this tweet. Venus at 7, Sharapova at 5. Kerber now bounces ahead of Azarenka, Kvitova, Muguruza, and Kuznetsova, all who have 2. You can see Schiavone, Stosur, Halep, Wozniacki, Stevens, and Ostapenko all with 1. But now Angelique Kerber, not just 2 Grand Slam titles to her name, 3 of them. The U.S. Olympic team giving their love to Serena Williams, a shout out there. And this really was a beautiful moment, the 2 of them hugging. Serena Williams came across the net. You can see a little dirt on Angelique's back, having fallen on the court. A nice moment, the 2 exchanging words. What about from the tennis greats around the world? Boris Becker. That speaks volumes. That's a lot of exclamation points from the former Wimbledon champion himself. I love this from Victoria Azarenka. Back to back, she says, Angelique Kerber, great performance, congratulations. And then she also tweets a couple minutes later, I'm so proud of you, Serena Williams, always inspiring and raising the bar higher for all. Very nice to hear from Vika, 2-time slam champion herself, world #1 at one point. Allyson Felix, the gold medal winning track and field star from the U.S., was here to cheer on Serena Williams, as were so many familiar names and faces. Lewis Hamilton and Anna Wintour were here, as was Tiger Woods. Some famous actors were in the royal box today. Both the Duchess of Sussex and the Duchess of Cambridge were here as well. We're remembering today, too, a couple champions that have passed. Jana Novotná passed away just last year of cancer. She was the 1998 champion. And then Maria Bueno, you can see Jana Novotná there. Maria Bueno was a 3-time champion here before the Open era. She died just last month, passed away. So honoring them today and their legacy. Where will Kerber go in the rankings? Fernando's telling us, I think this is right, she's going to go to #4 in the world behind Halep, Wozniacki, Stevens, Kerber. Serena Williams will go inside the top 30 now. So a great effort there from Serena Williams. We also had a lot of action around the grounds. Wheelchair champions. We're also going to crown later today the gentlemen's doubles, the ladies' doubles. And what about a couple young girls here? Iga Swiatek, she's on the right. She's your girls singles champion, beating Liani Kung on the left. That was a unseeded girls singles final, first time since 2005 here. And Swiatek, she's Polish. She's got a great personality for her, and she won through. The first time that we've had the quad wheelchair event here. Andy Lapthorne and David Wagner are champions. Congrats to them. And we also spoke earlier today with Didi de Groot, who won the women's singles wheelchair event. What's going on the gram? What about Serena Williams and Angelique Kerber? A nice hug there, really a hug scene around the world, the 2 embracing. A nice moment, exchanging words, letting each other know that they respect each other so much. Here's championship point. Watch Angelique Kerber here. A wonderful moment for Kerber, soaking it in. You can see how much it looks to Kerber here. Got that dirt on her back, and I love this moment. Yeah, amazing scenes here, the 2 of them. Both the Duchesses watching. There's Billie Jean. Champion is Kerber. There's that hug. 2 incredible athletes, and a nice hug there. Serena Williams gave it her all today. I love this picture of Martina Navratilova, Billie Jean King, 2 princesses watching just courtside. Very cool. All right, before we hear from runner-up Serena Williams, who's making her way into press, how about leaving with these images of Angelique Kerber, slow-mo beauty kiss of the Venus rosewater dish. It's hers now, and she is Wimbledon champion. Hoist that high, Angie. Well played here. A 3rd Grand Slam title from her Australian Open, US Open in 2016, and now she's Wimbledon champion here. You could not hide that emotion if you even tried, Angelique. Really a historic moment today for Kerber, denying Serena Williams history. Serena going for number 24, going to tie that all-time record at 24. She stopped for now, but don't doubt it whatsoever. Serena Williams is here to stay, and Angelique Kerber further etches her name into history. What a great story Kerber is. 2016, breakout year. 2017 completely frustrating. She's back in 2018, and I have to say it was a delight to watch her play an incredible Wimbledon. She is our 2018 Wimbledon Women's Singles Champion, Ladies Singles Champion. Let's hear from the great Serena Williams. She's runner-up, and she's just made her way in to speak with the world's press.
Serena, did you feel like she never really gave you an opportunity to get in the match? You seem to be take control right fast. How do you think?
Yeah, she played from first point to the last point really good. She played unbelievable today.
What do you think of a situation where a Grand Slam final does not have a precise start time because of a match being held over, and what impact did that have, if any, on your preparations?
It definitely didn't have any impact on me. It was a necessary evil that needed to be done. They didn't finish their match. They had to finish, and it had to be completed.
It must surely have affected your preparation in some way, not to know what time you were starting and how to deal with that as the other match went on so long.
I mean, no, it didn't. I'm not gonna ever make an excuse, and actually had nothing. You know, I actually every match this tournament I didn't have a start time. I never played at 1 or anything, so I always was second after. So I was fine.
Serena, what does this fortnight and what does this opportunity to be in the final mean to you?
It was a great opportunity for me. You know, I didn't know a couple of months ago where I was, where I would be, how I would do, how I would, you know, be able to come back. It was such a long way to see light at the end of the road, kind of. And so I think these 2 weeks have really showed me that, okay, I can compete. Obviously, I can compete for the long run in a Grand Slam. And I can, you know, come out and be a contender to win Grand Slams.
Serena, you said just after the defeat that you're only getting started. How much further do you think you've got to go to get back to your top level over the next few months?
I don't know. I feel like I have a ways to go, and this is literally just the beginning. Literally just the beginning. So it's good to just continue that path and just continue to keep going for me.
You haven't played a ton of tournaments this year, obviously. Do you plan on playing a fuller schedule in American hard courts? I think you're entered in San Jose and probably Cincy in Canada.
Yeah. I haven't played because I took some time off to train and get ready for, you know, the Grand Slams. So I definitely am going to continue to play and just work on my game, work on just, you know, staying in there.
So what kind of insights did you get into your game over the course of these 2 weeks from not having played that much and here at Wimbledon?
Yeah, I just got the fact that of things I want to work on for the future and things that I want to do, trying to execute that. And really just these 2 weeks were so mental for me, and I won matches, and I was really mentally fighting for literally every match, and I did the best that I could in every match that I played. And I just feel like I'm taking the steps in the right direction, and I took a giant step at Wimbledon, but my journey has just began, and I just have to keep going.
Serena, I was looking at the 14 matches you've played this year, and almost all of your opponents were big hitters like Georgie and Gerges. Is it tough then to come up in the Wimbledon final against someone who plays a completely different style? You know, obviously normally when players have a lot of experience, you know, behind their back, they play with different styles of players and prepared for everything.
Yeah, it was definitely a different game, but at times she hit the ball really hard. She was striking the ball out there today. But yeah, it was, you know, I just have to add it to the list. You know, it's just, all right, next time when I play her or play someone like her, I'll be more ready.
for your fans, do you have any kind of additional injuries that you might want to be worried about? Because today, for the whole tournament, the movement was really good. Today was a little bit heavy, but we're just wondering if there's any kind of other injuries that you're carrying at the moment.
Not that I'm aware of. No, I'm feeling pretty good. It was a very fast game out there today, and it was a lot different than any other match I've played. So, just taking it one at a time.
Serena, how significantly have your priorities changed over the past 12 months?
They've changed a lot. Like, my priority is my baby, you know, just being with her and doing things with her, and spending time with her. That's totally my priorities. And but it's weird. I set my schedule so I have time. Like, I train in the morning and I spend the rest of the day with her. So I don't get to be with her the full day, but a pretty good chunk out of the day.
How now that the tournament's complete, do you reflect on not having doubles? And if that's been a positive for your singles, will you continue that with the US Open? Would you not play doubles there?
I don't know. It was nice sometimes to have that day off, but also I remember thinking, wow, it'd be really good to go out there and practice my returns and have like that match setting kind of thing to go out there and feel. So I don't know. I'm 50-50. I'll see how I feel physically and see if I'm physically fit enough to continue to play both, at least in New York. And if so, I might, but if not, I'll just play singles.
You've become somewhat of a role model for moms, especially working moms, many of whom struggling to go back to work after having a child. What's your message to mothers out there?
Well, I just feel like to tell all the moms, like I had such a long struggle to come back, and it was really difficult. And honestly, I feel like if I can do it, they can do it. And I'm just that person, that vessel that's saying you can be whatever you want to be if you want to go back to work. And to me, after becoming a mom, I feel like there's no pressure to do that, because having a child is a completely full-time job. But to those that do want to go back, you know, just you can do it, and you can really do it.
Serena, when you sit Olympia down and tell her about the day you played tennis in front of 2 duchesses and some sporting royalty, what will you tell her about it, and how will you make it into a happy story despite not coming through with a victory?
Well, I think it was a happy story. I'll probably change the ending.
Serena, when you play Kerber, sometimes she doesn't hit the ball that hard all the time, and balls can be tricky coming at you. And you might get credited with more unforced errors than is fair, because it's a nastier looking ball than it might look like speed-wise coming at you. Just when you see about her shots in particular is the trickiest?
I don't know right now. I just feel like she just did a lot of different shots today. It wasn't just one shot. It was lots and lots and lots of different shots. So I just know going next time that I'll just be ready for that.
Serena, you've obviously won many titles and slams, and you said throughout the week that this is different. Have you surprised yourself at all during this past 2 weeks?
I always enter a tournament just coming to do my best. In this particular tournament, I entered just wanting to win some matches, and I kept winning and it kept happening. So it was definitely a little bit of a surprise for me. And also it was super encouraging to know that I can compete and do well.
Serena, except that you don't want to make excuses, which is admirable. But as someone who has always campaigned on behalf of the women's game as a whole, is it disrespectful to the women's game that arguably the biggest match of the year doesn't have a fixed start and has to sort of take its turn because of the other match that held it up? Well,
I appreciate your support. like I said, and I'm completely a supporter of women. I am in women's sport, obviously, but honestly, I just feel like it was a necessary evil. You couldn't, not knowing how this match would go, 2 hours, 3 hours, I don't think they could put the men's semifinal behind the women because they have to come back the next day. If the tables were turned, I would have, and hopefully they would have done the same with the women. They would have put the women's semifinal before the men's final, and then if we had to come back the next day, So I think if you look at it that way, it was probably really the only way to schedule it. Yeah.
Okay. Serena, how do your emotions and your handling of defeat today maybe differ from all the other times? Not that you've experienced so many, but the other times you've experienced that.
I'm just better at acting now, I guess.
Last two questions from here.
Serena, obviously with the two semifinal matches, the men have been talking about the need for a fifth set tiebreaker here. I know the women are playing 3 sets, but do you think it's time in the women's game at the other Grand Slams besides the U.S. Open that they go to the tiebreak system?
I honestly don't care, to be honest. Like, I really don't care one way. I think personally, I think it's exciting. But if they changed, I think it'll be great. And if they didn't, they'll still be these remarkable, exciting matches. So I don't really prefer one way or the other.
We'll go here and then here, and that's it.
Serena, how do you wind down now? And Lewis was in your box. Will you be returning the favour at the Grand Prix tomorrow?
I will just, go home and relax. And if I make it home in time, I'll hang out with Olympia. If not, I'll just watch a movie. And then I probably won't go to the Grand Prix. I thought they had that last weekend. That was this weekend. Well, I don't know. I'll ask him what he's doing.
Last question.
In terms of your acting ability, what's the sort of monologue going on in your head right now, balancing sort of the logic of it's on my fourth turn back and you're feeling like you still could have won today?
Well, I'm already deciphering what I need to improve on and what I need to do and what I did wrong and why I did it wrong and how I can do better and, that whole madness that goes on in my mind. And then I'm thinking, okay, I do improve with losses and we'll see how it goes. But so that's kind of where my mind is at right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the second best place in the world to watch a final, other than centre court, is of course Henman Hill. And I'm joined by some people who are just watching on the hill right now. And Cheryl next to me is a mum, but Syra would not go back to Cheryl. So I've taken it upon myself to hold the baby and the microphone and perform an interview. But you're a big Serena fan, but how was it watching on the hill?
It was an amazing atmosphere. There were some crazy nuts that really were amplifying the whole occasion, but it was wonderful to see Serena give it her best. She may not have won today, but she certainly gave it her best. She was definitely entertaining, and she was also a good sport because Angelique, she did really well. But yeah, Serena, extremely inspirational.
Who was everyone rooting for, would you say, on the hill today?
They were definitely rooting for Serena. There were claps for Kerber, but definitely it was Serena's day today.
And how was it watching as a mother as well to this little cutie who will not get off my shoulder now? How inspired were you by what Serena's achieved?
I had to ask, how is she doing this? Can I get in touch with that personal trainer? What do I need? No, it's beyond my leagues, but to have that kind of commitment, especially when you've had complications having a baby, to be able to decide that is what you want to do and to come back 10 months, that's incredible.
Absolutely. I'm just going to bring you in as well over here. Just describe your day and on the hill, because it's been such a beautiful day as well for the finals here today.
It's been a beautiful day and we've just enjoyed it. We bought our picnic
and we really just enjoyed everything. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. The match was superb as well. I really love Serena, but they both played well.
Absolutely, and we're starting them young down here. Maybe we'll see little Syra here as a Wimbledon champion in the future. Let's see if she was inspired by what happened in there on centre court, because it was an awesome final. I mean, for now, little one, I'm going to have to say goodbye. Do you want to wave to the camera?
Oh, well done.
You were awesome. Bye-bye.
It's Serena Williams again, 14 years after that first victory here.
His lifetime's ambition. Goran can't contain his emotions.
Her second Wimbledon title.
Was seeded 6 and bidding to become the first black man to claim the Wimbledon singles title. What could be more appropriate than Queen here to present the trophy in her silver jubilee year?
Going up to my dad and just all these moments racing through your head.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious! That ball was on the line. Sean flew up.
Champion of the century.
Wimbledon Gentlemen's Singles Champion for 2008, Raphael Nadal.
For Mrs. Corley, the first man to win the championship for 60 years.
Venus's joy is unbounded.
And I'm quite sure that this has never happened on Wimbledon centre court before.
Graf hungrily seizes another Wimbledon title in the final set.
The waiting is over.
1990 was the last time this superlative champion took the title at SW19. Indeed, the victory was the last of her 18 Grand Slam singles titles.
Champion here at Wimbledon, the first man to win 8 championships.
100 years of ladies' tennis has possibly been so cruel.
Eventually, Novotny returns to the middle of the court to keep a long-awaited appointment.
There we go, we're still down here at Henman Hill getting some reaction from the fans on what happened there in centre court with that women's final. We have a German fan over here with us right now, obviously supporting Angelique. Just describe how it was watching on the hill for us.
It was just great, and I'm so happy that she won. You know, it was like I didn't even have a ticket this morning, as I was, you know, I went in the queue and I got, you know, I was happy to get in at all. And so it's just a great day for me. You know?
Did you expect Angelique to be crowned the champion of 2018?
I was hoping, and actually I was thinking that she can make it because she's in really good shape. I was, you know, following the games she played before, and you know, I think she's in really good shape.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for chatting to us. It's been a beautiful day. We hope you've enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you.
You're watching the Wimbledon Channel. Shots there off Henman Hill, starting to empty out just a little bit, but there's still plenty of people there watching the doubles final, the men's doubles final that's taking place inside centre court. The third match of the day on there. Raven Klaassen and Michael Venus up against Mike Bryan and Jack Sock. They're in the first set of that one, so people just enjoying the early evening sunshine and watching that match on the big screen on the side of court one. But it's all about this. Angelique Kerber writing her name on that Wimbledon honours board. Daniela Hantuchova is alongside me. And Daniela, how special will it be for her to see her name on that honours board, having not had the chance to see her name on it in 2016? It'll be a sweet, sweet moment for her to see that.
Yeah, that is an incredible feeling. You know, from now on, whenever she's going to come to the club, she's going to see her name there forever. I only got the chance to have my name there for the mixed doubles trophy, so I can't even imagine what it feels like to be there as a Wimbledon singles champion. And what a performance from Angelique. I mean, I don't think anyone saw this one coming, and she just kept being solid throughout the whole match. And I said that earlier, who beat Serena on centre court in Wimbledon's final in 1 hour 5 minutes?
Why then? Why was it so comfortable? What did Kerber do well in order to be able to win 6-3, 6-3 in around 1 hour and 5 minutes? And what did Serena not bring to the court that she perhaps needed to do to win this match?
I think it was combination and factors of few things here and there. Especially Angelique was so solid. I think she made 5 to 6 unforced errors throughout the whole match. I mean, to be able to do that in a Grand Slam final when it means so much to you, that's just incredible effort. And she was just rock solid mentally, physically, tactically. She played a super smart game. She was going after her second serve, so she was not giving Serena too many balls to be able to attack on. And then Serena, I think she just wanted it so much, which is beautiful to see because it just shows how much she cares. But sometimes I felt like she was a little bit too aggressive.
She was. It was 5 unforced errors for Kerber and 24
exactly.
for Serena, just too many.
And strangely enough, of her backhand side, which is her best shot after the serve. That's where we always see all the winners coming in. And today, from the first game, it was just too many unforced errors on that side. But still, I mean, today I think we had 2 winners. Obviously Angelique for winning the title, but also for Serena being able to show the world that she's back, and how much the sport means to her. She's motivation to so many women, mothers, young kids around the world. So I think it was a beautiful story today.
I think when we were previewing this match yesterday, you said that the start was crucial for Kerber, for her to get off to a good start, almost banish the memories of 2016, and she did that, didn't she? She broke Serena in that very first game, and it just set the tone for the rest of the match.
Yeah, exactly so, and I think that's where Angelique is so strong mentally, because she's able to block everything out and just go out there on the court and do her business. And I've said it throughout the tournament that mentally she's as a rock solid, and I was worried about a little bit how she was going to handle it towards the end of the match when she broke Serena, and maybe, you know, the nerves of being close to winning a Wimbledon title may get to her, but she didn't show any signs of that, and all the credit to her. As I said, I don't think too many people expected this final to go this way, but she really deserves it. This is what we talked about earlier, Serena just going for too much. But as I said, it's a nice thing to see, because it means how much it shows how much it means to her. And
we saw from that
beautiful
selection of points there, what a fabulous moment for Angelique Kerber there, crumpling to the ground with emotion having won the title. We saw some shots right at the start of this highlights package of her mother celebrating the trophy and winning this amazing title, and a great moment of the two great champions hugging there on centre court. But in those few points we saw there, you could notice just how close to the baseline Kerber was standing. She was trying to, even though she knew that she wasn't able to generate perhaps the power that Serena can from the baseline, she was trying to take the match to her and not be too passive.
Yeah, exactly. As we talked about before the match, that I felt like Angie was not going to have enough on her shots to be able to dictate the points, but because she was standing so close on the baseline, she was taking the time away from Serena, and just by doing that, Serena felt a little bit more rushed, and it was a very smart tactical move from Angie to be much more aggressive in her own way, meaning taking the time away by hitting the ball earlier.
3 of the 4 slams now that Angie has won. Where does this elevate her in the sort of pantheon of great players that we've had in this sport?
I mean, she's proven the world that she's one of the greatest champions we had. And I can't even imagine what this match is going to give, how much confidence it's going to give her, because if you can beat Serena in the Wimbledon finals, you can pretty much face anyone. And I think we're going to see a lot of titles, till the end of the season. And now she has established herself being one of the greatest champions, and having her name out there. Now she became a Wimbledon member. That's another huge bonus to have. She can come into the grounds whenever she wants to now have a little hit on the grass courts.
See that name.
That's something very, very special.
And for Serena, do you think the US Open, she's going to be targeting that? I've got close here, very, very close. US Open's where I'm going to win my next Grand Slam title.
Yes, definitely so. And it was so great to see her in the speech saying, she's just getting started. That's great, because we need her in our sport. She's been the biggest champion we ever had, and to see her still having the same hunger and same wish to win titles is just amazing to me.
The other thing as well for Serena, I think she'll go up to about 28 in the world ranking, depending on how the points work. She'll go up to about 28 in the world ranking, so she's not going to need any gifts in terms of seeding now. She will be a seeded player for any tournament she plays through the US Open Series.
Yeah, exactly so. And it's funny when people talked about Serena maybe not deserving to be seeded here in this tournament. I thought it was very funny, because to me she should have been seeded actually in the top 8, given what she's achieved in this tournament. So as you said, now she won't have that problem anymore, and I think a lot of the seeded players will be relieved that she will be more on their side of things and seeded in any tournament she's going to enter.
Now, we just heard a lot of cheering and shouting from not too far away. Where we're standing here, we're above court 14, but just to the other side, behind the camera here, is the players' lawn, and I think, just from judging by all of the cameras that are pointing in that direction. I think she's coming out from the locker room to do all her media press, and she's got to pass through the balcony there, and there are already people. A couple of minutes ago, I was out there gathering on the grass where the players' area is to greet her, all her sponsors, people, because obviously she already met with her close team, but now I'm sure there are hundreds of people that want to congratulate her as well. Absolutely, we're very close to the action here. Let's continue our look at Serena Williams and the way that this defeat will affect her. Nick McCarville's been speaking to Ben Rothenberg, New York Times journalist.
It was a 30th Grand Slam final for Serena Williams, but she stopped just shy of an all-time record, going for number 24. Angelique Kerber, 6-3, 6-3 as Wimbledon champion. Ben Rothenberg from the New York Times. Ben, I want to ask you first, what went wrong for Serena, but maybe it's what went right for Angelique today?
I think those are the same things. I think what went wrong for Serena is that Angelique was so good, and Angelique knows how to play her. It knows how to get up for these big stages. She's not daunted by these occasions. She's played 4 Grand Slam finals now, and all of them have been really good. She's played Serena in 3 of them and beaten her twice. So, I mean, she's used to this stage, she's used to the occasion, and her game, when it's at its best, is tricky for Serena. She plays with a lot of different variety, a lot of spin, a lot of mixing up of pace, and keeps Serena uncomfortable. And Serena hadn't really played any players like that for this whole tournament. You look back at players she played Yulia Gergit, who's a big hitter. She played Camila Giorgi, who's a big hitter. She played other players who are big hitters along the way, too, and never really got someone who's as guileful and as full of craft as Kerber was today. And even dating back to her previous tournaments, hadn't been a player of this caliber. So Serena was an upgrade for her, and she just wasn't able, with her lack of match toughness, probably fair to say, to match that level just yet.
You know, it was only Serena's 14th match of her comeback since coming back from that giving birth to Olympia last year. Did Angelique surprise you, though, overall, the way that she held her nerve, especially, Ben, serving out the match at 6-3 in the second set?
Serving was what surprised me. She had really good stats on her serve, not good pace or good velocity, but really successful defending her serve. That's where you would think in this matchup that Serena would have the most opportunities to dominate, would be picking on the Kerber second serve, which doesn't usually go above 80 miles per hour. But Kerber protected it well, and I think last time I checked, more than 60% of the points on second serve, which is a very high conversion rate for anybody against Serena, especially somebody who's serving as slowly as she does. And she backed it up, and she didn't get daunted by Serena when Serena was trying to impose her will in that match in that third game of the second set, I think, starting to roar, shouting, "Come on," screaming, hit one line drive volley almost right at Kerber's head. I mean, none of that stuff fazed Kerber, and Kerber stood tough and held her ground in a way that we've seen other players like Ash Barty at the French Open kind of fold in those situations. Kerber stood tall and held her ground.
Paint the picture then for Serena Williams. Is this overall disappointment, or how does she feel after this, Ben?
So I was just in her press conference, and she said basically that in terms of how it compares to her other losses, she's gotten better at acting. Which means that, which I agree with, and I think that she's still hurting from this. I mean, she's a great champion because she expects the best from herself at all times. And as much as on paper, this is an incredible result for her, I'm sure it still hurts. And I'm sure that she comes out of this wanting more and being hungrier than ever and knowing what she has to work on. I mean, she does learn from losses. She's been very good at that in her career. And she'll come back, I think, even stronger for this at the American Hardcourt season and the U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you about next. Where does Serena go from here? She obviously came back at the French Open, had that injury, but this run, I think maybe she surprised herself. She surprised a lot of people getting into the final here, disappointed, as you said. But is this the beginning of the next chapter for Serena?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit similar in 2011 when she came back from the pulmonary embolism. She made her comeback at Wimbledon, or Eastbourne and then Wimbledon, and played a really full summer schedule in the U.S. and won Canada and won Stanford and kind of got her footing back. Here, I'm not sure what her schedule will be in terms of getting back momentum. I asked her that in press, and actually she didn't give a very direct answer in terms of where she'll play next. She's entered in San Jose, she's entered in Canada and Cincinnati. I don't think she'll probably play all three, given how scantily she plays, but it would be good to see her get a little more match toughness and not go into the U.S. Open undercooked. When she should have good health and the shoulder's not bothering her anymore, she should be able to get some nice matches under her belt.
Yeah. And Ben, lastly, where does this put Angelique Kerber as far as history goes? I mean, now she has more Grand Slams than Muguruza, then Kvitova, then Svetlana Kuznetsova, then Azarenka. Exactly. Is she someone that we need to continue to bump up the list in as far as historical figures in women's tennis?
Yeah, there was a big five-way tie or something at two slams won in their careers with her. Kuznetsova, you named the other names, I think, and it's impressive for her to get three, and she's it almost feels under the radar, even though she's done this way, but she does it in this very unassuming, very quiet way. She kind of sneaks through draws under the radar almost every time she's done it. And even here, even after she was the highest ranked player to make the quarterfinals at number 11, but number seed 11, she's doing great. She's secured her place in the Hall of Fame further. She's one French Open away from a career Grand Slam, which is incredible and not something I imagined myself saying about Kerber 3 years ago, probably ever. But she's really backed herself up. She's really bounced back well from a very disappointing 2017 when all the pressure caught up with her, and now the future's looking bright, and there's no reason why she can't contend for any of these next few Grand Slams, U.S. Open, Australia. Clay's still a further way to go, and that'll be tough for her, but she's better this year. She made quarterfinals. She can keep getting better and keep maybe adding one or two more slams to that haul.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the insight. Thank you for using the word guileful in the interview, too.
Thank you for noticing, Nick.
Thanks, Ben. Oh, good.
Thanks, Nick. Well, we thought that cheer that we could hear a few moments ago was for Angelique Kerber. But actually, it was for royalty, the Duchess of Cambridge, of course, a patron of the All England Club, and the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, leaving the grounds here at the All England Club. And we believe the Duchess of Cambridge will be back for the men's final tomorrow. She is, of course, a patron of the All England Club. Time for us now to head over to Craig O'Shannessy for more analysis of the ladies' final. Craig.
What a sensational Saturday of tennis. Angelique, congratulations. Serena, fantastic tournament. We also had Novak defeating Rafa, another epic match out here. Now, hopefully, You get inspired by all of this tennis. Get out to your local clubs. Go and play some. Run around. Get a sweat. Meet some new friends. Play some tennis. Play some tennis, people. It's a fantastic sport. Get inspired by these great numbers here. Why did Angelique Kerber win this match? Let's dig deep and find a layer of domination here. In second serve points won, Serena Williams only won 31% of her second serve points. Angelique Kerber double that at 59%. Angelique Kerber finished #1 for the tournament out of 128 ladies, putting her return back in play. The tournament average was 74% for the ladies, returns back in play. Angelique Kerber at 87% returns back in play, 401 of 460. Study her, down wide, blocking, out in front. Don't get jammed in here. Keep it out in front. Big target right down the middle of the court. Return games won, Angelique very good, tied for 13th best. Tournament average, return games won, 32%. Angelique Kerber, 46%. Almost half of every return game she played, she won. Baseline points, tied for 9th best. Tournament average, 48%. Below 50, Angelique, 53%. Baseline points won in the final as Serena was so dominant normally from the back of the court. Serena only won 43%, 21 of 49, whereas Angelique was at 56%. The baseline was owned by Angelique. The second serve points were owned by Angelique, and now the Venus Rosewater dish is also owned by Angelique. Let's go, click on video here. If I just get rid of that, and there we go. Let's go and analyze, get some key insights into some points from this final. Angelique serving, cross court, we talked about her, changing direction a lot. And this one right here, just rewind back. I love this. Now, we looked at this earlier where Angelique, we're going to zoom in right now. You know, we talk a lot about our footwork and our balance. The important thing when you're looking at strokes like this is, you know, sometimes we get something up, get your feet in the right position. It's not so much about where your feet are, it's about your balance. There is nothing, repeat, nothing wrong with an open stance backhand. So open stance forehands look like this. Normally on backhands, we step sideways. Hopefully you got a oney, just like Craig. Beautiful backhand, Craig, thank you. But this is an open stance backhand. It doesn't matter, just stay balanced. Keep it out in front. Look at this one right here, I love it. Zoom out, where does it go? Early on, serving at 2-3, 30 love up, and this one goes right down the line. There it is. Oh, I made you wait for that one. Very nice shot. 40 love now, 3-all. Serena is about ready to get broken. Break point here. This is changing directions. We had a net cord. It goes a little long, little lucky. Now, set point for Angelique Kerber. Serena's trying to stay around that baseline, trying to push Angelique back, trying to force errors, using depth, and just off balance there, recovering too quick back to the middle of the court. And that's probably because she knew she would be running after the next shot. Angelique does such a good job of putting her opponent on the run. Let's zoom in on the other side of the net now. Okay. You want to approach to your opponent's backhand. You absolutely do. When you see your opponent slicing that far back, you should be like Serena and say, okay, I'm going to go to the net. Now, Serena is going to probably get in around here. So the target for this shot is you don't aim deep so that when it goes by into this area, so when it goes by Serena, it's going to be sitting up here. You aim right here into the circle so that when Serena goes to hit it, it's right down at her feet. You got to dig it up out of the grass. Let's see what happens with this. Very nice approach, right at the feet. That's exactly what happens. Great defense. We see Angelique's on the run. Here she comes. Passing shot down the line. She's gone from extreme defense to a winner on the very next shot. Another break point. This is the play of the day from Angelique Kerber. We've talked a lot about defense. I love the zoom tool. Could be my favorite button right there. Now, kind of looks like offense. It's not. When you're off balance, and we can see right here, Angelique's off balance. We look at her, the lean on her body. We look at her energy going off the court. We see where she is out in the alley. Nothing really says offense. So we're going to zoom out and go, okay, Serena's in the right spot. Everything's good. But Angelique is up a set. Angelique feels the moment. Angelique has been hitting down the line winners all tournament long. Get out wide, get balanced, rip that ball, get that racket going quickly at contact. Let's see what Angelique comes up with. Brilliance. Very, very nice. 5-3, 15 love. We are now at the pointy end of this match. Lovely slider out wide. This is what Angelique does so well. She moves you. She changes direction. She defends well. Ball after ball. Serena's like, how do I win this point? She's not going to miss. I've got to go for something that good. I've got to go for everything. Now, this looks like an easy volley. The only problem is, let's have a look at, that's around the height of Serena's head. We don't want to be coming in, hitting the ball. That's a high volley at the height head. Up here, very difficult volley all of a sudden. We want to volley typically around our shoulders with a normal volley. Above the head with a swinging volley, not easy. Not easy at all. Let's zoom out. Serena's steaming in and misses that one long. That's a little rough. 30 all, 5-3, 30 all, 2 points from the title. Serve, blocking, lobbing. Bit of a weird point. And all of a sudden, down the line, there's another winner. Another down the line winner. Championship point. Here it is. Angelique Kerber, welcome. Welcome to tennis history. Welcome to a Wimbledon ladies singles title. Immediately, just the emotions of a lifetime of playing and training. I mean, just think about how many times she's walked onto the practice court with her bag over her shoulder and put it down. It's like, okay, let's practice today. Forehands cross court, work on my serve, work on my return, go and get on a plane, fly to the other side of the world, lose a match, come back. You know, tennis is a very, very tough sport. We're playing all over the world. You know, and I looked at the men last year, and the ladies are exactly the same. You can be 20 in the world, you're winning 50% of your total points. If you're 1 in the world, you're only winning 55% of total points. There's a lot of losing involved in our sport. And when you can walk onto that court right over there and win the title and kiss that trophy, it is a very, very special match. Congratulations, Angelique. Everyone at the Tennis Channel says, job well done. Peace out from Wimbledon.
Clean winner. What a way to take the break, which may be decisive.
She is going for broke.
Sets up her favorite shot. Forehand up the line. Thank you very much.
84 miles per hour.
I'm joined by Iga Swiatek. She has just won the girls' singles title here at Wimbledon. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you very much. I still don't know how to feel because I don't know, I'm too overwhelmed. I just have to chill and then I will be happy.
Just talk us through your celebrations in there. Off camera, you just said, I didn't know where to go. You walked up, you met some of your coaching team, your family. How was that moment?
That was really great. I mean, I love everyone in that box, so I'm just happy that they were supporting me.
What did they say to you when you went up there?
I don't know. I heard nothing. I was too overwhelmed.
and you now join a list of very great Polish tennis players, including the Radwanska sisters, who obviously also lifted this title. How does it feel to be named alongside those two great female tennis players?
It's great, but I just hope I will do the same as Agnieszka did in pro circuit. I hope I will be the best WTA player. I mean, that's not enough for me, and I hope for be the. Sorry, my English is too bad for today, but I just hope to make
improve and get better and
in pro circuit. So.
Absolutely, and before the final, you mentioned to one of my colleagues about trying to chill out and listen to some music. How did you cope last night, sleeping ahead of this final? How did you chill out?
I was okay with sleeping because I was too tired, but I had to read a book before and just listen to music. I listened to Amy Winehouse on that tournament, so that's the most British singer.
And court one, just describe how it was to play in there. Maybe the biggest court you've played in to date?
Before match I was really stressed, but when I came into the court I realized that this is the thing that's the main goal for me. I mean, I play to entertain people, and I had the opportunity to do that today, so I was really happy.
Absolutely, congratulations, amazing achievement, well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, it's the end of the road for Raphael Nadal at the championships this year, losing in the semi-final stage, of course, earlier on today to Novak Djokovic, 6-4, 3-6, 7-6, 3-6, 10-8 in 5 hours and 15 minutes. Daniela, how do you think Rafa's feeling as he heads out of the All England club?
Obviously disappointed because, you know, he's such a great fighter, and I'm sure he wanted to be in that final and hopefully winning the trophy, but I think he's got to be proud of himself because he gave his best. The level of the match, to me, it's one of the best matches I've ever seen. The quality of every single point from the word go. You know, since yesterday, it seemed like they were almost frustrated. They had to wait for so long to get on the court, and from the first point, I mean, the rallies were just getting better and better, and you can see there, I mean, he must be so tired. He's hardly walking as well. We're talking about, you know, whether Novak or Kevin, they will be able to get themselves ready for the finals, but I feel so sorry for Isner and Nadal because, you know, to recover after a loss is much, much harder.
Absolutely. So Rafa on his way, but for every loser there is a victor. Let's hear from Novak Djokovic after that epic victory earlier on today.
It was an extraordinary match, maybe the best of the year, yet there's no trophy in the end. Is it tough
This is my trophy, the stats.
How do you go to the next one already tomorrow, knowing you will be the favorite of that match and a lot of emotions today? How do you deal with the turnover?
Well, Kevin also, you know, had quite a few hours on the court in the last couple of matches, but he had a day off, which is quite, so to say, necessary at this stage. You know, I wish I can have a day, but it is what it is, and I'll just have to accept the circumstances and try to recover as best as I can. I don't know if I'll be the clear favorite in that one. I think we're quite even. You know, he's playing. I think his second Grand Slam finals. He played the U.S. Open finals last year, and definitely playing the tennis of his life. So he's coming off from 2 epic marathon 5-set wins. I don't think he has much to lose really tomorrow, and he's gonna come out with big serves and big tennis. So hopefully I'll be able to weather the storm.
After such a grueling match, how will you get ready for it? How will you spend the next few hours? Are there any rituals, anything as
Well, I can't get too much into details. We don't have much time for that. But I'll respect the routines that I had over so many years, and the best recovery I can have is spend time with my kids. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Were there times in the last 15 months where you didn't think you'd be back at this stage, and it also was there a moment when you realised, yeah, I'm actually back now?
Yes, there were moments of doubt, of frustration, disappointment, where you're questioning, you know, whether you want to keep it going in this way or that way, or where is that taking you? Everybody goes through that process of thinking. I don't know anybody that is managing always to stay positive and to always 100% have self-belief and confidence. It's life. We humans, we go through that. So obviously all the entire process, speaking from this position right now, it makes it even better for me. It makes it even more special because I managed to overcome challenges and obstacles and get myself to the finals of a slam. And obviously, if you told me that 6 months ago, I would take it right away. But did I, truly believe that I can get back on the level? Yes. I mean, it's hard for me to play tennis and not believe that I can be the best in what I do. I mean, I've been fortunate to achieve so much in my career that every time I go to a tournament, I have highest of ambitions, and so that's always kind of a mindset.
Was there a particular moment where you realised, I'm back now?
Probably Rome tournament was really good. Roland Garros, some matches, and then the last one wasn't that great. But then the whole grass court season has been really, confirming that level of tennis that I felt like I was starting to play.
Wim Fissette is the coach of Angelique Kerber, and gosh, congratulations, coach. How proud are you of your charge, and what did it take today to take out Serena Williams on center court at Wimbledon?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, Wimbledon is the biggest tournament of the year, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud how she played the whole tournament. Yeah, she's been challenged a few times this tournament. She had some tough opponents, tough matches. The Bencic match, I remember, was very tough. The Kasatkina match was like one of the best matches I've seen, where she got really challenged, needed so many match points. And I think that everything, all the matches she had this week really helped her today to stay calm and also to believe like she could also win this final against Serena.
We saw her at some of her best in 2016, Wim. She had a slump in 2017. She wasn't able to play with the pressure, with confidence. What have you done to bring out that best tennis and now to give her a third Grand Slam title?
Well, we focused on improving her game, just to get better. That was the goal when we started working together, to see the best Angie. And I'm just very happy. Like, even the quarterfinal in Paris was a big achievement for her. She took a lot of confidence from there, and week by week and actually day by day we tried to work on her game. Also the form of her shots, we try to make her better every day, and I think just to focus on that also relaxes her, because it's all about improving. And I think when you keep improving, the results will follow automatically.
And lastly, Wim, do you tell her that's Serena Williams across the net, ignore that, or do you try to meet the challenge and try to break down the opponent that is Serena?
Yes, of course. I try to analyze Serena as good as possible, and we knew what to expect from Serena. And but I felt that the matches Angie had in the past days, especially against Ostapenko, who is also like a very big hitter. I felt like Angie came with the right plan, and she feels the game really well. She feels how she has to adjust, and I also gave her like a lot of freedom there today, because I felt like she knows exactly what to do. So I gave her a lot of freedom there.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick. Well, what better way for us to sign off on day 12 of the championships with your ladies singles champion. And she's got that purple badge on, which means she is the newest member of the All England Club. We can hear from Angelique Kerber sitting down for her press conference now.
Press conference for Angelique Kerber, the 2018 ladies singles champion of Wimbledon. English questions first. We won't be able to get around everyone, but I'll do my best. Yep.
Your game plan obviously worked. I mean, was it the intention to just go aggressive all the way? Did you plan to drop to defensive if you had to?
Yeah, I mean,
to be honest, I was quite nervous before the match, but I was trying to told myself, go out there and play your best match, because I know that against Serena I have to play my best tennis, especially in the important moments. And, I was trying just being aggressive, and when I have the chance, going for it, because I know that she served well and that I have to move good, moving her as well. And at the end I was starting to being quite nervous, and I knew that I have to take my first chance, because you never know with her. She is fighting until the last one. And yeah, I think it's just amazing. I cannot describe this feeling, because when I was a kid I was always dreaming for this moment, and to win Wimbledon, it's something really special in my career.
Angie, what does it feel to be back at the top of the sports again? It must feel different to 2016 after 2 titles.
Yeah, I think it's a completely new feeling, because 2016 everything starts where I won my first Grand Slam, and here this was especially after 2017, when I think nobody was expecting me so strong back, to coming back how I came, and to winning my 3rd Grand Slam and winning Wimbledon, which was always my dream. And I think 2 weeks ago nobody expected I can go so far. And I was trying to staying focused the whole 2 weeks, every single day, trying to improving my tennis and trying to staying in my moment and not thinking too much, not thinking what can happen or what not. And especially after my first 2 matches, where I knew that I have to improving my level and going for it when I have the chance. I think I played 2 good weeks for myself.
Your comeback is different than Serena's. Can you tell us how difficult it was for you to come back after 2017, where you had a lot of expectations, and come back here as a champion, which is quite amazing for us?
Yeah, I think without 2017 I couldn't win this tournament. I think I learned a lot from last year, with all the expectation and all the things I go through, and I learned so many things about myself, about the things around, how to deal with this, how to make my day schedule. And, I think that, I try to enjoy every single moment now, and also to finding the motivation after 2016, which was amazing. And I think to making, again, such a year, it's impossible. But now, I just try to improving my game, thinking not too much about the results, trying to being a better tennis player, a better person, and trying to enjoying my tennis again.
You've won 3 now. It's really impressive. When you think about the fact that Serena's won 23 of them, I just wonder what do you say about that? And beating a player like that must be a great thing.
That's amazing. I mean, like I said already, Serena for me is a champion, and she's one of the best players in the world. That she came back after all this up and downs, and after having a baby now and playing a tennis like she's playing now. That's great, and to share with her a court, it's always an honor for me, because I know she's pushing me to the limits, that I have to play my best tennis, and to win the final against her, it's always even specialer for me. Like I won in Australia, then I lost here 2 years ago, which was also a good match, but she deserved it 2016. And today I knew that I have to take the match in my hands. And I'm happy that I won the match, and I think that she not lost the match, I won the match.
Sorry.
Behind you, and
then it's you.
You choose.
Angie, when you're playing somebody like Serena, and obviously you played Ostapenko in the semifinals, but was there a moment today that you realized maybe she wasn't as on as maybe the expectation was? Maybe some misses early in the first set or something where...
I think that she served good from the first point, and I was trying to focusing on my returns, and I start good, but she came back, and everybody knows Serena. She is fighting until the last point, and even she lost the first set, she will come back stronger. And I was just trying to staying focused and to moving good, bringing a lot of balls back. But when I have the chance, also the break point that I had, going for it down the line and taking taking the chances, because that's the only chances I can get, and I have to take it. If not, she will take her chances, and that was the plan, to being aggressive and playing my game.
Do you still have a question? No.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Congratulations. So this is the first title you won with your new coach, Fissett. So I was wondering if there is any things or elements he brought to you and your team.
We tried to improve my tennis from the beginning of the year, you know, like I said, to being more aggressive, and we changed my serve a little bit. I think this is also a key point why I play like I played now, and this is also, which was the key, I think, one of the keys today in this match, that I served good in the important moments, and that my serve is a little bit faster than it was even last year. So there are a few things that we try to change.
A lot of players who have beaten Serena twice in a Grand Slam final. What would you say in your game is helping you to match her, and also mentally? Are you entering those matches differently than others, maybe?
You know, playing finals against Serena, you know that she is playing her best tennis, because that's the matches that she loved, and especially on the center courts. And I was trying to not thinking too much that I'm playing against Serena. You know, I was trying to staying on my side of the court, staying a little bit cool, being not too much emotion, and you know, I think that's the matches for what I was practicing the last months, to going there, to playing against the best ones, and going for it. I mean, it's not so easy. It's easier to say, but you know, you just can do your best, and then at the end of the match you can say, okay, you won or you lost.
I think his first 4 or 5 titles coming with Pavic. And I'd like to welcome all our Wimbledon Channel viewers as well to this men's doubles final. It's exactly 7 o'clock local time, and great to have you on board. Barry Cowan alongside me, Rob Koenig, watching Mike Bryan and Jack Sock take on Raven Klaasen and Mike Venus. It was the Americans who won the opening set and have had a couple of break points in this game. And it's Klaasen and Venus who hang on in the end, folks. So make sure you stay with us, because the South African and the New Zealander have got a 3-2 lead.
And you can indeed stay with that dedicated commentary on Centre Court here on Wimbledon.com, and also on the Wimbledon app. But we're just going to head over to number 1 court now, because it's the ladies doubles final there. We're going to pick up commentary in the second set. It looks as though it could be a bit of a role reversal on the cards there. Your team here, Lucy Earle and Rupert Bell.
And yes, there is a role reversal beginning to develop here, with an early break against Krejcikova and Siniakova. And Melikar and Peshka have been very rock solid. They've come out and played with much more consistency, but at the moment it's Krejcikova, 30 love on her serve. Peshka to receive, gets a good one, angled to the forehand, well got back by Krejcikova. That falls just long. A great return from the wily Peshka.
Did a great job there, didn't she? The off backhand, and really did get hold of it. I mean, Krejcikova had hardly come up out of the serve, and she's having to run across to try and get the ball back.
So serving now, and down the middle, and Melikar gets it up the middle, but back on the forehand by Krejcikova, but the backhand from the American is into the net.
I think she just got caught with a change of rhythm there. Wasn't a clean strike from Krejcikova, and the ball just didn't really come up off the court. Melikar hadn't read it. She was looking to shape up and really hit through her backhand.
Peshka receiving as Krejcikova launches into her serve. That flicks the top of the net. It was her serve that was broken early. It really fell to pieces towards the end in that service game. Ball toss was all over the shop, and double fault as well. So it was the reason that they're behind in this set. Again, the serve not at the moment looking entirely convincing. But 40-15. Peshka then with the forehand return to the backhand of Krejcikova. Again, another thumping return, but coming up the middle this time from Peshka.
She's doing a good job on serve, isn't she? And I agree with you, Rupert. Krejcikova just has lost the rhythm on serve. I mean, she served so well throughout that opening set, but the ball toss has gone awry at the moment.
Down the middle with the serve, intercepted by Siniakova on the return from Melikar, just playing a stop volley, and wins the point and the game. So 4-2 it is in this second set as they look to claw their way back and try and break back, as after winning the first set 6-4 pretty comfortably, it would have to be said, wasn't it? They were always in control of that set.
They got the first break, did get broken back, but they were then the ones to break again, and it was a pretty comfortable service game to close out that opening set. But it's been a different story out here in the second set. We've got new balls in play, so Siniakova is looking to get a new racket, and this is the service game that they really did look to attack in that opening set of Peshka. Doesn't serve with quite as much pace as the other three players on the court. She's got some new balls though to help her out.
Well, it's Krejcikova to receive, as here comes the serve from Peshka. Backhand return is long, going past Melikar, who let it go past her. Way long, that service return. A little bit of disappointment on Krejcikova's face that she didn't make that return. Had a chance.
Well, I think they feel that they've got a chance on each of the serves there, and just starting to maybe overpress the scoreline pressure just coming into play, I would imagine.
Well, Peshka misses with the first serve. Siniakova jogging on the spot, ready to receive, just on the baseline. Forehand return sent towards Melikar, but the forehand volley going cross-court is a wild one and goes out 15-all.
It was wild, wasn't it? Because the ball came quickly at her, and of course Melikar, she's got her court position close to the net, so if you're then trying to add pace, you're going to overhit it. It just needed a little more touch and finesse on that particular volley.
Krejcikova, who was coached by Jana, the late great Jana Novotná, returns, and a little dink back by Peshka, and then Krejcikova thundered that one between their opponents for a winner, and they are sensing a chance here to break back here.
It was a return that was key. Siniakova getting it down at the feet of Peshka, who then had to hit up, and of course then Krejcikova had the opportunity to really drill down through that forehand and gets it straight down the centre of the court.
15-30, and that serve is into the net, so pressure here mounting on Peshka. Now, second serve. Can she find a good one? Right on the service line. And that was too good, though, from Siniakova, as Peshka covering to her right. The ball was right on the baseline, and now they've got two break points. Have Siniakova and Krejcikova. Krejcikova receiving, and will be looking to attack it, as Peshka's serve has been found a little wanting in this particular service game, sitting 4-2 to the good. Serves now out wide. Krejcikova goes down the line, and suddenly the young Czech pairing have an extra spring in their step as they're back into this set, having broken back and trail 3-4 as they go to the changeover.
Well, what a game that was, and did a great job, didn't they, the Czech pairing there, just to rein things in, because we have seen maybe a little bit of panic with the way that their opponents really did start this second set, but they've got themselves back on track, and I mean that was the key service game to look to try and target. So they've got the break back, so interesting times now. They'll be looking to try and close this out in straight sets, but of course we've got Peshka, who's got so much experience at this type of level, who'd be looking to try and keep her partner Nicole Melichar, who comes in with less experience out of all the players out here, but she's done well. She's certainly held her own, but I have to say this next game is a big one.
Yep, Siniakova will be serving it, and they're just taking their time, but they come out, and Siniakova just ready, gathering up the balls to try and level this set up on score. At 3-4 they trail, back in the mix now, trying to win their first senior Wimbledon's title to go along with their junior title back in 2013. So it's going to be Peshka to receive, and Siniakova now serves, and this serve is down the middle, and Peshka can only put it into the net. solid, reliable, and has got them off to a good start.
That's key, isn't it? The higher percentage of first serves you can get into play, you put the returners under pressure, and it also then gives the opportunity for your opponent to get involved, try and look to intercept.
Siniakova now serving 15-love. Melika, the 24-year-old. That serve is going down the centre, but it's way off the way out, as here comes the serve now. And that's a double fault. Build up apart for a serve, but that was...
We did, didn't we? I mean, it is an area. The first serve is an effective one, but the second serve, when she feels a bit of pressure, can falter, and there we're with the double fault.
So it's Peška to receive this. She's certainly got a steely look about her, and that serve miss just goes in after cannoning off. I thought it was going to ricochet out.
I think she did as well, and she was almost looking to go and serve the second serve, but instead walks to her partner just to discuss what they're going to look to do off this first serve.
Here it comes now. That's better down the centre, and it comes straight back at Krejcikova, who has no problem in dispatching the volley for a winner. And it's 30-15.
All over it, wasn't she? And then another good serve there from Siniakova. Seems to be enjoying success on the deuce side there with the placement down the tee. And of course, then it's tough for Peška to really do too much with the return. Ends up sending it down the centre of the court where Krejcikova is waiting.
Well, Melika goes deep to the backhand of Siniakova. Well, I'll tell you what, because the ball fell on the baseline, it was called in.
I think it was in. But
Siniakova,
I mean, they were quick to challenge, weren't they? Peška was looking to run round and close the net down and put the volley away, but the point was stopped by the umpire. So let's see, Rupert.
And here goes Hawkeye. Here we.
Is it having a break, Hawkeye? No, here we go.
Here we go. So the crowd were getting ready to clap, and
bang on the line.
Bang on the line. So. A bit of a waste of a challenge there, but...
She's having a bit of a discussion with the umpire. I think she's trying to dispute Hawkeye. You can't challenge Hawkeye, can you?
Well, it's a bit like
Hawkeye's final.
That's it. That's the point of Hawkeye, isn't it? Don't, you know, it's a pretty reliable form of technology, well tested. Just get on with it. Siniakova, though, serving down the middle, that to the arm of the centre line judge, sharply out to his left. Now serves now. Siniakova into the body of Peška and comes back at Krejcikova and makes a complete mess of her volley off the racket frame, going off at right angles.
Wasn't it? She was crouched down as she normally is in the centre of the court. She's looking to try and mop up any of the returns she can. And I mean, that was a pretty comfortable play there, but gets it all wrong right off the top of the frame.
Well, Siniakova's now done the hard work, getting break back. Now they're vulnerable to being broken again. Siniakova serves to Melika, goes towards Krejcikova. This time is right there, comes back, perfect height, put it away, down the middle, juice.
Does a great job there, particularly with the fact that the previous point she made a hash of that volley. That time gets it spot on, ball in the middle of the strings in, sends it through the pair of Melika and Peška. So that's the place to go, down the centre of the court, and often get good reward if you can put the ball into that part.
Siniakova serves, misses into the net. And now the second serve, Peška waiting right just on the baseline. She's going to move forward. Oh, ball toss. Both got struggling with their ball toss here. They're in the serve. Serves now out right to Peška, goes long this time. And it's advantage to Siniakova.
Oh, I thought they might, challenge. Nicole Melika was just having a look at the umpire, and I think the umpire just said, well, if you want a challenge, you need to do it now. And she said, OK.
Well, it felt out to me.
It did, and me as well. So
let's see.
Yes, well out.
Well out. Let's hope for us on. I'm not offering to become a line judge. I feel
you can maybe work in Hawkeye and press the button.
Oh, well, I could probably do that. But anyway, Siniakova down the middle, chopped back by Melika. But a lovely little dink from Krejcikova there. That was exquisite. Just a soft backhand volley, just sort of dinking it over the net. And it was with their opponents behind the baseline. They've broken back 4-all. No, rather, they've held serve and it's 4-all.
Did well there. to get through that game facing that break point. Siniakova was certainly struggling a little more on serve, didn't see as many first serves, did we? So all to play for. And again, Melichar hasn't really been troubled on her service game.
Well, and there's a good serve out wide. Melichar now waiting for it to bounce. Was going to smash it away between their opponents, and she really clattered into that one. She didn't want to make any mistake with that one, and she didn't. 15-love.
Oh, continuing to serve very well. The first serve, the percentages have been high. The placement's been good. She can produce decent pace on it, and it's, of course, the Czech pair, a lot of problems.
Siniakova gets the ball back, but it was an easy one for Peška to react to and put the forehand volley, just a little stop volley, into the court and win the point. 30-love.
Don't seem to be anticipating that. That's the type of volley that Peška normally looks to play, the little drop volley, and obviously you've got the Czechs there on the baseline, but it's something that they could look for. If they read it early, then they'll get a better mark off up to it.
Well, and there's another crisp volley from Peška. She's enjoying it. And it's 40-love.
Quite quickly, 40-love.
Yep,
Very
good.
decisive volley there from Peška. Really cut down the back of the ball to put it away.
And there comes the backhand return from Siniakova. Melichar goes to Peška. Oh, this time that is right on the line. They win the game, and they're in front, 5-4 to the change of ends, but that was a confidence-boosting hold for Melichar, who's looking in pretty sharp form at the moment. She's playing well. In fact, both of them have recovered after that slightly sloppy first set.
Well, they've done a great job, haven't they? And even with the fact that they've been pegged back in this set, having had that 3-love lead, but that was a very confident service game from Melichar. I mean, we can't underestimate the fact that this is the first time that she's been on this stage. She hasn't really performed too well in the Grand Slams, but she's certainly starting to make her mark. She's teamed up at the start of the year with Peška, so doing a good job to hold serve there, Rupert.
Well, Melichar and Peška are leading in this set as they attempt to try and take it into a decider by 5-4.
We will return to number one court very shortly to see if that match will, that set will be wrapped up. Meanwhile, here on centre court, Wayne Ferreira is alongside me as we see Klaassen and Venus trying to get back into this match. And just a quick word, Wayne, on Brian and Sock, because of course Mike Bryan with his brother Bob, superb doubles pairing. How difficult is it then to get to this stage of a championships with a different partner?
Yeah, I mean, it's awfully difficult to change up someone that you've been playing with literally for the last 30 whatever years it's been. But for Mike, as soon as Bob got injured, everyone knows that the first person you call is Jack Sock. He's classified in the locker room as the best individual doubles player in the world right now. He doesn't have a doubles partner. He doesn't play on a regular basis. Whoever he plays with, he does well with. So, he picked somebody exceptionally good, and he got lucky on that side. And I don't think Jack was going to play. But obviously, if you get called by Mike Bryan and say, hey, you know what, do you want to play? You do it anyway. And it's worked out well because he didn't do well in the singles and that. But it is difficult because the other thing, too, is that, Mike and Bob, we know, they just dominate the net. They do not stay on the baseline unless they absolutely have to. And, Jack is on the baseline. He's not coming forward at all. So there's a lot of adjustments that have to be made by Mike Bryan to try to help his partner out in that and do things that he's not normally used to doing. But you know what? He's best doubles player in the world along with his brother. So I'm sure he's able to adjust, and he's doing fine. They're in the finals.
Sure, they sure are. So let's pick up commentary once again back here on centre court, and your team here, Barry Cowan and Robbie Koenig.
Well, that first serve of Sock when he gives the big kicker is causing Klaassen all kinds of problem. Klaassen likes the ball to come onto his racket. That's not happening. And once again, he slides it out wide to Venus. Not the paciest of serve, but it's a spin that's done the damage.
Yeah, the beginning of this set, first couple of service games, one from Mike Bryan and one from Jack Sock, there was lack of first serves, but since then they've been making them very successfully.
It's another kick serve. It's just gone wide for Sock. This time he goes big straight at Klaassen. I mean, you knew it was coming. 126 mile an hour second serve.
Fastest serve of the match.
5-all, second set.
First all, second serve. Take that.
If you're joining us for the first time today, welcome. Hour and 14 minutes. The men's doubles final has been ongoing. Sock and Brian won the first set, just the one break. This man's serve was broken. Raven Klaasen is serving now. Midway through the opening set.
I think this is the server that they would identify.
Yeah, Mike's ready. He's got a backhand return to Klaasen, who volleys deep. Forehand is a good one from Brian. He's got a backhand. He goes right onto the line. Venus left that one, I think.
Yeah, that was a bad leave.
Love 15.
Really, you've got to be taking that if you're Michael Venus. Maybe just the topspin deceived the New Zealander.
Love 15 on the Klaasen serve. He goes to the Sock backhand, returns well. The first volley is unbelievable from Klaasen. Now it's Venus going to and fro with the Americans, but eventually he puts it away.
Well, Mike Bryan did well. Jack Sock was all over the court. He actually at one stage was on Mike Bryan's side because I think Mike Bryan wasn't going to take it. He ended up being out of position to Jack Sock. I think at that stage you just got to trust your hand skills of your partner.
Yep. 15 all. First serve is a let and it's called out. So, second serve. Bryan jumping up and down in the deuce court. Klaasen serves. The return is down the line. Good reflex volley from Venus and another reflex volley from Klaasen. He volleys low and short and intelligent. That's a little thing of beauty, that.
Yeah, as we saw time and time again with Nadal against Djokovic, deep ball, pushing back, and then the short ball. So he works in the doubles format as well. That was good volleying skills from Klaasen.
Yeah, great volleyers are able to take pace off the ball. First serve is well returned, but Michael Venus makes a lovely interception for his server.
40-15.
It's been such a solid set on serve. Also backed up by the volley from Klaasen and Venus.
40-15. Can't rest on his laurels here. The Cape Townian serves and misses the first serve. It's crashed into the net. Tell you what, the oohs were because one of the ball kids almost tried to catch it. Thank goodness he didn't. Nice low return. Sock puts away the volley at the net, almost, but good enough. Nice interception by Jack.
Barely remembering missing a return, Mike Bryan. So sharp. Bob Bryan needs to get fit quickly. His brother might not be there to play with.
Yes, he's already got 2 more titles than him. First serve to the backhand of Sock. There's one coming with Mahesh Bhupathi, and the other one coming with Mark Knowles. And they got our number in the semi-finals of that tournament in Nottingham on the grass. Did Knowlesy and Mike. A shank return is out from Sock, and Klaasen and Venus holds. 6-5 it is.
Venus leads 6-5. Second set. Brian Sock by 1 set to 0.
Not bitter, Robbie.
We will return to this match very shortly here on Centre Court. Phil Studd sitting alongside me in our presentation booth area. Phil, how are you reading this?
Well, my sense is that Sock and Brian will ultimately get it done because I think they have the greater weaponry, the greater firepower. We've heard from Wayne about how Sock is considered the best doubles player in the world right now, even though he's somewhat nomadic when it comes to his partners. Almost unfaithful, you might argue. But he has tremendous power, doesn't he? That forehand is one of the most fearsome in the game. And the acceleration he gets through the ball is extraordinary. Klaasen and Venus are hanging with them right now. I think this set is crucial. I think if Brian and Sock go on to take it, it's hard to see Klaasen and Venus recovering from 2 sets to love down. Must be a really strange feeling, though, mustn't it, for Mike Bryan to have been separated from his brother in the way he has after he sustained that injury in the Madrid final. And, you know, clearly there is a different sort of synergy here because normally the Bryans play at the net and Sock rarely ventures in from the baseline. So it's a very different kind of dynamic, but so far it's working. They're set up and they're on serve in a second.
Let's return to our team on centre then to Barry and Robbie.
So Mike Bryan will have a first serve again. 5-6 serving to stay in this set. Chip lob is going to be in from Venus. The smash is a good one right at the feet of Klaasen, and he can't handle it.
And Klaasen just telling himself, go forward, go forward. Pretty tough to go further forward. Mike Bryan has an overhead, but I guess he trusts his hand skills. South African.
First serve is returned by Klaasen, but it's top of the net stuff, unfortunately.
Heading towards the tie break. Those 3 break points that they had at the beginning of the set that they weren't able to convert since then. Plain sailing for the servers.
He goes down the middle. This is really good serving from Bryan. Consistently around the 120-mile-an-hour mark and all kinds of accuracy. 40 love to force a tiebreaker. Sock puts away the volley, and it will be a tiebreaker indeed, and only fitting that it does decide the outcome of the second set.
That was very nonchalant, that put away from Jack Sock. And the story of this set has been the amount of returns that Mike Bryan has made. But it's always the threat, especially in a tiebreak, that Jack Sock can just rip a winner either on the forehand or the backhand, and that can be the difference.
Let's see if it is. Venus to serve first, and he serves an ace, so it's a challenge. Is it a challenge?
1-0.
No, it's not.
But he looked like he was going to challenge.
Yeah, I think Sock called him off. I think it's imperative that they win one of these points on the Sock serve, because I fear that they might get at least one off the Klaasen serve. So Sock serving from the raw box end, so this is not his usual side. He serves to Klaasen. Klaasen shanks a return way out.
Such consistency on his first serve there from Jack Sock, and he's been favouring the one out wide, so that was a good change-up from the American to go down the middle.
1-1, second set tiebreaker. He goes to the backhand, and it's a good return, but well put away at the net from Mike Bryan.
And this is now the danger signs if you're Klaasen and Venus. As you said, Robbie, with Klaasen coming up to serve, the Americans will feel that this is the time to make their move.
Serving down 1-2. Remember, the Americans have won the opening set. Pivotal second set tiebreaker, this. Klaasen to Sock. Return from Sock is in the net.
2-2.
Bryan is the one who's been dialed in on the returns. What's Klaasen going to offer him here? Bryan sending Sock in to stand at the net position. The first serve is a let. So they will discuss where the serve is going to go again. Michael Venus walks back to the net to Raven Klaasen to the baseline. He gets a couple of balls. Bounces it twice, is ready to go to Bryan. Backhand return is right at Michael Venus. Dipping forward, winner! That is a great 1-2 combination from
3-2.
the 16-time major winner. That's how many Mike Bryan has won. 3 times here on the lawns of the All England Club. Big time tennis that was. Now, can he extend the lead? They've got the 1 mini break. 3-2 it is. He goes out wide. The return from Klaasen is in the net.
And so far, it's just that 1 point against the serve. And every point that goes by, if they don't get the break back, is only going to become harder for Klaasen and Venus. Again, just so impressed with the serving from Mike Bryan.
I don't think he missed the first serve in his last game, and he hasn't missed one here either in this tiebreaker. 4-2 up. He goes down the middle. The return is high. Hesitates it on the volley. Did Mike, and he is netted.
But he hesitated not because he thought it was going out, because he, I guess, wasn't sure whether to go line or cross. Maybe the threat of Klaasen was in his eye line. Back on serve. I think he's got a big return in him at some stage in this breaker, Sock.
3-4. Venus serving to Sock. It's missed it on the return. It's gone way up. Fly ball to left field, as they would say and Sock's neck of the woods. 4 points all in the second set tiebreaker from the Royal Box end. Michael Venus serving to Mike Bryan. He goes down the middle. It's a fault. This is could be problematic given how well Bryan has been returning. Second serve. It's a double, or is it an ace? Well, we'll find out. I think it was a miss at serve almost, Barry.
Yeah, which would suggest it might be just wide.
No! Half and half, baby.
Well, that's gutsy. And sometimes you have to roll the dice, back your instincts.
Not sure how intentional that was, because Sock was pointing to the frame as if to say he'd mishit it. That's just sour grapes now. 4-5. Pressure's on Sock, and it's going to be a second serve for Klaasen. He can dial it in. He needs to dial it in right now. He waits. Backhand return, cross court, right deep to the feet of Sock. Reflex volley from Bryan. Sock, big forehand. Venus tries to intercept, but nets. That was a half chance.
It's hard, isn't it? But ideally, I think you want them both at the net, because he's always going to back himself, Jack Sock, against Venus or Klaasen from the back. Just that forehand, uttermost confidence he has in that shot.
Doesn't get much tighter than this. 5-all in the second set tiebreaker. Sock to Venus. Backhand return is it's a lob. It's a good smash from Bryan. Venus does well to get the ball back in play, but some good footwork.
6-5, Bryan Sock.
Spring chicken, the 40-year-old.
Set point for Sock and Bryan. And it's Klaasen who's going to have to serve to Jack Sock. To the backhand. It's a miss-hit return, and Venus puts it away. That's bold from Mike Venus to take the middle, and that's what he needed to do.
6-all.
Good direction on that serve. It's a nail biter, this tiebreak. So important. Vital, really, for Klaasen and Venus. I just don't see them winning this match being down 2-0.
That's a big ask, isn't it, Barry? Discussions between Venus and Klaasen as to where Klaasen is going to serve. Serving towards the Royal Box end. He goes down the middle. It's a chip lob from Mike. That's long. I'm always amazed when people think a tiebreaker is a bit of a lottery. And discussions of playing a tiebreaker in the deciding set, you've got to win 7 points at least. That's almost 2 games. So it's a set point here for Klaasen. There he goes big down the middle. Low return is a good one. He hits a second shot at Bryan. Bryan closes the net. Hard backhand lob. Oh, smash down the middle on the backhand side from Sock. That's a perler.
It was, but what happened there? Because they shouldn't have really been beaten down the middle. Maybe they just anticipated that the backhand smash from Sock was going to be cross court. Yeah, it was yours, it was his, it was theirs, and it was neither.
2 is better than none. Now suddenly it's a second serve for Mike Bryan. This could be interesting. Can get a little tight on the second. That one's short. Big return. Oh, what a return from the New Zealander. He rifled it to the feet of Bryan.
Well, you absolutely called it, Robbie. That was just 88 miles per hour when you consider they've been averaging as a pair 99.
Yeah, we call that a nude serve, Barry. It's got nothing on it. And he pays the price.
You mean?
Set point. First serve out wide. The return is put away. Beautiful from Raven Klaasen. Angle volley winner. And the South African and the Kiwi have won the second set, 7-6. It's a set apiece.
And you know full well when you hear an expression like it's a nude serve because it's got nothing on it, that actually, when it says we call it that, it's a Koenig special. It's got the Koenig copyright stamped all over it. Nobody else says that. That is just about your lot from me, Mary Rhodes, on the Wimbledon Radio Channel for today. Richard Connolly is standing by and waiting to take over. We're also going to have a little bit of a change up on commentary on centre court as well, because Wayne Ferreira is limbering up once again, ready to take over the position alongside Nick Lester. So very soon you will have the thoughts of Richard Connolly here, and also we will return to centre court at some point for the third set of this men's doubles. But meanwhile, over on number one court, we're into the decider, and at the moment, well, it's Krejcikova and Siniakova, who are 3-love up on Melikar and Peska. So let's join our commentary team here on number one court, and that is Lucy Isle and Peter Marcato.
1 hour and 18 minutes on court here. 7:30 in the evening. Krejcikova serving to Peska, and the first serve going too big. And it's moving a bit wider here to set up. Here's Krejcikova for this serve into the backhand of Petka, and she's been the player under pressure, Lucy. That backhand off, going wide. 15-love.
We've seen a few there that she's managed to make perfect contact with, but that time catching it late. She has been looking to try and take the returns particularly early, and she's up against two players that have got pretty big serves.
As this serve onto the forehand of Melikar. Siniakova there, sharp pick up, doing well. Melikar can't get to the fall of the ball. It's 30-love.
How quick was that from Siniakova, who again she's tight on the net, so she doesn't have too much time to react, and it was a pretty decent return, but quick hands, able to put the volley away.
As we've got to take two on the ball toss from Krejcikova. Prepares again. Second serve onto the forehand of Petka, trying to guide it up the line. It goes long. It's 40-love.
I've been in this situation before, Krejcikova, and was actually broken. That was in the final game of that second set. So be looking to try and take advantage of one of these game points quite quickly here.
As the serve down the tee onto the forehand of Melikar. Siniakova just putting up the forehand volley. It's good. I don't know if she knew too much about it, but it worked into the ad court corner for a winner. It's 4-love Krejcikova and Siniakova here on the number one courts.
And how quickly they've run off to a 4-love lead out here. I mean, it's kind of been the story of the match, hasn't it? Because Krejcikova and Siniakova taking that opening set, and it was Melikar and Petka who bounced back particularly well. And it's been the same here for the Czech pairing. They've put behind them the disappointment of the second set, and they've raced off to a good lead here.
So Melikar serving. First serve goes into the net. Second serve to Krejcikova, the off backhand. Melikar there with the forehand. Siniakova, though, cutting it off nicely. Little forehand volley dropping in short, getting the job done. It's love 15.
More quick reactions, and again, it's not easy because the ball's coming at you pretty quickly. You've got to try and get the racket out in front, make contact with the ball, and Siniakova doing another good job there of reacting at the net.
As the serve coming in, Melikar, the backhand, Siniakova. Petka's there, but she doesn't put the ball away. Siniakova full stretch on the backhand. Petka again with the overhead. This time it's Krejcikova getting involved. And now, oh, beautifully done by Krejcikova, making Petka pay for not putting the ball away. The ball coming straight at her. All fair, though. It's love 30.
Oh, what a get, though, you have to say, from Siniakova, who was right outside the court, was able to chase it down, and they got themselves back in the point, and it really does seem to be one-way traffic at the moment. Just seeing the replay, Petka nearly got that one in the face.
It's a serve out wide, missing from Melikar. Love 30, love 4. Final sets. The ladies' doubles final. Second serve. Serve up the line, almost by Krejcikova, just missing. 15-30.
Oh, that did not miss by much. It was a great strike with the double-handed backhand, but just slightly pulled across the body too much and sent it wide.
15-30. Melikar serving to Siniakova, who puts the ball up high. This lands in. Melikar has a short ball, comes off the net. Now Siniakova, clever little chip over the top of the net player. Forces Melikar to come across to the deuce court. Now playing forehands, and Melikar up the line, goes long. 15-40, points for 5-love for Krejcikova and Siniakova.
What a turnaround, Pete, after that second set, and Melika just feeling that she's got to do a little more, just over-pressing with the forehand there, trying to find the line.
Prepares again, 15-40, the serve to Krejcikova backhand, picked up by Pečka short, but Krejcikova's there. Oh, well done, Pečka, though. Coming across the backhand volley, getting the job done. It's 30-40.
Really does do a good job at the net, doesn't she, Pečka, particularly when she's intercept, and we often see there's the drop volley, and then she's so quick and keen to try and make sure she gets hold of the next volley, and she's done that successfully time and time again in this match.
As the serve comes in, down the tee, blocked back by Siniakova. It's a high ball, three-quarter court. Malika plays up the line. Krejcikova throws up the lob. This lands near the service line. Malika lets it bounce, and then nicely done with the overhead. Playing in between the opposition pairing, and we're at deuce.
Does a great job there, because that didn't turn out to be an easy bounce smash. She hesitated, waited for it to bounce, but the key was her footwork. Did a very good job of just moving her feet around until she was ready, got the right contact point, and found the target down the middle of the court.
As this serve going down the tee, misses from Malika. And love 4 in the final set. Second serve, serving to Krejcikova in the deuce courts. The serve, Krejcikova sharp with the forehand, so is Pečka at the net. And just scrambling there, Krejcikova, the backhand drive volley for Malika. Now she's playing a low forehand volley, it's going to go long. She's under pressure, Malika, and she came forward there. Well done, Krejcikova at the back of the court. They got another break point.
Did a great job, didn't she, there, Krejcikova? I mean, really is reading the play particularly well and moving well. And she's just asking questions. And once more, Malika just feeling the pressure, going for too much and making the error.
As the serve comes in, too deep from Malika. Another point for 5-love final set. Discussion going on, hand signals from Pečka. As Malika, second serve, Siniakova playing straight at Pečka. Oh, it's a beautiful, beautiful angled forehand volley from Pečka. And we go to deuce again.
Smart serving there, because they'll be aware that their opponents are looking to have a swing at the moment, so that the serve into the body, just jamming Siniakova up. It doesn't give her the opportunity to create any angle. And of course there, Pečka, who's holding her court position right in the centre, able to put the volley away.
Serve down the tee, the high ball from Krejcikova. And coming through, Malika had to pick up the forehand and off forehand, put it into the net. Malika made up a heck of a lot of ground, but still made the error. And again, another break point.
Again, you're just sensing that Malika's just feeling that she's got to do a little more. Siniakova had quite quickly moved her court position close to the net down the centre, and perhaps Malika just felt she didn't have too much space to put the ball into.
The serve here to the backhand of Siniakova. Drop volley from Pečka. Now playing another on Siniakova, coming into the net. Sits up for Malika, who plays to Krejcikova at the back of the court. Now coming in is Krejcikova. Great through him. Straight through again. And it's 5-love for Krejcikova and Siniakova. They'll be coming out to serve for the tournament next.
Yeah, that's going to be a big moment for the two Czech players. What a big chance for them to seal the ladies' doubles title. And as Peter and gang have been mentioning, a particularly emotional title it might well be for Barbora Krejcikova, given her links with the great Jana Novotná. Here on centre court, and it's good evening from me, Richard Connolly. Great to be with you once again. We've got Mike Bryan and Jack Sock, who have held serve in the opening game of set number 3. 1 set all after Klaassen and Venus took that tie break to level up the match. And Robbie Koenig alongside. We've got a South African in the men's singles final. We've got a South African here on centre court. I mean, this is the Wimbledon of a generation for your country.
I mean, it's been a lot of us living in the Southfields, Wimbledon, Putney area for a long time, but we're taking it to the next level now. The most important 2 weeks here, we want to dominate.
Need to get Robbie Koenig out of the box, Richard. Can we work on that? Well, taking over.
We're big enough. We just throw him out. I mean,
you're not the first guys that have said that either.
Okay.
You don't need to rely on your bouncer that you have with you for 2 weeks.
Robbie, you're staying for the time being. You may have work to do before too long. So early stages of the third set here, but a crucial point in the ladies' doubles final. So let's rejoin our commentators, Lucy Earle and Peter Marcato.
So Siniakova serving for the title. The serve onto the backhand of Pečka just goes long. Second serve Onto the backhand, hammered straight at Krejcikova. Did a good job. Now Siniakova coming forward with the backhand. Now backhand volley. Malakar just playing volleys at the net. Now a high backhand volley up the line. She missed it wide. 15-love, 3 points away from the title.
I just panicked a little there because that was a reasonably comfortable volley for Malakar. The space was there up the line, but just didn't quite get enough stick on that volley to put it into the court.
So Siniakova serving to Malakar, plays the backhand straight at Krejcikova. Malakar has another play on the ball. Siniakova playing the backhand up the line. Malakar there throwing up a high ball. Siniakova sitting on top of it, plays the backhand up the line where Malakar waits on the forehand. This one, the too big from Siniakova. It goes over the baseline. It's 15-all.
Sometimes that can happen, can't it? I mean, Siniakova, I mean, she tried to just hit the cover off that backhand there. I mean, it went way long over the baseline. It was well left by Peshka because sometimes you can just react and then suddenly you realise that that one's going long. But Peshka read it early, left it.
As the serve here, and that's too big. Coming forward there, Peshka trying to be aggressive. 2 points from the title now. Krejcikova and Siniakova, 30-15.
It's been a mixed bag, really, with Peshka. I mean, sometimes we've seen some incredible returns, but again, just trying to take it early and just not able to control the pace that's sent at her.
As the serve here down the tee from Siniakova, picked up by Malakar, short. Little chipping ball, wonderful drop shot from Siniakova. At half court, beautiful angle. What a way to bring up 2 championship points.
Fantastic shot there from Siniakova. I mean, real skill there to be able to create the angle off that ball.
Championship points for Barbora Krejcikova, Katerina Siniakova. Siniakova serving. Peshka goes up the line and big. It's back-to-back majors for Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova. They get the job done. 6-4, 4-6, 6-love, 1 hour and 29 minutes. And Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova, the ladies doubles champions at Wimbledon 2018.
What an achievement, Pete, to be able to win back-to-back slams. I mean, quite incredible. Just 22 years of age. As you say, they played so much together as juniors. They then did have a break, but they've come back together, and what a good decision that was, and in particular for Krejcikova to be able to come through, and obviously with her coach Jana Novotná. I mean, that is fantastic for her to be able to win the slam, and that was one of the things that Jana Novotná said to her, go win a slam, and she's done it.
Not only 1, but 2 already in 2018. Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova getting the win here over Nicole Malakar and Kaveta Peshki. 6-4, 4-6, 6-love. They are the ladies doubles champions for 2018.
And our thanks to Lucy Arlen, to Peter Marcato. Yes, well summed up. The first pairing to complete that particular double of ladies doubles champions at Roland Garros and Wimbledon since Kim Clijsters and Ai Sugiyama in 2003. 15 years. It's a terrific double, and in a tournament, Robbie Koenig and Barry Cowan, when we're talking about veteran players and players in their 30s succeeding so well, here are 2 22-year-olds who've won back-to-back Grand Slam titles, Robbie.
And I think it's fantastic to see these youngsters excelling in doubles, because I think it can only add to their singles game as well. Work on those hand skills, and of course there's decent prize money too. So, you know, winning Wimbledon, you're going to have not only enough to put in the bank, but you can invest more in your game. Physio, coach, more weeks on the tour. I think it's fantastic, and the fact that they play 2 out of 3 sets as well, it allows them to you know, play both singles and doubles here at Wimbledon and at all the majors. I think it's a great decision.
And the memories as well. Your name will always be on the board.
Yeah, we can
champions.
The memories too for particularly Barbora Krejcikova, who has kissed her hand and sent the kiss up to the sky as she's walked forward to take part in the presentation ceremony. We've got a pretty good idea what's going through her mind right now, a tribute to her late coach. So it's going to be an emotional triumph for the Czech pair. And well, there was huge Czech influence, wasn't there, in that final, with all 4 players born in the Czech Republic, 3 still representing that country. Here on centre, Robbie and Barry, we must update everybody listening to the Wimbledon radio channel, because there's been a break of serve early in this 3rd set in favour of Mike Bryan and Jack Sock. And as Sock was lining up forehands, at break point, you were both saying, well, he's going to get it, he's going to get it. And he kept just peppering them at Klaassen and Venus.
He just never misses it. And he gets harder and harder and harder, but he doesn't lose control. But also a big moment here because they've actually got break back point on Mike Bryan's serve.
Mike Bryan from the Royal Box End, serving to Raven Klaassen at 2-love. But a chance for the South African and the New Zealander to hit back immediately. And that would be a real boost for them. But it's an excellent serve out wide. Raven Klaassen made an initial return. And then what happened there? He didn't seem to pick up the volley at all.
No, I think it's the dead cat bounce, the dreaded dead cat bounce where it doesn't get up at all. That ball just stayed so low. I think it got a piece of the line and it hasn't sprung forward. Klaassen is deep in the court and nothing he could have done there.
No attempt though. Wasn't as if he just try and improvise and scramble and somehow get the ball back in play. He almost seemed to sort of give up and say, oh, it was a bad bounce. Really strange.
Well, fortunate in the extreme for Mike Bryan and Jack Sock to get a bounce of that nature when they were break point down. Here's Venus with his return cross court, but that's pulled wide. And so Mike Bryan might be able to get his way out of this little spot of bother here and get his team into a 3-love lead in this third set. 1 set all, first set to Bryan and Sock by 6 games to 3. 9-7 in the break as a Klaassen and Venus to get level. That was vital for them. Klaassen's attempted return up the line and Sock's missed a forehand volley right on top of the net.
Yeah, not the sort of miss you would expect from Jack Sock. What we say, it's not a break until it's a hold. It's a great example of that yesterday, wasn't it, with Kevin Anderson and John Isner. He broke John Isner's serve, lost his serve next game on 2 occasions.
Yeah, just to put that into perspective, he had held serve 110 times in a row, had John Isner, and then to break the guy and get broken straight back, I can't begin to imagine what must have been going through Kevin's mind.
A transcript of what went through his mind yesterday would be a very long one, wouldn't it?
Bestseller.
Yeah. Well, it had a happy ending for him, that's for sure. Sock has slam dunked a high volley away at the net to seal the game for Sock and Bryan. So they are up 3-love now in this third set, and we'll rejoin commentary shortly. It's been a good day already, hasn't it, with the bonus of the Djokovic-Nadal at the beginning of the day. For those just tuning in, Djokovic 10-8 in the decider. What was the quality like compared to the quality last night today, guys, do you think?
Oh, they're just taking it to vertigo-inducing heights, hadn't they? I mean, I thought it was good yesterday. They're just 2 players who just push and get the best out of each other, don't they? There's no flaws in their games. It comes down to a point here or there in 4.5, 5 hours of tennis. It's the margins, Connors.
The first game of the 4th set, the first game this morning or this afternoon was incredible, as was the ending. That drop shot that Nadal hit to save the match point was astonishing, and then just for Djokovic, that back against the wall towards the end, and he just was so aggressive.
Djokovic Anderson's the final tomorrow in the men's singles. Angelique Kerber, the ladies champion, beating Serena Williams 3-3 today. But this is the gentlemen's doubles final. And Raven Klaassen and Michael Venus have work to do. Love 3 down in the third set. Let's get to our commentators, Wayne Ferreira and Nick Lester.
So Raven Klaassen out here, and his team are just in a little bit of bother in this third set, with Mike Venus having dropped serve. Forehand comes back from Mike Bryan. Low volley from Venus. From Klaassen's a good one, and Mike Bryan misses the backhand into the net.
But again, Mike Bryan getting that return back in play. He's done a good job getting it. He's done a nice job turning from a different side that he's been playing the last few years.
Klaassen serves, kicker out wide, and Jack Sock's gone after the backhand, and he's missed it into the net.
Little change of pace on that first serve, 96 mile per hour kicker. Getting the free point. 30-love, easier service game for Klaassen.
Serves out wide, big sliding serve, catches the line, backhand volley from Klaassen. Well, that one stayed low as well on Mike Bryan, didn't track it down.
And here again you see the importance of the first serve. 3 first serves in, 3 easy points, 40-love.
Lovely volley. Splitting the American pair. Serves to the forehand, low volley from Klaassen. Oh, massive forehand from Jack Sock. And Klaassen is forced to defend the net. Could only scoop it up, and Mike Bryan puts it away.
Yeah, making Mike Bryan look really good with that easy put away that came from that massive forehand. It's like Mike Bryan just waiting. He knows once that thing gets clubbed over, he's going to have an easy put away at the net.
It's a different sound, Jack Sock's. There's on the forehand, and there's an ace down the middle from Klaassen. It's actually interesting, if you watch Jack Sock from courtside and you watch his forehand, there's so much fluff that comes off the ball when he hits it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the revolutions of his racket and the dip that he gets on the ball is absolutely incredible, especially considering how awkward his grip is and how he swings at it. It's amazing that he can get what he gets out of that ball.
He's serving. There's the man from Kansas City. 3-1. Serves to the backhand, and the return into the net from Venus. That was a good second serve.
104 mile per hour kicker up the middle. Bounce doing the job on that one, getting a little bit away from Venus.
Klaassen awaits the return. It's down the one, the middle. Good return. Oh no, just long from Klaassen. He got a decent connection, but missed it well long.
Yeah, those two breakpoint opportunities on Mike Bryan's serve in the last service game could be really costly for them.
Serves out wide, forehand back into the net, and Venus has really tried to have a go at that return, but has put it into the bottom of the net.
A nice easy game for Jack Sock. He served well. He's breezed through his service games, but break ahead, easy to serve when you're ahead.
Kick serve, big kick serve. Oh, well, that's interesting. It was a slow serve, and Carlos Ramos was overruled. No complaints from anybody. Jack Sock didn't look too amused. That serve was called wide. Serves to the forehand. Forehand comes back long from Raven Klaassen at full stretch. So a couple of love holds back to back here midway through this third set. And it's 4-1 for the Americans.
And it's a good lead, 4-1. Only one break, but we haven't had many breaks, and you would think that that would be enough. Doubles obviously more difficult to break the serve than singles. The serve is more difficult with your partner at the net helping you. So the odds are, if you look at the percentages, 64%, 63% for Klaassen and Venus. 74% one for Klaassen Venus, 77% for Bryan and Sock. So obviously the percentages are high and the win ratios are high. If you look at those odds, it really looks like it's not going to be too many breaks of serve.
So, fairly serene scene here on centre court. Certainly a quiet one, with the crowd having thinned out somewhat as we hit very nearly 8 o'clock here in London, with Raven and Klaassen and Mike Venus skipping out, a pair that got together at the start of the season. Mike Venus, of course, having in many ways propelled himself up the rankings with that win at the French Open last year, which, as Wayne was saying earlier on, came as a pretty big surprise, along with Ryan Harrison. He serves down the middle. It's long. Backhand return. There's Klaassen's there. Forehand volley from Venus to the forehand volley of Sock. Good exchange here. Venus and Sock. And Sock's going to eventually win it because he puts the forehand volley away. And I can tell you he relished that.
Yeah, that's some good hands from Jack Sock. He's not really the best up at the net out of these guys, but did a good job on that one. Some quick hands.
Tremendous point. Serves out wide. Jack Sock has got a bit of a spring to him here. Love 15. Mike Venus serves, kick serve, backhand up the line from Sock into the net.
Good second serve, but you talked about Venus winning the French Open, obviously losing a lot of points by not doing as well at the French this year. Ranking dropped down to 24 at the moment. Obviously making the finals here at Wimbledon will help him a lot and increase him up. Raven Klaassen ranked 30. So this result, win or lose today, will be really good for their ranking.
Venus serves down to the backhand wing of Mike Bryan and misses wide. Good first serve.
30-15.
Obviously important for doubles guys to be inside the top 30s, because the cut for the 1000s have become increasingly difficult with singles guys allowed to be played. So for a double specialist, need to keep your ranking as high as possible.
Serves down the middle. That's an absolute cannon of a first serve from Mike Venus down the tee through Jack Sock.
Much better service game from Venus. He lost his serve the last time we came round here with 2 doubles. He's done an easier job getting through the service game, a lot easier.
Serves, and that's going to go long off the return from Mike Bryan, so it's 4-2. Yes, taking a quick look at that race to London, we mentioned that Mike and Bob very much in the mix. Marek and Pavic currently lead the race to London. The Bryan second, Cabal and Farah third, Mekic and Peya, Herbert Mahua fifth, Kubot Melo sixth, Murray Suarez seventh, and the Lopai, Feliciano and Marco are currently 8th in the race. Klassen with a good cover, but it's put away on the forehand volley by Jack Sock.
Certainly going to be a lot of changes right now. Raven Klaasen and Michael Venus at 9, but there'll be changes after this Wimbledon. Big points been made here, so lots of changes coming up in that leaderboard.
Back in return up the line is wide. Yes, of course, Continent Piers struggling this year. They're 10th at the moment in the race.
Yeah, definitely Raven and Mike will be deep inside the top 10 after this result. Win or lose today, we'll take him up the leaderboard.
Serves down the middle, backhand return, backhand volley from Mike is wide. Of course, we had the French pair winning at the Roland Garros. Herbert and Mahou victorious there.
Very good doubles team, the two of them. It didn't do that well here, losing first round, but still tough doubles team.
Serves down the middle, backhand return, backhand poach from Sock, forehand from Mike Bryan directly at the midriff of Mike Venus, who can't control his volley.
Unfortunately, Venus getting stuck in a little bit of no man's land, finding it difficult to find his way with the ball. Easy-ish game, 40-15, Mike Bryan.
Mike serves again out wide. Sliding serve out wide is a good one. An ace from Mike Bryan. So the Americans are definitely enjoying the better of things in this third set. They lead 5-2.
Yeah, Bryan and Sock with the advantage here in the gentlemen's doubles final here on centre court. Richard Connolly with Robbie Koenig and Barry Cowan enjoying the action here, with the action on number 1 court having come to an end. The Czech players Krejcikova and Siniakova taking that ladies doubles title. Jack Sock and Mike Bryan are in a good place right now.
Very good place. Better than I am, because pack of Haribos, Richard Connolly. You bad man. Because you said to me about 2 or 3 points ago, shall I take them away? And I said yes and no.
Yeah, you're both.
I just don't trust myself.
No, it's so naughty. They're moving away. They're moving to my side.
I trust Jack Sock's forehand. And Mike Bryan's net skills. I mean, they are such a good pair together, because, you know, obviously Mike's been so used to playing with his brother Bob, but they do complement each other very well.
Yeah, the fierce ground strokes of Sock, the fierce returns, and Bryan with all the experience. Let's see if they can close out set number 3. Back to Wayne and Nick.
This set at 2-5, bit of movement behind the royal box, so Klassen's just held up momentarily. Serves down the middle. Can't get the elevation on that particular first serve. Just collapsed a little on it. Second serve. Oh, it's a big second serve. Caught the line, and the error off the backhand return from Mike Bryan.
For the first time, it's starting to look a little bit darker down in the court. You wonder, do they put the lights on without the roof?
Don't think so, do they? I'm not sure.
So we'll have to try to play this one out. We've got a little bit of time left.
Klassen serves, big forehand return. Oh, serve forehand, move forwards here from Jack Sock. He had a great forehand, he's followed it in and missed the forehand volley.
Good play though, very good tactic. Came up with a good return of serve, tried to take over the point, missed it. But good positive play from Jack Sock. Does come up with some good volleys, as we saw in the reflexing that he had in the previous game.
Serves out wide, forehand back. Good cover from Mike Venus, nicely done that. Poaching well. And this is a good game, 40-love.
Nice and quick and easy. Always important to make sure that you make your opponent serve out for the set. Do not give them the opportunity to break and start serving the following one. So Raven doing a good job.
First serve is off the tape, so it will be another first delivery. Klaassen serves, goes for the big one out wide, 122 miles an hour. Just not quite getting the lift he needed. Here's the second, kick serve, backhand return cross court, half volley from Klaassen, and Mike Bryan that closes the net to put the backhand volley away.
Certainly not going to miss that one, is Mike Bryan. It's a good return for Jack Sock off the backhand side. 40-15, still a relatively easy service game here for Klaassen.
Just the one break in this set. It came with Mike Venus lost his serve early on. That second game of this set. Klaassen fails to land the first. Mike Bryan returns. No, he doesn't return because the second serve's a double fault.
40-30.
Third double fault of the set and the match. Two coming from Venus in the service game that he lost. First one coming off the racket of Raven Klaassen.
The South African fires down another serve to the backhand of Sock, who takes it on. He got a decent look at it, and he's just missed it by an inch or so into the net, so it's 5-3.
One opportunity left for Venus and Klaassen to stay in this third set. The better server of Jack Sock coming out to try to serve this one out to take a 2-1 lead.
Raven Klaassen's coach almost leaning over into the court to try and get information down there. Serves kick serve to Sock. Mike Bryan was looking to poach, but the first serve is well long. Here's the second. Kicks to the forehand of Venus, and Venus into the body has not been able to fashion a return. He sent it long.
Might have to send a South African down there to listen to Stefan de Kock. He's obviously talking to Raven in some Afrikaans, giving him some tips. Not quite sure what he was telling him at this stage, but they need something right now if they want to stay in this third set.
Serves down the middle. Into the net. Second serve, kicker, backhand return. Oh, Ravens missed it by just a millimetre or so and off the tape. That was close.
Yeah, there was a needed backhand from Raven Klaassen. He certainly needed that point. 30 love. 2 more points for the third set. Big smiles on the face of Sock and Bryan. You know, they're enjoying themselves out here and having a fun time.
Jack Sock serves out wide. Forehand is back cross court. Forehand from Sock goes down the middle. Backhand from Venus picked up a lob. It's short though, and Mike will smash it straight down the middle. Venus got there, but no connection on it at all, and it got set points.
Again, big smiles coming off the faces of Sock and Bryan. Great opportunity for Jack Sock to play with the greatest doubles player in the world, along with Bob Bryan. Greatest team in the world.
Sock serves down the middle, forehand's a good return. Wide of the mark though from Raven Klaassen, so it's Mike Bryan and Jack Sock that are 1 set away from the Wimbledon doubles title here. They lead Klaassen and Venus by 2-1.
Two outstanding doubles players who are coming together to form an outstanding combination in Bryan and Sock. Robbie Koenig is moving his considerable pile of notes next door to resume commentary for set number 4. Barry Cowan will be next door in a short time, but he's here for the time being. Barry, they've got to be big favourites now, haven't they? I mean, given the collective experience that they've got and the qualities that you've outlined, what's the one thing you think that Venus and Klaassen might be able to do here?
Got to return better. I mean, even the second set which they won, there were signs that they weren't making enough returns off the second serve. I mean, when you've got doubles of this quality in the final, it's half chances, it's small details, and that's where Bryan and Sock have been better. You're always wary of Sock's huge forehand. I mean, I'm scared sitting up here in the commentary box behind the glass window. What's it going to be like if you are the players on court? Klaassen and Venus.
Have you ever seen a bigger forehand?
Apart from Wayne's.
Wayne Ferreira. He's thinking about joining us, but now he's been poked by Barry Cowan, so here he is.
Poking me so he can leave is what he's doing.
Well, he succeeded.
I think, Barry, didn't I hit you one time? If I didn't, I sure tried.
How close was your forehand, is your current forehand in speed to that of Jack Sock?
I would say pretty close. Yeah, I have a bigger wind-up. He has a bigger follow-through.
Nick Leicester's listening to this and laughing. I think you might be telling me a most appalling lie.
I just wondered how Wayne made it from literally commentating with me not 5 seconds ago to coming onto this channel. I mean, how good is this guy? I mean, I've literally just come off air and he's now on the other channel.
He's
extraordinary.
He's stealthy around the court, you see. You don't notice his movement, but it's very swift.
Deceptively quick.
He's got a wingspan. He can almost be in 2 places at once. He's that fast.
Absolutely.
Wayne's trying to tell us that his forehand is comparable to that of Jack Sock.
In a different way. I hit the ball a little bit flatter, but I didn't get the same racket head speed that he did, but I had a bigger wind-up. But my forehand was my strength. I had a couple good ones over the years.
Now that I know is understatement. Did you scare opponents with it? Did it intimidate?
I've heard some people. I honestly have heard a couple people, especially in doubles. I used to like to have a big swing, and sometimes they were crazy enough to try to cross, and I've taken a couple people out.
Were you always genuine with your apology?
In that sense, I was. I didn't purposely try to hit anybody. It was done unintentionally, but you know, you can't always hit them in the direction that you would ultimately like sometimes, but I did have a big swing and it did scare a lot of people.
A couple of indelible bruises, I think, possibly, that Wayne might have left Connors and a few players.
Yeah, I mean, he leaves psychological bruises on us every year. Those are the ones you really don't want from the forehand. Listen, of course, the big story of the day, really, Angelique Kerber's terrific victory over Serena Williams in the ladies' singles final. 6-3, 6-3 for her first Wimbledon title, her 3rd Grand Slam title, and we can hear more on it from our reporter Faye Carruthers, who's been out and about.
I'm just at the top of the media balcony, just a stone's throw actually from where Angelique Kerber lifted the Venus Rosewater dish for the first time on centre court, and I'm actually joined right now by her coach, Wim Fissette. I know you've just had some photographs with Angelique. Now she's had a little bit of time for this to sink in. How is she feeling?
Well, I actually saw her like 5 seconds. She's very emotional because this is the biggest title of her life. Is the title she has been dreaming of since she was a little child. So it's a huge moment in her career, but also in her life. It's a moment she will never forget.
It was a really emotional speech that she gave on centre court as well afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's really very special to her. When we started working together in November last year, like, she was speaking about Wimbledon and how bad she wanted to win Wimbledon one day, and yeah, to do it today and to be the best player in the world is huge for her.
As you say, you've only been her coach for the last 9 months. She had quite a tough 2017 after a successful 2016. What is it that you've brought to her game since coming on board?
I was trying to help develop her game. We focused a lot on improving since we started working together in November. Improving, seeing the new Angie, the more aggressive Angie, but also with great serves and with belief to dictate actually also some points. And it's I think we have seen maybe the best Serena here in Wimbledon. The best Angie we have seen here in Wimbledon, because I felt everything came together. She served really well, her offensive game was really well, but of course we can always count on her unbelievable defensive qualities. So it was the total package here in Wimbledon.
Yeah, her returning at this championships has been absolutely phenomenal. And then she faces an opponent like Serena, who she lost to, of course, in 2016, who has been out of the game for a lot of time, you know, impressed herself by reaching the final. Yeah. Did Angelique always have the belief that she could win this time?
Well, I felt so, yes. She had a few really difficult matches here. I mean, the Bencic match was difficult, the Kasatkina match was very difficult. She got really challenged, and she got some tough opponents. And I felt like everything, she took a little bit from every match. Like, we had the Osaka match, who served like unbelievable well. We had the Ostapenko match, where Ostapenko was hitting the ball incredibly hard, and all of that, like, were all parts of Serena's game, which I think we learned throughout the tournament what to do with it, how to neutralize the serve, how to neutralize like really big forehands or backhands, and it all came together today. Yeah.
It was relatively straightforward in the end, straight sets, 6-3, 6-3. Were you expecting that?
Not really, no. Well, I was of course expecting a very difficult match, but as always, I tried to focus on my own player. I was quite convinced that she would deliver a stunning performance today. Like, I felt she was really hitting the balls well the past days, and I was sure she was gonna play a great match. But then you're always depending on your opponent, of course, and when you play against Serena, well, you know, it's for a big part depending on her, and AG did everything she had to do today. So
I know it's always all about the player, but you've coached Kim Clijsters, Simona Halep, Victoria Azarenka, Jo Konta as well, but this is actually your first Wimbledon title.
Yes, finally. I was here in the final in 2013 with Sabine Lisicki, and last year then with Jo in the semi-final. So I've had already like so many beautiful moments here in Wimbledon. It's also my favorite tournament. It's fantastic to be here. I love the tournament. I love the grass, and yeah, it's good to have to work with players who are able to play well on the grass and who will believe like they can win on the grass.
Just finally, what's the plan for celebrations tonight?
Well, that's a good question. Well, one thing is sure, that we will celebrate. So I don't know, I probably will go into London tonight, but Angie is also a player, she really loves to celebrate, and that's what we're going to do tonight.
Well, congratulations to both of you, and thanks very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that is Wim Fissette, coach of Angelique Kerber, who is the ladies singles champion here at Wimbledon this year. Victory over Serena Williams in the final. A slip on court here on centre for Mike Venus as he served and moved forward to make a low volley. His feet went out from underneath him. It was an awkward looking fall, but his partner Raven Klaassen there is just making sure he's okay. 1-1 in the fourth set, 2 sets to 1 down, and now 30-all though. It's a moment of pressure for the New Zealand-South African combination. So we'll just stay with this and see how this game transpires, but terrific to hear from Wim Fissette, who, as Faker others were saying with the questioning there, has really been involved with several of the players at the very highest echelons of the ladies' game. Klaassen puts away a high backhand volley with sharp reflexes at the net, and so it's game point for Venus and Klaassen. A year ago it was Jo Konta in the semi-finals. A year later it's Angelique Kerber who's gone those steps further to take the title, as Venus misses her first serve.
Of course, he coached Kim Clijsters, didn't he, I think, many years ago?
Yeah, he was saying about Sabine Lisicki taking her to the final here, but finally a first title for him. Terrific reactions again from Raven Klaassen, who just reacted. He was brave, and one of those sock/Ferreira forehands came whistling at him, and he used the racket to save his body from a sizable bruise, and won the point in the same time, which was terrific to see. I mean, you know, his reputation, Wim Fissette's, just keeps growing and growing.
It is, yeah. Of course, you've got to have players that want to work hard, haven't you? That's obviously a key element to it as well. We often talk about coaches, but you've got to have the players that obviously want to put the mileage in. It's got to be right time, I think, as well. And you know, he's got Angie Kerber, who, as we have seen, has got a good pedigree. Picked her up as well in a situation where obviously she had a very poor year last year, didn't she? Was struggling last year. So in many ways, you know, was probably a good time for that partnership to work well, and she's flourished. And you know, it's often about getting the best out of your players, isn't it? Putting them in the right frame of mind on court. Her game's not changed a whole lot from what it was a couple of years ago, but if you can get your player feeling good about themselves, that's often the key, I think, Connors.
Yeah, and a lot of talk in that interview about neutralising serves and neutralising big forehands during the whole run-up to the final today. And I wonder, with the players she faced, whether they were better preparation for Serena than Serena had for her during the course of the championships. Maybe that's something we'll get into discussing in due course here on the Wimbledon Radio Channel. But here's Mike Bryan to serve here in the gentlemen's doubles final at 1-2 in the fourth set. Back to our commentators next door.
Mike Bryan, who's missed his first serve, serving to reduce the rears to 1-2. So backhand return is low. Nice first volley from Mike, and the forehand's in the net from Venus.
15 left.
Trusty first volley from Mike Bryan. Very rarely misses one of those.
Needs to make a few more first serves, which he does this time. No, he doesn't. It's called out.
You set high standards, don't you, Robbie?
15-all.
A foot fault there from Mike Bryan.
I think if you're serving and volleying, you've got to be really strict, but sometimes, you know, the foot just squeezes against the line ever so slightly. He's actually foot faulted there again, but hasn't been called. That was interesting. It made me notice his foot there. Have a look at his foot here, please, for me, Barry. Tell me what you think.
Well, it twists, doesn't it? His front foot. He's very close.
40-15.
So it's not that his foot moves, it twists as he's about to hit his serve. Any part of it touches the line, that's a foot fault.
40-15 it is. Just watch closely again. Yeah, I think he's touching that line on a couple of serves in a row now that I've watched. Okay, he's behind there. It's pretty tight, isn't it? Angle volley winner from Sock. You can understand why he was guilty of perhaps touching the line, but it doesn't matter because he's held serve in the end. In fact, didn't lose a single point since that foot fault. It's 2-all fourth set.
That certainly was, as Jack Sock was saying. Great serving, good recovery, confidence flowing through the American's veins.
I think it's good that somebody like Jack is playing doubles with Mike Bryan, who's such a positive guy on the court, so much positive body language. And I think that's what's been lacking in Sock's game this season, the singles game. Yes. Amongst other things. I don't think he's nearly as fit as what he has been the last couple of seasons. I think he enjoyed the off-season too much and all the results that came with the tail end of 2017. Big forehand here from Sock. Not once, it's a backhand right at Klaassen. Oh, and it goes right at Venus. What a volley, but it's out. Man, he can hit the ball hard, can the American.
Could you imagine if you come out and play doubles against Sock and you crash helmet? Because at times that's what it feels like. They actually almost pulled it off, didn't they, Michael Venus?
That's hard hitting. Love 30 on the Klaassen serve. He goes to the backhand, but it's long. That is, the serve is long, not the backhand.
This is trouble.
Yep. You just know that it's going to be a low volley for Klaassen. That's my guess here. To Mike Bryan. He goes to the backhand. It is a low volley. It's too low for him to handle.
Well, this is the moment for Jack Sock. And Mike Bryan did well in the last game, and what a run they are on now. So 7 points in a row.
First serve is... Oh, it's... I thought it was out. But not. It's called in.
Still 2 more chances, but Klaassen will know the importance here of a first serve, given how well at times that Mike Bryan has been returning, how well he hit that back in return the last time he faced the South African serve.
1 break point saved. The second is saved. Mike is not happy with that.
It makes life so much easier when you do get those first serves in. Where's he going here, Robbie? Backhand? It's a safe play, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. A third break point. Oh, that wasn't even close. That wasn't close. Sock now. Second serve, hits the backhand. It's a great interception by Mike Venus. Puts it away.
Yeah, that was good. Calculated play from Michael Venus, but he didn't really hit a great return. It actually wasn't the fastest serve, only 89, but it did get up high, and just Sock couldn't get that double-handed return down. Done well to get out of trouble. 3 points in a row, back to juice.
Not out of the woods yet. He's missed a first serve, which is not great against Mike Bryan, who returns so well. What is he going to do? He's got a backhand. He gets it down low to the feet of Klaassen. Now he's got to make another volley. Oh, it's a dead let cord. It literally hung on the net for a second before trickling over for the South African.
No wonder he's got a wry smile there. Fortune definitely favouring Klaasen and Venus. That had no right. Double bounce and then just crept over.
First serve, second serve is out wide. The volley down the line is absolute textbook from Klaasen as he stamps his leg on contact with the ball. That's a great hold from Love. 3-2 Klaasen Venus lead, fourth set.
Yeah, that was really important for Raven Klaasen and Michael Venus. Some nerves of steel from the South African, Nick Lester, under the most intense pressure.
And a little bit of help from the net there, wasn't there? Because actually on the replay it was interesting because it hit the net, didn't it? And then it actually bounced and it looked as though it was going to come back on their side. But fortunately for the Southern Hemisphere crew, it nipped over.
Yeah, and they're lucky too, though, because they haven't had much success on breaking Sock and Brian, and you would think that if they had gone down a break over there, that it may have been curtains for them.
He was brave with the second serves, kicking them up high to Jack Sock's backhand. He got some joy with that.
It's really the only place you can go. Unfortunately, it's not like you've got too many choices. You've really got to kick out wide or you've got a slider in the body, but you've got to get it to the backhand side because you just never know what you're going to get on the forehand.
Yeah, serve to the forehand. Don the crash helmet, as Barry Cowan was saying in commentary there. It's a fearsome weapon. The gentlemen's doubles final then. Can Klaasen and Venus make a breakthrough on the Sock serve? Let's get back to Barry and Robbie next door.
Jack Sock with the serving on us towards the raw box. It's a first serve that's well gotten by Venus. I mean, it was a volley from Brian, a pick up from Klaasen and a smash from Brian, all happening in about a split second, folks. First serve is a fault. I think the only way I could have called that point quick enough, I think I would have to be an auctioneer. I had to have my auctioneer voice out there. Backhand return is long from Klaasen. He has struggled with this heavy kick serve today. He prefers the pace.
Yeah, and prefers it more in that hit zone of round waist height as opposed to up shoulder.
First serve out wide's an ace. That's a pacey slider from Sock.
There's a great serve in doubles. As you mentioned, that kick serve out wide, it's hard because he can then bring his forehand into play. It's very hard to get to the backhand.
And he can bring the heat as well. That's a Sock special. 60-second hold.
3 games all.
Yeah, I think sometimes the mistake he makes in singles, actually, he goes for the kick a little bit too much. He has the heat, he can use it more. He can consistently hit it as well, Sock.
Second serve is well returned again. How often have we said that with Mike Bryan, and its smash is dealt with beautifully by Sock.
Well, at times when he hits that backhand return, it reminds me so much of the great Todd Woodbridge. Sort of inside out, create the angle. That's exactly what Jack Sock wanted, for his partner to give him the first point. Danger.
Love 15. First serve is returned, but in the net by Sock.
15 all.
15 all. Probably another return on the shoelaces.
Now you want to make a first serve to Mike. No, it won't be a first serve. The second serve is wide, and it's a nice low return. It's a miss hit from the Kiwi that's gone in, and then he puts away the forehand volley.
The best miss hit possible.
30-10.
He looked a little ugly on that forehand. Did Venus somehow. It landed right on the baseline. The volley was good.
30-15. After being love 15 down, the backhand return once again from Sock. It just needs a bit more elevation. It's crashing into the tape. serve dominance. Venus to Bryan down the middle. Oh, it's an ace, but he's called for a footfall. It was an ace. And he just laughs it off, does Mikey. Back up to the line he goes. It's another big serve. The volley is a good one from Raven. It's a little bit of a miss hit, but those are the best on a grass court. 4-3, Klaasen and Venus lead fourth set.
Yeah, this is the Wimbledon Radio Channel, and this gentlemen's doubles final is at an intriguing stage. It's also nearly 8:30 here on Saturday evening, so we are getting to that point where there's not an awful lot of daylight left, and we potentially could get a roof closure if it goes to a fifth set. I think that's probably likely now. What's your reading of the balance of power right now, Wayne Ferreira?
Yeah, it's still pretty much even between all of them. It's really the serve. You know, if they can get through their service games, we look like we're going to go into a break. They seem to be doing a fairly good job on getting through their serve games relatively easy. Not much in it. I mean, you know, it's not often a lot of doubles matches where you get just 1 or 2 points here and there. This fourth set, actually, there hasn't been any opportunities for any of the teams.
How well do you know Raven Klaasen?
Oh, well,
personally?
very well. He's a great guy. I mean, I've known him since he was a lot younger. He come to our Davis Cup and spent time with us before he came out on the tour. Followed him his career. See him at the tournaments. Exceptionally nice guy.
Yeah, well, he's really getting stronger as he gets into his mid-30s now, Klaasen. They're still in there. Let's get back to commentary next door.
Getting ready to receive is Mike Venus. He's made a good return, good reflex from Sock, and Klaasen can't control it.
Well, he looks to his partner and say, should I have played it? I think so. I think that volley was going to drop in.
Klaasen now waiting on the Bryan serve. From the real box end, Bryan goes to the backhand. Klaasen makes a good return. He's got a forehand. He goes for a lob, but he's going to get his partner killed there. That lob was too short.
And he never looked comfortable on that lob, Klaasen, which maybe suggests he just changed his mind too late.
.30 love, first serve is an ace.
40 love.
That's 9th ace of the match for Mike Bryan and Jack Sock. 108 miles per hour from Mike Bryan.
Serve out wide is returned, but Sock misses a relatively easy volley.
Yeah, maybe the only defence I can have there for Jack Sock, because he was right on top of the net, is maybe he thought it was going to clip the net. Just a little sloppy with that volley. He'll hope it doesn't cost him.
40-15 in the game, and big first serve down the middle is good enough to get the free point, Barry, so it won't prove costly. And it's 4-all in this fourth set. Of course, Mike Bryan chasing the record of the legendary Australian John Newcombe, who sits at top of the pile. He's got the keys to the doubles majors, 17. Oh, it's a good start. Mike Bryan with a clean backhand return, winner down the line.
He likes that, doesn't he? To just hit it across his opponent. Of course, the threats there of the one down the line are just a little flick there from Mike Bryan.
Backhand return from Sock is volleyed by Venus. What an interception by Klaasen on the smash, and Venus puts away the volley.
Well, Jack Sock will probably keep saying, I'm not getting a look at any second serves. But to be honest, he just needs to try and come up with a good play.
First serve from Klaasen is a little long.
Mike Bryan has been really hot on his returns.
No kidding. Bryan waits. He delivers low to the feet of Klaasen. Sock closes with a clean winner. I mean, you know what I love about the backhand return of Bryan as well, is he comes in behind it. So he just gives you so few options.
Yeah, but he drives it as well, doesn't he? So he hits it with pace. No chips going on with his return.
So 15-30. Klaasen in a spot of bother here. 4-all, fourth set. The return is a good one, but the interception's even better from Venus. Sock just can't get it away from the New Zealander.
He moves well, doesn't he? For a big guy at the net. I can only think of maybe just take a risk and go line.
Yeah, or chip lob, because Venus is so close to the net. I don't really think it's part of Sock's repertoire. It's serve down the middle, it's called out.
He struggles because he sort of commits early, doesn't he, with the two hands, and he doesn't really have, he doesn't have the ability to make that late decision.
Second serve return, clean winner. Mike Bryan is lighting it up on the deuce court. It's a human torch sighting on that side.
Well, they keep serving to the backhand, and it keeps being on the same response. Uh-oh. Can Jack Sock come up with a big-time play?
Break point. Klaasen serves, Sock returns, it's a miss hit. Oh, it's wide. Thank goodness. That would have been a horrible way to lose serve.
And sometimes when you see a return like that, maybe he missed it because of the presence of Michael Venus at the net. Can he win the point again, Mike Bryan?
Back to Deuce. It's a serve out wide, and he wisely lets it drop this Klaasen, and it just goes out.
Sometimes it happens, you don't win any points, and then they have game point. All of a sudden, you come up with a big-time play. We'll see if that is the case with Jack Sock.
Sock waits. Forehand return is down low. Half volley pickup. Klaasen's. Oh, that ball set up for him. He plays another drop volley off a net cord. Who would have thought of that shot? Well, I'll tell you who, Raven Klaasen. They've got a 5-4 lead. Boy, did they dodge a bullet there.
Well, they did, but well, Mike Bryan is making those returns. Jack Sock is struggling to find them. And touch around the net from Raven Klaasen, but particularly Michael Venus has them in front in this set. And I guess you never know, Wayne, maybe Klaasen and Venus can find a little chink in the armour now of Sock and Bryan, who've been the more solid combination in this fourth set.
Yeah, they've certainly been more solid throughout the match. I mean, Raven again there in that service game had 15-30 and had to struggle through with some good service games to get through. So there's been a lot more opportunities off their serves than off Sock and Bryan. 5-4, you know, always when you get to the latter stage of it, there's always something that can go wrong somewhere along the line, and they can only hope that there's a couple of missed serves and some opportunities on some second serves to get ahead in the game. But up until the stage, they haven't had that many opportunities.
Mike Bryan and Jack Sock out quickly for the resumption. It will be Sock to serve as they look to stay in this fourth set. Back to Barry and Robbie next door.
Oh, suddenly the pressure on Jack Sock's shoulders now. It's first serve is wide. Klaasen and Venus need to get the first point if they want to put some scoreboard pressure on here. Venus with a return, it is long. That's not going to cut it.
Well, sort of stage of the evening, aren't we, where if they do win the fourth, I probably expect that would be it, and then they close the roof.
15 love. Misses the first serve. Second serve, kick to the backhand. The lob is up. Now it's, a slice. It's in the net from Klaasen. He'll be annoyed because he did well with the chip lob initially.
He just has got him all tangled up in knots, hasn't he, again, with that serve.
Sock, first serve out wide. Venus with a forehand down the line winner. That has left a vapor trail.
Well, 1 down, 3 to go. Maybe that's what it's going to take if you are to break their serve. That's just the 5th point they've won in this set. And the American serve.
First serve. Big shot from Sock. He loves to get inside your face, inside your grill.
He's got the power to do it, hasn't he?
First serve is a fault from Sock. Ball kid gathers, runs, and takes her position next to the umpire's chair. Now the return is big in the net, and Sock once again barks to the other side of the courts.
Well, just watching the way Klaasen returned, Venus returned in that last game, I wonder if they've been swapping notes, Venus and Jack Sock.
Mike Venus, first serve. It's a lob to Klaasen, who smashes it away.
The second set was a tie-break. And maybe the fourth is heading that way. Also, good first serve, opening point from Venus. Now the New Zealander serving to Jack Sock from the left side. Serves to the back and Sock makes the return. He's gone round the net.
Oh, that is naughty, but very nice.
Wow, presence of mind there from Jack Sock. Incredible backhand that he produced on the run.
And lovely finishing touches applied by Mike Bryan. Brimming with confidence is Bryan. It's a let on the first serve, so they'll have a do-over.
Don't want to be hitting a foot fault which he hit earlier in the set.
Definitely not. Venus to Bryan. First serve down the middle, backhand return. Ooh, crashes into the top of the tape. That was a good hit.
That was out the screws, that one from Mike Bryan. If it had gone over the net, it probably going to be good enough to win the point. Just roles reverse from the previous game.
Couple of bounces of the ball. He's ready to go. First serve out wide. It's 2 lets in a row now for Michael Venus as he chats with Klaasen about what he's going to do here. First serve down the middle. Return is in the net. I would like to see, if I was Sock's partner, I would just encourage him to miss long. Rather get it over the net than let them put away an easy shot than keep missing.
I think sometimes he can actually stay a little further back on the return. Give himself a bit more time.
40-15. Venus to Bryan, who goes out wide. It's a good serve. They're doing well to hang on in here, Klaasen and Venus. They lead 6-5 in the fourth set.
It's a terrific contest, this one. And if it goes to a tie-break, then anybody's. And, well, we're figuring here at 20-9. If it does go to a fifth set, then good chance the roof will be closed for it. And that will be a treat for the players and spectators out here on centre court for sure. It's boiling up rather nicely, this, isn't it?
Are we allowed to mention curfews or not, Connors?
I mean, let's be clear. This is all John Isner's fault, this, isn't it? I mean, he has apologised on social media for mucking up the schedule, but we're still feeling the ramifications here. It's exciting to have this kind of tennis late in the evening, Wayne, isn't it? And people, there's a really lovely atmosphere in centre court.
It is getting dark out there, though. I don't imagine that if it goes to a fifth, we really have anything else to do but close the roof and put the lights on. It's almost at this stage a bit of a struggle for these guys to even get through this tiebreaker if it gets to that next.
Let's see what happens next. Can Mike Bryan take us into that breaker? Back to Barry and Robbie.
Mike Bryan's got to stay focused here. From the raw box end is player's box just next to where he is serving, between us and where he's serving from the back. And return is a very good one. Nice pick up by Bryan. Toss spin lob down the line. Is a good one from Venus. And it's a put away in the end from Raven Klaasen after a good hustle from Jack Sock.
Good lob. In hindsight, he made the wrong decision there. Jack Sock, as he ran back, he tried the miraculous shot, sort of a dry forehand, where the better option would have been to just put the ball in the air as a lob.
So it's love 15. The shank return is just a little wide from Klaasen.
Those are the sort of moments where they would look back and say, I could have done a bit better. The sort of love 15, the few half chances that just haven't been able to keep the pressure on Bryan and Sock.
15 all it is. First serve in the net.
They've got to make him pay here. This is what you want. 5-6, 15 all. Second serve.
Second serve. It's well poached by Sock. Just patrolling the middle beautifully.
Didn't really get enough on that return. But again, it's the presence of the net man, which is so crucial to helping out your partner. Sock excellent.
First service. A clean return winner from Klaasen. Hello. What do we have here?
Yeah, he's bobbing up and down, giving his partner high fives.
Why not?
What can his partner do now?
5-6, 30 all. Brian serves. Backhand returns a good one. It's a nice little half volley lob. It's wide. It's wide.
Well, he stood a little further back there, Venus, to give himself time, and what a return it was.
Good call there, Barry. You're absolutely spot on. Just had time to get a good look at it. Now, set point. Brian to Klaasen. Klaasen, it's a backhand return. That's well wide. Good first serve.
Well, I like the idea. You've got to take risks. If it was in, it was his set. I just didn't quite get in earlier enough. That return down the line from Klaasen.
First service. Oh, that's a good serve, right on the body. Mark Venus couldn't get out the way of that one.
Advantage. Brian.
Mike Bryan just discussing what he'll do with his first serve with Jack Sock, who's at the net. Sock is crouched down at the net now. Oh, it's another foot fault.
Again, the front foot.
That lady's on top of things. It's the third foot fault we've had in this match. 2 for Mike Bryan, 1 for Michael Venus. Backhand return, it's reflex at the net. Mark Venus is making another reflex again! In your face, now back in yours!
Why did Mike Bryan think about just sort of hitting it blocked back to Venus at the net? I think he maybe had a little bit more time than he thought there.
Yes. Now it's back to juice. They could have put this game to bed and been involved in a tiebreaker. Now they are fighting for survival. Backhand return from Venus is missed at the net by Sock. Uh-oh.
Advantage. Klaasen.
And it's not a bad play, don't you think? Rip it at Sock, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you do it again. He's going for the I formation, but I think a return down the line here from Klaasen. See if he connects. It's the set.
Set point it is. First serve down the middle. Ace. Oh, that is big time tennis from the Californian boy.
He's been serving magnificently well in this game again. First serves after first serves after first serves.
No, it's a serve. There's a puff of chalk. It was long, not wide. Hence the chalk coming up. Oh, it's a double fault. Can you believe it? Straight out of left field. Didn't see that one coming.
Well, he didn't hold back, did he? With that second serve. They've been averaging 101 in the match. That was 102.
Klaasen with a third set point, and it's a great return angle. Volley from Sock is outrageously good.
Well, the serve was accurate, and that allowed Sock to move into position early. And because he did, and because he was so close to the net, able to get enough angle, that is really good tennis, and such a massive point from Jack Sock and Mike Bryan.
Oh, he's done well there. Couple of bounces. Mark's taking his time now. He understands the importance at this point. Backhand return is a very good one from Venus. He goes down the middle. Sock is going to get the... Oh! That was incredible tennis. What a hustle from Sock. But Raven Klaasen is everywhere.
Well, he was beaten, wasn't he? And then all of a sudden, I think he realised, well, I might be able to get there. He chased back, and actually it wasn't too far away. It wasn't the most convincing of smashes from Klaasen.
No, it was too much dunk. Fourth set point on his racket now. Klaasen, oh, he's going to get a look at a second serve. He's got to make them play, hasn't he? He's got to do something meaningful here as the South African. Oh, no way! It's a foot fault. And it's not the first time it's happened. And of course, because it's on a second serve, it's a double fault. And what a time for it to be called. And Jack Sock is fuming. But all that means is that Klaasen and Venus have won the fourth set. 7 games to 5.
Wow, what a moment to be called for a foot fault. We're going into a decider. The call is for new balls, please. The call is not yet that the match is going to be suspended for the roof to be closed. Venus and Klaasen, having levelled the match, have disappeared, leaving Sock and Bryan to stew in their own displeasure of what happened there, Wayne Ferreira, but that is extremely unusual. There we are. There's the announcement.
Well, what a disappointment to an end of the fourth set with a foot fault. Lady seemed to be, I mean, you never know if it's correct or not, but I can't remember Mike Bryan being foot faulted much over his career, and it just seems a little bit weird.
Just looking at the monitor at a replay of this, Robbie had been pointing it out in commentary.
Oh, see the little slide? There's a little slide on the back side of the foot.
Robbie and Barry had certainly noticed it and had been suggesting that maybe there were more foot faults that were being called, but I mean, we haven't seen an angle that is 100% conclusive. I think from down the court it did look like it was a good call, and I guess in that position you simply wouldn't make the call unless you were certain about it. But a massive blow for Bryan and for Sock, who are now going to leave the court themselves, and we've got a little break while the roof is closed, and we prepare to go into a 5th set in the gentlemen's doubles final. So given what's happened over the last day, could we be in for another marathon match here? Well, the crowd are not going anywhere. Maybe to the bar for a little refreshment, 1 or 2. The Royal Box is emptying for the time being. There'll be more drinks and maybe some late night snacks served there, and we're heading into a 5th set. Well, easy for us to say after that the momentum, the stronger mentality, the happier of the two teams would be Klaasen and Venus, but you know, Sock and Bryan have been around long enough to be able to process that situation.
Yeah, disappointment for them to lose that one, especially on something like that, though. But they're going to have to really just sort of keep their focus and go into this 5th set. They've had the better opportunities on the breaks throughout this match. It's the first break they've served that they've lost in this match. So they've been good, so they can feel confident that they may have more opportunities in this 5th set to try to break Venus and Klaasen. I think the light will help. I think it will change the dynamic of the way that the game's played. I mean, you know, obviously it's going to be more of an indoor event now, and it might make a difference. But I think it's still very much even, not much to choose from.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Do you think the closure of the roof would favour one pair above the other?
Well, I think putting the lights on, you know, I'm going to say for the older Mike Bryan with his eyesight, maybe it'll help him. But I think once you get the lights on, it certainly may help one more than the other, because it's going to make looking at the ball a lot easier. I hated playing at night. Always had difficulty seeing, even when I was younger. And some people just do better in it than others.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Wayne, thank you. Are you ready? Are you feeling fit enough for a 5th set?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Always. Wayne is our marathon man. He's going to be ready for more commentary next door in a few minutes' time. We're going to talk comebacks and all manner of little clips of the day here in a few minutes' time, because there has been some sensational tennis, and actually 1 or 2 bits of tennis that you may not have heard much about on the Wimbledon radio channel. That's to come, and Barry Cowan is going to move back inside the presentation booth here while we prepare for this 5th set in the gentlemen's doubles final. But in the meantime, Tony Adamson has been catching up with one of the Wimbledon legends.
Well, I'm joined here on the balcony at Wimbledon by Pam Shriver, who's somebody who needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever. She has won over 100 titles worldwide, among them 21 Grand Slam doubles titles, and 5 of them here at the All England Club at Wimbledon. Pam, it's very nice to see you.
Tony, great to see you. We've been here at Wimbledon for 40 years together, and we've seen a lot of incredible tennis history written during those years.
We have indeed. And of course, we're here in the main, I suppose, to talk about somebody who unfortunately died last year and has been the talk of Wimbledon since she did, because she was so popular around these parts. And that, of course, is Jana Novotná. And you knew Jana probably as well as you know anybody.
Well, it's funny. There's very few tennis players where I can say, I remember the day I saw her play at whatever tournament. So in this case, it was Jana Novotná. I remember her in Brisbane when the Australian circuit was still played on grass. And I looked at her, and the way she walked, the way she carried herself, you could tell she was a special athlete. Now, of course, playing with Navratilova in doubles through the years, I was pretty familiar with a great athlete from originally Czechoslovakia, now Czech Republic. But Jana Novotná was a tremendous athlete, but her resiliency here at the All England Club to overcome one of the biggest chokes of all time in a final against Graf, and then those years later to beat Natalie Tozia to win Wimbledon. Tony, it was really one of the most popular victories in all my years of being around tennis that I can remember. And that was great for her to be able to play Tony in a final after recovering from losing to Graf, to be able to play somebody who hadn't been there before, who'd never won a major final. You know, because in our era, in the Graf, Navratilova, Seles era, there weren't many opportunities. It's a little like it is today in the men's game. So Jana was able to play against a great grass court player in Tozia, but Jana knew it was destiny for her to win. And of course, this year, as you mentioned, in the last 6 months, for us that are close to her, we were devastated with the news. I didn't know she was as sick as she was. Martina Navratilova texted me in the morning. I live in Los Angeles, and I looked at my phone, and Martina doesn't text me that often. She just said, "Give me a call as soon as you can." And I knew, Tony, it wasn't good news. I didn't know it was about Jana. And of course, Martina's a breast cancer survivor. So to get the news that she had passed away, somebody younger than me, somebody in her 40s, so vibrant, was really, really difficult.
I can remember that year when she played Graf in the final, 93,
Yep.
wasn't it? And Graf had won umpteen titles by then, 4 out of the last 5, I think.
Yep.
And nobody really gave Jana a chance. And yet here she was, 4-1 up in the third set, and she was serving, and there was juice. And then she had advantage. So she was about 5 points away from the Wimbledon title that she so cherished, and she served a double fault, lost the game, and lost
all in a row.
All in a row.
It all happened so quickly. I was president of the players for the WTA at the time, and I was invited in the royal box. So I actually had an incredible view from behind the court, because the players look to their coaches and their friends and their family, and I knew Jana well enough, I knew tennis well enough. Tony, I had many matches. My first Wimbledon, I had match points on Sue Barker in the final set on center court and didn't close it out, but it wasn't a final. I lost to Billie Jean King here at Wimbledon, match points up, but it wasn't a final. So to have it in the final stage, up 2 breaks, it was really difficult to watch. And as you said, the double fault, you could tell that she'd lost her nerve from that very moment.
I'll never forget the double fault, because the second serve finished 3 feet beyond the service line.
Yes.
And I thought the old nerves are beginning to play again. She had a problem, didn't she, in closing out matches?
She did, but that's the great thing about when she won her Wimbledon. And also, she won a lot of big matches. She's in the International Tennis Hall of Fame. She got the other major finals. She's one of the greatest doubles players of all time. And let me tell you, when you feel the pressure of serving for a doubles title, a Wimbledon doubles title, you feel nervous. That's really an important title. So while she didn't close out that one big one, she closed out a lot of amazing matches.
Do you remember her sobbing as she did, because she was so devastated, Pam, to lose that match to Graf? And she sobbed, and the Duchess of Kent, who was presenting her with her plate, actually hugged her and sympathized with her. It was a very emotional moment.
When you think about tennis history, there's probably 2 or 3 moments that transcend tennis. I feel like that photo is one of the most famous tennis photos of all time, because royalty was first consoling her verbally, and then when the Duchess of Kent saw that Jana was crying, she did what any human being would do.
Any
which
mother.
Is, yeah,
any mother would do.
Just put her head on her shoulder and tried to console. And then, Jana, you could see her sobbing uncontrollably. But it was a human moment, and it just brought sport together with emotion, together with two people from two different countries. It was extraordinary. I will remember it as long as I live.
And the Duchess of Kent, of course, said to her during that time, at that very moment, you're going to win this. Probably in hope than expectation. But, in fact, she was right, because 97, Jana got to the final again, lost to Martina Hingis, and then came that final in 98 against Tozier. And what a moment that was when she won.
And then when they had their moment, the Duchess and Jana, the victorious moment, and while there's no microphones in that intimate conversation, you can sort of read lips, you understand, like, I knew you could do it. I knew you could do this.
I told you so, I think was what Jana said. She said.
Yeah. And I think a lot of us felt the same way. Look, she was a great grass court player. And 98 would have been a year, it would have been perfect, because it was a year before Serena Williams won her first major at the US Open of 99. It was 2 years from when Venus would win her first 2 Wimbledon titles. So she kind of snuck in there at the end of the Navratilova-Graf era and before the Williams sisters took over.
Of course, she was, I thought, very exciting, attacking player. She'd learnt the game really on the doubles court, hadn't she? She was a great serve and volleyer, attacking, took a lot of risks, Pam, I thought.
Well, we were cut a little bit out of the same mold, where we felt like we could strategically do our best. The percentages worked in our advantage if we could work our way to net. And she wasn't as tall. I'm 6'1". Jana was maybe 5'9", but as athletic as they come with very quick hands. That's why another reason she was so good at doubles. So while sometimes maybe she was a little bit impatient, maybe came into net a little too soon, I actually thought with great coaching from people like Hanna Mandlikova, I thought she played it the right way.
Did you say you partnered her at any time?
We did partner. I feel like we partnered. I just can't remember. Tony, I can't remember everybody I played. You know what? We were really good friends. I can remember playing. Last time I really remember having a conversation with her was 5 years ago. I'd seen her in the last few years, but I actually played against her here in the invitational doubles the last time that I'll play the invitational doubles. The reason I played is because my kids were over and they were old enough to see me on the court and remember that I was on the tennis court. So I played against her in a friendly, invitational doubles. And you know what? It's just to think that she's gone. You know what? Arthur Ashe went too soon, and Jana Novotná went too soon, and Brad Druitt, and there's been a lot of people, not Wimbledon champions so much, but a lot of people that just, we're lucky to have our health, and we got to feel grateful that we've had 40 Wimbledons.
Absolutely. One last thing, Pam, and that is, how was Jana as a player off the court? Because a lot of people said she was very friendly, a little bit shy perhaps, but she couldn't have been that shy because she made a bit of a career for herself in the media.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I worked in the commentary box with her when I still worked for the BBC. We worked some matches together. Here's the thing about Jana. I would speak to her in English, obviously, because I didn't speak Czech. So it's her second language, maybe even her third or fourth language. Her sense of humor was really good. She had this very dry, funny, a little sarcasm mixed in. She loved to have a laugh. To me, when I think about the numbers of times I've seen her in the last 15 or so years, most times it was with the biggest smile on her face. And while she was intense on the court and she could scowl on the court, she was very fast to have a big smile off the court.
Well, I remember her certainly on that day in 98 when she beat Tozier, won the final, and climbed up those steep steps into her box. And she must have been up there 20 minutes holding up the prize-giving ceremony, embracing her team, her family, and Hanna Mandlikova, of course, who was her coach in those days.
Yeah, and Hanna was another one of those great athletic Czechs. So I love the fact that had a female coach. We've talked a lot about through the years. There aren't enough of them. So the fact that Hanna Mandlikova helped Jana get over the top to win Wimbledon was great.
Well, we shall all remember her, of course. And thank you once again, Pam, for joining us and remembering a great player.
It was fun. Thanks. It's sad, but still fun, Tony. Thanks.
Yeah, Pam Shriver with Tony Adamson there on Jana Novotná, the much-missed great former Wimbledon champion, and the story of her losing that final initially to Steffi Graf from a winning position, and the emotion she showed on court, and then coming back to win the title was a story that resonated all around the sporting world, and particularly in the 90s in the UK was one of the great Wimbledon stories, and her presence here is greatly missed. Peter Marcato has joined me here on centre court.
I saw the light on, thought I'd stop by and say hello. But Bora Krejcikova, who won with Katerina Siniakova today in the ladies doubles, was coached by Jana Novotná right up until she couldn't coach anymore. And today, as she did in Paris, because they've gone back-to-back in terms of majors, the look to the sky, kiss to the sky to Jana up above. Quite an emotional moment for her.
Certainly was. And it was a lovely tribute from Pan Schreiber. And here